Leveling Up and Becoming Undefeatable Chapter 315 to Chapter 396. Unstoppable. No one could stop Luo Tian's determination to kill Long Tian. No one could stop him, because Long Tian was the boss. He might be the only boss in this auction, because the man in the first private room didn't have the slightest bit of golden light on his body. This meant that he wasn't a boss, at least not for now. Playing games was all about excitement. Playing games was fun. Facing a dying boss, how could one not kill him? Even if the uncle could endure it, the aunt couldn't help but want to pounce on him. Therefore, Luo Tian completely ignored the pressure of the middle-aged man, who was like an ancient fierce wolf, and unscrupulously slashed down with his sword. This slash directly split Long Tian's body into two halves. Instant kill. At this moment, the middle-aged man's palm slammed down. The demonic flames that had soared tens of thousands of meters instantly disappeared, and the huge force directly sent Luo Tian flying hundreds of meters away, smashing a deep hole in the ground. Rumble! Rumble! A thunderous sound rang out. Kulei's face changed drastically. His body slightly bent, and his face turned pale. He couldn't withstand this pressure at all. Just a little bit of it affected him, and he couldn't withstand it. His sea of consciousness seemed to be squeezed dry in an instant. The rainbow-colored sacred screen on the elf woman's body instantly extinguished, and her body trembled slightly. The vice president of the Dao Commerce Alliance, Dragon King. The strongest realm of the profound sage realm. Once he makes a move, that brat will definitely die. No one can withstand the attack of a profound sage-level powerhouse. What a pity, that kid, sigh. Very strong, martial artists below the profound sage realm were nothing to him. Even if Luo Tian transformed into the Demon Emperor, he still wouldn't be able to resist. The gap between his strength and that of the Dragon King was too big. One was in the sky, the other was on the ground. There was no comparison at all. The Dragon King was incomparably furious. His attack contained holy power. Looking at the corpse of his own brother, his expression became even more furious. In the ruins. Dead silence. And Chun stood up silently and stared at the Dragon King. Her voice was tender but full of anger as she said, "You killed my brother Luo Tian. I want you to die too. No one is allowed to hurt my brother Luo Tian. No one is allowed." And Chun's body began to change. The number of tails behind her gradually increased. Chun, don't. Chun, don't. Don't let it out. Don't let it out. And Chun's body was covered in a thin layer of pink light. Her ears were pointed, and 3 shallow marks appeared on her cheeks. These slight changes made her look like a fox. Divine power began to surge out of her body. That kind of powerful, invincible divine power. The Dragon King's face was calm. He looked at Chun and laughed excitedly. With a ferocious expression, he shouted, release it to your heart's content. Release the most mysterious and powerful force in your body. Ha ha ha, and Chun's power made him excited. At this moment, in the ruins, Luo Tian did not move. He looked at the sky and waited quietly. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Long Tian for obtaining 5 million experience, 500,000 profound chi-s. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 9 divine dragon palm. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining heaven's opening key. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Xian King Stage 6. 5 million experience, 500,000 profound chi-s. A boss was a boss, just the experience alone was enough to make a mess. After leveling up, Luo Tian laughed. Luo Tian was not injured at all the wounds on his body had healed, the pain in his sea of consciousness, mind, internal organs, and every part of his body had disappeared. The profound chi-s, health points, everything had recovered to full. It was because he had leveled up. Walala, Luo Tian stood up, the gravel and dust on his body fell off, and he crawled out of the deep pit. He was still standing there arrogantly, his face was filled with an excited smile. He didn't die? This brat actually didn't die? Oh my god, what kind of body does he have? Even a demon god of the profound king realm would not be able to withstand the attack of a profound sage. What kind of background does this brat have? Not only is he not dead, there is also no trace of damage on his body. Could it be that the Dragon King's attack just now was completely useless against him? What's going on? The Dragon King's face darkened as he frowned and coldly shouted, "Not dead?" It was also at this moment. And Xianxia's mysterious divine power suddenly retracted, her face beaming with joy, but her tears still fell uncontrollably, and she said loudly, "Big brother Luo Tian, you scared me to death, I was really worried about you." Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said, "Don't worry, even if he dies, I won't die." The Dragon King glared and sneered, "Arrogant? In my opinion, you are just courting death." Luo Tian walked up and said, "Courting death? One day, I will make you kneel at my feet. Don't think that you are so great just because you have cultivated for a few more years. If you have the guts, give me 10 years, and I will make you kneel in front of me after 10 years. Unbridled. Without the slightest fear. Demon Emperor Xianxia would not feel fear in front of anyone. Even in front of the heavens, he was still arrogant, and disregarded everything. The Dragon King laughed mockingly, and said, "You want to use this method to provoke me? Why should I give you 10 years? Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to ask me to give you 10 years? He was not provoked at all. Luo Tian did not care, and said, "You can't even kill me with one move as a profound sage. What face do you have to stay here? If I were a profound sage, you would have already died tens of thousands of times, and you still have the nerve to stay here. If it were me, I would just dig a hole and hide in it." The Dragon King was angry. His failure to kill Luo Tian in one move had indeed made him very unhappy. For a profound sage to kill a martial artist who was not at the profound king realm in one move was an insult to any profound sage powerhouse. At this time, Luo Tian's face suddenly sank, and his body quickly distorted and transformed. This feeling was very unpleasant, as if his demon heart was struggling. Luo Tian's face also became ferocious. In less than 10 seconds, Luo Tian returned to his human form. The Dragon King laughed. He mocked out loudly, "That great skill of yours must have a time limit, right? You can't even use those legendary weapons on your body in your human form, right? Ha ha ha. Ant. You're not even comparable to an ant. Ha ha ha." 10 minutes were up. The time to enter the demonic state was over. The arrogance of the Demon Emperor also disappeared. At this moment, Luo Tian's heart sank, but the arrogance on his face did not weaken at all. Instead, it became even stronger. "Ant. Now, die for me." The Dragon King gently stretched out a finger, the power of a profound sage rolled out. Luo Tian was in danger, his life hanging by a thread. The Dragon King's fingertips moved slightly. A ray of holy energy appeared. He pointed at Luo Tian, as if he was looking at an ant with contempt. In the eyes of the Dragon King, Luo Tian was even smaller than an ant. At this moment, Luo Tian did not move at all, his eyes staring straight at the Dragon King, staring straight at him. He could not make any reaction, he did not have any power that could be compared to the Holy Spirit, and any reaction he made would be superfluous. "I won't allow you to hurt big brother Luo Tian." And Xianxia stood in front of Luo Tian, both of her hands extended, as if she wanted to stop the Dragon King. Luo Tian gently pushed Xianxia away, and said in a low voice, "Xianxia, be good, be obedient in the future, you must be happy, big brother Luo Tian likes to see you smile the most, you must smile forever." Last words? Ha ha ha, don't worry, after you die, I will obtain the power in her body and send her down to see you, as well as her mother. The demon fox clan living in this world is also a burden. It's good that they die, so they don't have to be playthings for humans. The Dragon King said coldly. Luo Tian's sharp gaze slightly scattered, and said, "Can you let the two of them go? Beg me. Kneel on the ground and beg me. Maybe I'll be happy and satisfy your request." The Dragon King looked at Luo Tian with a playful expression and laughed excitedly. He thought it was fun. It had never been so fun. Looking at Luo Tian's calm face, he was actually in incomparable pain in his heart. The Dragon King liked to see this kind of pain, and laughed arrogantly again, kneel on the ground and kowtow to me, maybe I will be merciful and let the two of them go. Luo Tian looked at the Dragon King, and said, if I kneel down and kowtow to you, will you let them go? Although he did not believe in the Dragon King, he really had no other choice. Cultivation, strength, the difference between the two of them was too great. After the magic transformation time ended, Luo Tian knew that he had no hope at all. However, he hoped that Xianxia could live on happily. At the very least, he wanted her to live on. For this little lowly of the demon fox race, for her innocent and cute smile, for his unfulfilled promise, he had to pay the price, using his own life in exchange for it. But he realized that his life was worthless to the Dragon King. The unwillingness in his heart, the anger in his heart, everything that was suppressed in his heart, the true dragon's son Murong Wanjian, Li Shuer from Soul Palace, the Cloud Sea sect, the Southern Mountain sect, and Skyplume City, all of these things gave Luo Tian a boundless pressure. He was a transmigrator. In the 1 year since he came to this world, he had created countless miracles. His name was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. Although it would soon be forgotten, this period of time was the happiest period of his 2 lifetimes. He was accompanied by his life and death brothers. He had a lover for himself, a woman he liked, and a woman who liked him. All of these were things that he couldn't have in his previous life. And Xianxia's, Feng Lei's, and the others' lives. Luo Tian wouldn't hesitate at all. He believed that the Dragon King wouldn't let Xianxia off, but there was still a trace of hope in his heart, a hope in despair. He hoped that the Dragon King would spare their lives. The Dragon King laughed arrogantly and said, kneel down and beg me. Kneel down, and if I'm happy, I'll naturally satisfy you. By the way, weren't you very arrogant just now? Now you've become a dead dog? Ha ha ha, Luo Tian's face was calm as he looked at the Dragon King and bent his knees slightly. And Xianxia pulled Luo Tian and said, big brother Luo Tian, don't kneel. The demon fox woman in the box continued to attack the glass box, shouting nonstop. Luo Tian chuckled, gently pushed in Xianxia's scattered hair behind her ear, and said, for you guys, even if I die, I won't frown. Finished. Luo Tian looked at the Dragon King and said, I hope you can keep your promise. He knelt down heavily. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, why am I so happy? Why am I so excited? Ha ha ha. The moment Luo Tian had not completely knelt down, the Dragon King laughed wildly, incomparably excited. Dragon King, that's enough. Suddenly, a force supported Luo Tian's knees. A white figure descended, directly landing beside Luo Tian, and said faintly, child, it's been hard on you. The white-haired old man in the National Treasury, Tang Tian, at the broken door of the venue, Tang Jiu wiped the sweat off his forehead and heaved a sigh of relief, saying, I've finally made it. Behind him, outside the venue, 100,000 Imperial Guards. 100,000 Black Dragon Army. It formed an incomparably huge killing array. Luo Tian tilted his head to look at Tang Tian, smiled slightly, and said, Senior. Tang Tian interrupted Luo Tian's words and immediately reprimanded him, Dragon King, you really think the Heavenly Sword City is your home? How dare you act so presumptuously in my territory? Even if your president Wu Tongtian comes, he will still have to give me some face. The Dragon King's gaze darkened, his expression darkened, and he coldly shouted, Tang Tian, for a Xianqing martial artist, you have to consider carefully, without my Dao Commerce Alliance, your Tang dynasty will be at war in less than 10 years, you have to think carefully. I miss your grandmother's chest. If you don't leave the Heaven Sword City today, then you'll never be able to leave. Tang Tian's voice was very soft, but it exploded in the sky with incomparable ferocity. What was arrogance? This was arrogance. Tang Tian was extremely arrogant. He did not put the Dragon King in his eyes at all. The Dragon King's expression changed drastically, the muscles at the corner of his eyes trembled slightly, and he said in displeasure, Tang Tian, aren't you being too arrogant? Damn it. I'm so arrogant, are you going to bite me? Are you going to bite me or not? If you're not going to bite me, then go back to your heavenly palace. If you dare to come to the Heaven Sword City again, I'll break your third leg. Tang Tian shouted arrogantly, he really did not put the Dragon King in his eyes at all, fiercely waiting for the Dragon King. The Dragon King clenched his fists tightly, and the saint power in his body surged out. Tang Qingtian sneered, "Oh, you still dare to be presumptuous in front of me? Your father could only bow and scrape in front of me back then. A little brat dares to release his saint power in front of me. Didn't your father teach you how to behave?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Qingtian moved his right palm, releasing an extremely domineering imperial qi, and slapped down fiercely. Slap, a heavy slap. The Dragon King could not dodge it, his cheek was red and swollen, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his expression became even uglier. His eyes were spitting fire as he stared at Tang Qingtian. "You still dare to stare at me?" With that, Tang Qingtian slapped him again. Slap, his left cheek was also red and swollen. The Dragon King did not have the slightest ability to resist, he could not even vent his anger, he was completely crushed. Tang Qingtian was extremely sharp. Chapter 4, There's another chapter tonight. Everyone, if you have a monthly vote, then vote for Old Cow, I really need it. 2 consecutive slaps, it was very heavy and forceful. The Dragon King saw stars, but he didn't lose his temper at all. He didn't even dare to dodge. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't dare to dodge, but that he couldn't. His heart was filled with horror. He didn't expect that he, a 5th-level profound sage, couldn't even move in front of Tang Qingtian. Just how terrifying was his cultivation, the 2 consecutive slaps made him incomparably angry. However, he couldn't vent his anger. His body was completely suppressed. Even if he tried, he couldn't break through. He could only stare at Tang Qingtian and clench his teeth. He was very unconvinced. Tang Qingtian pointed at the Dragon King's nose and shouted, "Damn it, why don't you try glaring at me again? Do you believe that I'll slap you again? A profound sage bullying a profound king. How can you do such a thing? Didn't your father teach you that? Oh. I forgot that your damn father is no longer in this world. Then I'll teach you these 2 slaps on his behalf." Tang Qingtian didn't give the Dragon King any face. The Dragon King couldn't lose his temper in front of him. Tang Qingtian looked at Luo Tian and said, "Kid, do you have anything else to say?" Luo Tian's eyes were filled with shock. He didn't expect Tang Qingtian to be so awesome. Seeing the Dragon King get slapped twice in a row, it felt so good. It was just that he couldn't hit him himself. Luo Tian looked at the Dragon King and said without hiding anything, "I want to kill him." Huh? Tang Qingtian was slightly shocked and thought to himself, "This kid. Damn it, he's too fierce, ha ha ha." The Dragon King stared at Luo Tian with his eyes wide open. Luo Tian wasn't afraid at all. He smiled coldly and said, "I know I can't kill you with my current cultivation, but don't worry, I'll definitely trample you under my feet within 10 years. At that time, I'll wash away the shame of today and kill you." It was an absolute suppression of strength. For in Chun Chun, for Feng Lei, for his brother, Luo Tian chose to kneel. Although, in the end, he didn't kneel down, but he remembered this moment in his heart. He remembered the Dragon King's proud and arrogant mouth. If Luo Tian really wanted to kill the Dragon King, he would really offend the Dao Trade Alliance. Tang Qingtian was also in the middle. Although he leaned towards Luo Tian, he had the Tang dynasty behind him, which had tens of thousands of years of history. He had to consider it. When he heard Luo Tian's words, he secretly relaxed. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Brat, you're crazy enough. Breaking through from the profound monarch realm to the profound sage realm in 10 years is something that has never happened in the tens of thousands of years of the profound sky continent's history. However, I think highly of you." Never, however, Tang Qingtian believed in Luo Tian. Because nothing was impossible when it came to him. A mystic emperor killing a peak mystic venerable rank powerhouse. A profound monarch realm cultivator actually cultivated the devil race's supreme cultivation technique and transformed into a devil. Furthermore, it was the body of the devil emperor Xingtian. If his cultivation was raised to the profound sage realm, then Tang Qingtian's heart tightened. He couldn't help but become excited. He really wanted to see that day come. The Dragon King laughed disdainfully. Tang Qingtian immediately became angry. He pointed at the Dragon King's nose and said, "UF** King laugh again. What kind of expression is that? Do you dare to accept the bet? Do you dare to accept the 10-year agreement? The Dragon King still had a disdainful sneer on his face. He coldly snorted and said, "A trash like him wants to surpass me in 10 years? Tang Ching Tian, I think you've become muddle-headed. You've lived for thousands of years in vain. You actually want to make such a bet with me? What qualifications does a trash like him have to challenge me? 10 years? Wanting to step into the sage realm in 10 years? Are you thinking too much, or is his brain fried? Who on this continent can do it? Even the son of the true dragon, Morong Wanjian, can't do it. He's just a brat who doesn't even have the power of a bloodline. He thinks that he's amazing just because he learned some high-grade cultivation techniques. He's delusional enough to make a promise of 10 years with me." Not waiting for him to finish, Tang Ching Tian slapped him. "Pa!" Still unable to dodge, the Dragon King's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Tang Ching Tian and said fiercely, "Old thing, if you don't kill me today, I will definitely destroy your Tang dynasty and make your Tang family disappear from this continent." Tang Ching Tian completely ignored him and shouted, "Don't King blabber on, do you dare to accept this bet? If you dare, if you win against this brat in 10 years, you don't need to come, I will immediately give the great Tang dynasty to your Dao Commerce Alliance. How about it?" Luo Tian's expression changed, and he immediately said, "Old senior, you can't." Tang Ching Tian ignored him and shouted, "Do you dare? If you don't dare, then don't talk to me. Get out of Heaven Sword City as soon as possible. If I see you in Heaven Sword City again, I'll kill you." Using the entire Great Tang dynasty as a bet. Wasn't this a little too much? The Dragon King laughed. Ha ha ha, he laughed loudly with an extremely excited expression and said, "Tang Ching Tian, it seems like you've really gone senile. You're actually using the entire Great Tang dynasty as a bet for this brat. Alright. I'll agree to it. 10 years from now, prepare to give the Great Tang dynasty to me. I'll kill everyone in the Great Tang dynasty. I'll burn all the cities in the Great Tang dynasty. I want this territory to be barren. I want the Great Tang dynasty, which has stood for 10,000 years, to become the funniest joke in history. I want the Great Tang dynasty to become a dead country for 10,000 years." Ha ha ha, Tang Qingtian's face shook slightly. He frowned and said in a deep voice, "As long as you win, you can do anything you want. However, if you lose..." Ha ha ha. "I'll lose to such a trash? Tang Qingtian, you'll definitely lose this time. Just wait and see." The Dragon King's face was full of disdain. Tang Qingtian's expression was very calm as he said, "Within 10 years, if your Dao Commerce Alliance dares to touch a single strand of his hair, it means that you, the Dragon King, are afraid. It also means that you've lost. Don't worry, I won't ask you to pay anything if you lose, but you'll be ridiculed by all the warriors on the continent because a Sage Realm powerhouse is afraid of a Mystic King powerhouse. Humph. If you want to protect him for 10 years, I'll give you 10 years. Within 10 years, my Dao Commerce Alliance will definitely not touch a single strand of hair on him and the people around him." The Dragon King was very clear that if his people really touched Luo Tian, he would no longer have the face to continue living on this continent. 10 years would pass in the blink of an eye. No matter how talented Luo Tian was, it was impossible for him to step into the profound sage realm. If he couldn't step into the profound sage realm, he would definitely not be his opponent. The profound sage realm had holy power, and this kind of power could crush all powerhouses below the profound sage realm. Tang Ching Tian shouted in a deep voice, "Alright, now you can get out of Heaven Sword City." He retracted his power. The Dragon King's body relaxed, and he turned to look coldly at Luo Tian, mocking, "Brat, I hope you'll still be alive after 10 years. As soon as his voice faded, the Dragon King turned into a stream of light and instantly flew out of Heaven Sword City, and in the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of thousands of kilometers away. It was also at this time Tang Qingtian's body sank and his face turned pale. Bai Qi came, as if he had aged by dozens of years in an instant. Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 5, Brothers who still have monthly votes, please support Old Bull. Many brothers say that Old Bull updates slowly. This month, I've updated 131 chapters, close to 280,000 words. This is something that many books can't achieve in a month. Old Bull is really working hard, really using his life to fight. Both of my arms are pasted with painkillers, and my thumbs often cramp. I don't want to complain, I just want to let everyone know about this situation. I hope that everyone can take your time to read. Old Bull will definitely do his best to update. Thank you everyone for your monthly votes, subscriptions, and generous rewards. Old Bull is extremely grateful. Tang Tian was in the profound sage realm. He was able to suppress the Dragon King not because his cultivation was much higher, but because he was using his own life force. This was a secret technique that overdrew one's life force. The Dragon King's body suddenly sank, and a layer of wrinkles appeared on his face. It was as if he had suddenly aged a few decades. And Chen looked at Tang Tian and walked forward. She supported him with one hand and comforted him. "Grandpa, are you okay?" Tang Tian stroked in Chen forehead and said, "Don't worry, I can still bear this ability. I won't die." Luo Tian frowned. He couldn't say a word, he didn't know how to say it. A person who was willing to bet an entire country for you in exchange for 10 years of peace, all heaven had no way to repay this kind of person. No matter what. From now on, the Tang Empire was a part of his life. Deep in his heart, Luo Tian placed the Tang Empire in a very important position. Of course. Tang Tian was gambling. The gamble was very big, and he didn't even hesitate to bet the entire Tang Empire. He was helping Luo Tian, but he was also helping himself and the Tang Empire. His selfishness was to tie Luo Tian and the Tang Empire together. Now he did it. Luo Tian was indeed tied to the Tang Empire. Not only was he tied together, but he was also handing the future of the Tang Empire to Luo Tian. Defeating the Dragon King in 10 years was an impossible battle. Tang Tian's move was very dangerous, so dangerous that he was still a little scared. Luo Tian was indeed very special. His strength, his talent, everything about him was very special. However, breaking through from the profound king realm to the profound sage realm in just 10 years was impossible even in ancient times. No one had ever done it. The profound sage realm was the strongest, and every step was extremely difficult. It was even more difficult to pry into the secrets of heaven and obtain the saint power. However, Tang Tian still decided to gamble, he didn't regret his decision. Looking at Luo Tian, he gently smiled and said, "Boy, don't feel too much pressure. This old man believes in you. 10 years later, you will definitely defeat the Dragon King." Luo Tian gritted his teeth and said heavily, "Thank you." Luo Tian didn't say the word thank you often, but every time he said it, it was as heavy as gold. He engraved this kindness in his heart and would never forget it. Tang Tian smiled faintly. His face was a little pale. Then, he said, "I'll leave first. I'll leave this to you." After that, his silhouette vanished, and he instantly returned to the secret chamber in the royal palace. He coughed out a mouthful of black blood. Tang Tian frowned. A golden sovereign qi surged from his body. The sovereign qi surrounded his body and healed his injuries. The overdraft of his life essence made him, an old man who had lived for thousands of years, look even older. Luo Tian placed Feng Lei, Xianxia, and Blind Lu together. Feng Lei had a smile on his face. The blood on his face had congealed into a black color, like a thick layer of armor. Boss, did we win?" Xianxia also smiled brightly and said, "Brother Fatty, you still have the strength to speak? It's better to save it." Blind Lu also laughed. The wings on his body had already retracted. He grinned, revealing his yellow teeth, and said, "Brothers, do you want me, Blind Lu, to play a song for you?" Scram. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the four of them laughed at the same time. Luo Tian laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Under his sleeves, he clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself, "It's good to have brothers." If they hadn't blocked Shifu for him, he probably wouldn't have been in this world anymore. Life and death together, Luo Tian was extremely touched, and Chen stood at the side and laughed as well. However, she still couldn't stop her tears from coming out. "Brother Fatty, Brother Xianyuan, Uncle Blind Lu, please don't talk anymore. You're all seriously injured. It's all Chuan's fault." It's all because of me that you guys are in this state. Brother Luo Tian, please hit me. Please hit my little butt. Boo-hoo, and Chun started crying. Like a child, she started bawling. Luo Tian's heart ached when he saw this. Before he could say anything, Tang Tang and Qin Yuer woke up and shouted, "Who wants to hit Chuan's butt? I'm not done with him." The two of them stood up and looked at the mess around them. They saw Luo Tian covered in blood and Feng Lei and the other two lying on the ground like corpses. Tang Tang and Qin Yuer's expressions changed immediately. They bit their lips and tears flowed down their cheeks. It's all our fault for not being obedient. If we hadn't come to the auction, none of this would have happened. It's all our fault. The two girls started blaming themselves. Luo Tian walked up and hugged the two of them in his embrace. They sobbed softly in his embrace. Luo Tian patted their backs and said, "It's all right, it's all right. It's all in the past now. From this day forth, I'll definitely not let something like this happen again. I swear." He consoled them. Luo Tian did not stay any longer. He squatted down and looked at Fatty. "Don't move now. Let me clean up your wounds." His mind jolted. The healing spell was cast. The holy radiance shone down as Feng Lei's body trembled slightly. His wounds started to heal. However, the process of healing was somewhat painful, causing him to open his eyes slightly. "Bear with it." Luo Tian's heart sank as he swore in his heart, "Dragon King, I don't even need 10 years to F***ck over your outer heavens palace." The healing spells were cast one after another. It was a frenzied cast. Without stopping for a single moment, Luo Tian was like a madman. Other than their consciousness and mental states that the healing spells could not heal, all the other external wounds and internal organs were healing rapidly. Their complexions were gradually recovering as well, gradually turning rosy. 2 hours later, the three of them had already sat up. Luo Tian was panting heavily. His Xianxia was completely depleted. Raising his head, he swallowed another 100 upper-grade Xian stones. His Xianxia was recovering rapidly. At this moment, and Chun was sprawled in front of a glass box. Both her hands were pressed against the glass box. The demon fox racewoman was pressed against it as well. Their gazes met and both of them smiled. Their smiles were beautiful, extremely beautiful. Tang Tang and Qin Yuer who were beside them were dumbfounded. So beautiful. So beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful woman before. I've never seen such a beautiful smile before. Both Tang Tang and Qin Yuer could be considered as heavenly beauties that could topple countries and cities. However, compared to Chuan's mother, they could not be compared at all. They could not help but be attracted to her. At the same time, the two of them looked at each other and smiled as they muttered in a relaxed manner, "To think that we would like such a great beauty just by looking at her. Let's take her in as well." Luo Tian walked up and glared at them, "What are you two muttering about? She is Chun's mother." Immediately after, Luo Tian's expression changed as he said, Chun, move aside. I want to save your mother." His heart started to tense up. What would the reward of an S-rank mission be? 100,000 favorability points? Wow, a new day, a new week. Old cow needs recommendation votes for support. Requesting recommendation votes, monthly votes. There are still 4 chapters to be updated in the afternoon. Brothers, be more ferocious. S-rank mission, finally, it was time to complete it. At this moment, it would be a lie to say that he was not excited. Luo Tian began to feel nervous. Looking at the glass box, Luo Tian gestured for the demon fox woman to retreat. Then, he opened his right hand and said in a deep voice, Eternal Kingdom. Buzz. A dark light shot out. It instantly enveloped the glass box. Tang Tang's brows twitched as she said infatuatedly, Stinky Lu. Gangster, you're so handsome. You even know a spatial cultivation technique. Qin Yuer chuckled and said, there are a lot of things in the Dead Man's Guild. Didn't senior brother tell you about it? Ninth brother? What did he say? About what he experienced in the Shadow Mountain Corpse City. That's where the dead man saved us. He also cultivated a spatial cultivation technique there. He's the idol that ninth brother mentioned? Tang Tang's cheeks puffed up as she clenched her fists tightly. She pretended to be angry and said, "Humph, ninth brother, watch how I'll deal with you when we get back." Stinky Lou, no wonder you've always been so mysterious. It turns out that you've already seen through me. I even said that ninth brother's idol would beat him until his teeth fell out. I'm the only fool. Huh? Qin Yuer was stunned and laughed. In the Eternal Kingdom, Luo Tian was in control of everything. With a move of his right hand, he punched the glass box heavily. The glass box exploded. However, the glass fragments did not fly out. In this space, Luo Tian was the ruler. He could control everything in this space. After blasting open the glass, Luo Tian said, "Below are the rune chains on your neck and legs. Don't move." The demon fox woman nodded her head cooperatively and said, "Okay, thank you." Her voice was very soft. It was very pleasing to the ears. Luo Tian's bones were about to melt. This voice was too enchanting. Luo Tian could not control himself. Fortunately, his mind was firm. Otherwise, he would have lost control. In a flash, Luo Tian's two attacks shattered the runic chains. Following which, he hugged the demon fox woman. At the moment when he hugged her, she didn't resist at all. Instead, she was extremely cooperative. Her soft and boneless body almost melted Luo Tian in his embrace. This feeling, Luo Tian, was indescribable. It was as if he had ascended to the heavens. Time passed in Eternal Kingdom. Shards of glass flew and rune chains exploded. Luo Tian used his body to completely block the shockwave. So handsome. He's so handsome that it's a mess. This damned ghost really didn't disappoint me, hee. In Luo Tian's embrace, the demon fox woman's eyes were also in a daze. She could smell the sweat on Luo Tian's body and the faint smell of blood. She could feel the maturity and steadiness of a man. His chest could shelter you from the wind and rain, protecting you for the rest of your life. At this moment, she was also a little dazed. Luo Tian didn't feel anything else, but the killing intent below his crotch was about to reach the heavens, enough to break the heavens. Calm down, calm down. Luo Tian, you beast. She's in Chun-Chun's present. You have to calm down. Mom, and Chun-Chun immediately pounced on him. Luo Tian also took the opportunity to relax. The demon fox woman squatted down and hugged Chun-Chun tightly in her embrace. Tears flowed down her face. The mother and daughter both started crying. The crying made everyone's heart ache. After a short while, the demon fox woman stood up, bowed to Luo Tian, and said in an extremely gentle voice, Deji, thank you, hero, for taking care of Chun-Chun in every possible way. Thank you, hero, for saving my life. If the hero doesn't mind, I am willing, at this moment. Luo Tian didn't listen to the rest of the words. Right now, all of his mental strength was focused on the system beep. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for completing the S-level quest, Saving Chun-Chun's mother. The reward is 1 million experience points and 100,000 profound chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a Random Earth level cultivation method. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 100,000 points of Chun-Chun's favorability. There was a light sound. And Chun-Chun's body emitted a holy light that only Luo Tian could see. The light scattered on Luo Tian's body. At this moment, the system sounded out again. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the blessing of the goddess of luck, luck value plus 100. How much? Luo Tian was stunned. He thought that he had heard wrongly and immediately opened the system to check. He found that there was an additional attribute in his personal attribute pane. Luck value, 100. Holy sh*t. This is f* King Heaven defying. Luo Tian was excited, his blood was boiling, his entire body seemed to be burning, and he roared in his heart, I knew it, I knew that 100,000 points of favorability would definitely have a special use. 100 points of luck value, how powerful am I? Even killing a chicken can produce a holy artifact, this is 2F asterisk king awesome, so awesome that I can't believe it. Luck value, every game had a different explanation. But there was one thing that was common. It was that it could increase the player's drop rate. The higher the luck value, the more extreme the item would be dropped. For example, there were tens of billions of chickens in the world. If one of them ate a divine artifact while they were eating, then if their luck was full, they could kill any one of them and it would drop. This was the strength of the luck attribute. Moreover, not only did it increase the drop rate, it also increased the attack, defense, and even one's charm. 100 points of luck value was at its maximum. This was definitely a heaven-defying attribute. Luo Tian was so excited that he almost couldn't take it. This reward is simply not even an SSS level mission, it's too heaven-defying, ha ha ha. System, I love you so much. Actually, this was inseparable from Luo Tian's care for Xianxia. And Xianxia's heart was filled with the things that happened this year. Many times, Luo Tian was furious for Xianxia. Not long ago, when facing the invincible Dragon King, Luo Tian even used his own life to exchange for Xianxia's life. And Xianxia's heart was filled with these things. Her mysterious divine power was also moved by his actions. So, by the time Luo Tian rescued her mother, the accumulation of god power had already reached its peak. 100,000 points of favorability brought 100 points of luck value. Luo Tian naturally didn't know this. And Xianxia didn't know either. This was because she didn't know how to control that divine power herself. Luo Tian suddenly remembered what Ghost Dragon said before he died. Take care of Xianxia, she will help you. She has a powerful force that can bring you to the peak of this world. At this moment, Luo Tian began to gradually understand the meaning of this sentence. 100 points of luck value. Holy artifact, and even primordial artifact are not a problem, ha ha ha. Luo Tian was ecstatic, his face flushed red. It was also at this moment. Qin Yuer stared at Luo Tian, and said, Dead man, do you agree or not? Say something. Luo Tian didn't know what she was talking about, so he didn't think too much about it and nodded, agree. It was also at this moment that Daji's face turned red, Chapter 2. Recommendation tickets, brothers, this is free, it's all free. Help me up the ranks, the old cow is extremely grateful. A month later. This month was the easiest month for Luo Tian since he came to this world. He practiced cultivation methods every day. He increased the proficiency of cultivation methods that could be improved. 1,000 upper-grade spirit stones were also used up, and there were not many demon cores left. It had to be said. Cultivating a cultivation method really consumed a lot of Xianxia points. It could easily consume a few thousand points. Only Luo Tian could afford it. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Only a tycoon like him would eat profound stones like candy and attribute demon cores like rice. Many people in the palace saw this and their hearts trembled. Was this person rich? Boom. Luo Tian dripped a drop of blood essence on the dragon egg. The blood essence fell. The dragon egg trembled slightly and emitted a burst of red light. Finally, it quieted down and lay there motionless. There's still a month left. He will hatch in a month. I don't know what this dragon looks like. I hope it's like the dragon god of Huaxia. If it's a four-legged lizard, then... Luo Tian muttered to himself. When the dragon egg of the Ghost Forbidden Land released an incomparably powerful force to protect him, it was like a meat grinder that strangled the black dragon. It was instantly killed and its flesh and blood were devoured bit by bit. That kind of power was terrifying just thinking about it. It was also because of him. Otherwise, Luo Tian would have died at the hands of the black dragon. Thinking of the black dragon, Luo Tian's eyes narrowed and he spat out 3 words coldly. Li Wenzong. Dragon head. Blind Lu walked up in a hurry and said, as you expected, the Skynet killer at the auction was indeed invited by Li Wenzong for 3,000 upper-grade spirit stones. As expected. Luo Tian's face darkened. He secretly clenched his fists and said slightly, does ninth brother know about this? He should know now, Blind Lu said. Then. Blind Lu said again, Dragon Head, Li Wenzong has sent assassins to deal with us one after another. Should we? Blind Lu made a gesture of touching his neck. Luo Tian was silent for a moment. He raised his eyebrows and said, let's wait a few days and see what the emperor's attitude is. If Tang Qing Tian had not helped him. If not for Tang Zhanlong's help, if not for his relationship with Tang Tang and Tang Jiu, Luo Tian would have killed his way to the prime minister's residence in an instant and killed everyone in the Li family. If it was in the past, he would have really done this. However, things were different now. He owed the Tang Empire a lot. Li Wenzong was the father-in-law of the Tang Empire and the leader of the civil officials. If he wanted to kill Li Wenzong, he had to consider Tang Zhanlong's feelings. After all, Tang Zhanlong was the emperor of this country. If he wanted to kill his prime minister, shouldn't he at least inform him? Prince Consort. His Majesty wants you to see him in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. A messenger eunuch walked into the small courtyard and said respectfully to Luo Tian. Luo Tian raised his eyebrows and smiled politely. I'll be right there. It was unknown whether the little eunuch had received someone's instructions, or whether he also worshipped Luo Tian, but he softly reminded, Prime Minister Li is complaining about you. You have to be careful. He said a lot of bad things about you. Huh? Luo Tian was secretly annoyed, and secretly said in his heart, you dog, I didn't find trouble with you, but you came to find trouble with me. Blind Lu immediately said, Dragon Head, do you want to call everyone? Luo Tian rolled his eyes at him and said, what's the point of calling so many people? To have a group fight? Blind Lu grinned, revealing two big yellow teeth. He scratched his head and said, the more people, the more morale. We'll scare him to death, hee. Luo Tian said, to deal with a Li Wenzong, I alone am enough. You stay here, don't tell them where I went. It's a good opportunity to go out for a stroll. I still have a lot of things to do. There were really a lot of things to do. The location of the ancient secret treasure was more or less confirmed. This was all thanks to Frenzied Blade, who had studied the ancient scroll day and night. Furthermore, Long Tian had dropped a key called the Key of Heaven. When Frenzied Blade saw this key, he immediately unraveled the fog on the ancient scroll. From that moment on, he also knew the location of the ancient secret treasure. After the battle in the Ghost Forbidden Land, Frenzied Blade's primordial spirit was severely injured, and he only recovered after resting for more than half a day. Luo Tian felt that he owed Frenzied Blade, and in his heart, he was also looking for an opportunity to condense Frenzied Blade's body. This way, he would not implicate Frenzied Blade when he was injured. Understood. Dragon Head, take care. Blind Lu said with a smile. Luo Tian said to the little eunuch, I'll have to trouble you to lead the way. The little eunuch was a little flattered and hurriedly walked forward. In the Hall of Supreme Harmony, Li Wenzong knelt on the ground, revealing a look of deep hatred, and said, Your Majesty, if we don't get rid of this thief, there will be trouble in the future. The old ancestor used the entire Tang dynasty as a bet. How could this kid only break through the profound sage realm in 10 years? It's because of him that we became enemies with the Cloud Ocean sect. This time, we provoked the South Mountain sect and almost beat up young Master Chanyu of the Skyplume City. That's not all. Now, we even offended the Dao Commerce Alliance. This kid is a disaster for our Tang dynasty. This old minister will die to persuade your Majesty to invite the experts to get rid of this thief, send his body to the Outer Sky Palace, and hang his head in the Sky Sword City to announce to the world that we have repaired our relationship with the Cloud Ocean sect, the South Mountain sect, and the Skyplume City. Tang Zhanlong did not say anything, nor did he have any expression. He just quietly listened to Li Wenzong. Li Wenzong saw that Tang Zhanlong did not say anything, and said, This old minister knows about his engagement with Princess Chongping, and it's because of this that we should not let him live. We cannot let Princess Chongping wander around with him and be hunted down everywhere. Your Majesty, if you don't want to do it, this old minister can do it for you. Oh. Luo Tian walked into the hall, smiled faintly, and then saluted the emperor, but did not kneel down. Are you going to invite the Heaven's Net assassins to kill me again? Tang Zhanlong chuckled. Li Wenzong's eyes flashed with anger. Pointing at Luo Tian's nose, he cursed, "You disgraceful thing, you still don't kneel when you see His Majesty. Do you know what kind of crime this is? Deceiving the monarch and offending his superiors. I can even kill your entire family." "Eh? Li Wenzong, I'm really scared. You want to kill my entire family? You're too ruthless." Luo Tian stepped forward, smiling faintly. Tang Zhanglong stood up, yawned, and said, "Well, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Mei Lan is still waiting for me to play landlord." "Boy, this landlord game you invented is really too interesting, ha ha ha." "Your Majesty! Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Li Wenzong crawled up on his knees, anxiously saying, "Hurry up and give the order to kill him." Tang Zhanglong laughed, laughing at Li Wenzong's ignorance. "You think too highly of yourself. I'm very clear about the things you've done. Luo Tian not killing your entire family is already giving you enough face, yet you still don't know the difference between life and death, running here to complain. Do you know why I called him here? He's here to kill you." "Heh heh," Luo Tian laughed sinisterly, "now it's just you and me." Li Wenzong's face darkened as he called out to his emperor a few times. Tang Zhanglong did not even turn his head. He knew that Luo Tian was more important to Tang Zhanglong than him, even if he was the emperor's father-in-law. He could not change this. How could Tang Zhanglong make a move on Luo Tian when even the ancestor had his eyes on him? Taking a step back, Luo Tian's influence on the Tang dynasty was even stronger than Li Wenzong's. Wasn't he just a mere prime minister? This was the world of martial arts. Any one of the Xianxia would be able to replace him. Li Wenzong's face was ugly. He slowly stood up, stared coldly at Luo Tian, and angrily scolded, "What do you want?" Luo Tian shrugged his shoulders. "I don't want anything, I just want to kill you." "With just you?" Li Wenzong's body trembled slightly. In a split second, his robes fluttered, and his cultivation of the 7th stage of the profound king erupted. His figure moved, and under his robes, a short dagger with the power of darkness pierced towards Luo Tian. "Go to hell." Luo Tian's body moved. The anger in his heart erupted. Li Wenzong must die. Otherwise, he would find assassins and make a move on the Luo family of Jade Mountain City. Luo Tian would definitely not let such a person live in this world. Furthermore, after obtaining 100 points of luck value, Luo Tian had never killed a demon beast or a human, so he did not know how powerful it was. He sneered in his heart and shouted, "Very good, then you can practice." With a move of his right fist, the cultivation of the 6th stage of the profound king erupted. The 6th stage of the profound king was much weaker than the 7th stage of the profound king. However, the one who was afraid was Li Wenzong. Luo Tian looked at Li Wenzong indifferently, and roared in his heart, "Death-level berserk." Boom! Luo Tian's aura suddenly changed, and the whole hall trembled. Before Li Wenzong could reach him, Luo Tian's figure disappeared, and he shouted in the void, "Li Wenzong, you old dog, get down." His right fist moved. It fell from the sky and landed directly on Li Wenzong's head. Bang! Li Wenzong instantly turned into a dead dog, fell to the ground, bleeding. Instant kill. At this moment, the system beeped. Luo Tian didn't have much hope. After all, Li Wenzong was only at the Mystic King realm. He couldn't even be considered an elite monster, so he definitely wouldn't drop anything good. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Li Wenzong. You've gained 12,000 experience points and 2,000 mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Dark Dagger. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Blood of Heaven's Awakening. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Tying Pearl. Huh? Luo Tian was slightly startled, and was secretly shocked. This old fellow actually dropped so many things? The Dark Dagger is actually an Earth Stage profound weapon, and it even has the attribute of the Dark Force. This thing is not bad. Blood of Heaven's Awakening? Frenzied Blade, what is this thing? Is it related to the Key of Heaven's Awakening? Could it also be an item to open the ancient secret treasure? Frenzied Blade was shocked, and immediately said, as expected. I've never been able to figure out how to open the ancient secret treasure. It turns out that it's missing one thing. This time, I can finally unlock the secrets of the ancient scroll. Ha ha ha, wait. Kid, I was just about to hear about the tying pearl. Is there really such a thing? Frenzied Blade's voice was a little excited. He was really excited. Luo Tian checked the system and nodded. That's right, there is indeed such a thing, but it doesn't show its use. Do you know what it is used for? Divine item. Definitely a divine item. Of course I know what it is used for. Its use is too powerful. Do you know why I can condense the massacre realm? Frenzied Blade's expression became more and more excited, his face flushed, and his voice trembled as if he had encountered something incredible. Something that could make Frenzied Blade so excited must be something big. Hearing Frenzied Blade say divine item, Luo Tian's heart immediately tightened. Your massacre realm is related to this pearl? Of course. Frenzied Blade said excitedly, this divine pearl is refined from the netherworld mystic stone that has been in hell for hundreds of millions of years. It has the dark force of the netherworld and can absorb the power of the dead. Once it is filled, it can release endless power. If you had this divine pearl at the auction that day, you could even kill the Dragon King. It can even kill a profound sage expert? This, in an instant. Luo Tian was excited. He had never thought that a small pearl could kill a profound sage expert. What kind of existence was this? Could this be the strength of the Luck 100? It actually dropped a divine item, definitely. The more he thought about it, the more excited Luo Tian became. I didn't expect that killing Li Wenzong, who wasn't even an elite monster, would actually drop a divine item. Full luck is too awesome, ha ha ha, Frenzied Blade continued, you have to carry this pearl with you, it can absorb the power of the dead. When you encounter danger, you can use it. Remember, the divine pearl can only be used once, so you have to be careful. The million corpses of the massacre realm were all absorbed into the divine pearl, and I used it to kill a golden immortal. Awesome. No wonder Frenzied Blade's massacre realm had 1,000,000 corpses. So that was how it was, with the power of 1,000,000 corpses filling the divine pearl, how powerful would it be? Luo Tian was excited. He was so excited that he was in a mess. Looking at Li Wenzong's corpse on the ground, he chuckled and thought to himself, looks like I won't let off anyone who deserves to be killed in the future. Maybe a divine artifact will drop, ha ha ha, Frenzied Blade. The location of the ancient treasure has been confirmed. It's time to open it, right? This was the real reason why Luo Tian came to the Heaven Sword City, the ancient treasure hidden in the ancient scroll. Obtaining this secret treasure was enough to strengthen his own strength. If he were to obtain some ancient divine weapon, then how cool would it be when he went to the Broken Sky City? How awesome would that be? What qualifications would Morong Wanjian have to compete with him? Frenzied Blade chuckled, and said, of course. Before he could finish his words. Suddenly, in an abandoned ancient temple southeast of the Heaven Sword City, a fiery light shot up into the sky, and a violent explosion resounded for 1,000,000 kilometers. At this moment, the color of the sky changed, and the originally clear sky was suddenly enveloped in darkness. Countless undead rushed into the sky, letting out ear-piercing cries. At this moment, it was as if the gates of hell had been opened, and all the demons and ghosts in hell rushed out. Frenzied Blade's expression changed greatly, and he immediately said, not good, the formation suppressing the ancient land has been destroyed, the terrifying creatures inside are coming out, the Heaven Sword City is in danger, this time the world is really going to be plunged into misery and suffering. However, Luo Tian's eyes lit up, he looked towards the southeast where the golden light was shooting in all directions, and said with incomparable excitement, so many boss. Chapter 4, Brothers, begging for monthly votes. Can you give me one? Golden light, the sky was filled with golden light, it was as if a scorching sun was releasing a myriad of rays of light. At this moment, Luo Tian was excited. He had never seen so many bosses before. They covered the sky and covered the earth, and every single one of them was emitting a golden light. They were very strong, very big, how could he not be excited? He was simply too excited. For the past month, he had been having a headache about where to go to kill monsters to level up. Wasn't this just giving him experience? Haha, Lousy's good days are coming. Luo Tian laughed wildly, and just as he was about to rush out, Blind Lu anxiously ran over, Dragon Head, something bad has happened. A large number of unknown creatures have appeared outside the Heaven Sword City. They are extremely powerful, they will kill anyone they see. They are about to reach the Heaven Sword City. Huh? Dragon Head, why do you look so excited? Blind Lu asked in confusion. Luo Tian grinned, and said, call your brothers, let's kill our way out. Wow. No wonder you're so excited. Hearing you say that, I'm also excited. Fatty and the others are already waiting outside the palace. Blind Lu said excitedly. Luo Tian was startled, and said, seems like you guys can't stay idle either. That's fine, accompany me out and have a good fight. Just as Luo Tian was about to leave, Tang Zhanlong anxiously walked out, and said, Luo Tian, wait. Tang Zhanlong's face was anxious, his stomach was filled with anger, and he said in a deep voice, I don't know who opened the demon sealing formation from 10,000 years ago, this time the Heaven Sword City is in danger. Your Majesty. What's your plan? Luo Tian asked directly. Tang Zhanlong frowned, and said after a moment of silence, close the Heaven Sword City, guard the city gate, and wait for reinforcements. Wait for reinforcements? Luo Tian was slightly startled, he was a little puzzled. Tang Zhanlong's personality was extremely domineering, it was impossible for him to say something like waiting for reinforcements. He should have opened the city gate and led the imperial guards to kill his way out, but he did not. He had no such intentions. He stopped Luo Tian so that he wouldn't go out. Tang Zhanlong's voice trembled slightly as he said, it's impossible to rely on the strength of our Heaven Sword City alone, you don't even know what kind of demons are in the demon sealing formation, although they are not from the demon clan, but all of them have the ability to reach the heavens, and are incomparably powerful. The demon sealing formation existed 10,000 years ago, and at that time, even the strongest demon clan did not dare to open it. I didn't expect someone to destroy the formation. I don't know if it was intentional or not. If it was intentional, then this person wants to kill my Heavenly Sword City and destroy my Great Tang. Reporting. Your Majesty, the 120,000 Imperial Guards have been assembled. Reporting. Your Majesty, the 200,000 Black Dragon troops have been assembled. Your Majesty, we are on standby. Boom. A loud noise came from the depths of the palace. A ray of divine light shot into the sky, and a powerful force descended. There was an explosion in the surroundings, and a man who looked to be in his 30s landed in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. His voice was calm as he asked, what happened? Tang Zhanlong said respectfully, Spiritual Master Xianxia, the demon sealing formation has been destroyed, and thousands of demons have rushed into the sky. I'm afraid Heaven Sword City, demon sealing formation? The middle-aged man's face darkened, and his voice trembled. He frowned and said, no matter what, your Great Tang has allowed me to cultivate the sovereign qi for hundreds of years. I won't leave you behind, but, his voice changed slightly. Spiritual Master Xianxia said, however, I'm only responsible for the safety of the palace. As for what happens outside the city, as for them breaking through the city gate, I won't participate. You have to rely on yourself. F*CK. Why don't you just say that you're afraid? Why are you talking nonsense? I think once the city gate is broken, you'll definitely run away immediately. What nonsense are you talking about protecting the palace? Luo Tian shouted in disdain. He looked down on this person called Spiritual Master Xianxia. Spiritual Master Xianxia glared and shouted, where did this dog come from? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of me? Get out. A force was released. A strong wind blew. Blind Lu was even forced to retreat. Luo Tian was furious, and roared, level 5 berserk. Boom. The force sank. Tang Zhanlong was shocked, and immediately stood in front of Luo Tian, and said respectfully, Spiritual Master, please calm down. He is my son-in-law, please don't be angry. Spiritual Master Xianxia glared and retracted the power in his body. He said unhappily, the next time you dare to be so presumptuous in front of me, I will definitely turn you into dust. Luo Tian was also unhappy. The Tang dynasty had provided him with hundreds of years of cultivation. Now that the Tang dynasty was in trouble, he put on an expression as if he had nothing to do with this matter, saying that he would protect the palace. Once the Heaven Sword City was broken, he would definitely escape. Luo Tian was extremely unhappy with this kind of person, just as they were talking. Another loud sound came from the depths of the palace. A ray of light soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Tang Zhanlong's face darkened as he clenched his fists tightly. Spiritual Master Tian Xian's face changed slightly, revealing a happy look. Humph, I originally wanted to return the favor to the Tang dynasty and protect the palace, but I didn't expect to be mocked by a dog the moment I came out of seclusion. Forget it, my fate with the Tang dynasty ends here. Shameless. Luo Tian cursed again, what bullshit spiritual master, I think you're just a cowardly rat. A demon sealing formation can scare you to this extent, and you're still a profound sage realm expert, you're really King embarrassing. Spiritual Master Tian Xian's eyes were filled with anger as he channeled a huge force from his palm. Rumble. Rumble. Right at this moment, another series of explosions rang out from the southeast, and a thick wave of energy shot out, directly enveloping the entire Heaven Sword City. Spiritual Master Tian Xian's face changed as he withdrew the force from his palm and sneered, "Dog, even if I don't do anything, you won't live past today." After saying that, as if he wanted to grow a few more legs, he disappeared in an instant. The stronger a person was, the more afraid they were of death. They had cultivated for hundreds or thousands of years, and the more they cultivated, the more afraid they were of death. This was because they were very clear that if they died, there would be nothing left. Facing the powerful demons in the demon sealing formation, Spiritual Master Tian Xian was extremely afraid and immediately fled. Not only him. In the depths of the palace, several rays of light soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. None of the experts who had been worshipped for hundreds of years were left. Tang Zhanlong laughed. He laughed bitterly. I didn't expect that the experts who were worshipped by the Tang dynasty would be like this. Is the Tang dynasty really going to be destroyed in my hands? A 10,000-year-old dynasty will be destroyed in my hands. How am I going to face my ancestors now? Even the profound sage realm experts had left. One could imagine how strong the demons that came out of the demon sealing formation were. Luo Tian's heart sank as he shouted, "Give all the troops to me. Isn't it just monsters attacking the city? I have many ways, damn it." However, his heart was excited. If the monsters really attacked the city, how much experience would that be? I'm rich, this time, I'm going to level up so much. Chapter 5, Brothers, if you still have the monthly votes, then vote for Old Cow. I also want the recommendation votes. Today's monthly votes are a bit pitiful. Within the Heaven Sword City, streams of light scattered in all directions. The experts hidden in the city either left or fled. They all knew how fierce the demons in the demon sealing formation were, and if they continued to wait, death would be the only way out. All of a sudden, the commoners in the Heaven Sword City also started to panic. The sects and academies were tightly shut. Several large trade organizations were also urgently dispatching people to find an opportunity to leave. The entire Heaven Sword City gradually became chaotic. However, in the distance, those insufferably arrogant experts were all spying on them from the void. They had no intention of helping. Cloud Sea Sect. Huang Yunzhenren had a complacent look on his face. Great Tang Dynasty, Heaven Sword City, this time, no matter how capable you, Tang Zhanlong, are, the Great Tang Dynasty will be finished, ha ha ha. Nan Gongjue was deep in thought and did not have much of a reaction. In the Cloud Sea Great Hall, many elders suggested sending out reinforcements. Nan Gongjue did not immediately respond. After all, his son's family jewels had been destroyed in the imperial palace. He firmly suppressed this anger in his heart, and at this time, it was absolutely impossible for him to send out reinforcements. Huang Yunzhenren had a complacent smile on his face as he said, "Don't even send out a single reinforcements. Isn't Tang Zhanlong very awesome? Isn't the ancestor of the Tang family a sage realm expert? Isn't their imperial army and Black Dragon Legion invincible? Let them fight against those demons by themselves, what does it have to do with us? It's better if everyone in the Heaven Sword City dies. The Great Tang Dynasty has stood tall for 10,000 years, it's time for it to fall. Huang Yun, if the lips die, the teeth will be cold. Once the Heaven Sword City is broken, our Cloud Sea sect will be the first to bear the brunt." Do you think that with our Cloud Sea sect strength, we can resist those demons? That's right. Sect leader, give the order. Young master is indeed injured in the Heaven Sword City, but we still have to look at the big picture. Bullshit. You don't know how Tang Zhanlong scolded the Yunhai sect in front of me. He didn't even put the Yunhai sect in his eyes. Now that all the strong cultivators in the Imperial Palace have left, even they don't want to stay. Why should we go and throw our lives away? Moreover, it's because of that dog Tang Zhanlong. Let them all die and let the Tang family go extinct. Our Yunhai sect can also take the opportunity to swallow the Tang family's territory and strengthen ourselves. Is there shit in your brains? Taoist Master Yellow Cloud angrily rebuked. None of the surrounding elders had a higher status than him, so their words were incomparably savage. His hatred for Tang Zhanlong was extremely strong. His beloved disciple, the future sect master, was ruined just like that. Tang Zhanlong's disdain towards him made him incomparably angry. In the Celestial Sword City, he didn't dare to act out, but in the Yunhai sect, he would definitely do his best to prevent people from saving the great Tang dynasty. The expressions of the elders darkened slightly. Many of them were from the great Tang Empire. Seeing that their homeland was in danger, they were very anxious and wanted the Yunhai sect to send reinforcements. Nan Gongju raised his eyebrows and said in an ice-cold voice, "Let's wait and see. The great Tang dynasty has been going too well these past few years. It is time for them to suffer some setbacks. Don't think that the Yunhai sect is a toothless tiger." Humph. After saying that, Nan Gongju snorted heavily. The other allied powers of the great Tang. They were just like the Yunhai sect, they were just observing the situation. They didn't send any reinforcements. The great Tang had stood tall for 10,000 years, and this was a large cake. They coveted it for a long time. If the Heaven Sword City was breached this time, then their chance would come. Soul Hall. Beside the Sun Moon altar. Cold Frost frowned and said, "Miss, I'm afraid that the Heaven Sword City is going to be gone, and Luo Tian is probably going to." Li Shuer frowned and walked down the altar. Her figure turned into a ray of starlight and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, she landed on the Star Hall of the Soul Hall. Her gaze was firm as she said, "Soul King, can you send reinforcements to the Heaven Sword City?" A man sat in the hall. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s. The man's eyebrows trembled slightly as he said, "Give me a reason." Li Shuer didn't hide anything and directly said, "The man I like is in the Heaven Sword City. I hope that the Soul Hall can send reinforcements to save the Heaven Sword City." Impudent. Suddenly, a cold shout came from outside the Star Hall, "In 2 years, you will be married to Murong Wanjian. Your current identity is Murong Wanjian's fiancé. If such foolish words were to spread to the Duan Tian city, how would they look at you?" An old man walked into the hall. His face was slightly angry as he continued, "Soul King, the demon sealing formation has been opened, and those devils that have not appeared for 10,000 years have all rushed out. The great Tang dynasty has nothing to do with our Soul Hall, so I do not recommend sending reinforcements." Li Shuer didn't even look at the old man. Even though that old man was his uncle. It was also true that he had made the marriage contract with the Duan Tian city without his consent. If not for his mother, Li Shuer would definitely not have agreed. From the depths of his heart, Li Shuer hated him. Li Shuer said again, "If the Soul King does not agree, I will personally go." Bastard. Right now, you are in the critical period of breaking through to the Star Realm. If you head to the Heaven Sword City, then all your previous efforts will be in vain," the old man said angrily. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Shuer still ignored his existence, completely ignoring his words, and said, "Soul King, please agree." "You're not allowed." "Shuer, I won't allow you to do this." A beautiful woman anxiously walked into the hall. Li Shuer's expression changed, but he still said respectfully, "Mother." The beautiful woman's name was Zi Luolan. Seeing her daughter like this, her heart ached, and she said, "Any reason is fine, but this is not allowed. You are now someone waiting to be married. I will not allow you to have any relationship with that country bumpkin from Jade Mountain City. Back then, when his father saved you, I have already repaid him, and you have also seen him. Don't forget what you promised me." "Mother." Big brother Luo Tian is really in danger. Let me go. I promise you, I will definitely marry Murong Wanjian, as long as you let me save big brother Luo Tian. Li Shuer was very strong, but right now, her eyes couldn't help but flash with tears. No way. If I say no, then no. Zi Luolan bellowed. She did not change her mind because of the tears in the corner of Li Shuer's eyes. In her opinion, her daughter definitely could not have an unclear relationship with a country bumpkin. Back then, when Li Shuer went to Jade Mountain City, she was already filled with regret. This time, even if Li Shuer said it all, she would not agree. Li Shuer's expression changed, and specks of starlight appeared on his body. Is it really not possible? His voice was filled with anger. The old man was shocked and scolded angrily, "What are you trying to do? Hurry up and retract your power, you are still unable to control the power of the stars. Do you want to destroy the Star Hall?" Li Shuer's gaze turned cold, and he said coldly, "So what if I destroy it?" The Soul King, who had been silent all this time, suddenly moved, and a supreme expert's power descended, instantly binding the power of the stars on Li Shuer's body, firmly trapping Li Shuer. He walked down and said indifferently, "Great Tang dynasty is destined to be destroyed, Heaven Sword City is destined to become a dead city, even if you go, you won't be able to change anything." Li Shuer could no longer hold back his tears, and they gushed out. He cried very sadly, Chapter 1, A New Day. Everyone has a recommendation vote, vote for Old Cow, thank you very much. When one side was in trouble, all sides would support them. This was what they had said when they signed the alliance with the Great Tang dynasty. But now, it had become a joke, a huge joke. Report. The Cloud Sea sect sent a sound transmission from the sky, saying that something big has happened in the sect, so they can't come. Report. For Square City can't come either. The Big Dipper sect can't come either. A series of voices could be heard. The headquarters that had set up branches in the Heaven Sword City all used various reasons to refuse. Not a single sect came to support them, and the entire Heaven Sword City was completely isolated. Tang Zhanlong laughed. He laughed helplessly and said with a bitter smile, "Now I can clearly see the faces of these sections. When one side is in trouble, all sides will support them. This is truly a great mockery to me, ha ha ha." He raised his head and laughed angrily, releasing an extremely terrifying aura from his body. Suddenly, Tang Zhanlong's expression shook, and he bellowed, "Pass down my order, Imperial Guards, Black Dragon Legion, gather all of you, follow me out of the city to fight." No. Luo Tian immediately stopped him, "Your Majesty, the morale of those demons is too high right now, each of them is an existence that can fight against 10,000, if we rush out like this, we will only die. I beg your Majesty to hand over the military authority to me, I will definitely not let the Heaven Sword City fall." Monsters attacking the city? Luo Tian was extremely familiar with this. A 10,000-year-old demon was amazing, with 100,000 attacks gathered together, no matter how strong they would still be crippled. Siege warfare was all about strategy and tactical arrangements. They couldn't just rush out like that, it was like smashing an egg against a rock. They were simply courting death. No way. Prince Consort Ma, your personal strength is indeed different, very strong, but when it comes to leading troops to war, you are far inferior to us. With hundreds of thousands of troops in your hands, I'm afraid that they will all be annihilated in less than half a day. Absolutely not. That's right, war is not child's play. Your Majesty, you absolutely cannot agree to his request. The generals said with all their might. Luo Tian frowned, he was incomparably anxious, looked at Tang Zhanlong, and said, "Your Majesty, please believe me, I can definitely do it." Tang Zhanlong smiled slightly, and said, "You didn't leave, means that I didn't misjudge you, and the ancestor didn't misjudge you. War is my business, take good care of Tang Tang, you must not leave the palace." After that, Tang Zhanlong unleashed the aura of a peak mystique venerable one and bellowed. The royal aura on his body was incomparably majestic. "Pass my order. Assemble the 3 armies and prepare to head out of the city for battle." No. Just trust me. Luo Tian was so anxious that he was about to burst into flames. However, Tang Zhanlong was completely indifferent. He knew that Luo Tian's personal ability was very special, but this was a war with hundreds of thousands of people. It concerned the lives of tens of millions of people in the entire Heaven Sword City, so he could not be careless. Luo Tian was only a child less than 20 years old. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to command an army of hundreds of thousands. It was impossible for him to command them well. It was impossible, this was something that anyone would think of. No matter how strong a child who wasn't even 20 years old was, it was impossible for him to command an army of hundreds of thousands. Facing the great demons on the front line, he would probably be scared silly before the battle even started. It was not that he did not believe it, but it was simply impossible. Tang Zhanlong wore a yellow robe and held a golden sword in his hand. His gaze was firm and unyielding as he looked at Luo Tian and said, "Take good care of Tang Tang. If I don't return, assist Tang Jiu. He is the next emperor of Tang dynasty." Luo Tian was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. F***ck, can't you let me try? You guys are courting death if you rush out like this. Can you believe me? Even if I beg you, please don't rush out like this. We'll use the advantage of the city gate. What are you talking about? What courting death? The three armies haven't even moved and you're already disrupting our morale. If it weren't for the fact that you're the emperor's son-in-law, I would have already killed you. A general scolded angrily. Luo Tian glared at him and completely ignored his existence. He said again, "Your Majesty, our city wall is hundreds of meters tall and is a natural barrier. This is our advantage. If we open the city gate, I'm afraid the devil army will take advantage of it and enter. At that time, I'm afraid, you still dare to say that." The general released the power of a mystique venerable rank and instantly pressed down on Luo Tian. Luo Tian was also angry. He moved his fists and released his level 5 berserk. He scolded angrily, King scram to the side. What do you know? An idiot like you doesn't know how to fight. I don't know how to fight. I, the Black Dragon King, don't know how to fight? Brat, I've fought more battles than you have. What are you talking about? If it weren't for the Emperor, I would have killed you long ago. The Black Dragon King's face was filled with anger. Tang Zhanlong shouted in a deep voice, "Stop arguing. Luo Tian, you protect the palace. Black Dragon King. Li Yu. 2 generals, follow me to battle and show the might of our Tang dynasty." Tang Zhanlong had no choice. He had no choice at all. Even if he handed over the military power to Luo Tian, those arrogant generals would not listen to him. At that time, the consequences would be even worse. He could only lead the army to fight and let the people of Heaven Sword City know that he was fighting for Heaven Sword City. He had to do this to stabilize the situation in Heaven Sword City and not let the chaos spread. However, Tang Zhanlong did not think about what would happen to Heaven Sword City if he lost. He did not have time to think about it. Luo Tian's heart was like dead ashes. He did not say anything else and turned to leave in large strides. Blind Lu followed closely behind. Tang Zhanlong looked at Luo Tian's back and sighed in his heart. Luo Tian, maybe I should believe you, but there's no other way. I can only do this. I'll leave the palace to you. His heart settled, Tang Zhanlong threw away the chaos in his heart. A huge red cloud Qilin flew out. Tang Zhanlong stepped on it and pulled out a golden sword that shone with golden light. He shouted in a deep voice, "Open the city gates and kill." It's over. This time, it's really over. Blind Lu muttered. He could feel the anger in Luo Tian's heart. Luo Tian felt that Tang Zhanlong was very pedantic. It was just that his 2 lifetimes were not even a tenth of Tang Zhanlong's. The things that he considered were things that Luo Tian could not consider. Dragon Head. Where are we going now? Fatty and the rest are waiting outside the palace. Where are you going? You seem to have gone the wrong way, right? Blind Lu asked anxiously as he followed behind Luo Tian. Luo Tian was really angry in his heart. Tang Zhanlong was destined to be defeated this time, but he was unable to persuade him. There was no other way. After losing the army, he could only rely on himself. A crazy idea appeared in Luo Tian's mind. It was a crazy idea that even he was a little afraid of. He did not walk out of the palace, but walked towards the treasury. Blind Lu, call Feng Lei and the rest back. Wait for my orders at the residence, Luo Tian said. Then, he looked up at the sky and clenched his fists. He thought to himself, go completely crazy for once. Chapter 2, Brothers who still have monthly votes, come up, there are 3 more chapters today. The remaining 3 chapters will be released at 7 o'clock in the evening. At the entrance of the National Treasury, 2 guards stopped Luo Tian. The reason was very simple. Without the emperor's order, no one could enter. Last time, they had received the order to let Luo Tian in. Just as Luo Tian was feeling anxious, Tang Qingtian's voice sounded. The 2 guards' expressions turned cold as they immediately let him in. Luo Tian walked into the National Treasury. The scene was still very shocking, but he didn't have the time to be shocked. He directly said, Senior Tang, I need all the treasures in the National Treasury, everything that contains Xianxia. Tang Qingtian didn't appear and said, okay. The Tang Empire was in a predicament. What was the use of having so many treasures? Luo Tian didn't beat around the bush and said, thank you. Senior, don't worry. I will definitely let Heaven Sword City get through this crisis. He owed the Tang Empire. He owed Tang Zhanlong, Tang Qingtian, and Tang Jiu. He never liked owing others favors, so this time, he wanted to pay them all in one go. Luo Tian took control of all the treasures. As long as it contained Xianxia, he wouldn't let it go. He was like a garbage collector, taking whatever he saw. After a few hours, the huge national treasury was cleared out. It was incomparably spacious. After cleaning up, Luo Tian still didn't see Tang Qingtian's figure. He walked to the deepest part and looked at the wall carved with the cloud-soaring dragon god. He gently touched it with his right hand and said in a deep voice, I will definitely protect the Tang Empire. Inside the wall, Tang Qingtian's face was pale. The consumption of his life force had caused him to suffer heavy injuries. It would be difficult for him to recover without a few decades. Otherwise, he would have come out of seclusion long ago. Hearing Luo Tian's voice, his heart relaxed slightly. He was different from Tang Zhanlong. He believed in Luo Tian, just like how he believed that Luo Tian could step into the profound sage realm within 10 years. This was an impossible thing, but he still believed in it. He couldn't explain why he believed in him. It was just pure trust. Go. Tang Qingtian said softly. Luo Tian didn't hesitate and turned to leave. Outside Heaven Sword City, the sounds of killing filled the air. The devils that came out of the demon ceiling formation were unstoppable. They killed anyone they saw. Everywhere they went, not even a little bird could survive. Demonic flame soared to the sky, the color of heaven and earth changed, and the entire Tianxian land was shaken. Those insufferably arrogant peerless powerhouses looked at the void, completely having no intention of making a move. The alliance sects were the same. Many of them were even smiling proudly. In addition to these, there were still many factions eyeing the Great Tang, and this was an excellent opportunity. The Great Tang was rich, and only by dividing the wealth could a sect quickly raise its strength. Thus, many people secretly hoped that the Great Tang would be destroyed. He looked forward to the destruction of Heaven Sword City. His Majesty is here. Royal Army, Black Dragon Army, kill your way out. Everyone, don't worry. Your Majesty will definitely save the Heaven Sword City. Thousands of years ago, when the demon clan came back, they were still beaten back, and this time is the same. General Black Dragon King and General Li Yu are all brave and powerful generals, they will definitely be able to block those demons. In the city, some civil officials tried to pacify the rioting citizens. The chaotic situation calmed down a little. Outside the city, all kinds of deafening thunders kept erupting. Flames soared to the sky and blood filled the sky. The throbbing sounds of fighting made people tremble in fear. They were incomparably scared. All of them hid in their homes and hugged each other as they silently prayed in their hearts. In the palace, when Luo Tian returned to his residence, everyone was waiting for him in the courtyard. Boss. Dragon Head. Boss, what's your plan? My father won't be in danger, right? Damn it, hurry up and say it. This time, we will completely listen to you. We will definitely not act recklessly. And, big brother Luo Tian, I can fight too. I can too. Everyone looked at Luo Tian. At this moment, Luo Tian was their only hope. He was their backbone. Luo Tian let out a heavy breath and said, I'm afraid Sky Sword City is going to fall. The Royal Army and the Black Dragon Army will probably be wiped out. Tang Tang, Brother Jiu, you guys have to be mentally prepared. If the 3 armies were under my command, there might still be a chance of survival. But now... Luo Tian clenched his fist. Tang Tang's tears fell instantly. Tang Jiu's expression changed as he said, before father left, he left behind 50,000 Royal Army soldiers. The military power is in my hands. If these people aren't enough, we can still gather people in Sky Sword City. Since the mysterious sage experts aren't around, I believe we can still gather some Mystic Zone experts. After all, they are all citizens of the great Tang Empire. If the country is in trouble, they will definitely lend a hand. Qin Yuer immediately added, there are also those sects and schools. If they can't get out, they will definitely lend a hand. That's right. The East City, South City, West City, and North City can gather quite a number of people. I believe many people are waiting for us to gather. Everyone wants to contribute to this country. Yes. Hearing this, Luo Tian's heart was moved, and he thought, if I can gather 100,000 people, I might still have a chance. It seems like it. I can only change my plan slightly. Luo Tian's heart settled, and said, all right. Brother Jiu, Sister Yuer, Blind Lu, you guys split up into 3 groups and go gather these experts. Are we going to start the Heaven List challenge now? Just say that whoever kills the most demons will be the number 1 on the Heaven List, and his name will forever be recorded in the annals of Great Tang. There had to be motivation in order to stimulate the hearts of the people. Many people were here for the Heaven List ranking competition, and their strength was not bad. Xianxia suddenly clenched his fists tightly. Tang Jiu immediately said, I'll do it right away. Dragon Head, I'm going too. I'll go and persuade the principals of those sects and schools. Next. The 3 of them quickly left. Tang Tang immediately walked forward and said, what can I do? I guarantee that I won't cause any trouble. I can do anything. Big brother Luo Tian, and me too. And Chen Chen also said anxiously. Luo Tian chuckled, and said, the 3 of you go to the various shops to collect spirit grass, the more the better, no matter the type, collect all of them, as much as you can, this is money, you guys be careful. Luo Tian took out 10 gold cards and hundreds of millions of gold coins. This was the money from the auction. Although the Dao trading hall was smashed to smithereens, the money earned from the auction was still given to Luo Tian. After receiving it, Tang Tang brought in Chen Chen and Daji out of the palace. Boss. There's only the 3 of us left. What do you need us to do? I can't wait any longer. Feng Lei grinned. After a month of recuperation, his body had completely recovered, and his strength was even stronger than before. The power of the 10,000 beasts' blood essence was also fully released. Xianxia was the same as he looked at Luo Tian excitedly. Luo Tian grinned and said, let's go out of the city. 3 figures quickly shuttled back and forth, they arrived at the city gate in an instant. The city gate was tightly shut. Luo Tian took out the jade token that Tang Jiu had given him before, and was allowed to leave. Follow the position I tell you, and don't make a single mistake. Then, put down all the things I gave you, and don't leave a single one behind. Do you understand? Luo Tian reminded them again. Xianxia and Feng Lei nodded their heads heavily, and said, understood. Actually, they didn't understand what Luo Tian was going to do at all. They thought that going out of the city would be a massacre, but they didn't expect to become coolies. What they didn't understand the most was that so many good things, spirit artifact, Xian weapon, and even earth-ranked Xian weapon, were all going to be lost. They were all poor people, and seeing such good things being thrown away, their hearts ached incomparably. All right. Let's split up now. As I have instructed, all of you will return to the city. No one is allowed to stay outside, and no one is allowed to go to the battlefield in front. Do you understand? Luo Tian's voice was very heavy. He was worried that the fatty would not be able to bear the loneliness and run out again. Feng Lei laughed foolishly, and said, "Boss, don't worry, I know what time it is now, I definitely won't cause you any trouble." Xianxia also smiled slightly, and said, "The big picture is more important, boss, don't worry." Luo Tian said, "Alright, let's move out now." Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures moved from Luo Tian's left and right. Luo Tian looked towards the southeast, where the devil flame soared into the sky, and faintly said in his heart, "You guys have to hold on, Tang Zhanlong, you are my father-in-law, you can't die." Luo Tian was very worried. Extremely worried. But he had no time to care about Tang Zhanlong's situation. The only thing he could do was to protect Heaven Sword City as much as possible. As long as Heaven Sword City was still there, Tang Dynasty would still be there. Once Heaven Sword City was gone, Tang Dynasty would probably be gone as well. At that time, it would really be a disaster. Luo Tian's heart sank, and he immediately took action. If he succeeded, he wondered what realm he would be able to reach this time. Luo Tian landed on a spot and left behind a large pile of Dharma treasures and Xian weapons. A surge of energy appeared in his palm and blasted all the Dharma treasures into the ground. After burying them, he quickly left and went to the next landing spot. The same went for Feng Lei and Xianxia. The three of them quickly got to work. Inside the city, they also started to move in an orderly manner. Blind Lu was lobbying everywhere, and people behind him stood up one after another. In the face of a national calamity, they had all put down their original airs as experts. Count me in. Isn't it just the demon ceiling formation? Our great Tang hasn't even existed for 10,000 years. What does a trifling demon ceiling formation count for? Count me in. Even though I'm only a level 1 mystic ancestor, it's only right for me to contribute to the country. And me. One by one, they joined in. North City, South City, East City, and West City. More and more powerful cultivators were following Blind Lu. They were all powerful people in the past, but now, they had given up everything and were following Blind Lu. Everyone's expression was unusually determined. When the country is in trouble, everyone has a responsibility. On the side of the sects and academies, there was no one from the Cloud Ocean sect. Qin Yuer's incessant lobbying finally managed to move some people. Slowly, more and more people from the sects and academies joined in. Since their sects were not coming to support them, there was nothing they could do about it. Their hearts were filled with anger because they had been abandoned. Qin Yuer made use of this to get the powerful instructors from the academies to join in. And Chun Chun, Tang Tang, and Daji. The three-person shopping group was even more successful. They did not meet with any obstacles. "Uncle, please sell them to us." "Grandpa, we really need these spirit herbs." "Beautiful sister," anyone who saw in Chun Chun would be melted by her adorable look. Not only did she sell all the spirit herbs to them at a low price, she even gave them a lot of them for free. It wasn't just the spirit herb shop. All the mystic weapon shops, all the major businesses, and all sorts of associations stood up enthusiastically. In the face of difficulties, everyone's hearts were united. This was the reason why the great Tang Empire had existed for 10,000 years. Gradually, more and more people gathered in the central square. The items gathered were also increasing, and they were all piled up into mountains. All of them were filled with fighting spirit. Hearing the sounds of killing coming from outside the city, their hearts sank even more. Everyone had successfully completed the mission given by Luo Tian, except for Tang Jiu. The sky was getting darker. The moment Luo Tian, Feng Lei, and Xianyuan returned to the city, they were surrounded by hundreds of thousands of martial artists. All of them were at the mystic spirit realm and above. Furthermore, there were hundreds of thousands of martial artists below the mystic spirit realm who were on standby. Looking at so many people, Luo Tian was even more excited. There's a chance. There's definitely a chance. Luo Tian's heart tightened as he clenched his fists tightly. Standing at a high point, Luo Tian shouted, "Everyone in the Sky Sword City, don't worry. I, Luo Tian, will protect this place. I will definitely not let those damned demons enter the Sky Sword City. I swear on my life." Luo Tian used the lion-tiger gold-shattering roar in his voice. As such, it spread to every corner of the Sky Sword City. Everyone listened to Luo Tian's voice. Everyone in the square looked at him in unison. Many people recognized Luo Tian and shouted excitedly, "I know him, I know him. He's the one who crushed the young master of the Cloud Ocean sect, Nangong Hao. He's really strong. That kind of power is just too strong. Ha ha ha. Crushing Nangong Hao is nothing. He's a man who even the ancient giant demon bowed down to. That time in the North City was just too cool. That's nothing. I saw him kill a peak mystique venerable rank powerhouse with my own eyes at the Dao Trade Alliance's auction hall. That was the guardian of the Dao Trade Alliance, Long Tian. If he can kill a peak mystique venerable rank powerhouse, just how strong is he? What you are saying is nothing. Princess Chongping, the hot fairy of the Cloud Ocean sect, that cute little loli, and that breathtakingly beautiful fox woman, all of them willingly follow him. That's a real man, a real man. Prince Consort, from today onwards, I, Zhu Laosan, will worship you. Countless discussions rang out. Luo Tian's deeds quickly spread. Those who only knew about the matter but did not know Luo Tian saw that Luo Tian was only a young man who was not even 20 years old, and their hearts were filled with even more admiration. Luo Tian's appeal had increased by an unprecedented amount. It was also at this moment. A young eunuch from the palace hurriedly walked over and said, "Prince Consort, you should hurry up and go. The 9th prince and the other princes are about to fight." Luo Tian swept his gaze around and realized that other than Tangjiu, the 50,000 palace guards had not appeared either. He could not help but panic. The 50,000 palace guards were elites, the key to victory in this war. Nothing could happen to them, he instantly rushed out. "Old Jiu, what qualifications do you have to take the Imperial Army away? Why don't you take a look at your own status? The Imperial Army is the army that surrounded the palace. If you take them away, who will protect the palace? I think there's shit in your head? That's right. Don't think that you're amazing just because you've hooked up with that foreign dog. A country bumpkin from a small place, I really don't know what royal father sees in him, to actually betroth 13th sister to him. 13th sister is also a lowly person, to want such a man, pooey." In the palace. Tangjiu's expression was very ugly, the corners of his eyes were red and swollen, blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and his body was covered in dust. It was obvious. He had just fought, and it was a group beating. Tangjiu swept his cold eyes across, looking at his own brothers, he sneered in his heart, "Brothers? Bullshit brothers." Then Tangjiu coldly snorted, "Big brother, humph. Is big brother something you can call? Call him your highness the crown prince, you unruly thing." A man dressed in gorgeous clothes coldly shouted. The muscles at the corner of Tangjiu's eyes twitched a few times, and then he said, "Royal father is fighting outside the city, and the army of the demon sealing array will attack at any time. At this time, we should be more united. Heaven Sword City needs these 50,000 Imperial Army, Luo Tian also needs them, and, need my ass. If you mention this dog to me again, do you believe that we won't beat you up again?" The Crown Prince stared coldly, holding the commander's seal in his hand, he mocked, "What qualifications does an outsider have to control the Imperial Army? What if he uses it to rebel? Royal father gave you military power, but that doesn't mean that you can use it as you wish. Now that the commander's seal is in my hands, these 50,000 Imperial Army must listen to me and protect the palace with all their might. They are not allowed to take a single step out of the palace. I absolutely support Big Brother's decision. The Imperial Army is used to protect the palace. We absolutely can't let him take them out. Otherwise, if that bastard takes them away, they might rebel. Right now, I even suspect that he was the one who destroyed the demon sealing array and released those demons. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to seize our Tang dynasty. What a vicious heart. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have offended the Yunhai sect, the Southern Mountain sect, the Skyplume City, and the Dao Trade Alliance. It's all because of him. He's definitely here to create chaos for the Tang Empire." For a moment, many of the princes began to curse. Tangjiu's expression turned even uglier. He clenched his fists and glared at the Crown Prince. The crown prince said disdainfully, "What? If you don't like it, why don't you snatch the commander's seal back? Ha ha ha. Without the protection of Generals Chen and Wang, you're just a dead dog, ha ha ha, ha ha ha." There was another round of loud mocking laughter. They had no idea how stupid they were. They were used to a life of wealth and ease. They didn't know how high the sky was or how deep the earth was. Tang Jiu's eyes were bloodshot, and a strong killing intent surged from his heart. He said in a low voice, "It doesn't matter if you talk about me, but you bunch of good-for-nothings have no right to talk about Luo Tian. You don't even have the right to mention his name." "Oh? Angry? You turned into a dog and want to bite people? Ha ha ha. After being with that dog Luo Tian for so long, he has also become a mad dog." Crown Prince Tang Qin sneered. Tang Jiu couldn't take it anymore. He raised his head and swallowed a pill. Boom. The aura on his body suddenly changed, becoming the aura of a mystic King realm martial artist. His gaze locked onto Tang Qin, and he scolded, "I said you don't have the right to mention the two words Luo Tian." Tang Qin's expression changed slightly. His body secretly trembled, and he said in disdain, "What? You want to fight? So what if I fight?" Tang Jiu was enraged, and he instantly rushed forward. Tang Qin's mouth turned cold, revealing a smug smile. His body did not move, and he said coldly, "Guard Jin, kill him for me." As soon as his voice fell, a figure suddenly appeared beside Tang Qin. Both fists moved, and directly punched towards Tang Jiu. Bam! A dull sound of force colliding rang out. Tang Jiu's strength was only at the 8th level of the mystic spirit realm. After consuming the mystic explosion pill, he was only at the beginning stage of the mystic king realm. He was completely no match for the 7th level mystic king Jin Kuan. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. He landed heavily on the ground and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Tang Qin brought many princes and walked forward. He stepped on Tang Jiu's head and instantly pressed him down. He mocked, "You don't even have the qualifications to fight with me. Do you think that just because father likes you, you're amazing? Do you know who the crown prince is? It's me, your father. You, old 9, still want to shit and piss on my head. You're simply courting death." Finished. Tang Qin's face turned grim, and killing intent appeared in his eyes. He stepped on Tang Jiu's face with his right foot, squatted down, and said sinisterly, "Go and die now. It won't be long before I make that bastard accompany you. Protector Jin, kill him." Jin Kuan's gaze darkened. Without any hesitation, he pulled out the sword at his waist and directly pierced towards Tang Jiu's back. Tang Jiu smiled bitterly, and said, "Idol, I'm sorry, I didn't finish what you asked me to do." Finished speaking, he closed his eyes slightly. He was extremely unwilling, facing his own brother. Even if he made a move, he couldn't do it. But now, life and death were on the line. Just as the sword in Jin Kuan's hand was about to stab down, a figure landed on the ground. His fists were like hammers, and his strength was like a bolt of thunder. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Jin Kuan's body flew out 100 meters. His chest was a mess of flesh and blood. He spat out his eyes and didn't even know how he died. Instant kill. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Yin, the system sounded out. Luo Tian extended his right hand towards Tang Jiu, and smiled, "Brother Jiu, it won't be fun if you die. This world is so exciting, why are you in such a hurry to die?" Tang Jiu opened his eyes and saw Luo Tian. He laughed excitedly, and tears flashed in the corner of his eyes. He pulled Luo Tian's hand and climbed up. "You saved me again." His heart was extremely moved. "Let's go. They're all here. We're just waiting for you." Luo Tian didn't even look at Tang Qin and the others. Without waiting for Tang Jiu to speak, Tang Qin's face changed. Looking at the dead Jin Kuan in the distance, his anger soared to the heavens, and he said, "You dog, you dare to kill my guards? You are rebelling, trying to murder the crown prince. Men, take him down and execute him on the spot." Luo Tian's eyes turned cold as he stared at Tang Qin. His body released a dense killing intent. Tang Jiu turned to Tang Qin and said heavily, "Big brother, hand over the commander's seal." The royal army is related to the safety of the entire Heaven Sword City. I hope you can consider the big picture. Humph. OLGO, don't even think about making me hand over the commander's seal. You and this bastard can go to hell. Tang Qin roared, took out the commander's seal, and directly ordered, "Where are the royal army? Kill them for me." The power on Tang Zhou's body suddenly moved. Luo Tian looked at the undefeated value in the system, but stepped in front of him and laughed coldly, "Since he's going to die, then let me kill him." Chapter 5, the second blood vein was about to be obtained. The monthly votes were only 4 votes away from the first place. The old cow roared hysterically, begging for monthly votes. In addition, tomorrow, the old cow's daughter, little Nyo Nyo, will be 1 month old tomorrow. Carrot carrot. Furthermore, tomorrow would definitely be very busy, so the time of the update was not certain. However, brothers, don't worry, there will still be 5 chapters tomorrow. Since he was dead for sure, then this evil man would let him do it. Once Tang Zhou became the emperor of the great Tang dynasty, he would inevitably be criticized by others. That was why Luo Tian stopped Tang Zhou. He did not care about the other party's identity. He had given him a chance to live, and since he did not know how to cherish it, then he could not be blamed. Not to mention, Luo Tian liked to kill bitches the most. Luo Tian took a step forward, grinned, and did not give Tang Qin any chance to speak. His fists moved, his body rushed forward, and his fists were like heavy cannons as they bombarded Tang Qin's chest. A wave of energy shot out, and with a bang, he was sent flying. Instant kill. The commander's seal in Tang Qin's hand was also thrown into the air, and directly landed in Luo Tian's hands. It was also at this time. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Tang Qin for obtaining 1000 experience, profound chi values 200 points. Congratulations, invincible value +1 ding. Invincible value is 2000 points. Do you wish to exchange for blood vein? Haha, Luo Tian was overjoyed. He had obtained another 2000 invincible points. He didn't expect that he would unknowingly kill so many people after coming to Heaven Sword City. Then, with a thought, he said, "Exchange for the Vermilion Bird bloodline." Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for successfully exchanging 4 Vermilion Bird blood vein. Luo Tian looked at the drop of incomparably dense blood essence floating in his heart, and secretly rejoiced. The second type of blood vein is in my hands, just 2 more and I will be able to fuse with the 4 divine beasts' blood vein, at that time. Heh. Morong Wanjian, aren't you a true dragon blood vein? Watch how Laozi's 4 divine beasts' blood vein crush you. At this moment, Luo Tian did not think too much about it. After receiving the commander's seal, he turned his head to look at the talented princes who did not even dare to breathe loudly, and coldly snorted, "Who wants to be cheap? I don't mind killing a few more." Everyone lowered their heads, their faces pale and their bodies trembling slightly. They didn't dare to say a word. Luo Tian glanced at them coldly, and was too lazy to look at them again. "Brother Jiu, let's go, I'm just waiting for you." Tang Jiu nodded his head, "All right." Outside the city, Tang Zhanlong was covered in blood. The royal qi on his body flickered like a wick that had run out of oil. Looking at the devil army in front of him, he held the golden sword with his right hand and shouted again, "Kill them." Corpses were everywhere. It could be said that corpses were everywhere. Most of them were the corpses of the royal guards and the Black Dragon Legion. In the face of such a ferocious demon, they were powerless to resist. "Your Majesty, please leave quickly. We can hold them off here." "Your Majesty, leave now. Let's go." The Black Dragon King and Liu were guarding Tang Zhanlong's side, and several of his personal guards were blocking the front. Utter defeat, he was utterly defeated, they didn't have the strength to fight back at all. Facing the demons that pounced at them like ferocious tigers, their defense and offense were so weak that they couldn't even withstand a single blow. They were completely defeated. At this moment, Tang Zhanlong did not retreat. He said angrily in a deep voice, "Kill them for me. Buy more time for the people in the city. I hope they can escape one by one. I also hope," he thought to himself, "Luo Tian, protect Tang Tang and the others." He was determined to die. Tang Zhanlong's eyes twisted, and the golden sword in his hand once again released the strongest royal qi. The fighting intent on his body gushed out like a flame, and he rushed into the demonic monarch again. He roared in a deep voice, "Kill!" The Black Dragon King and Liu were also injured all over. They also rushed out together. From the moment they became soldiers, they had wanted to sacrifice their lives for their country. They had been fighting for hundreds of years, but they had never realized it. Now, they were laughing. They laughed very calmly and shouted excitedly, "Imperial Army! Black Dragon Army! Kill these beasts for me!" For a moment, they once again formed an offensive formation and rushed into the tsunami-like demon army. Humans! Lowly creatures! How can you ants resist my army? I want to kill all the humans on this continent. I want this world to be completely under my command. Wahahaha. An incomparably huge body. His eyes were like blood-red light. The devil flames that erupted from his body were like raging flames. Demon Lord Tianhun, a demon that had been suppressed for tens of thousands of years. He was once the most ferocious demon on this continent. After being suppressed for tens of thousands of years, the hatred in his heart had reached a terrifying level. In the demon sealing array, he secretly swore that if he could charge out one day, he would definitely turn the Tianxian continent into a living hell. His voice resounded for millions of kilometers. It caused one's heart to tremble as a strong sense of fear rose in their hearts. Inside the Heaven Sword City, everyone was in a state of panic. When the people in the central plaza heard Demon Lord Tianhuan's voice, their faces turned pale. Luo Tian's voice shook, and the lion-tiger gold-shattering roar burst out, and said in a deep voice, "Brothers, citizens of Tang Dynasty, foreign enemies have invaded, the country is in trouble, everyone is responsible." Damn it, I don't know how to speak. Luo Tian was secretly annoyed. He really didn't know how to say such exciting words. In the past, in the game, there was no need to say such things. Just by shouting into the microphone and playing the war song, the heart of battle would be ignited. But now, Luo Tian's gaze moved. After a moment of silence, he said, "I only want to say one thing, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. If anyone dares to come, we'll beat them to death." Feng Lei and Xian Yuani agreed and roared, "Beat these dogs to death! Beat these dogs to death! Beat them to death! Beat them to death!" His voice grew from a small dot to a large area, and eventually spread throughout the entire city. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. This was the effect he wanted. However, there was still one thing missing. War song, Luo Tian's voice moved, and he shouted, "Brothers, the moment of life and death has arrived, the people of Great Tang, never say defeat, all of you go up the city wall." Go up the city wall? Aren't we going to kill our way out? Why are we going up the city wall? Don't worry about it so much. Just do whatever Prince Consort says. He must have a way. Everyone, go up the city wall. In an instant, the gathered warriors all rushed up the city wall in an orderly manner. At this moment, Luo Tian's mind suddenly sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the War Leader system and obtaining the right to command. War Leader system, when used, can increase the team's spiritual force and fighting will. Rub. Good stuff. I'm actually the leader. Does that mean the experience of killing the devil belonged to me as well? If that's the case, Luo Tian laughed excitedly in his heart. Then, seeing that everyone was quickly lining up on the city wall, Luo Tian called Blind Lu over. "Blind Lu, you play music, I'll leave the palace band to you, you must rehearse this song for me within an hour." Song? Dragonhead, you know how to compose songs? Blind Lu was startled, and asked, "What kind of song is it?" Luo Tian laughed excitedly, "Never say defeat." He got up at 5 o'clock and wrote a chapter. He was about to get busy. "Little girl's full moon, please give me your blessings." All the soldiers went up the city wall. Looking at the black mass outside the east gate, everyone's eyes trembled. The sounds of fighting that seemed to come from hell made all of them extremely fearful. Some of the people with lower cultivation started to tremble. Terrifying, incomparably terrifying. The sky was covered by the devil flames. This monstrous devil flame seemed to be devouring everything in the world, getting closer and closer to the Heaven Sword City. Luo Tian moved in the air and landed on top of the city wall. Seeing the demon army gradually approaching, a few lonely figures were desperately resisting within the devil flames. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. "It's His Majesty! It's the Imperial Guards! It's General Black Dragon King! Only these few people are left from the 200,000 elite troops. These devils are too powerful. Are we a match for them? Gudong." Everyone was afraid. Everyone was trembling, including Luo Tian himself. He was also trembling in fear. However, he knew very well that at this time, someone had to stand up. No matter how strong the other party was, when you were afraid, no matter how much power you had, you wouldn't be able to unleash it. Luo Tian's voice sank as he bellowed, "Brothers! I know everyone is afraid, and so am I. But think about your family, think about your brothers and sisters. If we are afraid, if our line of defense collapses, what about them? They will die at the hands of those devils and be cruelly massacred. For our family, for this country, what should we do?" All of a sudden, the voice fell silent. A soft voice came out. It wasn't loud, but it was incomparably clear at this moment. Everyone could hear it. "Kill them." With a soft voice, Luo Tian roared out excitedly, "That's right, kill them." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Luo Tian's words were like a fuse, instantly igniting the entire city. Everyone clenched their fists and abandoned the fear in their hearts. They shouted at the top of their lungs, "Kill them, kill them, kill them." His voice grew louder and louder. Feng Lei flew up and said in a deep voice, "Boss, all the bows and arrows have been sent out. Are these ordinary bows and arrows really useful?" "Of course." Luo Tian faintly smiled. A single arrow could deal 1 point of damage, and 100,000 arrows could deal 100,000 damage. It was the best weapon for ranged players. It was also at this moment. Xianxia also dared to step forward and said, "Boss, the catapults are ready. All the blacksmiths in the Heaven Sword City are gathered here. All the alchemists in the Heaven Sword City have come as well. Good, good, good. Our wills are as solid as an impregnable fortress. Let's fight against these demons together." "I don't believe it." Luo Tian's blood began to boil. He immediately ordered, "Forge core, go all out to make Xianxia arrows and huge Xianxia iron stones. Alchemists, as long as it's a healing pill, no matter what grade it is, refine all of them. The more, the better." After he finished setting up all this, Luo Tian's expression changed as he said in a low voice, "All soldiers, listen up. The heavenly rankings competition will begin from this moment onwards. Whoever kills the most devils will be ranked the highest, and he will obtain an additional 10 improved profound explosion pills and an earth-rank dark weapon. The top 10 of the auction will all be rewarded." As soon as his voice faded, everyone looked at each other and their faces immediately became excited. The heavenly ranking signified a person's identity, and was also a springboard to enter a high-level sect or a large power. As long as you were ranked on the heavenly rankings, you would have a chance to stand out. Adding on the special reward of the 10 profound explosion pills, they became even more excited. "Ha ha ha, interesting. I can't wait. My broadsword has been thirsty for a long time. Demon, hurry up and come. I am going to rise up in the heavenly rankings competition." Xianxua's long sword moved, his expression was abnormally calm. The sword intent released from the gigantic sword was incomparably strong, the aura on his body and the aura of the sword merged into one, and in an instant, he had reached the strongest realm of man and sword. Rumble! 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 The demon legion was getting closer and closer. Deafening thunderous explosions continued to sound out, but this time, the people on the city wall were not afraid. They were excited. It was also at this moment. 2 figures flew out and heavily crashed into the city wall. "It's General Li and General Black Dragon King. They're dead." For a moment, everyone paled. These 2 generals were both mystique venerables. They had made countless contributions to the Great Tang and established their own illustrious achievements. But now, they were dead, and they had died in an extremely miserable manner. Their bodies had been shattered, and the black demonic flames that seeped out of their flesh were still devouring their essence blood. A few moments later, their flesh and blood had vanished, leaving only black skeletons. Not even their souls were spared. Too cruel. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to charge out and tear them to pieces. Emperor's son-in-law, let's fight. Count me in. General Li and General Black Dragon King are the two guardians of the Great Tang. If not for their deterrence, the Great Tang would already be in the flames of war. We can't let their sacrifice be in vain. Anger, incomparable anger. At this moment, no one was afraid of the deaths of the two generals. On the contrary, they were infuriated. Luo Tian's heart tightened. No matter how much they had once looked down on him, they had now sacrificed their lives for their country. This alone was worthy of his admiration. With a thought, he activated the leader system. Buzz. A ray of light that only Luo Tian could see shone out. It enveloped all the warriors on the city wall. At this moment, a golden halo appeared above their heads. It was a halo that increased their mental strength and battle will. They did not notice it, but they felt that their battle will had become even more resolute. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian's voice moved as he sent a message to Blind Lu. How are the preparations? Blind Lu was extremely excited, and said, Dragon Head, you're too awesome, this song makes my blood boil, it's too powerful, I just finished playing it once, and I can't wait to rush out of the city gate, I feel like I can tear that bastard Tianhun demon lord into pieces. Luo Tian liked the song Never Say Never Give Up very much. Especially in a siege battle, this war song could greatly increase one's will to fight, and one's fighting strength would also increase. The most important thing was cohesion, it would be extremely intense, everyone's hearts were tied together. Luo Tian watched as the last ray of golden light was gradually devoured by the demonic flames. His heart sank, and he clenched his fists tightly, and faintly said in his heart, It's time for me to appear. Ha ha ha, Tang Zhanlong is finished. Dog, weren't you arrogant in Sky Sword City? How dare you be arrogant in the face of the demon army? Now you're dead, ha ha ha, within the Cloud Ocean sect. Adept Huang Yun was extremely happy. The anger that had been suppressed in his heart for more than a month had finally been released. This feeling was too good. When he saw the last bit of golden light on Tang Zhanlong's body being devoured, he laughed. He laughed very happily and arrogantly. His expression was as if he wanted to set off firecrackers to celebrate. The Emperor of Tang Dynasty is dead. Sky Sword City is about to be broken. Sect Master, it's time for us to prepare to divide Tang Dynasty's territory. According to what I know, there are already many sects eyeing Tang Dynasty's territory. We should also prepare. Adept Huang Yan looked at Nan Gongjue and said excitedly. Nan Gongjue's mouth revealed a trace of coldness. When he thought about how his only son had his family jewels destroyed in the imperial palace and how the only descendant of the Nangong family had been severed, the fury in his heart erupted like a volcano. Immediately after, Nan Gongjue was startled and said in a deep voice, Inform the disciples of the battle hall to gather and trigger it. The battle hall of the Cloud Ocean sect was where the strongest and most elite disciples gathered. Adept Huang Yan smiled excitedly and said, All right, I'll go prepare now. Nan Gongjue looked at Sky Sword City in the air and snorted in disdain, You want to resist the demon army with just a bunch of mobs? Ha ha ha. Sky Sword City is about to be destroyed. What a pity that this ancient city is gone just like that. Tang Zhanlong is dead. Tang Zhanlong is dead. Our chance has come. We've been suppressed by Tang Dynasty for thousands of years. It's time to vent our anger. Army, prepare to set off for Tang Dynasty's territory. Ha ha ha. Sky Sword City is about to be finished. Our chance has come. This time it will definitely be a struggle for hegemony. My Scorching Sun sect must use this opportunity to rise up. Ha ha ha. The heavens have given me an excellent opportunity. I must not miss it. There were constantly sects and thousand-year-old families that revealed their originally well-hidden ambitions. They took advantage of the chaos. Once Sky Sword City was over, Tang Dynasty would be declared dead. This was definitely the best time for those powers that had been oppressed by the Great Tang for many years to rise up. Soul Hall. In the dark cage. Li Shuer continued to release her power to attack the cage. Bang, 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 she was like a madwoman, recklessly charging forward, but she was bounced back by the power of the gloomy prison. She was hit again, and bounced back again. Her whole body was shaken by the power of the gloomy prison. Her face was pale, and blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. It was very painful, however, Li Shuer had no intention of stopping. She shouted herself hoarse. She cried until her tears dried. She begged everyone she could, she did everything she could, she made all the promises she could, but it was all to no avail. She was like a little girl who had been isolated. In the abyss of the gloomy cage, there was silence. The only thing he could do was to ram into the cage and use his strength to break through the restraints of the cage. However, Soul Palace King was too powerful. He was so powerful that she could not even imagine it. No matter how hard she tried, the power of the gloomy prison did not weaken in the slightest. Instead, it became even stronger. Li Shuer's heart was dead silent. She clearly knew that she could not break through the cage, but she still tried her best to hit it. She silently prayed in her heart, "Big brother Luo Tian, you must live on, you must live on, Shuer is still waiting for you to marry me, Shuer is still waiting to be your bride." Suddenly, a voice was heard. Ziluolan sighed softly, and said, "Why are you doing this? Is it worth it for him?" Li Shuer did not say anything. She did not want to say a single word to anyone in Soul Palace, including her mother. Bam! Bam! Ziluolan exhaled heavily, and said, "Don't hit it anymore, mother promises you, I will get Hall Master to send reinforcements, as long as you promise mother not to hit it anymore." Seeing you like this, mother's heart really hurts. Is he really that good? Can he really let you treat him like this? You are someone with the Phoenix bloodline, how can a poor village kid like him be worthy of you? Li Shuer stopped hitting, and said softly, "He is the only person in this world who is good to me." She regretted saying this. After all, this was said to her mother. She felt apologetic in her heart, but she did not regret saying this. Ziluolan's heart sank, and she frowned, and said in a deep voice, "I will get Hall Master to send reinforcements. You should cultivate well in the gloomy prison. Once you completely control the star power in your body, Hall Master will let you out." Finished. Ziluolan disappeared. Li Shuer also stopped hitting, and smiled happily, as happy as a little woman. She looked at the dark sky, and said softly, "Big brother Luo Tian, you will live, my mother has agreed to send reinforcements." However, what she did not know was, Soul Palace did not send any reinforcements. Ziluolan did not even mention a single word. As a mother, she would never allow her daughter to walk down the wrong path. Her home should be Morong Wanjian, the holy maiden of the Heaven Gate Immortal sect, and not a country bumpkin from the countryside. She would never allow it, at this moment. Ziluolan hoped that the demon army would quickly crush the Heaven Sword City and kill everyone. Achoo! Achoo! Luo Tian sneezed twice in a row, his heart turned cold, and he cursed in his heart, F***ck, who the F***ck is cursing me? Above the city wall, looking at the demon army from afar, he walked up step by step. The sound of footsteps was like thunder. The devil flames on their bodies were like raging flames, incomparably dark and scorching. Feng Lei anxiously ran over, his head full of sweat, and said excitedly, "Boss, everything has been secretly done as you said, those profound chi arrows have all been sent down. Are these things really useful?" This was the doubt in everyone's heart. Were the profound chi arrows really useful? Many people were skeptical. Luo Tian chuckled, and said, "You'll know later." Demon Army. Not all demons were incomparably powerful, they also had low cultivation and low-level demons. Their HP was not much, and through the battles between the Imperial Guards and the Black Dragon Legion, many demons' HP had already reached the bottom. However, only Luo Tian could see all of this. Report. They have already entered the range of our shooting range. Luo Tian grinned, he laughed very excitedly, clenching his fists, he shouted towards the sky, "Archers, get ready, draw your bows." Zila, shoot these bastards to death. Chapter 3. In the sky. Half of it was demonic flame soaring into the sky. Half of it was profound light soaring into the sky. The sky seemed to have been split into two as the two forces continued to collide. Deafening thunderous sounds continued to erupt from the 9 heavens. Above the city wall, Luo Tian shouted loudly, "Shoot!" A few kilometers away from the city, a deep voice boomed, "Charge!" Rumble. Rumble. The earth rumbled. The sky was trembling, and the entire Xianxia continent darkened. The disparity in strength couldn't be any greater. Many people laughed. Their laughter was very presumptuous. Their laughter was filled with ridicule and disdain. This brat really thinks of himself as the savior of the world. An egg hitting a rock, he can't even be considered an egg. Even the strongest army of the Tang dynasty couldn't withstand it. Even Tang Zhanlong died, how can a country bumpkin like him withstand it? What a joke, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? Him? What a joke. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Those experts who could spy on him from the void all had looks of disdain on their faces. Many people were paying attention to this battle, many people were looking at Luo Tian, and many people were mocking Luo Tian. Even Luo Tian could feel these mockery. How could a mere profound King Realm cultivator resist the demon army that had been sealed for 10,000 years? How could a motley crew like the Heaven Sword City resist them? What a joke, what a huge joke. Luo Tian knew that many people were paying attention to him. Those Sage Realm experts who had escaped from the palace were looking at him, and those allies who did not come to rescue him were looking at him. They were all laughing at him, thinking that he was the biggest joke in the world. This was an unwinnable war for anyone. Luo Tian sneered. Facing those people who were laughing at him and wanted to see him make a fool of himself, his last resort was to give them a tight slap in the face, such that they couldn't even let out a fart, in the sky above the city wall. Swish. 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 Tens of thousands of arrows shot out at the same time, covering the sky and covering the sun. Every arrow carried the glow of Xianxia, and every arrow was Xianxia that a martial artist had channeled into their dantian. Every arrow had been specially processed, and under the stimulation of Luo Tian's leader system, these martial artists' strength was much stronger than usual. At this moment, every arrow was completely different. Luo Tian's gaze tightened as he looked at the sky. He grinned and laughed wildly, "You bunch of greedy and cowardly dogs. Old farts, you want to see me make a fool of myself? I'll let you know what a joke is." 10,000 arrows rained down. Bang! 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 Countless demons suddenly fell to the ground, their bodies pierced by arrows. One by one, they fell. Countless holes were pierced through the devil flames that were scattered in the sky. At the same time, in Luo Tian's mind, the system was ringing non-stop as if it had gone crazy. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dark Beast Demon for obtaining 160,000 experience, 2,000 Xianxia values. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for absorbing a layer of power from the 10,000 Devil's Great Art. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Dark Shadow Demon for obtaining 180,000 experience, 2,000 Xianxia values. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for absorbing a layer of power from the 10,000 Devil's Great Art. Crazy, the crazy Luo Tian was so scared that he almost peed his pants. The experience was extremely rich, and the profound chi was soaring. What shocked him even more was that the 10,000 Devil's Great Art could actually absorb energy, which was completely out of his expectations. The 10,000 Devil's Great Art could not be used by the human body. Only the incarnation of the Devil Emperor Xing Tian could use it, but it could actually absorb energy through the human body. 10,000 Devil's Great Art, the god-level cultivation technique that the blood demon had dropped. Every time he killed a demon, he would obtain a layer of power, allowing him to absorb 10,000 layers of power. According to the game's description, even if one layer of power added 1 point of attack, after accumulating it, it would be 10,000 points of attack. Who the hell could block that? Even an NPC could instantly kill an existence, it was too awesome. Ding. 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 Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, Xianxia Stage 7. Luo Tian laughed excitedly, and said in his heart, my guess was right, once the leader system is activated, I will be able to obtain all the experience. All of a sudden, hundreds of thousands of people will help me kill monsters, and all the experience will be mine. How if *King fierce am I, ha 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 ha, this leveling speed was simply too awesome, his experience was about to fly up. Other than this, there was an even more important point. The hundreds of thousands of warriors on the city wall were in an uproar, they had personally witnessed those insufferably arrogant demons fall, dying one after another. They were incomparably excited, and their fighting strength soared. Ha ha ha, I killed one, did you see that? I killed a demon, ha ha ha, damn, lousy killed one too. Me too. I killed one too, and now I'm ranked first on the heaven board. Ha ha ha, we're all first. For a moment, many warriors were incomparably excited, and their blood was boiling. A trace of panic actually appeared in the demon army, and no one dared to take a step forward. Luo Tian looked at the void, and laughed wildly, aren't you guys laughing at Lousy? Is it nice to see Lousy slap your faces, isn't it nice? Ha ha ha, he laughed wildly without the slightest scruple. Those experts who were spying on them all heard Luo Tian's words. His expression was extremely ugly. It was as if he had been slapped a few times. However, their faces were still filled with disdain, and they were still filled with disdain towards Luo Tian. They coldly snorted, you think you're amazing just because you killed a few demons? This is just the beginning, do you really want to overturn the heavens as a piece of trash? Dream on. The voice directly fell into Luo Tian's mind and struck, in a second. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth drew back, and he laughed wildly, seems like a slap is not enough, you are all old things who have lived for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years, your faces are thicker than the city walls. Alright then, Lousy will slap you a few more times. There was no fear at all. Even if he was facing those insufferably arrogant rankers, Luo Tian would not be the least bit afraid. Then Luo Tian roared heavily, and said, brothers, countless people are looking at us as a joke, saying that we are a motley crew that can't even withstand a single blow, trash that can't even compare to eggs. It's fine if they don't come to support us, but they are still laughing at us from the side. Everyone looked at each other. Feng Lei laughed foolishly, and said, slap their faces, slap them hard. Right. Slap their faces, slap them to death. Slap them hard. Luo Tian smiled with satisfaction. He looked at the experience bar and then shouted, draw the bowstring. Draw the bowstring to its fullest. Get ready. Chapter 4. It felt great, experience points flew up. He leveled up in a few minutes. This feeling was really great. When the arrows were loaded, all the warriors once again shot their bows into the air. A cold snort suddenly came from the demon army. Ox-headed demons, forward. Boom, boom, boom. Moo, 10,000 ox-headed demons rushed out arrogantly and fearlessly. They stood at the forefront and roared towards the sky. Their shiny black armor flashed with cold light. Facing the sky full of arrows, they faced the sky with their backs facing the sky. They directly used their thick skin and thick flesh to block the arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The rain of arrows fell. Luo Tian only thought of 3 fragmented sounds in his mind. It was very miserable. The ox-headed demons' physical defense was really too thick. Their physical bodies could withstand the pure strength attacks of peak mystique venerable rank powerhouses, and some could even withstand the attacks of sage realm powerhouses. A series of ox-headed demons roared towards the sky, as if they were demonstrating, as if they were saying, if you have the guts, shoot me again. It was also at this moment. The demon army's pace was once again unified. Ox-headed demons, open the path, charge. Trample on Heaven Sword City, slaughter all the humans in the city. Boom, boom, boom. 10,000 ox-headed demons rushed into the sky, that formation was simply unparalleled. Luo Tian grinned, and shouted, change arrows. Immediately after, everyone changed arrows in unison. These arrows were a little different from the previous arrows. The light on the arrowheads had their own attributes: fire, thunder, electricity, water, arrows of various attributes. From the beginning, Luo Tian had thought that there would definitely be demons with extremely strong defense in the demon army, and these arrows were prepared for them. Ha ha ha, I knew you guys couldn't do it, a mere 6th stage Mystic King. Eh? How did you become a 7th stage Mystic King? Humph, so what if you're a 7th stage Mystic King? You're still no different from trash. Facing the incomparably powerful demon army, you can only have one result: your physical body will be devoured, your soul will be taken away, and you'll suffer for eternity in the devil prison, never to be reincarnated. Seeing the ox-headed demons resist Luo Tian's arrows, many people laughed at him again. The demon army was clearly the enemy of humanity. They wanted to kill all of humanity, but those experts acted as if they were relatives. They kept mocking Luo Tian and looking down on Luo Tian like AF** king dog. They wanted to see Luo Tian make a fool of himself. They wanted the Heaven Sword City to perish, they wanted the great Tang dynasty to perish. They had never thought of providing support, even such thoughts had never existed in his mind. Luo Tian felt a faint pain in his heart. His heart was dead silent. He looked up at the void and laughed helplessly. Immediately after, his expression changed, and a monstrous rage rose from his body. He no longer paid attention to the experts spying on him in the void. Instead, he was startled and shouted, "Load the arrow, draw the bow, and shoot at will." So. The attribute arrow fell. The Minotaur demons had very high physical defense, but their magic defense was basically zero. This was their weakness. Minotaur demons had very high defense against physical attacks, but their magic defense was basically zero. Of course. If Luo Tian was not a transmigrator, if he did not have many years of experience in online games, he would definitely not have thought of this. Looking at the Minotaur demon who had been insufferably arrogant a moment ago, the warriors on the city wall were all stunned. They did not look at the Minotaur demon, but looked at Luo Tian instead. The worship in their hearts had reached an extreme level. Worship, incomparable worship. He could always see through everything and think of countermeasures. Even when facing an incomparably powerful demon, he could still think of a way to deal with it. What kind of power was this? Too awesome, it was completely indescribable. In their hearts, whether it was the warriors of the profound spirit realm or the experts of the profound ancestor realm, they all worshipped Luo Tian. It was also at this time. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up, currently level 2 leader. His spiritual force had doubled. His battle willpower had doubled. Huh? Luo Tian was slightly happy. This can also level up? At this time, because of the worship and admiration of Luo Tian from the warriors, the leader system was triggered to automatically level up. Luo Tian did not hesitate to release the power of the second-level leader system, and said heavily, "These 2 times, we have severely damaged the might of the demon army, and we did not lose a single soldier. This is something that no sect, not even an immortal sect, can do. I am proud of all of you. Now, shoot out all of your arrows, and those brothers who are done, immediately retreat from the city wall." The demon army had suffered heavy losses twice in a row. This made them very unhappy. The result of being unhappy was the appearance of those demon commanders. Their might was something that arrows could not harm, and their strength was extremely strong. Once they rushed up the city wall, it would be a massacre. There were not many people here who could stop them. Luo Tian was very clear, this was a monster siege. Luo Tian had experienced this kind of battle countless times. Every time they sent out their troops, it was roughly the same. And this time, it would definitely be the same. Luo Tian had completely seen through it. He believed that in a few minutes, those glittering boss demons would rush out. Luo Tian did not want anyone to be injured. If possible, he would hug anyone in the Heaven Sword City, so he gave such an order. Everyone was puzzled. They were having a good time killing, but they were told to retreat from the city wall. What was going on? Feng Lei was also puzzled, but he did not ask. He completely trusted Luo Tian, blindly, and even if he did not understand, he would not ask. He would just do as he was told. However, the others were different. Prince Consort, why do you want to retreat? We are having a good time killing them, and those demon army don't even dare to attack. How can we retreat? At this time, we should be chasing after them. Let us continue to kill, we can still kill. Luo Tian did not explain further, and directly said, everyone, please believe me. Half a second of silence. Then, everyone immediately shouted, listen to Prince Consort, everyone finish shooting and go down to wait for orders. He quickly responded. Everyone shot all their arrows at the demon army. They did not cause much damage, but they did injure quite a few demons. A moment later. Other than Luo Tian, no one else on the city wall was left. Ha ha ha, to actually order them to leave at this time, it's simply extremely stupid. I've seen trash before, but I've never seen such trash before. It's too funny, ha ha ha, this kid is a complete idiot. Luo Tian raised his eyes, grinned, and said disdainfully, a bunch of idiots. Force. It was also at this moment. Suddenly, hundreds of golden glowing devils appeared within the devil army. Heaven Sword City is finished, this country bumpkin is really too funny. I originally thought that Heaven Sword City would be able to hold on a little longer. I never thought that he would make such a stupid decision, ha ha ha. Luo Tian moved in the air, and instantly returned to the center of Heaven Sword City. With a face full of rage, he said, all of you, die. A powerful force struck the ground. Numerous thick runes shot out like beams of light, directly enveloping the heavenly sword. The super killing array had appeared, the 5th chapter had been delivered, little Nyo Nyo was 1 month old. Old Bull was very happy. He was really happy. In the afternoon, he kept smiling as he wrote. Originally, he wanted to add more chapters to celebrate, but he was really busy. But everyone, don't worry. In 2 days, you will see a crazy old bull, monthly votes, recommendation votes, come. Heaven, earth, black, yellow, move the desolate, 9 nether, 9 heavens of the divine palace, return to 1, immortal slaying, God slaying, open, immortal slaying array. Luo Tian chanted softly as he looked at the golden light shooting towards Heaven Sword City. On his right palm, a thick force suddenly slammed onto the ground, and a huge array core began to appear on the ground. A series of black runes shot out from the array core, and the runes shot out in all directions like chains, connecting Heaven Sword City in all directions. Buzz. 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 In an instant, the surroundings of the Heaven Sword City emitted a violent buzzing sound, and rays of profound chi shot out. Like a wave, they shot out 1,000,000 kilometers, enveloping the entire area within 1,000,000 kilometers with the sound of bells ringing out from the profound chi. It was like the evening bell of a temple at sunset. Streaks of profound chi power shot out, and then, streaks of profound chi rippled back. The moment they spread back, a huge light shield appeared in the sky above Heaven Sword City. It directly enveloped Heaven Sword City thousands of kilometers in front of him. It was incomparably powerful and terrifying. In that instant, everyone was stunned. What is this? This power is too strong, too terrifying. Heavens, how did he do this? Array formation? A super huge array formation is not weaker than those immortal sex great arrays at all. Moreover, its power is like that of a ferocious beast. Just by sensing it slightly, one can sense a threatening aura. How could this be? Could it be that another immortal sect expert is helping us? It's the Prince Consort. It's him, it's the array formation carved by the Prince Consort. Ha ha ha. Too strong, so strong that I want to cry. Prince Consort, I want to give birth to your children, a bunch of children, sob sob. Heaven Sword City was filled with exclamations. If it was said that Luo Tian's decision had caused the demons to suffer a setback, then they had completely become Luo Tian's believers. Looking at such a powerful array formation, they believed that the demon army wouldn't be able to break in. Joy, incomparable joy. The entire Heaven Sword City was filled with joy. Every one of them treated Luo Tian as their savior. As long as he was here, Heaven Sword City would be fine. Everyone was filled with confidence. On the other hand, Luo Tian's heart tightened. He looked at the sky full of golden light that was about to rush into the great array. He wasn't sure if he could withstand it. This array formation was something he had researched on his own. The price was all the mystic weapons and magical treasures in the treasury. This formation was different from the ancient dragon-slaying formation. The ancient dragon-slaying formation was limited by Luo Tian's own cultivation, so it couldn't release the full power of the ancient dragon-slaying formation. However, the ancient dragon-slaying formation was different. It wasn't limited by any cultivation at all. As long as there was Xianxia, it could release endless killing power. If God blocked him, he would kill God. If Buddha blocked him, he would kill Buddha. According to theory, that should be the case. Luo Tian had never put it into practice, so he really didn't know if it would work. If it didn't work, then, the loss of the national treasury would truly be a waste. There were so many Xian weapons, numinous treasures, and ritual tools worth trillions. If the Great Tang's tens of thousands of years of accumulation were not used, then he would truly be a sinner of the Great Tang. Oh my! This kid is very good at carving formations? I really didn't expect that. So what if he's good at carving formations? Does he think that a formation that can scare a 3-year-old child can stop the demon army? He's really delusional. Does he really think that he's the savior of Sky Sword City? Wake up, kid. You're just a country bumpkin. If you're a country bumpkin, then you'll be lying on your back and waiting for death. Ha ha ha, Sky Sword City's destruction will accelerate because of you. You want to be the savior? What a joke. You're just an executioner. In the void. Those peak mystique venerable ones and mystique saints were mocking him. Those voices exploded in Luo Tian's mind. He was very, very unhappy. It was fine if they didn't come to support him, but they were still making sarcastic remarks. If they were in front of Luo Tian, he would not hesitate to release his strongest power and explode them one by one until not even their underwear was left. Luo Tian pointed at the sky and looked up at the void. He only did one thing. He pointed his middle finger. Are you mocking me? Mock me to your heart's content. Let's see how you can still laugh later. Luo Tian roared with all his might. Immediately after, his figure moved and he stood in midair. Looking at the dozens of golden lights descending, he secretly clenched his fists. I must succeed. These are all Lord-level bosses. If I can kill them all, it will definitely be very, very satisfying. The items that will drop will definitely, what the F***ck. I can't hold it in anymore. His gaze was fixed on the flowing lights on the formation. They were pure profound energy. If someone touched them, they would erupt with an incomparably violent power. Instant kill, Luo Tian's heart was in his throat. He could not fail at this time. Otherwise, Sky Sword City sword would instantly disintegrate. And he really could not fail. The people of Sky Sword City were looking at him, placing all their hopes on him. If the formation could not withstand the demon army, then their mental defenses would completely collapse, and their combat strength would definitely be weakened to the lowest point. They were the experts in the void who wanted to see Luo Tian make a fool of himself. They were waiting for Luo Tian to embarrass himself. They were watching as Sky Sword City was trampled flat, and then they were laughing at Luo Tian's stupidity. They were mocking his childishness, mocking him for being a mantis trying to stop a chariot, mocking him for being a country bumpkin from Jade Mountain City. This time, he absolutely could not fail. Luo Tian's heart was trembling, his eyes were fixed on the formation, and he thought to himself, I must succeed, I must succeed, I must succeed. A mere formation dares to block the might of the demon lord? Break for me. 3,000 demonic shadows, 10,000 divine lightning, fall for me. Move the sea of blood, supreme power, break for me. Those glittering golden bosses charged forward with their own intense power. Every single one of them released a cultivation technique that was above the earth stage. And their power was incomparably fierce. Carrying the anger of being sealed for tens of thousands of years, even a sage realm expert could not resist this power. The sky darkened, the devil flames devoured the sky, and all the living beings in the world trembled. Sky Sword City was finished, the devil flames enveloped the flowing light of the great formation. Tens of thousands of demons roared in unison, and their morale shook the heavens. At this moment, Sky Sword City was trembling violently, and everyone's hearts were trembling. Luo Tian was the same. He frowned, clenched his fists tightly, and roared towards the sky, "Kill, kill, kill." He roared out the word kill 3 times in a row. The power of the death gods killing Tao and the formation surged out like a flood. The power of the killing array erupted. "All of you, die." Chapter 1, A New Day. If you have a ticket, please support Old Cow. What was a killing array? How could a power that did not integrate with killing intent be called a killing array? The seemingly ordinary formation contained an extremely fierce killing intent. When Luo Tian activated the power of the death gods killing Tao, the entire formation suddenly changed. The originally dazzling white light turned dark and blood red, and an incomparably huge phantom of the death god appeared above the formation. One hand held the death chant. The other hand held the death scythe that reaped human lives. He chanted softly. A voice that no one could understand, but was filled with the power of death, came out. The people of Heaven Sword City did not feel anything, but the demon lords that were charging forward were all shocked, and their faces instantly turned pale. Whoosh! A gigantic sickle slashed down. Poochie! The head fell, but the body did not react at all. Another sickle mercilessly swung down. Another demon lord's head was chopped off. The speed was extremely fast, so fast that one could not see it clearly with their eyes. They could only feel the devil flames in the sky gradually weakening, and the death god's killing intent gradually growing stronger. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. The demon lords that came into contact with the array were quickly killed. Devil flames exploded in the sky, and corpses fell down one after another. At this moment, there was nothing, only the death god's killing intent, the profound chi released by the entire treasury of the profound weapon, spirit treasure, and the death god's killing intent condensed from them was extremely terrifying. Seeing the demons being killed one by one, Luo Tian's heart relaxed, and a smile bloomed on his face as he roared, F***ck, the demon army is amazing, come again, damn it, I'll eat as much as you can, ha ha ha. Following that, he raised his gaze and looked into the sky, laughing out loud, shout, why aren't you shouting anymore? Didn't you say that I'm going to die? You bunch of cowardly dogs, seeing these demons that have been sealed for 10,000 years, you're scared like turtles. It's fine if you don't come to help, but you still King stand by the side and laugh at me, making sarcastic remarks. I just want to ask, what qualifications do you have to judge others if you don't even dare to show your faces? Rancor? I'm just laughing. He's even worse than the shit of a camel dog. How King embarrassing. Go back and pee yourself. Rancor, ha ha ha, Luo Tian shouted contemptuously. He looked down on these so-called experts from the bottom of his heart. These people should not be living in this world. The experts who were spying from the void couldn't say a word. Their faces were extremely ugly, as if they had been slapped tens of thousands of times. It was a burning sensation, and it was extremely painful. They had lost all their face. Being looked down upon by a mystic king realm martial artist was so shameful that he couldn't show his face. He could no longer make any sound. Humph. Expert? Bullshit. Luo Tian sneered and said disdainfully. Then, he closed his eyes and waited excitedly. He secretly said, it's time for the big explosion, hee hee, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the Lord of the Black Mammoth, gaining 1 million experience points and 1 million mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a fine-grade magic core. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Dark Demon Blood. Do you wish to absorb it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Dark Blood Fist. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Demon Cloak. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the Moon Demon Lord. You have gained 1 million experience points and 1 million mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Blood Moon Reincarnation Technique. Do you wish to cultivate it? Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Profound King Stage 8. Ding. The system announcement became incomparably crazy. The crazy Luo Tian was about to go crazy. His heart was incomparably excited as he arrogantly roared, "Awesome, 2F** King awesome, ha ha ha, there was no time like this." The 10,000 Devils' great art was absorbing energy. The lunar divine pearl was also absorbing energy. Luo Tian's own strength was also constantly increasing. What made him feel the strangest was that those demon cores and demon blood disappeared without waiting for Luo Tian's orders. Luo Tian could clearly feel that the Devil Emperor of the Xingtian body was truly crazily absorbing the energy of these demon lords. His body was also becoming stronger and stronger. That kind of powerful energy was something that even Luo Tian's human body could faintly feel. Fierce, incomparably fierce. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the Demon Lord. You have gained 1 million experience points and 1 million mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the Demon God Art Shadow Shift. Do you wish to cultivate it? Move what? Shadow Shift? What the F***ck, cultivate immediately. Luo Tian once again fell into madness. He had no intention of cultivating any of the techniques that had appeared. Only the Shadow Shift made him extremely excited. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating the Divine Art Shadow Shift. Cultivation Method, Shadow Shift Grade, Divine Level Proficiency, 08000 Consumption, 100,000 points, the higher the level, the greater the consumption. Grade Perfection consumes 1 million mystical chi points, cooldown, 60 minutes, the higher the level, the lower the cooldown. Grade Perfection cooldown is 10 seconds. Description: this technique is called the Demon God Art. When used, it can create clones. One of them is real and one of them is illusory. They can be exchanged for a duration of 1 minute. Each exchange consumes 50,000 mystical chi points. At the Great Perfection realm, it can create 18 illusory figures. Awesome! This is 2F** King awesome. With this technique, it's simply unstoppable. I can kill whoever I want. When the level is raised, I can even take the head of a general in an army of 10,000. Moreover, I can even retreat unscathed. This is too awesome. Luo Tian was extremely excited. This technique was the same as the intercept technique. It was just that it was magnified by more than 100,000 times. How could it not be awesome? After killing dozens of Lord-level bosses in a row, a bunch of them exploded. Luo Tian's heart was blooming with joy. Immediately after, the air moved, and he instantly returned to the center of the formation. He placed all the items that had exploded in front of the warriors and said in a deep voice, "These are the gifts that those demons gave us just now. They're all good stuff. All of you, take them and distribute them. We are about to welcome a fierce battle. As long as everyone believes in me, we will definitely be able to resist this demon army." Other than the technique and some special items that Luo Tian did not take out, he took out everything else. He had to make use of these good things. Suddenly, a huge devil flame rose in the sky, condensing into a huge illusion. Heavenly Soul Demon Lord, the final boss had appeared. The second chapter was delivered. Old Cow planned to activate Mad Bull mode tomorrow. As long as the monthly votes reached 50 votes today, Old Cow would be able to update 10 chapters tomorrow. He was only 22 votes away. The final boss had appeared, Demon Lord Tian Hun. He was formed from an ancient broken soul remembrance that had cultivated for 100,000 years. After being sealed in the demon sealing array for tens of thousands of years, the fury in his heart was unstoppable. There were many people on this continent who knew of him. Countless experts had fallen at his hands. His demonic nature, killing intent, and ruthlessness were like that of a tyrant. It was just that, not many people knew how he was sealed in the demon sealing array. And why did he enter the demon sealing array? These were mysteries 10,000 years ago, and they were still mysteries today. Devil flames filled the sky. Demon Lord Tianhuan's huge body directly covered the sky above Heaven Sword City, and a deep voice sounded out, "Humph, a mere unformed death god's killing way." As soon as he finished, a huge palm of devil flames descended. It directly slammed down. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The death god illusion above the array was directly shattered. and the originally dark immortal killing array returned to its original state. There was no longer the slightest bit of the death god's killing way's power. This was a light chapter. To be able to destroy the death god's killing way that Luo Tian had condensed with millions of profound qis, this kind of power was simply too terrifying. Luo Tian's heart sank, his expression darkened, he clenched his fists tightly, and thought to himself, seems like I still can't block it. To be able to destroy the Grim Reaper's phantom with a single palm strike and destroy even a trace of its aura, even a sage would find it difficult to find such a power. Demon Monarch Tianhuan's strength was beyond Luo Tian's imagination. It was obvious that his cultivation had reached a terrifying level. However, Luo Tian's expression darkened, but he was not afraid in the slightest. On the contrary, he was only excited. Other than excitement, there was nothing else. It was as if he had eaten a bunch of Viagra. His heart was filled with fanaticism, and his entire body seemed to have endless power. Because Demon Lord Tianhun was a boss, a super boss, if he could kill him, Gudong. Luo Tian's saliva almost flowed out, and he was faintly excited in his heart. If the Lord-level boss can drop so many good things, then what will this final boss drop? Wow, I can't hold on any longer. It was really tempting. Confusion, in the eyes of others, the sky was filled with demonic flames, covering the sky and covering the sun. However, in Luo Tian's eyes, the sky was indeed filled with golden light. It was so dazzling that he couldn't open his eyes. That kind of feeling was really good, really good. It was as if he was looking at 10,000 naked super beauties, who were giving him flirtatious looks and seducing him. That kind of feeling could only be described with one word, wow. Demon Monarch Tianhun. It's Demon Monarch Tianhun, an ancient remnant that floated into the Tianxian continent. He cultivated for 100,000 years and experienced countless hardships. He is the most ferocious demon in the Tianxian continent. He is even more brutal than the demons from 10,000 years ago. It's over. The Heaven Sword City is really finished. Bullshit, as long as the Prince Consort is here, the Heaven Sword City will not be finished. He will definitely protect us. If you King say such depressing words again, I won't let you off. Exactly. Who can stop the demon army? Tens of thousands of years ago, no one could stop them. We don't even know how they were sealed. But now, the Prince Consort has stopped them outside the city without losing a single soldier. He is the first person in tens of thousands of years. We have to believe in him. The Heaven Sword City was in a state of discussion. The crowd was not as afraid as before, and they did not lose their fighting strength because of the Demon Monarch Tianhuan's appearance. More people chose to believe in Luo Tian. Because Luo Tian had truly created a miracle. There were very few miracles in this world, but the miracle that Luo Tian had created made everyone feel hopeful. Ding! Suddenly, a system notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian was a little confused, and thought to himself, could it be that another demon died from excessive blood loss? Listen carefully. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up. Current level, level 3. Mental strength had increased by 2 times, battle willpower had increased by 2 times, rallying power, cohesion had increased by 2 times. Ding! System notification, leader system has been upgraded to level 5. You can activate Heavenly Sword once. Huh? What's going on? What's going on? Heavenly Sword? What is the Heavenly Sword? System your sister, tell me clearly, what is the Heavenly Sword? Luo Tian was shocked. It was normal for the leader system's level to increase correspondingly with the increase in mental strength and battle willpower. But the leader system could actually summon the Heavenly Sword when it reached level 5, could it be the legendary Heavenly Sword of the Great Tang Dynasty? A flying sword from beyond the heavens, a super divine sword that could kill anything in the world, this, Gudong. Luo Tian swallowed his saliva once again, and said with incomparable excitement in his heart, I knew it, ha ha ha. My cultivation is only at the 8th stage of the Profound King. Even if I reach the Profound Sage realm, I won't be a match for the Demon Monarch. As expected. As long as the leader system is upgraded to level 5, then summon the Heavenly Sword and blast the Demon Monarch's chrysanthemum into the sky. Wow, I'm really going to be rich this time, ha ha ha. Excitement, unparalleled excitement. It was just that, when Luo Tian checked how to level up the leader system, he felt bitter. There was no hint at all. There was not even the slightest hint. If he didn't know anything about leveling up, how was he supposed to level up and summon the heavenly sword? Luo Tian was immediately infuriated, and cursed the 81 generations of the system's ancestors in his heart. System, your sister, your entire family is your sister. At this moment, the silent expert in the air once again clamored in satisfaction. The demon monarch has appeared. Country bumpkin, continue being arrogant. Do you think you can be arrogant? Once he appears, this trash will definitely die. You think you're amazing just because you're able to block a few demon overlords? You're getting carried away. Let's see how you're going to be so arrogant when you meet the demon monarch. Let's see how your Heaven Sword City is going to be protected, ha ha ha. Ridicule, those mocking laughs sounded out in Luo Tian's mind and struck, in a second. Luo Tian was really unhappy, gritting his teeth, he memorized each and every one of them in his heart. He memorized their mocking words and insults in his heart. He said in his heart, you bunch of cowards, just you wait. One day, I will meet you, and that day will be the day you die. Suddenly. Rumble. 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 A series of explosions rang out in the sky, as if the sky was about to split open. The gigantic devil flames condensed into the most primitive figure of a fierce beast, its two black hole-like eyes staring straight at Luo Tian. Being stared at by these two eyes, Luo Tian felt that he had nowhere to hide, as if his entire body was naked. Standing naked in front of him, this feeling was very unpleasant. Demon Monarch Tianhuan's voice sank, you are Luo Tian? Chapter 3. Brothers, you're so fierce. You're already 38 votes away from 50. Old cow will reach 10 chapters tomorrow. You are Luo Tian? The voice was very calm, it was like a question from a stranger. There was no power in the voice. It was just a very ordinary sentence. But, this was a very ordinary sentence for Demon Monarch Tianhun, but it was different for Luo Tian. His body suddenly sank as his fists trembled. There was a powerful force in the voice. This force forced his body to bend and kneel. Level 5 Rage. Boom. Luo Tian could not hold on any longer. He directly released level 5 Rage. 32 times the strength flowed through his body and was able to resist this force. His face turned grim as he snorted, that's right. I am Luo Tian. Who are you? Once the sentence was said, everyone's expression changed. The experts in the void were grinning from ear to ear. Idiot. Ha ha ha. What an idiot. How dare he speak to the demon monarch like that? This kid's brain must be filled with sh*t. He must have lived for too long. Ha ha ha, there was no one in the Tianxian continent who dared to speak to demon monarch Tianhun like that. This was an existence that was seeking death. Luo Tian's expression was arrogant. He was extremely arrogant and domineering. If he did not give him face, then why should he give face to demon monarch Tianhun? He wanted him to kneel the moment he came up. If that was the case, then why should he give him face? Damn it, life and death were indifferent. If he was not convinced, then he would do it. Living in this world was a feeling. If he was bullied and forced to kneel on the ground without daring to let out a fart, what was the point of being a human? They were all people who had transmigrated. Luo Tian had a different heart. It was an arrogant and unruly heart. Not to mention demon monarch Tianhun, even if he was facing Tian, as long as he did not give face to him, he would still be arrogant and disdainful. This was Luo Tian. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, demon monarch Tianhun was not angry. Instead, he laughed loudly. However, there was no longer a powerful force oppressing Luo Tian in the laughter. Demon monarch Tianhun stopped laughing and said calmly, no one has ever dared to talk to me like this, and it's a human. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. Brat. I admire you very much. Come under my command. I guarantee that I will give you 10 times, no, 100 times what you can get from the humans. Moreover, I will bring you out of this continent and show you what a truly wonderful world is. The world he was talking about was the ancient world. Luo Tian, whose consciousness had been brought into the ancient world by the ancient king, was attracted to everything there. It was much more exciting than the Tianxian continent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Not only did he not get angry, he even asked Luo Tian to join him. Everyone's face was filled with shock. The experts in the void had ugly expressions on their faces. At the same time, they were faintly afraid. They were worried that Luo Tian would join the devil army and hunt them down one by one. At that time, they were afraid. His heart sank. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The people of Heaven Sword City were the same. They were worried that Luo Tian would agree to Demon Monarch Tianhuan's request. If that was the case, Heaven Sword City's last hope would be gone. No one said a word as they stared at Luo Tian without blinking. His eyes were filled with pleading. However, regardless of whether it was the warriors of the Heaven Sword City or the experts of the void, any one of them would probably choose to join the devil army. This was because the Heavenly Soul Devil Lord was truly very powerful. Joining them would allow one to obtain anything they wanted. Moreover, from Demon Monarch Tianhuan's tone, it was not hard to tell that he truly valued Luo Tian. Luo Tian laughed lightly, and said very calmly, "Sorry, I don't appreciate you." Walala. Long live Prince Consort. Ha ha ha. I knew that Prince Consort Ma wouldn't abandon us. The people of Heaven Sword City were so moved that they were about to cry. Tears flowed. The experts in the void laughed out loud, laughing at Luo Tian for being a fool. The boulder in their hearts also fell, and they no longer had any fear of this. Actually, if they knew the monologue in Luo Tian's heart, they would definitely be even more shocked. The original words in Luo Tian's heart were, "Sorry, I want to explode you." He did not say this out loud. This was also because Demon Monarch Tianhun did not speak in a condescending manner. Demon Monarch Tianhun was a little unhappy. For hundreds of thousands of years, he had never said such words to any human, and it was even a warrior of the profound king realm. To him, this kind of strength was not even comparable to an ant. The reason why he had his eyes on Luo Tian was because he was very strong, understood tactics, understood array formations. Furthermore, he had an unyielding heart. His cultivation level was not high, but his potential was something Demon Lord Tianhun had never seen in his hundreds of thousands of years of life. It was rare even in the ancient world. The moment he appeared, he wanted to see through Luo Tian. However, he realized that no matter what strength he used, he could not see through Luo Tian's talent and potential. In Blind Lu's words, Luo Tian's fate changed every day. He could not figure it out at all, much less see through it. Everyone had their own fate. This was a law of the heavenly Tao that could not be escaped. Many people lived their entire lives by changing the laws of fate. Luo Tian was different. He did not believe in fate, only in himself. Fate helped him plan his life every day, and he was breaking the plans of fate every day. Demon Monarch Tianhuan's eyes moved slightly as his demonic flames expanded slightly. He said softly, "Follow me and you will reach heights that you will never be able to reach. This is a chance I'm giving you. There's only one chance, and I'm giving it to you out of charity." Luo Tian opened his mouth to speak. For some reason, Demon Monarch Tianhun suddenly interrupted, "Don't be in a hurry to answer. I'll give you a day to consider. After a day, your answer will determine your fate and the fate of the millions of lowly humans in Heaven Sword City." For some reason, he was a little afraid that Luo Tian would reject him. He saw the figure of a mighty figure from the ancient world in Luo Tian. Was this an illusion? Demon Monarch Tianhun was not sure either, but he knew very well that the young and hot-blooded Feng Gang would give an irrational answer. However, if he was given time to think, he would realize what was the wisest choice. So, he gave Luo Tian time to consider. He believed that Luo Tian was a smart person and would definitely make the right choice. With that said, Demon Monarch Tianhun disappeared, and the demonic flames disappeared as well. The sky was still as blue as ever, as though nothing had happened. Luo Tian was stunned on the spot. Everyone looked at him, and their hearts that had just calmed down were once again in suspense. Luo Tian smiled gently and said, "Don't worry, I won't leave you. Tonight is our last chance to prepare. Tomorrow will be a decisive battle. Submit to Demon Monarch Tianhun." Damn, what kind of joke is this? If I submit to him, how am I going to kill him? Chapter 4. The brothers were indeed ferocious. They were just short of 50 votes. Let's see how high they can reach today. Old Bull was looking forward to it. A day's time was very short, so short that it couldn't change anything. Luo Tian was very clear. What would he face in a day's time? The immortal slaying formation could kill those Lord-level bosses, but he had a feeling that such a formation wouldn't be able to withstand a single move from the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord. Was it really because someone destroyed the demon sealing formation that they rushed out, or had they not stopped for more than 10,000 years? If even the demon sealing formation couldn't stop the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord, then Luo Tian's immortal slaying formation would be a complete joke. One day later, it was time to decide the fate of Heaven Sword City. This was definitely going to be a fierce battle. Luo Tian had to be fully prepared for this. On the plaza, everyone looked at Luo Tian. There were no longer any regents here, no so-called experts, no so-called weaklings, no nobles, no commoners, no sections. There were only citizens of Great Tang. They were extremely moved. Thank you Luo Tian for staying behind. Thank you for everything he had done for Heaven Sword City. If not for Luo Tian, Heaven Sword City would have long become a dead city. Luo Tian looked at the crowd and was speechless for a moment. At this moment, there were hundreds of thousands of people gathered in the huge plaza. There was not a single sound as they silently looked at one person, waiting for his orders. Luo Tian was slightly startled. At this moment, he had to say something. He opened his mouth a few times to speak, but he found that his throat was choked by something and he couldn't say anything. Finally, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, go back and rest early, recuperate your energy, and prepare for tomorrow's great battle. We might die tomorrow, but in this world, living is a mood, living is a breath. Even if we die, we can't let them have an easy time. If we fall, there are still countless citizens of Great Tang behind Heaven Sword City, and they will also lose their lives because of this. So no matter what happens tomorrow, we have to fight hard for ourselves, for our home, for our country, and not rest until we die. Not rest until we die. Not rest until we die. Not rest until we die." His voice shook the heavens. Under Luo Tian's persuasion, those people gradually retreated, leaving only Feng Lei and a few others in the huge square. Feng Lei frowned. He had always wanted to say something, but he held himself back. This was because he knew very well that his words were not suitable for such an occasion. Now that they had left, he had no qualms about saying, "Boss, leave with Demon Sovereign Tianhun." Xian Yuani immediately walked over and said, "Brother Lei is right. Boss, leave with Demon Sovereign Tianhun." "Don't." Blind Lu also walked up and said in a deep voice, "The Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch came from the primordial world. He cultivated for 100,000 years with his remnant consciousness and experienced countless calamities before finally surviving. 10,000 years ago, even the alliance of 10,000 races was not his match. He has never sent an invitation to the humans, let alone respect them. Dragon Head, the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch really thinks highly of you. He can bring you to a world that we can't reach. That world is the world that you need, and we are just burdens to you. Agree to him." In the world of martial arts, the strong preys on the weak, and the strong are respected. No one will resent you because of your decision, and don't because of us, don't blame us. As he spoke, Blind Luke couldn't help but choke up. Tang Jiu also walked over and said, "You have done enough for the Tang Empire. If it wasn't for you, we would all be dead. Luo Tian, accept him. I won't blame you. The old ancestor won't blame you either. You can do a lot of things if you become a member of the demon army. Duan Tian City's Murong Wanjian. Seoul Hall's Violet Palace's Li Shuer. The Cloud Ocean Sect, Southern Mountain Sect, Sky Plume City, and the Dragon King of the Beyond Heaven Palace that you hold a grudge against. You can ask the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch to fulfill all of these for you. As for us..." Hee hee. Tang Jiu laughed bitterly and continued, "We are just your burden. I was your burden in the Shady Mountain Corpse City, I was your burden in the North City, and now I am still your burden. We are really too weak." Tang Tang and Qing Yuer didn't speak. They just looked at Luo Tian. From their eyes, Luo Tian knew that they hoped that Luo Tian would accept the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch, and Chun Chun looked at Luo Tian with sparkling eyes. Brother Luo Tian, you have to live on. You have to live on well. We will protect you in the sky. Hee, and Chun Chun smiled. She was smiling happily. Luo Tian looked at her innocent smile. Tears flowed down his cheeks uncontrollably. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his palms. He gritted his teeth and said heavily, I'm sorry. I don't have the ability to make all of you worry. I don't have the ability to protect all of you and make all of you worry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Luo Tian didn't know what to say. The line of defense in his heart seemed to have collapsed. Looking at his brother, his woman, and the innocent and cute Chun Chun, Luo Tian's heart felt like it was pierced by countless arrows. Facing the heavenly soul demon monarch, he had always been tense. From the first day he came to this world, he had been forcing himself to work hard to cultivate and improve. He wanted to live a more exciting life in this world. He wanted to live a better life in this world. He wanted to roam this world with his brothers. He wanted to grow old with his beloved woman in this world. He was very tired, very tired. He was so tired that he didn't even know how tired he was. But, with these brothers accompanying him, he was really happy. He desperately cherished this brotherhood that was not easy to come by. With these confidants accompanying him, he was very happy. His heart felt warm. Although he was still a virgin, he really felt that he was very blessed. For his brothers, for his woman, he still had to desperately persevere. Hearing Luo Tian's I'm sorry, everyone could no longer hold back their tears. Tang Tang, Qing Yuer, and the other women sobbed softly. Especially Tang Tang, her father had died in battle. Her tears were almost dry from crying. Now that she heard Luo Tian's I'm sorry, her heart was about to break. Immediately after, Luo Tian's heart tightened. He stopped crying and said seriously, you are not my burden. You are my pride. You are my everything. Without you, I am nothing. I will never agree to the heavenly soul demon monarch's request. Believe me. Just believe in me like before. I will definitely create a miracle. There is still one more day. Let's go crazy to our heart's content. Everyone raised their heads and looked at Luo Tian. Everyone's fists were clenched tightly. Their hearts were tightly linked together. They kept reminding themselves in their hearts that they had to work hard to cultivate and raise their cultivation. Only then would they be able to share more of the burden with Luo Tian. Only then would they be able to accompany Luo Tian to go further and further. Suddenly, a notification sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! The 5th chapter was delivered. 51 votes. Old Cow was very excited. Brothers, you are too fierce. Can you be any more fierce? 10 chapters tomorrow? Suddenly, a notification rang out. Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat as he waited quietly. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for leveling up the leader system. Current level, 4. Huh? Leveled up? Luo Tian was stunned. Leveling up so suddenly? This was way too unexpected. Currently at level 4, he was only one level away from summoning the Heaven Sword. As long as he leveled up the leader system to level 5, he would be able to summon the Heaven Sword once. At that time, son of a bitch, Luo Tian grinned ferociously. His blood was boiling inside. Boss, what's wrong with you? Are those void experts mocking you again? Feng Lei couldn't help but ask when he saw Luo Tian's sinister sneer. Luo Tian waved his hand, they're just a bunch of idiots. Don't bother about them. When I have the chance, I'll go and have tea with them one by one. At that time, I'll settle the score for today's mockery and humiliation. This is the last night. You guys go back and rest. Luo Tian looked at everyone's tired faces and could not help but feel his heart ache. And Chun Chun, in particular, had a tired look on her face. Her eyes were wide open as if she could fall asleep at any moment. Qing Yuer asked, what about you? Luo Tian looked at the spiritual grass that was as tall as a mountain and said, I have to prepare for tomorrow's battle. Don't stay behind. You guys won't be able to help me much. Go back and rest for the night. Recover your energy and let's kill to our heart's content tomorrow. Brother Jiu, Fatty, Xianxia, Blind, the three of you stay behind. The rest of you go back and rest. Luo Tian had to make some preparations. The immortal slaying formation would definitely not be able to defend against the demon army. The Tianhun demon lord was simply too strong. Once he was enraged, no one would be able to stop him. They could only try their best to delay him and look for an opportunity. Tang Tang and the rest did not insist on staying and left silently. Although they were reluctant, they did not want to cause trouble for Luo Tian. To Luo Tian, these were men's matters. He just had to watch the women. There were only 5 people left in the square. Luo Tian took out all the demon cores with different attributes, as well as the tens of thousands of Xin weapons that he had forged in the national treasury last time. He placed them in front of them and said, "Follow the directions that I said. Don't make any mistakes. Set everything up. The great city protecting array will definitely not be able to withstand the heavenly soul demon sovereign. Breaking through the city is only a matter of time. Therefore, the location of the final battle will be inside the Heaven Sword City. My plan is to turn the Heaven Sword City into a killing ground with tens of thousands of small arrays." Tang Zhou's brows trembled as he asked excitedly, "How did you think of turning the Heaven Sword City into a killing ground with tens of thousands of small formations? This is too crazy. What is this tactic called?" Luo Tian pondered for a moment and smiled. "Mine warfare." "Mine warfare? What's a landmine battle?" "Dragon Head, why are all the things you come up with so strange and so useful?" the 3 of them asked. Luo Tian did not explain and directly urged, "It's not time yet. Go and prepare. Look at the array blueprints carefully. Don't make a mistake. If you do, the power of the array won't be released. Don't worry. Then we'll go." Luo Tian looked at the night sky, and the corners of his mouth curled up into an excited smile. The entire city was filled with the Hell's Lotus array. Once one entered, it would be activated. The lotus had 9 petals, and each flower was illusory. This kind of killing power was not strong, but it could stall the demon army to the greatest extent. Other than the Hell's Lotus array, there were also countless small ancient dragon-slaying arrays. Once one entered, it would be like stepping on a landmine. Even if they couldn't kill you, they would cripple you. Luo Tian's thoughts had always been extremely crazy. Even the landmine battle had been used. How could he not be crazy? Phew, Luo Tian looked at the pile of spirit grass that was like a mountain. His eyes darkened as he thought to himself, pills are blue medicine and red medicine. Whether it's myself or those warriors, they can't do without pills. There will definitely be a large number of casualties tomorrow. They will also need a large number of pills. Let's first try to refine the mysterious explosion pill. Summoning the green dragon cauldron, Luo Tian's hands moved extremely quickly. He placed a few spirit grass into the cauldron and activated the profound qi, releasing the alchemy technique that Xiao Yan practiced. The cauldron quickly emitted a fragrance and a dense profound qi. Ding! Mysterious explosion pill successfully refined. Ding! Mysterious explosion pill successfully refined. Ding! Luo Tian did not stop, not even for a moment. Whether it was alchemy, forging, or engraving arrays, they all consumed a lot of mental strength. After a long time, one's mental strength would be exhausted. Those alchemists and blacksmiths, they would at most refine a few pills a day. They would not refine too many because it consumed too much true essence. But right now, Luo Tian, just like a machine on an assembly line, he did not stop for even a second, raising his speed to the limit as he crazily refined. He did not have the time to rest, not even for a second. Everyone was looking at him, the people of Heaven Sword City were looking at him, and the experts spying from the void were looking at him. Luo Tian did not want to disappoint the people of Heaven Sword City, did not want Tang Zhanlong to die in vain, and even more so, did not want the Tang dynasty to be destroyed. Furthermore, Luo Tian really wanted to use all his strength to slap those void experts in the face, and slap them until they could not breathe. Ding! Congratulations to player for leveling up in alchemy. Currently level 7. Damn, it's already a level 7 alchemy technique. How fierce is lousy? Luo Tian let out a self-deprecating chuckle before throwing himself back into refining pills. The real person had gone completely crazy. The mountain of spirit grass gradually decreased, one by one turning into a large pile of pills behind Luo Tian. All of them were high-quality pills, and every single one of them was of the highest quality, releasing the medicinal properties of the spirit grass to the greatest extent. Huff. Huff. A few hours later. Luo Tian's face was filled with fatigue, the sweat on his forehead was like soybeans, rolling down with a slight movement, his clothes were already drenched, and seeing that there were still a lot of spirit grass, Luo Tian clenched his teeth, and said, again. Continue to cultivate, crazy improvement. When Luo Tian went crazy, he was like a madman who had fallen into madness. The burden on his body was too heavy. For the sake of tomorrow's decisive battle, he had truly risked his life. Deep in the palace, Tang Qingtian looked at Luo Tian as tears streamed down his face. He had never shed a single tear for so many years. Even when his father and son died, he had never shed a single tear. But now, he really couldn't help but tear up. He was moved by Luo Tian. Child, it's been hard on you. Suddenly, a thought sound transmission entered Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian laughed in his heart, and said, Elder Tang, this is what I should do. He owed it to the Tang dynasty. Although this country didn't mean much to him, he owed it to the Tang family. So, he would pay with his life. Tang Qingtian said slightly, stop for now, I will pass on the power to control the imperial chi of the Tang dynasty's dragon vein to you. The first chapter has been delivered, brothers, 10 chapters today, let the old cow see the monthly votes fly. No. Absolutely not. Luo Tian did not hesitate at all and directly refused. The dragon vein royal chi was the power of a country's destiny. If he destroyed it, then this country, Luo Tian really did not dare to imagine the consequences. Therefore, he rejected it without even thinking about it. Tang Qingtian's voice deepened as he shouted, I am currently unable to come out of seclusion. Even if I do, I am not a match for Demon King Tianhun. Everything depends on you. I know very well how heavy the burden on your shoulders is. Tomorrow will be an unprecedented decisive battle. If you lose, Heaven Sword City and the Tang dynasty will no longer exist. Since that is the case, what are you hesitating for? The Dragon Vein Royal Chi has existed since the birth of the Tianxian continent. It is extremely vast. Even I cannot find out how powerful it is, nor can I completely control it. Rather than letting an old man like me control it, it would be better for you to control it. This way, you will be of some help on the battlefield. Consuming his life source. Tang Qingtian was very clear that even if he came out, he was not a match for Demon King Tianhun. He was very weak now and needed time to recover. If he appeared again and died, half of the people of Tang dynasty would collapse. If even the profound sage-old ancestor could not do it, then who could resist the demon army? Luo Tian opened his mouth to say something. He still wanted to reject. But, without waiting for him to speak, Tang Qingtian's eyebrows moved, and a dragon's might was released. He warned in a deep voice, Child, let's begin now. Be one with your mind and don't think too much. I believe in you. The people of Tang dynasty also believe in you. You will definitely be able to save Heaven Sword City, just like how I believe that you will be able to trample the Dragon King under your feet within 10 years. Roar. A dull dragon's roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the palace and shot into the sky. A true dragon condensed from the royal chi soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the huge dragon head directly rushed down from Luo Tian's head. Boom. 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 There was a roar in Luo Tian's body. His entire body was trembling violently. The power of the royal chi was rapidly transforming Luo Tian's body. It was constantly strengthening, strengthening, and strengthening. His entire body was wrapped in a golden flame. At this moment, this ball of golden flame soared into the sky, releasing a dazzling light. The entire profound sky continent could see this beam of golden light that soared into the sky. Crazy! That old guy Tang Qingtian is really crazy. How could he pass on the imperial chi of the Tang dynasty to a country bumpkin? Is he senile? What right does this kid have to receive the imperial chi? Dog thing, this dog thing's luck is too good. He actually managed to obtain the imperial energy of the great Tang that has existed for less than 10,000 years. What right does he have to obtain this energy? What is Tang Qingtian thinking? Does he think that this trash can save the great Tang? I think he is crazy, completely crazy. Yunhai sect, enlightened master Huang Yun was taken aback at first, but then he couldn't stop laughing as he loudly mocked, that old thing Tang Qingtian is really muddle-headed. He actually passed down the power of the imperial aura to a piece of trash who is only at the Mystic King realm. Ha ha ha, looks like the great Tang Empire is really going to be destroyed. Immediately after, Daoist Yellow Cloud turned around and looked at Namgongju. Sect Master, it's time to make a move. Father, if you want to take revenge for me, you must kill Luo Tian in the cruelest way possible. That Tang, that bitch. After more than a month, Nangonghao's face was still somewhat pale, and his body did not have the slightest bit of strength. Enlightened Master Huang Yun chuckled, and said, there's no need for us to do anything, they are all dead. Even if Luo Tian obtains the inheritance of the imperial aura, he will not be able to resist the heavenly soul demon sovereign. Nangongju's expression turned cold as he said, pass down my orders. In an hour, the disciples of the war hall will set off with me. Enlightened Master Huang Yun laughed excitedly, and said, yes sir. Nangongju stared at the night sky, at the golden light that soared into the sky. His eyes were cold as he said coldly, regardless of whether you can resist the heavenly soul demon sovereign or not, the great Tang Empire will be destroyed. Your great Tang Empire has been in the profound sky continent for too long, it's time for it to be destroyed. At the same time, many people and sects were taking action. The gathered disciples were all heading towards the great Tang Empire's territory. As for those small countries that had been suppressed by the great Tang Empire for thousands of years, the small lords were like vicious wolves as they charged into the great Tang Empire's territory. Soul Palace. The Soul King frowned, and after a moment, he muttered to himself, Tang Qingtian, aren't you betting too much? In the dark cage, Li Shuer could feel the power of the imperial qi and the national fate rushing towards her. She was delighted, but at the same time, her heart tightened. She was happy for Luo Tian. After inheriting this power, his cultivation base would be greatly improved. At the same time, she was also sad. Because of her mother had lied to her. She did not ask the Soul King to send reinforcements, or it could be said that the entire Soul Palace had never thought of saving Luo Tian, and she was just a chess piece of the Soul Palace. This feeling was very uncomfortable. She began to hate this place more and more. That hatred came from the depths of her heart. This time, Li Shuer did not crash into the dark cage like before. Instead, she sat cross-legged, and a little star power appeared on her body. This power gradually approached the imperial aura and the power of the country's fate that rushed into the sky from Luo Tian's body. She wanted to integrate the star power into Luo Tian's imperial aura and the power of the country's fate, so that Luo Tian could obtain two unparalleled powers at the same time. Luo Tian went crazy. So did Tang Qingtian. Now, Li Shuer went crazy with Luo Tian. Rumble. The imperial aura and the power of the country's fate suddenly made an extremely comfortable sound. A groan. Tang Qingtian's eyes widened, and he was overjoyed. Kid, you have to bear it. Someone is transmitting the star power. This is an incredible power, even more powerful than the imperial aura and the power of the country's fate. Luo Tian was startled, and he immediately thought of Li Shuer. The longing in his heart suddenly surged out. Shuer, are you okay? Don't think too much. Accept these two powers with all your might. You can't be distracted at all. Otherwise, not only will you hurt yourself, but you will also hurt her. Do you understand? Tang Qingtian reminded. Luo Tian immediately put away the longing in his heart and completely relaxed his body, allowing the two powers to madly surge into his body. His body was constantly being modified. His internal organs, mind, sea of consciousness, skin, flesh, tendons, bones, blood, and even his pores were all changing and transforming at a crazy rate. All of Luo Tian's tiredness was swept away, and his entire body was filled with an inexhaustible strength. These two powers. One was like the raging sea in the center of the earth. The other was like the endless power of the stars in the sky. At this moment, Luo Tian was completely boiling. The second chapter has been delivered, 10 chapters today, brothers, our monthly votes are only 70 votes away from the front page. Can we rush to the front page and let more brothers see this book? Old Cow urgently needs the support of monthly votes. Boom. There was a loud explosion in the sky. Boom. There was a loud explosion in Luo Tian's body as well. The two forces disappeared. Luo Tian's body was like a sea of energy that kept churning. He had never felt that kind of energy before, so he was extremely excited. He clenched his fists gently. Bang, 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 the space around his body began to distort as the energy exploded. Dark cracks appeared in the space, looking extremely ferocious. Too strong. The perfect fusion of two forces. Luo Tian was ecstatic. Indeed. One was the power of the great Tang Empire that had gathered for 10,000 years. How powerful was that? And then there was the power of the stars that filled the sky. How powerful was this? Two such powerful forces fused together and entered Luo Tian's body, increasing his strength to an unprecedented level. How powerful was that? The two forces that made people gasp in amazement. Luo Tian was extremely excited. Outside Sky Sword City, Demon Monarch Tianhun peered into the void and his face darkened. With a thought, his voice was transmitted to Sky Sword City. Kid, I've given you a chance. I hope you cherish it and don't make a stupid choice. This is your only chance. I don't care about the power of the Emperor's aura, the power of the nation, and the power of the stars that have yet to take shape. In the ancient world, these two forces are nothing. So don't try your luck and fight with me. You're really too weak. The voice was transmitted to Luo Tian's mind. It was very calm, he was reminding Luo Tian not to do anything stupid. Following him was the only choice. It was the only way to reach the heavens. It was also a warning to Luo Tian that his strength was not worth mentioning at all. Compared to him, he couldn't be any weaker. Luo Tian naturally understood. He smiled and did not say anything. Instead, he continued to refine the spiritual herbs that he had not finished refining. His speed was even faster than before. The medicinal properties of the elixirs were stronger than before. These were the effects of the power of the stars and the power of the Emperor's aura. Demon Monarch Tianhun closed his eyes and withdrew his consciousness. He muttered to himself, I hope you can make the right choice. Otherwise, Demon Lord, why do you care so much about a human? Humans are nothing good. If it weren't for that treacherous and despicable human, we wouldn't have been trapped in the demon sealing array for tens of thousands of years. Humans are nothing good. General Black God is right. A human's desire is even more terrifying than an ancient black hole. If you give him a foot, he will give you 10 feet. Even if this brat has some ability, he is only at the Mystic King realm. He is simply not worthy to roam the world with the Demon Monarch. That's right. He's just a human that's as weak as an ant. It's his greatest honor to be given a chance to live by the Demon Lord, but he actually rejected it. This is simply a humiliation to you. Many of the demon commanders were confused. After following Demon Monarch Tianhun for so many years, they had never seen him care so much about a human. Demon Monarch Tianhun himself could not explain it. He only saw the shadow of a certain expert from the ancient world on Luo Tian. Furthermore, he admired Luo Tian from the bottom of his heart. His unyielding heart, his leadership ability, and the arrogance and savagery he emitted were all admirable. Therefore, he had the idea of letting Luo Tian follow him. However, Demon Monarch Tianhun had his own bottom line. He gave Luo Tian a day to consider. It would be best if Luo Tian agreed after a day. If not, everything in Heaven Sword City would disappear. Demon Monarch Tianhuan's expression turned cold as his gaze tightened. He said, in the demon sealing array, I once said that I would kill all humans in Profound Sky Continent. Today, that brat surprised me and made me want to subdue him. After tomorrow, whether he agrees or not, Heaven Sword City will no longer exist. He suddenly made a decision. Regardless of whether Luo Tian agreed or not, Heaven Sword City would disappear from this world. The expressions of the many demon commanders shook as they laughed wildly in excitement. Late at night, Heavensward City was completely silent. There wasn't even the sound of dogs barking. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. Luo Tian finished refining the spirit grass that was piled up like a mountain, and looked at the large pile of pills beside him. I hope that I can save some people tomorrow. It was also at this time. A few more figures appeared in the plaza. Xianxia, Feng Lei, and the others had returned. Boss, according to your instructions, everything has been arranged properly. Feng Lei said, looking at the large pile of pills beside Luo Tian. His face was shocked, and he muttered to himself, boss is indeed boss, to be able to refine so many pills in such a short period of time, he's simply too awesome. The others also had looks of shock on their faces. Tang Jiu could feel an incomparably surging imperial aura from Luo Tian's body, which was even stronger than the imperial aura from his father, Tang Zhanlong. He couldn't help but think of the golden light that soared into the sky just now, and laughed happily, saying, Luo Tian, you. This is really great. It's old Senior Tang who thinks highly of me. I will definitely not let him down. Luo Tian said seriously. These two powers had helped him too much, and he was extremely grateful in his heart. Then Luo Tian said, do you have enough profound explosion pills on you? If it's not enough, then take some more. Tomorrow is destined to be a fierce battle, and we might all die, so don't hold back any of your strength in tomorrow's battle. Release all of your strength to your heart's content, and don't be like the old rules from before, kill as many as you can. Feng Lei laughed foolishly, rubbed his hands, and said somewhat impatiently, I can finally go all out tomorrow. Last time at the Dao Commerce Alliance, I didn't even use my full strength, and in this month, I have already absorbed all of the 10,000 beast essence blood you gave me. Boss, take a good look tomorrow. Hee hee. Before Xianxia could say anything, the Titanic Gate divine sword let out a faint sword cry. Xianxia laughed lightly, and said, I came to Heavensward City to challenge the experts on the heaven ranking. My goal is the continent's #1 sword expert, one sword shocking the clouds Huaying. He started from the heaven ranking, and I also started from the heaven ranking. I will definitely defeat him and become the #1 swordsman. Blind Lu grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth, took down the arrow from his back, and laughed, fierce men, do you want me to play a song for you to listen to? Scram. Scram. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, the five of them laughed loudly. Their smiles were incomparably wide and brilliant. This feeling was really good, fight together, cry together, laugh together. Live and die together, this was the brotherly love that Luo Tian cherished with his life. Following that, Luo Tian told them to go back and rest for a while, to recuperate and fight with all their might tomorrow. And he himself left. He walked to a unique and elegant courtyard in the palace. The elegant courtyard was brightly lit. Tang Tang, Qin Yuer, and Chen Chen, De Ji, and the others were waiting for Luo Tian. The third chapter has been delivered, 70 votes is a little far, so let's set our sights a little closer. We are still short of 15 votes to catch up to the person in front. Brothers, let's use our bayonets and stab the chrysanthemum in front. Luo Tian stood at the entrance and looked at the 4 people in the courtyard. He looked at them quietly. It was very quiet. It was very heartwarming. Luo Tian felt very warm in his heart. His lips could not help but curl into a smile. Then, he turned around and was about to leave. Suddenly, Chen Chen moved gently in her mother's arms. Rubbing her eyes, she said, Luo Tian big brother is here. Huh? Here? Stinky. Hooligan, are you going to leave after taking a look at us? The girls went out to welcome him. Luo Tian turned around and said with a smile, just one look is enough. Just one look at you guys and I feel full of energy. Right now, even if the Heavenly Soul Demon King is standing in front of me, I can kill him with a single punch. Let's see if he can still be arrogant. And Chen Chen ran over from afar and threw herself into Luo Tian's arms. She wrapped her legs around Luo Tian's waist and giggled, Big brother Luo Tian, I missed you so much. Ever since we separated, I've been missing you. She was innocent and cute. Her delicate little face and clear eyes made one unable to help but feel happy. Luo Tian gently scratched in Chun Chun's little nose and said with a smile, "I missed you too." And Chun Chun giggled and burrowed into Luo Tian's arms. She said very softly, "Big brother Luo Tian, big sister Tang Tang and big sister Yuer. Also, my mother said that she wants to fight with you for 3,000 rounds. You must not fight with them. You can't beat the three of them alone." Huh? Luo Tian looked at Tang Tang and the others and was slightly stunned. Tang Tang, Qin Yuer, and the other two's faces turned red instantly. Especially Daji. Luo Tian did not dare to look at her directly because she was really too alluring. If he took a few more glances, he would not be able to control himself. At this moment, her face was flushed red and her eyes were extremely charming. Her gaze was so alluring that it felt as though his soul was about to be hooked out by her. "Damn it," Tang Tang muttered in a low voice, "Chun Chun, you're not a good girl at all. All you do is tell on me. I won't buy you candied haws next time." Qin Yuer was a bold woman. She walked up to Luo Tian and said, "Initially, we had planned to meet big sister, the young phoenix, Li Shuer. After that, we would seek her permission to sleep with you. However, the situation is a little special now. We know even if you don't tell us. None of us know what will happen after tomorrow. So, we've decided to give you our bodies." The moment she finished speaking, Qin Yuer's ears were flushed red. No matter how gutsy she was, it was still extremely difficult for a girl to say something like this. It was the same for Tang Tang. Daji bit her lips and said softly, "Even if we die tomorrow, we'll still be your women in hell." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's faces turned even redder. It was as if they were saying that they had given their bodies to him. No matter where they went, even if they died, they would still be Luo Tian's women. They had his mark on them, so they would always be his women. Luo Tian was touched. He was really touched. Looking at the three of them, Luo Tian chuckled, "You guys are really silly, really silly. We are really silly. But we're only silly for you. We're silly, but we're happy. We're not silly at all. We're the happiest women in the world." Each of them said something. When they spoke, their expressions were blissful. They were happy. Following Luo Tian gave them a different feeling. It was as though they were in a completely different world. Excitement, nervousness, and meticulous care. It made them feel what it meant to be happy, what it meant to be on tenterhooks, and what it meant to be in love. Initially, they wanted to make a decision after meeting Li Shuer. But, the heavenly soul demon lord was too strong. They did not know if there would be a tomorrow. That was why they made such a decision. Luo Tian knew this clearly in his heart as well. He clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves. He was extremely displeased and said, "Heavenly soul demon lord, you motherf asterisk king made my women restless. Tomorrow, I'll definitely kill you." Pressure, it was a very heavy pressure. If not for the heavenly soul demon lord, they would not be like this. Luo Tian really wanted to get rid of his virginity. He really wanted to experience the joy of sex and the feeling of making love. But, not now, Luo Tian's voice sank, as though something was stuck in his throat. He said with a hoarse voice, "Your bodies will be mine sooner or later, but not today. Wait until I cripple the heavenly soul demon lord, then you can reward me." Damn it, you'll die. Stinky bastard. Bastard, do you know why we're doing this? Can't you think about yourself? Don't always think about us. Think about yourself. It's enough that we have so many happy days. It's really enough. Tang Tang cried softly. And Chun Chun pursed her lips and held back her tears. She said softly, "Big brother Luo Tian, just agree to the heavenly soul demon lord's request. I've been really happy in the past year with you. Chun Chun has been happy every day. Chun Chun promises you that even if I die, I'll continue to be happy." Kiki. Luo Tian gritted his teeth as his heart sank again, immediately after. Luo Tian put Chun Chun down and looked at them very seriously. He said calmly, "Wait for me here. I'll definitely come back alive." With that said, Luo Tian turned and strode into the darkness. He didn't dare look back, his tears flowed down uncontrollably. This feeling was truly unbearable. Looking at them one by one, Luo Tian's heart felt like it was being squeezed by something. It was very painful, very painful. At the same time, he roared in his heart, "Heavenly Soul Demon Lord, if I don't cripple you tomorrow, I'll take your surname." All of this came from the pressure of the demon army. The air in the Heaven Sword City seemed to be filled with pressure, causing people to feel oppressed. The girls watched as Luo Tian's figure disappeared. Their tears also flowed down, but no one cried out loud. They quietly watched as the man gradually disappeared into the distance. Their hearts were in suspense. Tomorrow, no matter what, they would accompany Luo Tian. Whether it was life or death, they would all be together. Luo Tian walked into the darkness and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the location where Feng Lei and the others had set up. The Xian Soldier Formation. Walking into the heart of the formation, Luo Tian's energy surged out. With a move of his right hand, he released the array carving technique and shouted, "Hell's Lotus Formation, open for me." Buzz. The profound chi and the profound weapon gathered together, and the illusory power of the array rose up. "Hell's Lotus Formation, open for me." Countless array formations in the city were activated by Luo Tian one by one. Hell's Lotus Formation, Ancient Dragon Slaying Array. Luo Tian once again went crazy, activating tens of thousands of array formations. Looking at the dawn, Luo Tian roared angrily, and said heavily, "Heavenly Soul Demon Lord, I will definitely kill you, I must." Chapter 4. The pressure on Luo Tian's shoulders was truly huge. Even if he obtained the power of the stars and the power of the country, the pressure was still huge. Especially the words that the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch had said to him. Obviously, he did not place these two powers in his eyes, which meant that he was not afraid of them. Otherwise, he would have interrupted the two powers the moment they entered Luo Tian's body. It was precisely because he did not interrupt them that it proved that he was not afraid at all. The eastern sky began to brighten. A new day had begun. People appeared on the streets one after another. Their faces were filled with sleepiness, and it was obvious that most of them had not slept at all last night. No one could sleep. There were even quite a few people who were secretly paying attention to Luo Tian. They were afraid that he would leave. Luo Tian was also very clear that if it was him, he would also be afraid of such a thing happening. More and more people appeared in the plaza. Looking at the mountain of pills, everyone's faces were filled with shock. "Brother Jiao, give each of the 50,000 Imperial Guards a profound explosion pill. They will be under your and Feng Lei's command. Remember to use them together, don't use them one by one, or else it will be difficult to unleash their power," Luo Tian said in a serious tone. Tang Jiao changed into a general's armor, knelt on one knee, and shouted very seriously, "Tang Jiao accepts the order." Following that, he immediately gathered the Imperial Guards. Feng Lei was startled, and immediately chased after him. Luo Tian continued, "Xianxia, there are still 10,000 profound explosion pills and 100,000 healing pills here. Distribute them in order, remember to only distribute them to warriors above the profound spirit realm. As for warriors below the profound spirit realm, let them hide at the back." The demon army was too strong, and the warriors of the profound spirit realm were like ants to them. However, there was no other way now. He could only gather the warriors with decent cultivations. Xianxia also followed Tang Jiao and knelt on one knee, and said heavily, "Xianxia accepts the order." Then, he quickly retreated. Luo Tian looked at Blind Lu again and said, "Blind Lu, I didn't ask you to play the war song yesterday. Today, your mission is to let every warrior in the Heaven Sword City hear the war song, Never Say Die." Blind Lu was slightly taken aback. He said somewhat anxiously, "Boss, the War Song Palace concert troupe is already fully capable of performing. It's the same even without me. I want to go to the front lines." "They're already at the front lines. You can't let me command some concert troupe alone, right?" Seeing Feng Lei and the others become great generals leading troops, how could he bear it? Luo Tian said in a low voice, "Do you think it's that easy to play a war song? Do you think you're just playing a simple war song? Tang Tang, you and Chun Chun all need your protection." "Humph. I don't need protection." While speaking, Tang Tang, Qin Yuer, Daji, and even in Chun Chun were armed to the teeth. valiant and formidable, awe-inspiring. The appearance of the four of them immediately caused a commotion. Luo Tian's brows furrowed, and he said, "What's the situation with you guys? Didn't I tell you guys to wait at home? What are you doing out here? We are also citizens of the Tang dynasty. We also have to contribute to the Heaven Sword City. We are not weaker than these warriors." "That's right, big brother Luo Tian, I can already control a little of my power, hee." And Chen took away a small steel hat and held a small wooden sword in her hand. She looked extremely cute. But this was a battlefield. Being cute was not enough to kill the enemy. Luo Tian rolled his eyes. Seeing that they were not prepared to leave, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. "All right, blind Lu, arrange the matters of the concert troupe. Once the city protection formation is broken, immediately raise the war song. If I don't hear it, I will definitely not let you off. After arranging it, you will protect. Follow them to kill the enemy." "Understood." Blind Lu grinned. Looking at the beautiful and proud sisters-in-law, Blind Lu grinned and revealed his yellow teeth. "Sisters-in-law, do you want me to play a song for you guys?" Scram. Scram. "Uncle Blind, don't play any more songs. Chuan's eardrums can't take it, hee." Blind Lu laughed heartily and quickly left. Everything that could be arranged had been arranged. Everything that could be used had been used. Luo Tian had used up all the resources he could. Now, the only thing left was to wait for a day's time. This was a very painful process, but it was also a process that made one look forward to it. Luo Tian looked at the sky and furrowed his brows. Since last night, he had been thinking about how to raise the leader system to level 5. But no matter how he thought of a way, how he contributed to the Heaven Sword City, how he made the warriors of the Heaven Sword City worship him, he was still unable to raise the level of the leader system. With his current strength, he was afraid. Luo Tian was not confident. The incarnation of the demon emperor Xianxia, the release of the 10,000 demons' great art, coupled with the Taiyin divine pearl, the power of the stars, and the power of the emperor's qi, all of these powers added together were probably not a match for the heavenly soul demon monarch. The only thing that could contend against him was probably the heavenly sword, the legendary flying sword from beyond the heavens, a heavenly sword that no one had ever seen before, but it existed. "I don't care anymore." Luo Tian's brows relaxed, and he thought to himself, "Let's fight it out first. If I can't, then we'll think of a way. Damn it, if I keep thinking like this, my head will explode." He really wanted to raise the leader system to level 5. Then, the moment the heavenly soul demon monarch came out, he immediately slashed down with his sword. After finishing the job, he would wait for the items to drop. This was great, however. The leader system did not have any notifications at all. How could he level it up? It was completely dependent on Sir System's mood, which made Luo Tian feel a little helpless. Immediately, Luo Tian's mind abandoned all distracting thoughts, and waited for time to pass. From the looks of it, he wants to fight Demon Lord Tianhun head-on. I've been worried for the entire night. I was really afraid that he would join Demon Lord Tianhuan's team. Now, it seems like my worries were unnecessary. Ha ha ha. This kid is dead for sure. Heaven Sword City is about to become a dead city filled with rivers of blood. This kid has been struggling at death's door for an entire day. In the end, he's still going to die. A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. No matter how hard he struggles, he's still a country bumpkin like mud. If he wants to overturn the heavens, then he'll become a dead turtle, ha ha ha. The mocking voices in the air rang out. Luo Tian sneered towards the sky, and said without restraint, "All of you old things, just you wait. Next time, don't let me meet you. If I meet you, it will be the day of your death. Son of a bitch." The fire was getting bigger, it buzzed like a fly all day long. It was very irritating. If they were present, Luo Tian would not care about Demon Lord Tianhun at all. He would just kill them first. F***ck, a sneer sounded out in the air. It was also at this time. The sky suddenly changed, and the demonic flames surged into the sky. Demon Lord Tianhuan's huge figure appeared in the sky, and asked in a deep voice, "Time's up. Chapter 5. The monthly votes were getting further and further away. Brothers, are we not doing our best? For the entire morning, old Cow's fingers did not stop moving. Could he ask for a monthly vote? Time's up. Demon Lord Tianhuan's voice exploded in the air. Demonic flames spread across the sky, instantly covering the entire sky above Heaven Sword City, not allowing a single ray of light to pass through. Suppression, incomparable suppression. Everyone raised their heads to look at the sky, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Some of the children couldn't help but cry loudly. Their mothers hugged them tightly, holding them in their arms, and said softly, "Don't cry, don't cry. Prince Consort won't abandon us, he won't." Immediately after, many people looked at Luo Tian again. Demon Lord Tianhuan's eyes moved slightly, but he still reminded Luo Tian, "Brat, you better think carefully, joining me is the right choice, if not your life will end today." His voice was ice cold, and it carried a powerful pressure. Luo Tian's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This time, he didn't use the power of the 5th level of Berserk to withstand the pressure. The power of the stars and the power of the country's fate had indeed strengthened his body by a lot. He raised his head to look at the sky, the corner of his mouth curled up, and said, "Actually, I wanted to say it yesterday, I'm really sorry, I can't agree to it, because, ha ha ha, this brat really didn't agree to Demon Lord Tianhuan's request. I was really afraid that he would agree to Demon Lord Tianhuan's request, but I didn't expect him to reject it. This time, this brat's life is over, ha ha ha. I want to see how he will block the demon army today, and how arrogant he can continue to be, humph. What an idiot." The experts in the air heaved a sigh of relief. They were really worried that Luo Tian would agree to Demon Lord Tianhuan's request. If he really agreed, then they definitely wouldn't have a good life. But now that Luo Tian had rejected him, they had nothing to worry about. As for Luo Tian, he was dead for sure. The citizens of Heaven Sword City had a completely different reaction from these experts. Long live Prince Consort. I told you he wouldn't abandon us. Look, Prince Consort definitely won't abandon us. Ha ha ha. The plaza was filled with cheers. As for Feng Lei, Xianxia, and the others, their gazes were locked as their expressions became extremely solemn. In the end, he chose to stay. If that was the case, the final battle was about to begin, said Feng Lei with a smile on his face. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Brother, let's go all out today. Let's see who can kill the most. Let's see who kills the most. Count me in." Blind Lu also hurriedly ran over. Xianxia grinned and said loudly, "If there's a next life, we'll be brothers again and follow boss." Of course. Demon Monarch Tianhun was enraged. He stared at Luo Tian and shouted, "No one dares to reject me. No one. You are the first. I want to know why." Luo Tian didn't think too much about it and said directly, "The reason is really simple. It's because I want to blow you up." Kill me? What did you kill me with? Demon Sovereign Tianhun was momentarily confused. Luo Tian chuckled. In layman's terms, I'm going to kill you. Ha ha ha, wahahaha. Demon Sovereign Tianhun laughed maniacally towards the sky. His voice was like muffled thunder that fell from the 9 heavens, continuously striking the great city barrier array. The profound light shield trembled slightly, as though it was unable to withstand the shockwaves. Kid. This demon sovereign is very angry, very angry. I think highly of you, but you don't know how to appreciate favors. Alright. Then I'll let you experience my power. I'll let you experience the power of my devil army. Demon Sovereign Tianhun was furious. Being rejected by a puny human was such a shameful thing. This was simply a humiliation to him. The anger in his heart erupted uncontrollably. The devil flames on his body were like raging black flames that burned the sky, as though they wanted to burn the sky. Powerful, an incomparably powerful aura erupted. Everyone in Heaven Sword City felt their hearts being crushed. They couldn't even breathe. Then, Demon Sovereign Tianhun coldly glanced at the great city barrier array above Heaven Sword City and sneered in disdain, "Trash array, break for me." A gigantic palm slapped down. Luo Tian's expression changed, and he suddenly shouted, "Everyone be careful. Rumble. Under Demon Sovereign Tianhuan's palm, the immortal extermination killing array was like a bubble. With a light pop, it burst. However, after all, the immortal extermination great array was condensed from the profound chi within the magic treasure, profound weapon, and spirit weapon in the entire treasury. When the gigantic palm slapped down, it cancelled out most of the power. The moment the array was broken, it was as if a gust of wind had suddenly pressed down. All of a sudden, sand and rocks flew everywhere, houses collapsed, and gigantic rocks flew all over the sky. The entire Heaven Sword City was like the end of the world. This was still because the Great City Barrier Array had cancelled out the power of Demon Sovereign Tianhuan's palm. Otherwise, just this palm alone would have destroyed the entire Heaven Sword City. He broke through the city in one move. Demon Sovereign Tianhuan's strength exceeded Luo Tian's expectations. Luo Tian's heart faintly moved, and he could not help but think to himself, good, really strong, as expected of the ultimate boss. The stronger it was, the more excited Luo Tian became. This was because the stronger the boss, the better the equipment it would drop. There was no doubt about this. Looking at Demon Sovereign Tianhun, who was filled with golden light, Luo Tian was not afraid at all. Instead, he was excited and filled with killing intent. Looking at the sky, Luo Tian grinned sinisterly and excitedly. His smile was sinister. He was like a madman who had crawled out of hell. Pointing to the sky, Luo Tian roared, "I'm going to explode you, I'm really going to explode you." However, in his heart, he thought to himself, damn, how many good divine level equipment will drop after killing this guy? I'm too damn excited. You want to fight with me, right? You want to lead this group of ants to fight with me, right? Alright, I'll give you a chance on the main battlefield. Demon Sovereign Tianhun was incomparably furious, his figure retracted, and a thunderous voice sounded out in the air, heavily shouting, "Demon army, attack, kill all the humans in Heaven Sword City for me, leave no one alive. I want blood to flow like a river in Heaven Sword City. I want to use their blood to wash away the humiliation I suffered today." Rumble. As soon as Demon Sovereign Tianhun finished speaking, the black mass of demon generals pressed forward, charging toward the Heaven Sword City at lightning speed. It's over. It's really over. Ha ha ha. Heaven Sword City is really finished. The dynasty that hasn't been around for 10,000 years is finally going to collapse. Brothers, our chance has come. After today, there will be no more Tang dynasty. Kill. Outside Heaven Sword City, smoke rose. It was the same. At the borders of Tang dynasty, the various sects took advantage of the situation and began to crazily occupy the resources. At this moment, Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly and shouted in the direction of the palace, "War Song, rise." Chapter 6. Thank you, Alliance Leader, for the 200,000 book coins reward. Old Cow is extremely grateful. Therefore, Old Cow will continue with 10 chapters tomorrow. War Song, rise. Luo Tian's voice fell, and the performance group in the palace suddenly moved. Boom. The war drums sounded, and as soon as the drums fell, a surging war song began to play. In an instant, Luo Tian released the power of the level 4 leader system, directly enveloping every single person in the Heaven Sword City. In that instant, everyone's eyes trembled, the blood in their hearts ignited, their fighting spirit ignited, and a ball of fire ignited in their eyes. In that moment, his morale exploded. Feng Lei roared furiously. The ferocious blood scales on his body surged out. His eyes were bloodshot as he listened to the music of Never Give Up. His heart was boiling. He looked at Luo Tian and said, "Boss, what kind of music is this? It's so good. My blood is boiling just listening to it. I feel like my strength is about to burst out." Not only Feng Lei. Everyone in the square was the same as him. His eyes seemed to be spewing fire. The blood in his entire body surged, completely ignited. Luo Tian was the same. Although he often listened to it in his previous life, it was a completely different feeling to hear it in this other world. Moreover, the level of the palace's performance group had truly exceeded Luo Tian's imagination. It was completely incomparable to the music in his previous life. Furthermore, Luo Tian was currently in the midst of it, completely different from the killing on the internet. The war song was inspiring. It could greatly increase one's morale and combat strength. Coupled with the release of Luo Tian's level 4 leader system's power, those warriors' faces were ferocious, and even if the Heaven Soul Demon King were to personally come, they would not be afraid. This was the powerful effect of the war song, to make a person fearless. It made a person's blood boil. Report. The demon army has broken through the east gate. Report. The demon army has broken through the south gate. Following that, the 4 main gates were broken through together, and the 16 smaller gates were the same. No one was afraid as they all looked at Luo Tian. Feng Lei in the lead, he shouted heavily, "Boss, I'll go snipe the east gate. I'll beat these demon bastards until they can't even shit, and let them know that our Heaven Sword City is not that easy to enter." "My south gate." Xian Yuan shouted. "North gate." "I'm Shiman." People kept jumping out, all of them eager to give it a try. It was as if they had endless energy in their bodies. They were all extremely excited, and their killing intent was incomparably strong. Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's just a bunch of little devils." "That's good too. Let me deal with this group of little devils alone." Luo Tian was overjoyed as he thought to himself, "This is great. I can use these little demons to raise the myriad demon great art to the 10th level and increase the power of the Taiyin Divine Pearl. When the time comes, I will be able to fight against the Tianhun Demon Monarch. Prince Consort, there are tens of thousands of devils. How are you going to guard 4 gates by yourself?" "Exactly. Prince Consort, leave these soldiers to us." "Yeah, we can do it." One by one, they jumped out to fight. Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said, "You are the last line of defense of the Heaven Sword City. The citizens of the Heaven Sword City are all waiting for your protection. These little soldiers don't even need to make a move. I can annihilate them all." It can be considered a slap to the Tianhun Demon Monarch's face, telling him that this is the result of underestimating the Heaven Sword City. Then, Luo Tian moved in the air, feeling the devil flames pouncing towards him from all directions. He laughed sinisterly, and with a control of his right palm, he directly slapped towards the air. Streaks of mysterious rune power shot out from his body. Like sparks, Luo Tian firmly controlled the array formation at the 4 gates of the city. Following that, his brows tightened, and he suddenly became angry, and shouted, 10,000 array kill, open for me." Buzz. 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 Countless array formations at the 4 city gates were activated, and the power of the array soared into the sky, like a ray of light shooting out from a crack in the ground. At this moment, the demon soldiers who were the first to rush in were quickly killed. Ding. 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 Luo Tian's eardrums were about to explode. The system beep was like 1,000 mortars, blasting out at the same time. That feeling was too great, too wonderful. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Explosions continued to sound out from the 4 city gates. The corpses of the demons continued to explode. One by one, they were killed by the power of the array. Hell's Lotus Formation, 9 flowers 9 illusions. If one was not careful, they would be drawn into the illusion. Even though the ancient power of the ancient dragon-slaying formation wasn't as strong, it was still a piece of cake for it to kill these small demon soldiers. It was killing everything in its path. Monsters attacking the city? Humph. I'll make it so that none of you can return. How can my city be so easy to break through? Luo Tian sneered in his heart. He knew that the city gate would definitely not be able to be defended, so he did not bother to defend it. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing, current level, Xian King Stage 9. In less than a minute. He leveled up. Luo Tian grinned and laughed excitedly, "Hee, just one more level and I'll be able to reach the Xian Zone realm. At that time I'll be able to obtain the system's reward again." Suddenly, Luo Tian realized a very important problem. Would the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord trigger the system's reward? He was a super boss. According to the system's standards, he would definitely trigger the system's reward. Such a powerful boss should have an extremely awesome reward, right? Damn it. I must kill this guy, or else I'll suffer a huge loss. Luo Tian's mind stirred, the killing intent in his heart was released uncontrollably. He wanted nothing more than to immediately kill the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord, and then explode. What is this? Those devil army soldiers were instantly killed. Oh my god! Other than the large defensive array outside, when did the city have so many small-scale formations? Furthermore, every single one of them is filled with killing power. Could these all be formations refined by the prince consort? Amazing. Seeing the demons that rushed into the city being killed in an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Their shocked expressions could not be any worse, and the worship in their hearts rose to a very high level. At this moment, they were more and more convinced that Luo Tian could save them. Luo Tian was the savior sent by the heavens, in the air. The faces of the experts became extremely ugly again. Everyone felt uncomfortable, and some even started to curse the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord. Too useless. Such a demon army doesn't even have the slightest bit of ability. What AF * king shame. Humph, don't be complacent, this is only the first wave, there are even stronger demons behind, let's see how you block them. Right, the good show is yet to come. Heavenly Soul Demon Lord was furious. Extremely furious. Counting yesterday, this was already the third time Luo Tian had blocked the attack of the devil army. Suddenly, Black God stood up, moved his hands, and knelt down on one knee. Demon Lord, let me flatten Heaven Sword City. Third boss, General Black God had appeared. Chapter 7, the monthly votes had stopped increasing. Could it be that the brothers had run out of firepower? Old Cow requested for firepower support. Black Deity, he was originally a black bear. He had helped the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch, and then, the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch used a supreme technique to condense him into a human form, allowing him to obtain a strand of ancient power. From then on, he became the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch's most capable assistant. He was known as the Darkness-Killing God. He had completely inherited the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch's vicious and merciless style. Seeing the countless casualties in the Devil Army, seeing Luo Tian's complacent mouth, and seeing the importance that the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch placed on Luo Tian, he was extremely unhappy. Humans did not have the qualifications to follow the Demon Monarch. The Demon Monarch was sealed in the Demon Sealing Array for 10,000 years because of a human, so he wanted to kill Luo Tian. He did not want to give him any chance to make a comeback, and also did not want the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch to have a chance to subdue Luo Tian. The Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch glanced at the Black Deity and said faintly, I know what you are thinking. Since you want to kill him, then I'll let you kill him. Yes, sir. The Black Deity was overjoyed. He immediately raised his arm and shouted, Black Deity Army, listen to my order, form a line and follow my footsteps into the Heaven Sword City. Remember, do not let a single human go, not a single one. Ha! Heaven Sword City. Luo Tian checked the absorption rate of the Tai-Yin Divine Pearl and the 10,000 Demons explosion. It was very impressive. If he were to do it a few more times, it would be full. At that time, with all his strength added together, he would be able to fight against the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch, right? Report. Prince Consort, a 3-zhang tall giant black bear is charging over with a group of demons. Luo Tian was startled, and grinned, a new round of attacks? Without waiting for him to give the order, Feng Lei immediately jumped out and said, Boss, it's a giant black bear, you have to let me do it. With that, Feng Lei licked his lips with a face full of excitement. It had been a long time since he tasted the blood essence of a demon beast. Thinking back to those days in the Ghost Prison mountain range, his stomach couldn't help but growl. The taste of the blood essence was too tempting. Feng Lei wished he could immediately rush out and absorb all the blood essence of the black bear. Luo Tian smiled and said, You want to go? Feng Lei said with a silly smile, Of course I did. I can't wait any longer. At this moment, Xianxia also walked up and immediately said, Boss, can you count me in? The two of them once again volunteered to fight. Luo Tian couldn't refuse anymore because it would hurt their morale. He immediately said, Alright, you guys lead the Imperial Army and kill our way out. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, it's time for my brother Lei to make his move. Feng Lei rubbed his bald head and shouted, Soldiers of the Royal Army, listen up. Follow me into battle and send these damned beasts to hell. Mighty The 50,000 Imperial Guards shouted in unison. Xianxia and Feng Lei hurriedly rushed out. Boom! Luo Tian, you unappreciative thing, get out here! Crash! The city wall that was hundreds of meters tall and dozens of meters behind was directly smashed apart by an incomparably huge bear paw. Half of the city wall had collapsed, and the rubble that covered his body fell onto the black god's body. It was as if he was scratching an itch, and there was no pain at all. He grinned and released the roar of a giant bear, and with a light shake of his mane, he shook off all the rubble. The power of the sound exploded out one after another. The corner of Luo Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, his eardrums unable to withstand it. The others covered their ears with their hands, their faces filled with pain. Some of the warriors with lower cultivations were directly shaken to the point of bleeding from their 7 orifices, and hundreds of people in the plaza fainted from the shock. So strong! What a strong sound wave attack! Luo Tian's heart sank, and he could not help but worry for Feng Lei and the others. At this moment, without any hesitation, he quickly followed. The black deity took a step into the Heaven Sword City and didn't even look at the Hell's Lotus array beneath his feet. His right leg shook, and his 2 lantern-like eyes suddenly widened. 4 sharp claws appeared on his palms, and the claws moved in the air. A heavy slash. Boom! Boom! 8 void wind blades were released, directly destroying all of the array formations, and all of the array cores were destroyed. The black god roared, "Charge, slaughter the entire Heaven Sword City." As soon as his voice faded, the black god once again roared towards the sky, "Luo Tian, you dog, get the hell out here for lousy. Scram your grandmother's chest." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Feng Lei suddenly moved, carrying a gigantic tang blade forged from the bones of a flood dragon. He looked at the black god with a cold smile, and said with an arrogant face, "I'm enough to deal with a bear like you." "You? Humph. Scram." The black god's claws moved, and a gigantic half-moon wind blade that could be seen with the naked eye slashed down from the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, like lightning. Feng Lei's brows twitched, the gigantic tang blade on his shoulder moved slightly, he gripped the hilt tightly with both hands, and slashed towards the incoming wind blade, Blade Chi, an incomparably huge Blade Chi. Scarlet. With the ferocious power of a primitive beast, it flew out heavily and directly collided with the wind blade released by the black god. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The 2 forces collided. Explosions sounded in all directions. The space around the 2 of them began to distort. It was distorted by the pressure of the 2 forces, and one could even see traces of spatial cracks with the naked eye. The black god coldly snorted, and just as he was about to face a wind blade, he moved both of his palms at the same time, and fiercely grabbed at the air. An incomparably powerful force rushed out, directly transforming into 8 wind blades that were 10 times larger than the previous one. Feng Lei was shocked, and all the blood-colored scales on his body appeared. His entire body was like a demon beast dripping with blood, looking just like the scales on a Qilin's body. However, the power released from Feng Lei's body was far thicker than the Qilin's. Feng Lei laughed arrogantly, and said, "Come, let me experience the power of your wind blades." He no longer used the blade chi to slash. Instead, he spread out his arms, wanting to use his body to block these attacks. He was completely like a madman. "Do you want to die? Be careful." In an instant, Xianxia dragged the incomparably heavy iron chain, and with a movement in the air, a tens of meters long sword chi flew out from the void, directly colliding with it, and his entire body flew out like a sharp sword. "Demon wheel!" Xianxia shouted, and the sword in his hand transformed into a circular sword chi, like a huge wheel, bringing with it an incomparably strong sword Dao power. Feng Lei let out a deep roar and suddenly shouted, F***ck, Xianxia, why are you playing with me like this? I still want to see how strong my body is. Why are you messing around with me? Immediately, he was not willing to fall behind, and with both hands on the ground, he jumped and directly chased after Xianxia. Xianxia grinned and said, "I want to see how strong my sword Dao power is. You can rest first, wait for me to deal with this bear first. You too. Die for me." Chapter 8. The Black Deity was furious, because Feng Lei and Xianxia did not put him in their eyes at all. Who was he? The #1 general under the heavenly soul demon monarch. Even a profound sage realm expert would be scared half to death if they saw him. Being ignored by two humans who had just stepped into the profound king realm made him very unhappy. His anger soared to the sky, an ancient power spread out from the black deity's mind and instantly covered his entire body. The hair on his body stood up like steel needles, and his body doubled in size. His surroundings were filled with endless power. With him as the center, a sea of power formed, the center of a vortex, powerful. Terrifying. Luo Tian's expression changed as he shouted, "Don't go over there, you two are not his match." The power was too strong. The black deity had followed the heavenly soul demon monarch to cultivate for tens of thousands of years. Although he had not absorbed much of the heavenly soul demon monarch's ancient power, it was enough to crush any profound king realm expert. Even Luo Tian was not confident. A brat who doesn't know his place. These two trash have no idea how strong the black deity is. Even a profound sage realm expert was crushed by him. They are simply sending themselves to death. Ha ha ha. The brothers of a country bumpkin are naturally country bumpkins. They have no brains at all. Following such a boss is simply stupid. The experts in the void were mocking them again. Their voices also sounded in Feng Lei and Xianxuanyi's minds. They were very unhappy, very, very unhappy. Feng Lei's eyes darkened, and his expression suddenly became serious. He shouted in a deep voice, "Xianxuanyi, it doesn't matter if you look down on us, but you can't look down on boss. You can't let boss be humiliated because of us." Xianxuanyi nodded and said, "What do you want to do? Cooperate with me. I want to tear this bear in half." Feng Lei did not wait for Xianxuanyi's reply. The bones on his body suddenly changed. Blood-red scales peeled off one by one and grew out one by one. They were bigger, thicker, and scarlet, as if they were filled with blood. Evolution, completely evolved. Roar. Feng Lei's entire body turned into a ferocious beast. His entire body was dripping with blood. It was incomparably horrifying. Luo Tian was shocked. He was secretly shocked. I didn't expect Fatty to be able to evolve. This power is so terrifying. Demon ancestor? Demon monarch Tianhun frowned as he looked at Feng Lei. His eyes were filled with questions as he thought to himself, could it be that the demon ancestor has reincarnated? That's impossible. 100,000 years ago, the demon race ruled over a region of the primordial world. Could it be that many things have happened in the past 100,000 years? He could tell at a glance that the demonic beast that Feng Lei had summoned was a demon ancestor. However, his appearance was similar, but his strength was far less than 1/10,000th. If the demon ancestor really came, not to mention the black deity, even he himself would have to die. The Tianhun demon lord snorted coldly and said, "You think you can take on the black deity with just this little bit of power? You're underestimating him. He's been cultivating by my side for tens of thousands of years. Just the ancient aura on my body alone has allowed his power to surpass the average peak mystique venerable rank powerhouse. Dealing with these two little bastards will be a piece of cake." Indeed. The black god was too powerful. Being able to transform into a human meant that he had reached the demon beast great perfection realm. According to the division of power, his current realm was infinitely close to the highest profound sage realm. Furthermore, he had been cultivating by the Tianhun demon monarch's side for tens of thousands of years. How terrifying was his power! Die. The black deity hugged his bare paws and raised them into the air before slashing down. Heaven and earth moved. It was as if the sky was about to split open. Even the sky of the Tianxian continent could not withstand this power. The sound of glass shattering could be heard. His two arms reached into the clouds and slammed down with shocking power. Heaven and earth raging bear. Xianxuanyi immediately consumed a black explosion pill and his power increased. The gigantic gate divine sword in his hand also released its greatest power. With a slash, an invisible sword aura shot up from the sword and turned into a gigantic gate divine sword. Without waiting for the black deity's fists to land, it slashed down. At this moment, Xianxuanyi shouted, "Fatty, it's up to you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xianxia slashed down with his sword. The man was the sword, and the sword was the man. He was going all out. Xianxia blocked the attack for Feng Lei, allowing Feng Lei to take advantage of the situation and kill him in one strike. Feng Lei swallowed a black explosion pill, and a scarlet power suddenly erupted from his body. He clenched his fists tightly, and with a push of his legs, his body directly rushed into the void, completely disappearing from his original spot. It was also at this moment the Imperial Guards had all consumed the black explosion pill. The commander in the lead roared, "Kill them!" The Black Deity army also rose up in an instant and charged forward with a strong devil flame. At this moment, the warriors in the plaza also surged forward like a crazy tide, their battle cries shaking the sky. The corner of the Tianhun demon monarch's mouth turned cold. He waved his right hand and said in a deep voice, "All demon army, charge! Trample the Heaven Sword City!" The war was about to begin. The situation was completely out of control. At this moment, Luo Tian could no longer care about the battlefield. He rushed towards Feng Lei and the others with all his might, and said in his heart, "Please don't let anything happen to you. Please don't let anything happen to you. I still have you guys to accompany me down this path." Rumble. His arms were like battle axes, bringing with them the power to tear through heaven and earth as they descended. Clang. Xianxua's gigantic sword chi shattered. Pfft. Xianxua spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale white as he looked up at the bear paw pressing down on him. His eyes closed slightly, and it was as if the entire world had stopped at this moment. The great ravager in his hands seemed to have turned into a human and began to breathe gently. Huff. Huff. Every breath was completely synchronized with Xianxua's. Every hair on Xianxua's body stood up, as if he was crazily absorbing something. Drip, drip. Drops of sweat mixed with blood dripped down from his body. The sword intent on Xianxua's body suddenly disappeared, and the moment it disappeared, it surged out like a flood. His eyes suddenly opened wide. Divine Sword Dao Intent. 10,000 swords return to sect. Sword Spirit 10,000 heavens. Out for me. Epiphany. At this moment, in less than a second, Xianxua actually had an epiphany. He had comprehended an even higher realm of one with the sword, the divine sword Dao Intent, the gigantic ravager sword spirit scattered 10,000 heavens, and the moment Black Deity's palms landed heavily, it directly went up. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. An incomparably oppressive force exploded, causing the entire world to tremble. The energy veins shot out more than 1,000,000 kilometers, and the entire Sky Sword City was shocked by this force. Even Demon Monarch Tianhun was incomparably shocked. He actually comprehended the divine sword Dao Intent. Who are the people around this kid? It seems like this kid's world must be very exciting, but his excitement will end today. Black Deity, kill the two of them. Before Demon Monarch Tianhun could finish his words. At this moment, Fatty Lei rushed out from the void. Chapter 9. There was still one more chapter to be delivered tonight. 9 heavens 10 earths. 10,000 demons become one. Kill. In the air, Feng Lei was furious. He rushed out with a low roar. A scarlet energy hit Black Deity's abdomen directly. The energy ripples shot out, and his thick mane rippled like a hurricane on a grassland. Boom. Black Deity's eyes bulged, and his abdomen caved in. He looked like he was in extreme pain. His huge body trembled as he staggered backward. His expression was extremely ugly. He took a few steps back and fell into the moat. The surging water immediately submerged his huge body, creating a few waves. The sudden attack was a level 1 hit, no one expected it. Shock, extreme shock, Luo Tian was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe it. The cooperation between the two of them was flawless. Xianxua risked his life to block Black Deity's attack, and Feng Lei seized the opportunity to strike. With a single attack, he pushed Black Deity, who was at the peak of mystique venerable rank, back and forth, sending him crashing into the moat. It was too shocking. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. The surrounding royal army and demon army all stopped attacking at this moment. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at the two of them. They were all scared silly. The powerhouses who were watching in the air could not even let out a fart. It was as if someone had poured 18 buckets of feces into their mouths. Their expressions were extremely ugly. They were like a joke. How is this possible? It's impossible? Black Deity's strength is at the peak of Mystique venerable rank. Coupled with his demon body, his strength is comparable to a Mystique sage. How could he be defeated by 2 country bumpkins? Illusion, it must be an illusion. They can't have killed Black Deity. Some people shook their heads and cried emotionally. They could not believe what had just happened. At this moment, Sky Sword City was in an uproar. They were extremely excited as they shouted in unison, Xianyuan, Feng Lei, they did not know what to say. They could only shout their names with all their might. It was too unbelievable. After taking the mysterious exploding pill, the strength of the Imperial Army increased sharply. Taking advantage of the moment when the Dark God Army was absent-minded, they crazily killed them. In just a few minutes, they drove out the demons that had attacked the city. The people in the city cheered again. Come on. Aren't you demons arrogant? Aren't you all arrogant? Come again. Let's see if you're better than our prince consort. Our 2 great generals are better. Ha ha ha, the citizens of the Heaven Sword City clamored, venting their anger. In the depths of the palace, Tang Qingtian's face was filled with excitement. It's so good to be young. These children's futures are limitless. The Xianxia continent will tremble because of them. Amazing, too amazing, ha ha ha, everyone was cheering. And Chen Chen's brows were tightly knitted together. She looked like she was trying very hard. Suddenly, and Chen Chen's eyes moved and she shouted, Brother Fatty, Brother Xianyuan, run. Her voice was very loud. However, no one heard her in the cheers around her. Even Tang Tang, who was next to her, squatted down and asked, Chen Chen, what's wrong with you? What did you say just now? And Chen Chen didn't have time to say. She rushed forward with all her might and shouted loudly, Brother Fatty, it's dangerous. Brother Xianyuan, it's dangerous. Quick, run. Tang Tang, who was following closely behind her, finally heard her clearly. Blind Lu was the same. His expression changed greatly. And Chen Chen's words were not doubted at all. And Chen Chen herself was a mysterious existence, the power in her body was indescribable, she could understand the language of any living creature in the world, she could release the holy light of blessing, other than these. She could also see things that some people could not. For example, the Black God who was truly brewing power in the moat, Blind Lu said in a deep voice, Princess Chongping, protect Chen Chen well. As soon as he finished, the power in Blind Lu's body suddenly soared to the sky, and his entire body was undergoing a crazy transformation. A huge pair of demon wings stretched out from his back, and his body underwent a drastic change. In just a few seconds, he had turned into the ancient giant demon. A voice came from the giant demon's body, roaring, Fatty Lei, Xianyuan, it's dangerous. Run. The appearance of the ancient giant demon shocked everyone. They were all dumbfounded. For a moment, they panicked and fled in all directions. But Blind Lu didn't care at all, and rushed to Feng Lei's side with all his might. It was also at this moment Luo Tian's expression changed, and his face was full of shock. His consciousness sensed an incomparably strong power brewing in the moat, and he immediately shouted, Fatty, back off. Before he finished speaking, the water in the moat gushed up into the sky. A giant creature that looked like a deep-sea titan began to fight, and a bare paw slammed down heavily with an aura that could tear through heaven and earth. Its voice was incomparably angry, both of you, go to hell. All of a sudden, no one expected it. All of this happened too suddenly. Feng Lei released all his power in one strike. Xianyuan comprehended the Tao of the divine sword and blocked the Black God's attack, but his body was already seriously injured, and he couldn't resist at all. In a split second, a huge demonic shadow rushed out, directly using its body to block the Black God's huge palm. Rumble. Crack. The bones on the 2 huge wings were directly broken, producing a series of bone-breaking sounds. Blind Lu's body suddenly sank, and half of his body was pressed to the ground. He spat out several mouthfuls of black blood, revealing a pained expression, and said, You too, leave. You want to leave? Go to hell. The enraged black god released the most powerful energy in his body. This was the power he had absorbed from the heavenly soul demon monarch. At this moment, he did not hold back in the slightest, completely releasing it. Heavenly soul demon monarch laughed coldly, and said, "Do you really think that the black god is so easy to defeat? Let's fight to the death, none of you trash humans are his match. When Little Black is angry, no one can stop him. Just wait for your deaths." At the same time, Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch waved his right hand and shouted, "Continue attacking. Flatten Heaven Sword City. Heaven Sword City." Because Blind Lu had suddenly transformed into an ancient demon, the black figure that was blasted into the moat seemed to rush out with an unparalleled power. In an instant, the entire Heaven Sword City was in chaos, and everyone fled in all directions. Other than the Imperial Guards, who still had some fighting strength, the other warriors had lost half of their fighting strength. Danger, it was a huge crisis. Bam! Black God struck Blind Lu's back with his palm again. Blind Lu spat out another mouthful of blood, and his body was heavily smashed onto the ground. His entire body was deathly still. Feng Lei's eyes were filled with anger. "I'll fight it out with you." Luo Tian's face darkened, and shouted, "Stand down, I'm going to send this guy to hell." Chapter 10, she was only 10 votes away from the first place, could the brothers beat her? It was a girl. Hee hee. The Heaven Sword City was already in chaos, there was only one way to temporarily calm this chaos, and that was to kill the Black God. Moreover, he had to kill him as quickly as possible. If he was any later, it would be even more chaotic, because the demon army was already rushing over like an avalanche. He had to defend himself. "Boss, hurry up and leave. Let the Imperial Guards pacify them. The real battle is about to begin. If this continues, I'm afraid we won't even need to fight before we'll be washed away." Luo Tian frowned and said. While they were talking, Luo Tian moved in the air, the corner of his mouth curled up, and he pointed at the Black God and sneered, "Smelly bear, aren't you looking for lousy? I'm here." The Black God's eyes moved, he stared at Luo Tian, and shouted in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, go to hell." It was also at this time Xianxia continued to drag Blind Lu's body out of the deep pit, and the huge demon's body was dragged out by him crazily. "Boss, be careful. All of you, retreat and prepare your defenses." At this time, he really didn't have much to think about. The only way was to do it. The aura on Luo Tian's body faintly moved, and the power in his body began to wreak havoc. The power of the stars and the power of the Emperor's cheek continued to gush out along with his will, and in an instant, the aura on Luo Tian's body soared into the sky. Then, Luo Tian grinned sinisterly, and said, "Smelly bear, watch how I send you to hell." "With just you? The Devil Lord is giving you face because of his kindness to you. I won't give you face because a human like you who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth doesn't need to live in this world. The Devil Lord loves talent, but I love killing. Anyone who blocks the Devil Lord's path must die. Die. Die." The word death spread for 1,000,000 kilometers. It was like a huge echo, rushing out wave after wave. All the creatures within 1,000,000 kilometers were trembling, and those void rankers were even more so, not daring to even breathe loudly. A group of experts who bullied the weak and feared the strong, what a joke. The voice carried the incomparably powerful pressure of the Black God. It rushed into Luo Tian's sea of consciousness like a raging tide, causing Luo Tian's body to sink slightly. His entire body felt like it was being pressed down by a mountain. He hated this feeling very much. What he hated the most was when others used pressure to crush his sea of consciousness. Immediately, furious, Luo Tian clenched his fists. Bang! 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 Level 5 Rage, 32 times the elemental power was released. The power of the stars and the power of the royal chi became even more turbulent and surging. It was like an enraged mad bull that was released unstoppably. Luo Tian's body was like a red-hot iron plate. Droplets of water dripped down, and the sound of water evaporating was very ear-piercing. 32 times the power was constantly circulating in Luo Tian's body. Luo Tian closed his eyes gently and loosened his fists. If it weren't for the stars and the Emperor's chi strengthening his body, he wouldn't have been able to withstand the impact of the level 5 berserk. The power in his body was like a raging sea of blood, constantly churning and raging. This feeling of being full of power was really cool, very cool. Luo Tian could clearly feel it, as if he was holding it in his hands. Suddenly, Luo Tian stretched out his right hand, and the blood-sucking broadsword appeared in his right hand. With the domineering aura that erupted from Luo Tian Chi, the aura of the man and the broadsword directly entered the supreme realm. Lifting the broadsword, he pointed at the black god and said a word casually, "Die." The black god sneered. His smile was very complacent and arrogant. Looking at Luo Tian, his eyes were filled with disdain. He coldly snorted and said, "I really don't know what the demon monarch sees in you. A person who is about to die can actually say such things. Alright. Then I'll show you what death is. Path of killing. Brutal killing. Kid, be careful. This big guy also cultivates the path of killing. His path of killing is extremely brutal. It's really condensed from killing. This guy has killed as many people as I have. It's not hard to tell from the thick aura on him." Frenzied Sword's heart tightened as he immediately reminded. Path of killing. There were many types. Everyone's path was different. The brutal killing path, true brutality for killing. This was a path that cultivated from killing. To be able to cultivate the brutal killing to such a level, the Black God must have killed at least millions of people. Before they were sealed, everywhere they went was a sea of corpses. No one was left alive. His path of killing was also led by the Tianhun demon monarch. Path of killing, the brutal aura was suddenly released, covering the entire Heaven Sword City. At this moment, the Heaven Sword City was filled with brutal killing intent. It made people feel as if they were in hell and could die at any moment. In an instant, the Heaven Sword City quietened down. The crying of children, the screams of women, and the fleeing commoners all stopped at this moment. They were afraid, they were so afraid that they didn't dare to move. They were so afraid that they couldn't even breathe. Their hearts were trembling, their bodies were trembling. They felt as if they were about to become a dead person. Everyone's face was pale and filled with powerlessness. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to die soon. Mom, I feel terrible. I feel terrible. Soft voices could be heard. The Heaven Sword City was dead silent. The experts in the void also held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. However, they were extremely proud in their hearts. Luo Tian, let's see how you're going to be arrogant. You're still arrogant in front of the Tianhun demon monarch, you're still arrogant in front of the Black God. Let's see how you die. Ha 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 ha, Feng Lei stopped. Xian Yuanyi dragged the heavy blind Lu to a stop. Tang Jiu, Tang Tang, Qin Yuer, and Chun Chun, and the rest all stopped. They turned their heads and looked at Luo Tian. The killing intent was too strong. This brutal killing intent flowed in everyone's hearts. They were powerless to resist, causing them to feel despair. Luo Tian's brows twitched. The corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a death god's smile. He said in an extremely cold voice, "Killing Dao? Brutal killing Dao? Since you want to use the killing Dao, then I'll let you see what a truly strong killing Dao is." The sea of consciousness began to churn, the aura behind Luo Tian suddenly changed. A huge death god appeared, holding a huge scythe that could reap lives. Under the black robe, he revealed a sinister smile. It was also at this moment. The black god suddenly moved. Luo Tian was the same. The death god's scythe slashed down from the sky. Luo Tian's figure suddenly changed. The black god slammed down with his bare paw, "Die." Bam! Luo Tian's figure was directly smashed into powder, dead? Chapter 1, A New Day. Seeking recommendation votes. Even the monthly votes can be pushed up. Dead? He was directly smashed into powder by Black God's palm? At this moment, more than half of the people in Heaven Sword City fell to the ground. Their bodies went limp, and the mental support in their hearts collapsed. Luo Tian, the last hope in their hearts, if he died, who would be able to protect Heaven Sword City, seeing Luo Tian's figure turn into a pile of powder, everyone's hearts became deathly silent. Feng Lei's eyes were filled with anger as he rushed out crazily and roared, "Young master! Boss! Boss!" Even in Chun almost shouted out, "Big brother Luo Tian." She didn't notice anything. It's over. It's completely over. Despair, complete despair, there was no hope at all. If even Black God couldn't withstand it, who would be able to withstand the arrival of the Heaven Soul Devil Monarch? They started to cry bitterly. Some of them directly knelt on the ground, their eyes lifeless, their eyes filled with despair. Black God laughed maniacally towards the sky, and said with incomparable arrogance, "Lowly humans, fighting with me is simply courting death. Tremble under my brutal Tao of slaughter. Tremble your sister." As soon as he finished, unknowingly, a figure appeared behind Black God. Luo Tian's entire body was suffused with a dense death god's killing intent, and the blood-sucking broadsword released one roar after another. At this moment, Luo Tian stacked the three powers in his body together, the corner of his mouth turned cold, he raised the frenzied blade in his hand, and with a fierce leap, he slashed down heavily from the sky, tyrannical slash, die. Blade chi soared into the sky, a tyrannical power wreaked havoc as the blade slashed down like a hot knife through butter. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Black God's eyes were wide open as he stared straight at Luo Tian. He could not understand how Luo Tian had appeared behind him. He had clearly smashed Luo Tian into powder with a single palm, so how did he appear behind him? He couldn't understand it at all. Seeing the huge blade chi coming down, Black God's heart trembled. The power of the Tao of Death was much more violent than his Tao of Brutality. Moreover, the overbearing power of the blade chi was simply too terrifying. He completely released the aura of the world's #1 domineering blade. The saber slashed down. Bang! The black deity looked up to the sky and roared, "Ah!" The saber chi went along his forehead and split into two, an incomparably beautiful instant kill. "No," the heavenly soul demon monarch roared, and the demonic flames on his body seemed to have been doused with tens of thousands of barrels of gasoline. He instantly soared into the sky with boundless fury. Instant kill, instantly killing the black deity, who was infinitely close to the profound sage realm, was simply too terrifying. One had to know that the black deity was far stronger than Long Tian of the Tao Trade Alliance. He could easily trample on Long Tian, but he was still instantly killed by Luo Tian. This kind of power was terrifying. Luo Tian smiled excitedly. He closed his eyes and waited quietly. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the black deity. You have gained 5 million experience and 600,000 profound chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the power of the brutal Tao of Death. Do you wish to devour it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining violent bear strength. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining black deity bloodline. Do you wish to fuse it? A series of prompts sounded. Luo Tian was incomparably excited. Looking at the prompts from the system, he couldn't help but be stunned. He thought to himself, can the Tao of Death be compatible with each other? Could it be that the Tao of Death needs to devour the power of other Tao of Death to improve? Naturally. The Tao of Death that you train in is the Tao of Death. It is a type of Tao of Death that can devour other Tao of Death to strengthen yourself. The brutal Tao of Death can naturally be devoured. After devouring, I believe that your Tao of Death will become even stronger. Of course, it's definitely a little weaker than my Azura Tao of Death. Ha ha ha. Frenzied Sword laughed wildly in excitement. The feeling that Luo Tian gave him was greatly different. This brat was simply too good, running away. The heavens were indeed good to him. This brat's world was really too exciting. Frenzied Sword was extremely excited. If I can condense a body, that would be even better. Frenzied Sword's heart stirred. He really wanted to walk out of Luo Tian's body and follow Luo Tian to be unbridled and arrogant, making the world tremble for them. This kind of hot-blooded life was too good. Luo Tian was naturally very clear about what Frenzied Sword was thinking. Luo Tian had long wanted to choose a suitable body for Frenzied Sword, but he had never been able to find one. Ha ha ha, my demon beast blood essence, I'm going to drink to my heart's content today. Feng Lei was grinning from ear to ear. He ran faster than anyone else, as if someone wanted to snatch it from him. He instantly rushed to Black God's side and started sucking the blood essence. Every mouthful of blood essence that entered his body caused the scarlet-red light on his body to tremble. The energy within Black God's blood essence was quickly absorbed by Feng Lei. Pung! Pung! Suddenly, two loud sounds came from Feng Lei's body. His blood pupils shrank as he laughed foolishly, ha ha ha. Breaking through 2 realms consecutively, too good, too good. Ha ha ha. The energy within this blood essence is too pure and thick. Breaking through 2 realms in an instant, this fatty was simply heaven-defying. Luo Tian smiled faintly, feeling happy for this fatty. Xianxia was the same, but his right hand was holding his sword a little tighter. Everything happened too quickly. A second ago, Luo Tian was smashed into powder. The next second, the one who fell to the ground was Black God. Just what had happened? Questions arose in everyone's hearts. The experts in the air were the same, they could clearly see what had just happened. Feng Lei sucked in a mouthful of blood essence and asked foolishly, "Boss, what happened just now?" Luo Tian grinned excitedly, and said, "Guess?" Haha, form displacement transposition, with the powerful support of the God-level cultivation technique. When Luo Tian released it just now, the clone was exactly the same as him. The flow of energy, the aura, was exactly the same. This was also why everyone thought that he had been smashed into powder by the Black God, but in fact, he had already rushed behind the Black God. If he didn't turn into powder. After Luo Tian made his move, he could still easily teleport back. This was simply a killing machine. The originally flustered Heaven Sword City once again boiled over. They were cheering. They were shouting Luo Tian's name with all their might. At this moment, Luo Tian had once again gathered them together, igniting their fighting spirit once again. This was the core cohesion. Luo Tian was their hope. Seeing the sky full of demonic flames, Luo Tian immediately flew into the air and shouted, "The final battle is about to begin. Brothers, are you ready? Strike while the iron is hot." At this time, he had to motivate them and stimulate their fighting spirit. Everyone roared in unison, "Kill, kill, kill." Their voices shook the sky. Luo Tian smiled excitedly and also shouted, "Kill." But in his heart, he was faintly worried. The leader system hadn't been upgraded yet, he still couldn't summon the Heaven Sword. What should he do? Demon Monarch Tian Hun had already arrived, Chapter 2. Thanks to Old Bull Fan, Moonfall, Fallen Prosperity, Fallen Beauty? 10,000 book coins, Old Bull is extremely grateful. The Tian Hun Demon Lord was here, with endless rage, the demonic flames on his body covered the entire sky, ferocious and filled with killing intent. His aura was extremely oppressive. It was worse than death. Luo Tian stood at the front, his eyes motionless. His long hair swayed with the wind and his robes fluttered. The aura he released was calm but powerful. There was no fear in his heart. Beside him, Feng Lei stood on the right. Xianxia stood on the left. Blind Lu, who was heavily injured but still stood up, stood behind him. The 3 of them stood in a line, like the generals beside Luo Tian. Behind them were Tang Tang, Qin Yuer, Tang Jiao, Daji, and the silly Lolian. Chun Chun. Although the aura of the 5 of them was not as strong as Feng Lei and the rest, they were still strong. Behind them were the royal guards and the martial artists of Heaven Sword City. Against the torrential demonic flames, they seemed so insignificant. However, at this moment, they were not afraid of anything. That was because Luo Tian was here. In the void, the mocking laughter that had disappeared rang out once again. Haha. Kid, so what if you're the killer black deity? Go ahead and be arrogant now. Let's see how long you can be arrogant for. You damned country bumpkin. Do you think you're so great just because you killed black deity? Today, even if you don't die, you will die. You want to be the savior of Heaven Sword City? In your next life, ha ha ha, you want to defy the heavens at the Mystic King realm? You have to have the ability to do so. An ant like you is really overestimating yourself. The sounds of mockery and ridicule were endless. Luo Tian was really frustrated. The anger in his heart could not be suppressed. Without waiting for the Tianhun demon lord to speak, Luo Tian said directly, "Can I ask you for a favor? You want to submit to me now? It's over. Kid, I've given you enough chances. Even before you killed little Blackie, I would have given you a chance to live. Who would have thought that your ability would kill little Blackie? This makes me very unhappy. Therefore, you have to die. Your Heaven Sword City will disappear from this day forth." The Tianhun demon lord's expression was cold. There was an irrefutable intent in his words. It was as though his words were the heavens. If the heavens wanted you dead, you had to die. Haha, the heavenly soul demon monarch is furious. Luo Tian's doomsday has arrived. Why am I so happy that Heaven Sword City is done for? Yesterday, I was still a consecrated expert of the Great Tang. Why am I so happy to see it destroyed today? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian, this daddy just can't stand your arrogance. What right does a mere ant have to be arrogant? Upon hearing Demon Sovereign Tianhuan's words, many experts began to mock and ridicule him. Luo Tian ignored him and said, "I'm not begging for mercy, nor am I surrendering. I just want you to help me with one thing. Can you help me tell me the names and identities of these people who are mocking me in the void? Even their appearances are fine." Huh? Demon Sovereign Tianhun was slightly taken aback. Why do you want their names? Luo Tian didn't hide anything and said, "I want to kill them one by one. Trash like them who have lived for hundreds of years shouldn't exist in this world. People like them still want to walk far on the path of martial cultivation. It's really laughable, really laughable. I'm really annoyed by them. If they appear in front of me, I will tear their mouths apart in an instant. It's this group of trash that keeps on blabbering. This daddy is incomparably annoyed. Really, extremely annoyed." Luo Tian's desire to kill them was even stronger than his desire to kill Demon Sovereign Tianhun. All day long, they blindly mocked, ridiculed, and insulted him. If they were in front of him, Luo Tian would risk his life to kill this group of trash, scumbags. In the face of the invasion of the demon army, the Great Tang dynasty had raised them for decades, hundreds of years, but these ingrates ran away when they saw danger. So what if they ran? They even King stood at the side and mocked him. This made him extremely annoyed, so, Luo Tian wanted to remember each and every one of them in his heart. As long as he met them, he would kill them all. However, they were all peak mystic venerable realm experts. It was impossible to find them in the void, only their voices could be heard. Even if he met them in the future, he might not be able to recognize them. This made it difficult for him to find them. So Luo Tian wanted to know the names of these bastards. Demon Sovereign Tianhun looked up to the sky and laughed, revealing a look of admiration. He said, "Although you are about to die, your temper is really to my liking. It's just a pity that you killed Blackie, so you must die. I will fulfill your request before you die." Immediately after, Demon Sovereign Tianhun closed his eyes and frowned. In less than half a breath's time, his eyes shook, and he said, "Spiritual Master Tianxian, second-level mystic sage, in the southern sky capital peak, 1.7 million kilometers away. Spiritual Master Yuelu, in Yuelu Mountain, 2.3 million kilometers away. Lu Jingyun, peak mystic venerable realm, 3.1 million kilometers away." One by one, he said all of them. Moreover, the wills of those powerhouses in the void wanted to disappear, but they were completely bound by Demon Sovereign Tianhun and could not escape at all. Luo Tian memorized them one by one, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. He looked up at the sky and said, "You bastards, don't run if you have the guts. Wait for me to kill you one by one, damn it." In the void, those powerhouses' expressions turned cold, and for some reason, a trace of fear rose in their hearts. Demon Sovereign Tianhuan's brows twitched slightly, and then he said, "Not only them, Cloud Ocean Sect, Nanshan Sect, Skyplume City, and Scorching Sun Sect have all sent out their elite disciples. Right now, they are crazily fighting for the Tang Empire's territory and resources. Taking advantage of the situation." Luo Tian's eyes darkened, and he sneered, "Looks like this time, I will be able to quickly raise my invincible value." He was going to start a massacre. He did not expect that when he was fighting against the demon army, these sects and forces that were allied with the Tang Empire would take advantage of the situation. If that was the case, then there was nothing to worry about. After dealing with demon sovereign Tianhun, he would kill them one by one, all of them would be destroyed. Could the invincible bloodline increase? Brat. Today, you can die in peace. These are your wishes before you die. I will let them all go to hell to accompany you. Demon sovereign Tianhuan's voice was filled with arrogance. As long as it was a human, he would kill. He gave Luo Tian a chance. This was the first time he gave a human a chance, and he was disappointed. Blackie was dead. Demon sovereign Tianhuan's anger was unparalleled. Therefore, no matter what kind of human they were in the future, they would all have to die. He wanted to turn the Tianxian continent into his private territory, and then gather all the resources on the continent to kill his way back to the ancient world. Luo Tian smiled gently, and said, if you were not a boss, if you were not a murderous demon, if you did not want to flatten Skysword City, maybe we could really be friends. But I'm really sorry. I will personally send those people to hell. And you will die today. Chapter 3, 3 more votes to surpass the first place. Brothers, please get 3 monthly votes. Arrogant, quite arrogant. Luo Tian's tone, expression, and the light that flickered in his eyes were all extremely arrogant. There was no fear. There was only excitement. Many people were shocked, thinking that they had heard wrongly. You looked at me, I looked at you, and all of them asked, what did he say? What did he say just now? What did he say? Heavenly Soul Devil Lord laughed coldly. He heard it very clearly, but he could not help but ask, what did you say? Luo Tian was very direct, and said arrogantly, I said, you will die today. Die? Who? Me? I will die? Will I die at your hands, or will I die at the hands of your trash subordinates? Or will I die at the hands of the heavily injured Sage Realm expert in the Imperial Palace? Heavenly Soul Devil Lord found it laughable. It was as if he had heard an extremely laughable joke. He wanted to laugh, but he did not, because Luo Tian did not even have the qualifications to make him laugh. Luo Tian was not arrogant. He was courting death even faster. Everything in the Heaven Sword City was seen through by Heavenly Soul Devil Lord. Even if Luo Tian had obtained the power of the stars and the power of the Emperor's aura, these two powers were no threat to him at all. He really could not understand why Luo Tian dared to say such words. Where did he get his courage from? Heavenly Soul Devil Lord looked at Luo Tian like a giant looking at a 3-year-old child. That kind of pressure, that kind of disparity in strength, that kind of incomparable disparity, made it hard for Luo Tian to breathe. It was very uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. This was not pressure, but a crushing aura. Luo Tian calmed himself down, and laughed, I will kill you with my own hands, just like I said at the beginning, I will explode you. Really? I will really explode you. The more Luo Tian spoke, the more excited he became. The more he spoke, the more powerful the energy in his body was being released. His body was changing, and a ball of demonic nature was surging out from his body. It was also at this moment. Luo Tian bellowed, bedevilment. Boom, there was a loud explosion in the sky as Luo Tian's body grew larger. His aura became heavier and filled with demonic nature. He erupted with the aura of a demon emperor and instantly pushed aside the aura of demon monarch that was crushing down on demon monarch. Devil Emperor Xing Tian, his body exuded a powerful aura that could disregard the heavens and earth. No one in this world could crush him with their aura alone. Now, I will give you another chance, kill everyone in the Heaven Sword City and I will spare your life. Furthermore, I will make you the commander of my devil army. On this continent, no one will dare to stop you from doing whatever you want. Brat, how about it? Without any hesitation, Luo Tian said, if you kill all the devil army behind you, I will consider making you my follower. Tianhun, you have to consider this carefully. Being a follower of the devil emperor is a supreme honor. Ha ha ha, demon monarch Tianhun laughed wildly, his expression changed, his gaze became gloomy, and the devil flames on his body surged forward like a raging tide, roaring, you're courting death. The moment the devil flames pressed down, The devil army behind him also rushed forward like a tide. Kill. Flatten the Heaven Sword City. The final battle was about to begin. Demon Emperor Luo Tian lowered his hands, clenched his fists tightly, and roared towards the sky, level 5 berserk. Buzz, 32 times the elemental strength was stimulated. The Blood God Ring, Blood God Armor, and Blood God Heavenly Sword's power were affected by the demonic energy in his body, and instantly erupted with a purple light. The aura on Luo Tian's body became abnormally ferocious, and at this moment, Luo Tian's sword soared into the sky, slashing through the sky, directly cutting open the devil flames that filled the sky. Waving his sword, he roared, "Kill these bastards." Feng Lei entered the peak beast transformation state and rushed out with all his might, roaring, "Kill." Xian Yuanyi followed closely behind. Next, the Heaven Sword City's warriors all swarmed forward, their battle cries shaking the sky. The sound of the war song floated above the Heaven Sword City, and the might of the 4th level leader floated above everyone's head. Everyone was motivated. For their loved ones, for their home, and for their country. At this moment, they disregarded life and death and completely entered a state of desperate fighting. Luo Tian stood in the air, looking at Demon Lord Tianhun in the sky. He laughed coldly, and said, "You really shouldn't have rushed out of the demon sealing array. From the moment you came out, you were destined to be a tragedy. Now come and fight in pain." Compared to the time at the auction, Luo Tian's current Demon Emperor Xing Tian body had become even stronger. The power of the stars and the power of the country's fate had made his Demon Emperor body even stronger, and his strength even more ferocious. Demon Lord Tianhun still didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes, and still looked at him with contempt. Seeing Luo Tian transform into a Demon Emperor, he was indeed a little shocked. However, this was just shock. The air moved. Demon Lord Tianhuan's voice broke through the air. In that instant, Demon Lord Tianhuan's right hand moved, and a huge palm print pressed down on Luo Tian, as he bellowed, "Heavenly Soul Palm." The pressure of the heavens, it carried a trace of power that even Luo Tian had never felt before, a power that did not exist in this continent, pressing down on his mind. Blood-red hair flew everywhere, the heavenly domain sword in Luo Tian's hand trembled slightly. This power was too fierce, too strong. Luo Tian's hands moved, and a sword soared into the sky, releasing all of the power in the Demon Emperor's body. 10,000 Devil Great Art. Explode for me. Bam. Rumble, the power of the 867th level of 10,000 devils surged into his body, causing the flames on Luo Tian's body to be like the flames on his but when he was launched from a rocket. It was indescribably intense, and he roared towards the sky, decapitation strike, chop. Rumble. The world changed colors. The entire continent began to tremble. It was as if it could not withstand the two forces rushing in. Kacha, 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 a series of glass-shattering sounds came from the sky. Countless spatial cracks were sinister and distorted, as if they could collapse at any moment. Powerful, too powerful. In that instant, Luo Tian was sent flying 10,000 meters, smashing through dozens of buildings in the Heaven Sword City, and finally landing on the walls of the Imperial City, buried in the ruins. Demon Lord Tianhuan's body only trembled slightly. However, this made him incomparably furious, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. The difference in strength was too great. The Demon Emperor's cultivation was completely restricted by Luo Tian's own cultivation, and was unable to unleash it. In the ruins, Luo Tian laughed, laughing with incomparable excitement, and said with a grin, "Strong, so damn strong, the stronger you are, the more I like it. The stronger you are, the better you can get, ha ha ha. Mother asterisk cur." Again. Chapter 4. Demon Lord Tianhun was really strong. His strength was completely different from that of the Dragon King. His strength was the kind that could not be shaken. Facing the Dragon King, Luo Tian felt that as long as he stepped into the Sage Realm, he would be able to kill him. However, with Demon Lord Tianhuan's strength, even if he stepped into the Sage Realm, he might not be his match. However, living was just a feeling. If he wasn't convinced, then he would do it. Moreover, the boss halo on Demon Lord Tianhuan's body was too strong. The golden light released from his body was the same as the golden light that shot out from Buddha's back, incomparably dazzling. In a game, if he didn't kill the boss, then what was the point of playing? Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to do it. Luo Tian never thought of escaping. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to kill this guy, in the ruins. Luo Tian shook off the dust on his body, and instantly landed in the air. He grinned and laughed excitedly. Old devil Tianhun, you're only SOSO. I thought you could instantly kill me, but I didn't expect your strength to be only SOSO. Yay! Long live the prince consort. I'll find the prince consort and not die. He is the savior of our heaven sword city, how could he die? The battle did not stop. It was abnormally intense, but there were many commoners who were paying attention to Luo Tian. When they saw Luo Tian being sent flying, their hearts tightened, and when they saw Luo Tian land in the air unharmed, they relaxed and immediately cheered. At an unknown time, the hearts of the tens of millions of people in Heaven Sword City were tightly connected to Luo Tian. And the leader system in Luo Tian's body kept flashing red, as if it was about to level up, but it did not immediately break through. What method could he use to make it break through and level up? Luo Tian thought about it for a long time and did a lot of things, but it was all to no avail. Right now, he didn't want to think about it at all, nor did he have the time to think about it. He knew very well that instead of thinking about how to break through the leader system, he might as well think about how to kill Demon Lord Tianhun. The leader system had an illusory feeling to him. He couldn't figure it out at all. Luo Tian never had too much hope for something that he could not grasp. He only believed in himself and his strength. Kill. Kill. Charge. The Heaven Sword City was filled with the sounds of killing. Feng Lei's face was covered in blood. Xianxia and Blind Lu, who had transformed into an ancient giant demon, were all injured to varying degrees, but their combat power was still rising. They were still fighting with all their might. The main battlefield was already showing signs of collapse. The devil army was simply too ferocious. Their cultivation levels were far higher than Feng Lei's. Profound explosion pellet. Take them all. Xianxia shouted in a deep voice. Tens of thousands of warriors did not hesitate. They took out the mysterious exploding pellet and swallowed it. This was a pellet worth tens of millions. As soon as the pill entered his body, his strength skyrocketed. Feng Lei trampled a demon to death under his feet, and ruthlessly sucked its blood essence dry. He opened his mouth, revealing his bloody teeth, and fiercely said, "Those who are injured, step back and immediately take the healing pills. Warriors with the Xian exploding pills, charge forward and kill these damned beasts. Kill." The sounds of killing filled the air. After the powerful effect of the mysterious exploding pill and the tenacious resistance, they once again resisted the attack of the devil race. However, Luo Tian was very clear that this was only temporary. Once the mysterious exploding pellet's time was up, the devil race army would probably break into the city in an instant. At that time, Luo Tian's mind tensed up. He looked at the heavenly soul devil monarch again, and said, "Come again." The only way to resolve the crisis of the Heaven Sword City was to kill the heavenly soul devil monarch. As long as the demon monarch died, the devil race allied forces would naturally collapse. The heavenly soul devil monarch's face was filled with anger. The fact that the heavenly soul palm did not kill Luo Tian made him extremely unhappy. Of course, this was also because Luo Tian had the demigod-level armor on his body. Suddenly, the power in the depths of his dantian began to surge out, becoming even more terrifying. The power of the ancient world. Luo Tian was extremely familiar with this aura. In the Pangu cave, his mind instructs, in a second, could clearly feel this incomparably powerful power. Luo Tian understood and thought to himself, as expected, old demon Tianhun really came from the ancient world. With just a strand of his soul, he was able to cultivate to such a powerful realm. It seems like the ancient world is really interesting. Then, Luo Tian clenched his fists tightly. The ancient aura that the ancient king had left behind in his sea of consciousness was released. The 5th level of Berserk was released, the 10,000 Devil Great Method was released, the 9 dragons and 9 elephants were released, the power of the stars and the power of the Imperial Aura were all released. This was Luo Tian's strongest power. Facing the heavenly soul devil monarch, he did not dare to hold back the slightest bit of his strength. Even if he released all of his strength, Luo Tian did not have much confidence. Because of cultivation, because the difference in realms was simply too great. If Luo Tian was a Sage Realm expert, releasing all of these powers together would be an extremely terrifying existence. However, he was only at the 9th stage of the Profound King, so he was completely restricted. At the same time, Luo Tian held the Great Divine Pearl in his palm and thought to himself, "I'll fight a war of attrition with you. As long as I injure you this time, I'll benefit greatly. I don't believe that you won't run out of profound chi and I won't be able to defeat you. I'll exhaust you to death." With a thought, Luo Tian charged towards the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch with unparalleled strength. The Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch snorted coldly with a face full of disdain. He sneered smugly, "You must be tired of living. You dare to fight me with this little bit of strength? This time, die for me." The moment the word die was said, the demonic flames that filled the sky suddenly retracted and surged into the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch's body. And at that moment, the power of the ancient world was released from his body. The Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch's eyes widened, Chaos Origin Divine Palm. Violent winds raged. Space distorted and the entire sky trembled. Too powerful. Even the space of the Xianxia continent could not withstand such a powerful impact. Luo Tian's face turned pale from the impact of this force. The killing intent in his heart was even stronger than before. He bellowed angrily, "Panga Divine Slash, cleave. Rumble." The moment the two forces collided, Luo Tian suddenly released fulgurating shadows as his body suddenly disappeared and penetrated the void. With a thought, the power of the Great Divine Pearl in his palm suddenly burst out and charged towards the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch. But, at that moment, Luo Tian's heart turned cold. Suddenly, it became extremely cold. At that moment, he realized that he was too weak and insignificant compared to the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch. Everything about him had been seen through. When he penetrated the void, his body was suddenly bound by a force. When he turned back, he realized that his leg was being pulled by a gigantic black hand. The gigantic hand was covered in raging black flames and was extremely terrifying. The power of the Great Divine Pearl exploded but did not injure the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch at all. And at that moment, Luo Tian was pulled out of the void by the Heavenly Soul Devil Monarch. He was lifted into the air and smashed down heavily. Rumble. Chapter 5, Thank you, brother. 10,000 book coins floating in red as a reward. It seemed to have the same name as the General Alliance. Haha, brothers, if you still have monthly votes, vote for Old Bull. You can't protect your chrysanthemum. Boom. Luo Tian's body smashed a deep pit. You want to play shifting forms with me? You are still too inexperienced. Boom. As soon as his voice faded, Demon Monarch Tianhun grabbed Luo Tian's leg and smashed it behind him. A building was smashed into ruins. Following that, he shouted angrily, "I gave you face and let you choose to live. You don't know how to cherish the opportunity." Boom. Another smash. "Kill me, little blackie." Boom. Another smash. "You are just a weak and lowly human. Wu and I am Tianhun. What qualifications do you have? You don't even have the qualifications to fight with me. Do you think you are my opponent just because you have obtained a little power? Too weak. Simply too weak. Too weak." Boom. Wave after wave. A huge pit of a few hundred meters was smashed out on both sides. Luo Tian's face was covered in blood. His life was hanging by a thread. The fury in Demon Monarch Tianhuan's heart was completely unleashed. He roared continuously and treated Luo Tian like a rag doll. He smashed Luo Tian left and right repeatedly. Blood gushed out from every part of Luo Tian's body. His entire body was drenched in blood. "Die for me." Demon Monarch Tianhuan's eyes darkened. He roared again and threw Luo Tian's body into the air. A huge force rushed into the sky and directly smashed onto Luo Tian's abdomen. It crushed down. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled. The force exploded for millions of kilometers. Countless buildings in Sky Sword City collapsed. Even the imperial city that had stood for 1,000,000 years was shaking as though it would collapse at any moment. Dust flew everywhere and filled the sky. The deep pit looked as though a missile had exploded. It was a mess and there were no signs of life. In Skysword City, everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, their hearts sank. At the same time, they were all tensed up and worried for Luo Tian. Boss. Boss. Dragon Head. Brother Luo Tian. Feng Lei and the others rushed forward as if they had gone mad. Their hearts were dead silent. She felt an indescribable pain and anger in her heart. She just wanted to rush to Luo Tian's side. She just wanted to stay by his side, even if it was just to look at him. Heavy, it felt incomparably heavy. The hearts of the tens of millions of people in the Heaven Sword City were in suspense. That feeling was not good at all, and every single one of them was silently praying for Luo Tian in their hearts. There were even some who knelt down and clasped their hands together as they looked at the sky. I pray that Prince Consort Ma will be safe and sound. I am willing to use 10 years of my life, may the Prince Consort be able to survive this calamity. From now on, I will be a vegetarian for the rest of my life, God bless. At the front line. Losing Feng Lei, Shan Yuanyi, and the other generals, the commander of the Imperial Guard struggled to shout, "Take revenge for the Prince Consort, take revenge for the Prince Consort, kill. Kill." His killing intent grew even stronger. At this moment, his combat prowess rose once more. However, facing the incomparably powerful Devil Army, no matter how strong they were unable to resist. For a time, they were forced to retreat. The Devil Army had already killed their way into the city, and everywhere they went, there were dead people. Heaven Sword City began to flow with blood, dead people. People died crazily. They treated killing as a form of entertainment, killing anyone they saw. Wailing. Screams. Pain. However, no one paid any attention to them. It was as if the Heaven Sword City had been abandoned by this world. That feeling made them despair, they could not see a trace of hope, and their hearts were shrouded in death. In the ruins. The ashes scattered, and in the middle of the pit, there was a body covered in blood. It was the body of the Devil Emperor Xianxia. At this moment, his body was undergoing a crazy transformation. After a while, he returned to his human form, but his body was still covered in blood. The Heavenly Soul Demon Lord's attack had severely injured both of Luo Tian's bodies. The truth was the same. The power of the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord was simply too strong. The power of the ancient world, after cultivating in the profound sky continent for 100,000 years, what he had experienced and what he had experienced were all different from the warriors of this continent. The devil body degenerated in less than 10 minutes. He could not hold on at all. Luo Tian, who was in his human form, lay in the ruins. His face was extremely pale, and his eyes were unfocused. He coughed lightly, and a mouthful of black blood flowed out from his mouth. He clenched his fists tightly. Is there no other way? He's not dead. Prince Consort is not dead, ha ha ha, he's really not dead, I heard his voice. As the dust dispersed, many commoners rushed forward without caring about anything else. They surrounded the deep pit and looked at Luo Tian's ashen face and the weak rise and fall of his chest. At this moment, their hearts were abnormally excited, and they roared loudly. Not dead, this was because the Devil Emperor's body was too strong. If he was in his human form, Luo Tian would have been smashed to pieces. With the defense of the Blood God's armor, Luo Tian could barely withstand the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord's attack. He's not dead? The anger in Demon Sovereign Tianhuan's heart was unleashed once again. His face became even more ferocious as he roared, I would like to see how many times you can withstand my attacks. Despicable dog, die. Swoosh. Feng Lei went berserk and instantly stood in front of the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord. He pointed at the Heavenly Soul Demon Lord and shouted, step over my body. Otherwise, I won't let you harm a single hair on my young master. Scram. The Heavenly Soul Demon Lord moved his right hand and swept Feng Lei away. Rumble. Feng Lei's body was sent flying for 10,000 meters. He broke through dozens of buildings and was buried in the ruins. No one knew if he was dead or alive. Feng Lei collapsed. Xian Yuanyi quickly went up. Without any hesitation. The heavenly soul demon lord's anger had reached its peak. He swept out his palm again, scram. Xianxia was sent flying in an instant. Blind Lu's ancient troll hands and feet were firmly planted in the soil. He had a ferocious expression and laughed excitedly. Dragon head, if there's a next life, I, Blind Lu, will definitely play a good song for you. Before he could finish his sentence, the heavenly soul demon lord struck out with his palm again. Blind Lu's hands and feet were planted in the soil, but he was still sent flying in an instant. The difference in cultivation level was too great. In front of the heavenly soul demon lord, they were not even considered ants. They were directly crushed without any ability to resist. Tang Tang, Tangjiu, Qing Yuer, and Chun Chun, and Daji all stood out. Their gazes did not move as they blocked the deep pit. Not only them. The citizens of Heaven Sword City all stood out. The elderly, children, and women all stood in front of the deep pit. Their gazes were as hard as steel, at this moment. The hearts of everyone in Heaven Sword City were truly connected. Everyone was united. Ha ha ha, that's fine too. Since you like to block my path, then all of you can die. The demonic flames on the heavenly soul demon lord's body soared into the sky. And at this moment, in the deep pit, a notification sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding. The first chapter. First of all, Old Cow is very sorry. I did not update 10 chapters yesterday, causing many brothers to wait for nothing. Secondly, I will definitely make up for it with 10 chapters today. Let's talk about yesterday's reason. My finger joints might be inflamed, my fingers and arms can't hold on any longer. Last night, I applied some ointment, applied some safflower oil, rested for a night, and recovered slightly in the morning. No matter what, Old Cow will risk his life to write 10 chapters today. He bowed again. Old Cow is very sorry for going back on his word yesterday. A pleasant notification sounded out. Luo Tian's heart tightened, and he could not help but laugh bitterly. At this time, which demon was killed again, and the experience landed on my head. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining People's United. Leader system has leveled up, currently at level 5. After hearing it, Luo Tian's body started to tremble, and he started to tremble in excitement. He lay in the ruins, his entire body in pain, but at this moment, an incomparable power erupted from his body, and he roared in his heart, I've leveled up, I've finally leveled up, damn it. He gritted his teeth. The heart that had been suppressed for 2 full days was finally released. At this moment, his heart became incomparably strong. Level 5 leader system, able to summon the heavenly sword, the divine sword from beyond the heavens, killed in one strike. Thinking of this, the blood in Luo Tian's body started to boil. Immediately, Luo Tian stood up with difficulty, and roared towards the sky, Old Devil Tian Hun. His voice shook the heavens, a huge aura also erupted. Luo Tian's voice caused the entire Heaven Sword City to instantly quiet down. Everyone turned their heads to look at him in the deep pit. Blood covered his face. His entire body trembled slightly and he could not stand steadily. He was like an old man with one foot in the grave, about to fall and die at any moment. However, he stood up with incomparable tenacity. Prince Consort Ma really survived. He's standing up. This is really great. Everyone was so excited that they cried, but their bodies did not move at all. They stood there, blocking Demon Lord Tianhun. Their eyes became even more resolute, and they were unafraid of death. To them, Luo Tian had done too much for them, too much. If not for Luo Tian, they would have died long ago. Heaven Sword City would have ceased to exist long ago, and so would this country. Their hearts were filled with gratitude. Everyone was afraid of death, but sometimes, death was not that scary. They were not a match for Demon Lord Tianhun, but they were infected by Luo Tian's unyielding spirit, and all of them became extremely united. They stood firmly in front of Luo Tian. In the void, those experts were slightly shocked. Then, they began to laugh loudly. I didn't expect him to be alive. He's not dead yet, but he's about to die. Look at how cowardly he is. Even a 3-year-old child can kill him now, let alone the heavenly soul demon monarch. With such strength, he still wants to kill the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch and us. He's really overestimating himself. Even if he survives, the next time I meet him, I'll crush him to smithereens. Such an arrogant person is just a joke. Well said. They were laughing at him. They did not understand why the citizens of the Heaven Sword City would protect Luo Tian with all their might. What need was there to protect these ant-like commoners? They felt that they were martial artists and possessed supreme power. The deaths of these commoners had nothing to do with them. Even if all the commoners in the world died, they would not bat an eyelid. Therefore, they naturally did not understand. Because they looked down on these people from the bottom of their hearts. He thought he was superior to others. Actually, they had forgotten their roots. Once upon a time, their parents were also commoners. They had also started as nameless commoners and worked hard to cultivate. When they became supreme experts, they hated their past and felt that it was their disgrace. People like them were even worse than dogs. Luo Tian did not pay attention to them. In his eyes, these people did not even have the qualifications to be bothered by him. They were just a bunch of annoying flies. Sooner or later, they would be killed one by one. He was certain of this. At this moment, the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch's gaze darkened. Not being able to kill Luo Tian had already made him infuriated, but now that Luo Tian had actually stood up, it made him even more furious. The monstrous devil flames on his body continued to be released, rushing out and enveloping the entire Heaven Sword City. Following that, it wrapped around him. The devil flames were like demons and monsters flying out of hell. They flew crazily within the Heaven Sword City, emitting a terrifying sound. Heaven Sword City. It was like hell on earth. Suddenly, a little girl, a very ordinary little girl, walked up. She walked in front of the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch and took out a candy from her bosom. It was her most beloved candy. She raised her head and looked at the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch and said immaturely, "I'll give you candy to eat, can you let Prince Consort go?" A child. An incomparably kind-hearted child. Standing beside the demon, it formed a huge contrast. The child's mother cried until her eyes were blurred, but she did not stop her. The Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch did not have any sympathy, not even a trace of pity. Instead, the anger in his heart burned even more intensely. This was an anger that he had never felt before. Because, he realized that everyone was using their lives to protect Luo Tian. The more it was like this, the angrier he became. He stared at the weak little girl on the ground, raised his right palm, and shouted angrily, "Die." A palm strike came down. The little girl's mother almost fainted from fright when she heard the girl's name. The little girl did not move at all. She still looked at the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch with a sincere expression. Her eyes were extremely clear, without a trace of impurity. "Save her. Heavens, please save this little girl. Save us, save the Heaven Sword City." Inside the Heaven Sword City, with a series of shouts, they fell into despair. In true despair, heaven and earth moved. Suddenly, a series of muffled thunder suddenly erupted from the ninth heaven. The Heaven Sword City began to shake violently. Shaking, shaking, shaking non-stop, with the depths of the Imperial Palace as the center. One ring after another, the beams of power spread out, covering half of the profound sky continent, instantly shattering the demonic flames that shrouded the sky above the Heaven Sword City. Tang Qingtian's brows twitched as he muttered to himself, "This power, all of a sudden." Tang Qingtian's eyes widened as he suddenly stood up. His face was filled with shock. Heaven Sword. The power of the Heaven Sword. Could it be that the citizens of the Heaven Sword City have influenced the Heaven Sword? Let the Heaven Sword that has been silent for 10,000 years break out of the ground? As the Tang family's ancestor, even he could not understand. At this moment, all the demons were trembling. The demons hidden tens of millions of kilometers away were the same. They crawled on the ground and growled in a low voice. Their eyes were filled with endless fear. They were afraid. The power of the Heaven Sword made every single one of them fearful. The Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch's expression changed slightly. Feeling this power, his heart sank, and he could not help but be careful. Luo Tian, step by step, he walked out of the ruins. the crowd automatically opened up a path for him. He had a grim smile on his face as he looked at the heavenly soul demon monarch who had forgotten to land his palm. He laughed sinisterly. I said, I will explode you. Ding. Target locked. Chapter 2, A New Day, everyone has a recommendation vote. Vote for Old Bull, thank you very much, thank you to the brothers who donated, thank you. Ding. Target locked. Hearing the notification, Luo Tian laughed excitedly. His expression was as arrogant as it could be. The anger in his heart completely erupted as he looked at Demon Monarch Tianhun ferociously and said unhappily, damn it, now it's my turn to be arrogant. King touched my brother, destroyed my city, injured my Tang dynasty citizens, and now you won't even let a girl off. Are King human? Oh? I forgot. You're not human. You're an old dog that has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. Luo Tian's words shocked everyone. He actually dared to say such words to Demon Monarch Tianhun. Was he crazy? All the citizens of Sky Sword City were looking at him. The warriors at the front line also stopped to look at him. Half of the experts in Tianxian continent were looking at him. They all thought that Luo Tian had gone crazy. Who gave him the courage, or did he want to mock Demon Monarch? Tianhun before he died, he was seriously injured and couldn't even defeat a rank 1 warrior. What kind of power gave him the courage to say such words, at this moment? Luo Tian's face was filled with arrogance and indescribable excitement. He really looked like a lunatic. What was wrong with him, of course? If you could immediately kill a super boss in the game, would you be excited? Would you be arrogant? Would you be cocky? You had to be arrogant. Demon Monarch Tianhun couldn't understand what right Luo Tian had to stand in front of him and be so arrogant. Looking at Luo Tian's fearless look, he sneered and said disdainfully, trash. You want to be arrogant before you die, right? Sure. This demon monarch will let you be arrogant enough. As soon as he said that, Demon Monarch Tianhun was completely enraged. The aura on his body surged out like a tide. His eyes turned sinister as he roared into the sky, demonic flames bury the heavens. Complete suppression. I want to wipe Sky Sword City off the face of this continent. Not disappear, but completely obliterate. Everything here would be reduced to ashes. The heavenly soul demon monarch was infuriated. He released all the energy in his body. The dark devil flames once again wrapped around the Heaven Sword City. The powerful energy wreaked havoc and crushed the Heaven Sword City. Space was constantly being squeezed. It was as if it could explode at any moment. At this moment, everyone in Heaven Sword City looked at Luo Tian. Although they were in despair, they still looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian didn't have the slightest fear, on the contrary, the excitement on his face became even more intense. He looked up at the power that was diffusing in the sky and said excitedly, very strong, but this power will soon be mine. Ha ha ha, he laughed wildly, he laughed maniacally. As soon as the laughter died down, Luo Tian moved in the void and used his last bit of strength to fly into the air. Covered in blood, he floated in the air as though he had crawled out of a pool of blood. He looked at Demon Monarch Tianhun and roared, Heaven Sword, strike. Wang! Wang! A loud sword hum rushed into the sky. It was as though the sky had been pierced, but it was also as though a sword had flown in from the sky. A golden sword. The sword wasn't big, it was no different from an ordinary sword. However, the power it released made one's heart turn cold. Demon Monarch Tianhuan's expression changed drastically. He felt fearful. At this moment, a trace of fear rose in his heart. This was a feeling he had never felt in hundreds of thousands of years. When he saw the golden sword, he didn't hesitate and turned to flee. Demon Monarch Tianhun was actually fleeing. And without any hesitation, he retracted the void devil flames and turned to rush into the void. He had no intention of fighting, nor did he care about his underlings. He just fled. He was afraid, extremely afraid, no one knew why he was fleeing. They couldn't understand at all. Even the citizens of Sky Sword City didn't understand. They thought that Demon Monarch Tianhun was going to release an even stronger power. Luo Tian didn't chase after him. He laughed wildly and said arrogantly, "Old dog Tianhun, you know fear too? You want to escape? You F** king dare to touch my brother. I'll make sure you die without a burial ground." Suddenly, Luo Tian stretched out his finger and pointed to the void. He snorted sinisterly and said, "Just you wait. You like to watch a show, right? You like to laugh at me, right? I'll remember all of your names. Wait for me to send you to hell one by one." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Tian's heart tightened. He roared, "Sky sword, slash!" Whoosh! A golden sword behind him flew out like lightning. It directly charged into the void. Before anyone could react, a huge black hole appeared in the sky. A black hole that shattered space. It was constantly twisting and twisting. The black hole released an unparalleled power, producing thunderous sounds that were louder than the last. It was like a nuclear explosion, causing the space within a radius of several kilometers to shatter. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, a huge figure fell from the black hole. Following closely behind was a golden sword. The golden sword slashed through the air and directly slashed down. Boom! A seemingly ordinary force slashed across Demon Monarch Tianhuan's body. Demon Monarch Tianhuan's eyes suddenly spat out as he resisted with all his might. He screamed, don't kill me. Ha ha ha, old dog Tianhun, you're afraid? Didn't you want to F** king kill me? Didn't you want to destroy my Skysword city? Aren't you the remnant soul of an ancient supreme expert? Aren't you arrogant? Mother F** king be arrogant again. F** ck. Luo Tian cursed and said fiercely, "Those who touch my brother, die. Kill." Madness, Luo Tian fell into a state of madness. He vented all the unhappiness in his heart. Demon Monarch Tianhuan's body trembled. He was so frightened that he peed his pants. His face was pale. Facing the power of the golden sword, he was completely powerless. No matter what power he used to resist, it was useless. It directly split his body into two like a hot knife through butter. What scared him the most was, his ancient remnant soul's consciousness was also destroyed. This also meant that he was going to die. He would disappear from this world forever. He was unwilling, he was extremely unwilling, his hundreds of thousands of hard work was gone in the end. He roared into the sky and let out his last words, "Luo Tian, my master will not let you off. Just you wait. When you enter the ancient world, it will be your doomsday." Ha ha ha, rumble! Demon Monarch Tianhuan's body suddenly exploded. The demonic flames on his body turned into powder. His entire body was completely obliterated, one sword obliterated. This power, it was too F** king awesome. Luo Tian was excited. The tense moment had arrived. He prayed in his heart, F** ck, let me explode. Chapter 3, More Monthly Votes. Explode, let's explode. Luo Tian's heart was about to jump out of his chest. The most exciting moment of killing the boss had arrived. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Heaven Soul Devil Lord. The reward is 10 million experience points, and the profound chi is 1 million points. How much experience? Luo Tian thought that he had heard wrongly. Looking at the long string of zeros in the system, he entered it a total of 8 times before confirming it. His heart was in a mess as he said, 1 billion experience, your sister, your father is about to cry. 1 billion experience points, 10 million profound chi rewards, too gorgeous, the system beep continued. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the God-level cultivation method Heavenly Soul Palm. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Devil Flame Heart Core. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Ancient Remnant Will. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Soul Remembrance Bead. The system beep crazily sounded. The items that Heaven Soul Devil Lord dropped were all holy artifact level items. Luo Tian's face beamed with joy. He immediately opened the system to check. Cultivation method, Heavenly Soul Palm grade, God level consumption, 100,000 profound chi. The higher the level, the more it consumes. Cooldown, 600 seconds. The higher the level, the lower the cooldown. Description: this palm technique is divided into 10 levels. The first level is to break the body, ignore defense, the second level is to shatter bones, the third level is to break tendons, the fourth level is to suck blood. The 10th level is to kill the soul. Looking at the skill description, just the ignore defense part was enough to make Luo Tian's heart tremble. And he couldn't help but say 2 words, awesome. Ignore defense. This cultivation technique was heaven-defying. Luo Tian thought that the 9-dragon god palm that Long Tian dropped was already a very awesome cultivation technique, but he didn't expect it to be so weak compared to this. The idea in his mind moved, and he immediately said, cultivate immediately. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for cultivating Heavenly Soul Palm. Following that. Item, Devil Flame Hardcore Grade, Divine. Description: after fusing with this item, one can control demonic flames. It has a 10% boost to demonic arts. The stronger the ability, the stronger the demonic flames released. At its peak, the demonic flames can wipe out all living beings within 1,000,000 kilometers. This was the source of the Heavenly Soul Demon Sovereign's power to wipe out Heaven Sword City in an instant. Fuse. It has to be fused. Thinking back to that moment when the Heaven Sword City was enveloped in demonic flames, Luo Tian even felt that it was a death reward. If the demonic flames were cultivated to the peak, he could directly run to a mountain range and release the demonic flames to kill all the demonic beasts inside. Wouldn't his experience skyrocket? Ancient Remnant Thoughts, Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch's power of origin. Needless to say, the power from the ancient world was definitely a good thing. Luo Tian immediately fused with it. Soul Remembrance Bead. It was a very ordinary black bead. It was not eye-catching at all. When Luo Tian opened the system to check, he even thought that it was a piece of trash, just like a slightly larger black bean, without any value. But when he checked the color of its attributes, his face changed greatly. Item, Soul Remembrance Bead Grade, Ancient Weapon Description: this divine bead can store primordial spirit and reforge the body. Note, can only be used once. It was a simple description, without any fancy descriptions. However, Luo Tian was stunned. He finally understood how the Heavenly Soul Demon Sovereign managed to cultivate such a powerful body and strength with a wisp of an ancient remnant soul. It was all because of this inconspicuous bead. Moreover, the most important point was that as long as he absorbed a wisp of primordial spirit, he could reforge his body. In other words, as long as he injected a wisp of primordial spirit in advance, even if his body was destroyed or killed, as long as the primordial spirit was still there, he could reforge his body and come back to life. This was just like having an extra resurrection ring in the game. It was too sharp. It was so sharp that it was a mess. Luo Tian was so excited that tears almost gushed out of his eyes. He was not used to having so many good things drop at once. In his previous life, no matter how strong the boss was, no matter how good the drops were, it would at most be a divine artifact. However, it actually dropped an ancient basic item. It was too awesome, of course. Such a heaven-defying explosion was inextricably linked to Luo Tian's full luck value. This was also the power of the luck value. All the good things had been dropped, and all the secrets of the Heavenly Soul Demon Sovereign had been revealed to Luo Tian one by one. Just when Luo Tian thought that it was over, the system sounded out again. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Profound Ancestor Stage 1. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Profound Ancestor Stage 2. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the main character's cultivation technique as a reward. The cultivation technique obtained is God of Slaughter Domain. What? Kill what domain? Luo Tian's eyes opened wide, his heart tightened, and he immediately opened the system to check the cultivation technique he had just obtained. When he saw the words God of Slaughter Domain, he almost couldn't take it anymore. It was too exciting. He really couldn't take it anymore. If this continued, he would have a heart attack. Big brother system, sir system, I love you very much. If you ask me to throw a soap now, I won't hesitate. This is too awesome. Dolua Continent's Tang San's God of Slaughter Domain, this is too exciting, my little heart can't take it anymore. Luo Tian's tears really gushed out. He couldn't take it at all. His heart was beating wildly, as if he had taken drugs. This feeling was really awesome, really awesome. Cultivation technique, God of Slaughter domain, space-type cultivation technique, grade, high God rank consumption, 1 million profound chi cooldown, 1 hour description. This cultivation technique is a space-type cultivation technique. When released in a straight line, it can increase one's speed by 100% and attack power by 30 for half a minute. The God of Slaughter domain is divided into 5 levels. The second level is the Azura domain, the third level is the Death God domain, and the fourth level is? The fifth level is? Description 2, the Azura domain can release the Azura revolving killing formation, the Death God domain can release the Death God Scythe 10,000 killing formation, and the fourth level can release? The fifth level can release? Evolution type? It was a little different from the God of Slaughter domain in the Dolua continent, it was much stronger. Moreover, there were 5 levels of evolution, the 4th and 5th levels were all question marks, and were not displayed. This was because Luo Tian's level was not high enough. If the 3rd level was the Death God domain, then how powerful would the 4th and 5th levels be? Luo Tian was really looking forward to it. He clenched his fists tightly, and his heart was incomparably excited. He secretly said, "Fortunately, I didn't agree to Demon Monarch Tianhuan's request. Otherwise, all of this would be gone. This is too awesome, I'm going to cry." Just when Luo Tian thought that it was all over, the system beeped again. Luo Tian looked up at the sky, and his heart was beating so fast that he couldn't take it anymore. He comforted himself in his heart, "Steady, steady, you must steady." Ding, Chapter 4. He really couldn't take it, his heart was stimulated again and again. Even though he was at the mysterious ancestor realm, he couldn't take it anymore. However, this feeling was too great, the system beep sounded. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the boss's reward, the reward item Fusing God Cauldron. What is it? Luo Tian was startled once again, because this item was very unfamiliar to him, he had never heard of it before. However, the frenzied blade in his body suddenly moved, and suddenly said loudly, good stuff, this thing is much better than that soul remembrance bead, it is a super awesome great divine artifact that can fuse with anything in the world." Frenzied Blade's voice gave Luo Tian a fright. Luo Tian was already extremely nervous, his heart was thumping wildly, and with Frenzied Blade's sudden shout, he almost fell to the ground in fright, and could not help but say, "Don't freak out every time you appear, do you want to scare me to death? A good thing is a good thing, there's no need to make such a big fuss, it's as if you've never seen a good thing before. You are also the #1 tyrant blade in the world, you have seen so much of the world, why are you still like a child, you disappoint me, next time don't say that I know you, ha ha ha." Luo Tian laughed and said. After he finished speaking, Luo Tian suppressed the excitement in his heart, and with a cheap expression, he giggled, "Master Frenzied Blade, what kind of good thing is this Fusing God Cauldron?" Frenzied Blade was very unhappy. However, he was really excited. There was a feeling that if you didn't let him speak, you would suffocate to death if you said what you wanted to say. Frenzied Blade continued, "The Fusing God Cauldron was refined from the fire spirit of heaven and earth. It possesses the strongest flame power in the world, and it can melt everything in the world. It can even melt souls. F***ck. Isn't this just a slightly stronger furnace? What's the use of it?" Luo Tian was startled. Wasn't it just a slightly stronger flame? Could it be used to burn trash? System your sister. Demon Monarch Tianhun is such a strong boss. You should at least reward me with something good. What's the point of giving me a furnace? When Luo Tian heard the words Heaven Fusing Cauldron, he was extremely excited. Just the name of the item was already very grand. It was definitely a very powerful divine artifact. To be able to melt even the heavens, how awesome was that? But when he heard Frenzied Sword's words, he felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured over his heart. He couldn't feel happy no matter how hard he tried. He was extremely unhappy. He originally thought that he would have a heart attack, but now it seemed that he wouldn't. It was just a furnace for burning rubbish. Frenzied Sword's face darkened as he scolded, "What do you know? Can't you let me finish?" Frenzied Sword was very excited. Luo Tian casually said, "Say it, say it. Even if you want to break the heavens, it's just a furnace for burning rubbish." Frenzied Sword rolled his eyes. If he had a physical body, he would have definitely given Luo Tian a good smack on the head. How dare he call a super awesome great artifact a furnace for burning trash? This made him very unhappy. Immediately, Frenzied Sword couldn't be bothered with Luo Tian, and directly said, "It can melt everything in the world, and it can also extract the essence of items. When it absorbs a certain amount of essence, it will automatically fuse and evolve, automatically producing a new item that is a few levels higher than the original." Eh? Luo Tian's eyes opened wide. He started to feel that the heaven-fusing cauldron wasn't simple. He tensed up and couldn't help but ask, "It can automatically fuse new items? It can fuse with anything?" "Of course. Xian weapon, spirit grass, 10,000-year Xian iron. Armor, spirit treasure, all sorts of magical equipment. Everything can be fused. Even your cultivation technique can be fused. Of course, it will fail, but once it succeeds, it will be a few times higher than the original cultivation technique. 10 first-grade cultivation techniques can fuse into a third-grade cultivation technique." Frenzied Sword said excitedly. Looking at the heaven-fusing cauldron in Luo Tian's body, he was filled with excitement. He was really excited. He had only heard of this kind of thing in legends. He didn't expect Luo Tian to inexplicably obtain this super awesome great artifact. He didn't understand what the voice that came from time to time in Luo Tian's body was, but he was now sure of one thing. He was also brought into this world by this voice. So, Frenzied Sword didn't find it strange that something would suddenly appear in Luo Tian's body. But today, he was really excited. Listening to his explanation, Luo Tian's entire body was ignited, his blood boiled, and his heart once again entered the rhythm of pounding, as if it could cause a heart attack at any time. He muttered to himself, "Trash can become a treasure, 10 first-grade cultivation technique can fuse into a third-grade cultivation technique, then what can my 100 earth-grade cultivation technique fuse into? What will happen if I successfully fuse 100 pieces of earth rank and heaven rank equipment? Oh my god. I can't take it anymore. Hurry up and let me support you. My heart really can't take it anymore." Luo Tian covered his chest with his right hand, his face was so excited that he was about to collapse. He exclaimed in his heart, divine artifact, it's definitely a super powerful divine artifact. Mommy, I can't take it anymore." Frenzied Sword rolled his eyes and scolded back, "Didn't you just say that I was shocked? You're a person who has seen the world, and you're also a person who has a divine artifact. You're too weak to be scared like this. Even this uncle is going to despise you." Ha ha ha. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Luo Tian said excitedly, "I shouldn't have insulted the heaven-fusing cauldron as a furnace for burning trash. This thing is simply too awesome. Other than fusing skills and equipment, it can also fuse pills. Then, there might be hope for the improvement of the Black Explosion pill. It might even be able to raise it by 5 or 10 realms. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore." Thinking of this, Luo Tian's blood was about to burst out of his blood vessels. If he were to continue thinking about it, he would really die of excitement. It was also at this moment, Tang Tang, Qin Yuer, and the others hurried over. Looking at how Luo Tian's expression kept changing like a madman, everyone's faces changed. And Chun Chun asked worriedly, "Big brother Luo Tian can't be so happy that he has turned silly, right? His expression is so excited, even more so than when he saw big sister Tang Tang and big sister Yuer stripped naked the last time." It was said very simply and innocently. Tang Tang and Qin Yuer blushed instantly. Daji pursed her lips and smiled, saying gently, "Chun Chun, you can't say such things in a place like this in the future, okay?" "Oh. Chun Chun will remember that. Then, can you guys say that you want to give your bodies to big brother Luo Tian?" And Chun Chun said with an innocent face again. Then, she mumbled softly, "I seem to remember that big brother Luo Tian asked you guys to wait for him on the big bed. Mummy, is that right?" Luo Tian listened to these words. His heart was already unable to take it to begin with. Now that he heard these provocative words, the evil fire rushed to his head, causing blood to spurt out from his nose. Damn it! The 5th chapter has been delivered. Thank you, brothers, for your support. There are still 5 chapters to be released in the afternoon. Those of you who still have monthly votes, please vote for Old Cow. At night, the sky was exceptionally bright. The entire Sky Sword City was quiet, a very warm silence. Imperial Palace. Brother Jiao, before your father left, he told me to help you ascend the throne. The country can't be without a ruler for a day. Will you ascend the throne tomorrow? Luo Tian's expression was calm, but his heart secretly tightened. He was extremely grateful to Tang Zhanlong. If not for him, he might have already died under the hands of Huang Yunjinren. Tang Zhanlong, an iron-blooded man. Knowing that he would die, he still personally led the army. Luo Tian sincerely admired him. It was just that, he couldn't stop him, couldn't save him. He blamed himself and felt a little regretful in his heart. Tang Jiao wanted to say something but hesitated. The crown prince was dead, and there was still the 2nd prince. He was only the 9th prince, and if he ascended the throne, there would be many people who wouldn't accept it. Even some of his uncles would jump out to oppose it. Luo Tian naturally knew Tang Jiao's worries, and said, "Don't worry, no one dares to oppose you. If anyone opposes you, then he." Luo Tian swept his gaze across the room. The surrounding officials and generals all lowered their heads silently. The imperial guards outside the hall shouted in unison, "Greetings, Your Majesty." In this battle, Tang Jiao's ability had already been displayed, and all the imperial guards admired him from the bottom of their hearts. If anyone dared to oppose him, not to mention Luo Tian, even if there were more than 30,000 imperial guards, they wouldn't let him off. Luo Tian chuckled, and said, "Don't decline, at this time, you can't hesitate at all. A man should dare to make a decision when faced with a choice. Don't worry, I'm here for you." Tang Jiao was grateful in his heart, and couldn't help but say, "Luo Tian, actually, the emperor of this country should be you." Without waiting for him to speak, Luo Tian immediately interrupted, "The Tang family is a big family, and I am at most a son-in-law. Brother Jiao, don't say such words in the future. Furthermore, you know that I don't need to be bound by anything. Be the emperor, that was a good choice." The harem of 3,000 beauties, and all the beauties in the country were his. This was the dream of all men. In the past, Luo Tian might have agreed. But now, there was no temptation at all. What he pursued now was power, the power of the highest realm, the power that could shake everything. He would never let his brothers and women suffer the slightest threat or harm. The great Tang dynasty was truly too small. Tang Jiao also knew that if he was willing, he hoped that Luo Tian would be the next emperor. But he knew that this was impossible, so he smiled and said, "Luo Tian, thank you. I thank you on behalf of the great Tang. F***ck. You don't treat me as a brother when you say that." Luo Tian smiled, knowing that he had already accepted it. Tang Jiao smiled. "Tomorrow, I will ascend to the throne. I will use my own strength to prove myself. I know what to do." That's right. As for those alliance sects, those powers that seized the great Tang dynasty's territory, I will warn them tomorrow. If they don't return to their original state, I will make them pay the price in blood. Luo Tian thought about those people who took advantage of the situation, and a faint sense of anger rose in his heart. He really hoped that these forces had not retreated. If that was the case, he would be able to start a massacre. However, when those forces found out that Luo Tian had instantly killed Demon Lord Tianhun, they were so scared that they pissed their pants. Not only did they return the original items, they even declared to the outside world that they were here to support, and left behind a large amount of compensation. And in a few days, they would offer a large number of Xian treasures. As for those experts in the void, that was even more tragic. The moment Demon Lord Tianhun died, their faces were slapped beyond recognition. Without any hesitation, they abandoned everything and ran to a place where no one would find them to hide. They were incomparably afraid. They were afraid of Luo Tian's little golden sword, the power that could even kill an expert like Demon Lord Tianhun. The fear that rose in their hearts had also become a demon. They would probably never be able to take another step forward in their lives. As for the heavenly palace, The Dragon King's face was incomparably gloomy. In a short month, Luo Tian's cultivation had stepped from the 7th stage of the Xian King to the 2nd stage of the Xian Ancestor realm. This speed made one click their tongues. His heart could not help but sink as he thought to himself, 10 years, Saint Realm. You dog, I don't believe that you can reach it. Cloud Ocean Sect. Adept Huang Yan's face was pale white as he paced back and forth. Suddenly, Nan Gongjua's figure appeared with a few great elders. He coldly stared at Adept Huang Yan and coldly snorted, Huang Yan, how dare you? Great Tang and my Cloud Ocean sect have been allies for 1,000 years and you dare to sow discord. If not for the fact that I believe you, you wouldn't have sent the disciples of the battle hall down the mountain. Adept Huang Yan's face turned sinister as he wanted to defend himself. Nan Gongjue instantly rushed in front of Adept Huang Yan and said in a low voice, Great Tang, we can't afford to offend you. Once the heavenly sword breaks through the dust, Great Tang's power will definitely double, and you have to bear this responsibility. I can only sacrifice you and use your head to protect the Cloud Ocean sect. As soon as he finished speaking, Adept Huang Yan's expression changed greatly as he wanted to escape. However, he was killed by a single palm strike from Nan Gongjue. He said in a deep voice, cut off his head and send it to Heaven Sword City. Also, send 30,000 healing pills, 6,000 9th grade profound weapons, and 2,000 copies of spirit rank cultivation techniques. You must do it well for me. Nan Gongjue was very worried. He was very worried that Luo Tian would bring that little golden sword and kill his way into the Cloud Ocean sect. At that time, no one would be able to stop him. The Cloud Ocean sect would disappear from this world. Nan Gongjue thought to himself, how did I offend this fiend? I hope that Adept Huang Yan's head can calm his anger. Not only the Cloud Ocean sect. The Southern Mountain sect, the Scorching Sun sect, the Heavenly Feather City, and many other forces were all scared to death. One had to know that those profound sage stage experts had all fled. What qualifications did they have to fight with Luo Tian? They were no match for him at all. Take the initiative to offer treasures. Take the initiative to give up a large amount of territory. Soul Hall. The dark cage was opened. Li Shuer's expression was ice cold. She did not look at anyone, including her mother. Her gaze was like 1,000-year-old ice. It was 10,000 times colder than cold frost's coldness, as if everything in the world was about to be frozen by her. The Soul King wanted to say something but hesitated. Li Shuer walked far away and sneered softly. Her sneer was filled with disdain and ridicule as she said coldly, you have missed this opportunity. You will pay an incomparably heavy price for this opportunity. Those people's faces were all burning. It was very uncomfortable. With that, Li Shuer left without looking back. Cold Frost hurriedly followed and gave Li Shuer a thumbs up and said, Miss, you are too awesome. Li Shuer laughed and tears flowed out uncontrollably. She looked into the distance and said, Brother Luo Tian, Shuer missed you so much. Imperial Palace, in a courtyard. Achoo. Achoo. Luo Tian sneezed a few times and muttered, who is missing me? Immediately, he raised his gaze and looked at the beauties in the hall. He laughed excitedly and said, now we can roll on the bed together. Chapter 6. How exciting, finally, it was time for sex. On this day, Luo Tian had been waiting for the stars and the moon. Finally, it was here. He was extremely excited. While he was excited, the lust was growing and the murderous aura was released from his crotch. Looking at the beauties in the hall, Luo Tian secretly rubbed his hands. His palms were sweating. It was as if he was facing a powerful boss. He was even more nervous than facing the Tianhun demon monarch. What a tragedy for a virgin. Luo Tian stepped into the courtyard and quickly walked into the hall. He was stunned and said, I remember last night you guys said something about giving me your body? He had mustered his courage. Luo Tian's palms were sweating again. Compared to this, he would rather face the Tianhun demon monarch again. Qin Yuer pretended to be very innocent and said, did we say that? Have we ever said anything like that? How could we possibly say such a thing? You must have heard wrongly. You must have heard wrongly. Yes. Tang Tang also wanted to walk up with her chest puffed out. However, she realized that her chest was not as good as Qin Yuer's. She shrank back and said, "Stinky pervert, you must have heard wrongly. We didn't say that. We are still waiting to be with our boss." Dodgy pursed her lips and smiled. Luo Tian was puzzled. F***ck. Are you guys serious? Are you playing this game with me? I can't take it anymore. You guys told me that you didn't say that. You guys. Alright, let's see how I'll deal with you guys. Luo Tian rolled up his sleeves and revealed an evil smile. He grabbed Tang Tang and fiercely slapped her little butt, saying, "Have you said it yet?" "No. I just didn't." Tang Tang gritted her teeth and said. However, a strange feeling surged in her heart. This feeling was very special and wonderful. It was completely different from the feeling she had when Luo Tian hit her. It was as if it had never happened before. She even let out a moan that even she did not expect. A moan, her face couldn't help but blush. Fortunately, Luo Tian didn't see it. Otherwise, her face would be even redder. "Sister Sister Dodgy, save me, Stinky Lu. Gangster hit me, woo." Tang Tang pretended to be wronged, but in her heart, she hoped that Luo Tian would hit her again, so that she could feel that wonderful feeling again. Qin Yuer smiled sweetly. She then pretended to be calm. "If you don't believe me, you can ask Chen Chen. She wouldn't lie to you, right? You can ask her if we have ever said such things." And Chen Chen didn't wait for Luo Tian to ask and directly said, "No, big sister Tang Tang, big sister Yuer, and my mother didn't say anything. Big brother Luo Tian, you must have misheard." "Huh? Am I really hallucinating? That's impossible. I remember it very clearly." Luo Tian mumbled. Thinking carefully, he couldn't help but ask, "Could it be that I was too nervous yesterday?" And Chen Chen then giggled at Qin Yuer and made a yay gesture. She then whispered, "Big sister Yuer, you promised me 2 skewers of sugar-coated haws." Her voice wasn't loud. But Luo Tian heard it clearly. His eyes widened as he said immediately, "Great. You guys actually bribed a little girl. You guys won't even let a little girl off. This is too bad. I'm going to punish you guys." Immediately after, Luo Tian hugged Chen Chen in his arms and said, "Chen Chen, be good. Tomorrow, big brother Luo Tian will bring you to buy 3 skewers of sugar-coated haws. Tell me, did they say anything about giving me their bodies yesterday?" And Chen Chen giggled and revealed an adorable expression that was extremely lovable. "Big brother Luo Tian, I promised big sister Yuer first. But if you give me 5 skewers, I'll stand on your side. Finished." And Chen Chen whispered into Luo Tian's ear, "They said it." She looked extremely adorable. Luo Tian laughed, his 2 golden eyes stared at Tang Tang and Qin Yuer, and laughed evilly. "Now that you guys have heard it, hee hee. Tonight, let's roll in bed together. What 3,000 rounds, 30,000 rounds? If you want to fight, let's fight until dawn." Evil fire, it grew crazily. Luo Tian's entire body was burning hot. The strong aura of a man emitted from his body caused Qin Yuer to be intoxicated. A strange feeling also surged in her body. This feeling was something she had never experienced before. It was wonderful. Tang Tang was already starting to loosen up. She gently nudged Qin Yuer and said, "Big sister Yuer, why don't we just give it to him? It'll be his sooner or later anyway. I also want to know what it feels like." After saying that, Tang Tang's face was so red that juice could drip out. How could Qin Yuer not want it? She wanted it too. She wanted it very, very much. Her body was also boiling hot. She was deeply attracted by the aura on Luo Tian's body. The defense line of the two was about to loosen. It could be said that it was about to be broken by Luo Tian. It was also at this moment that, and Chen Chen suddenly exclaimed, "Chen Chen also wants to fight with you guys until dawn. Let's fight for 3,000 rounds, yeah." Pfft. Ha ha ha, hee hee, the 3 women laughed at the same time. That strange feeling gradually disappeared. Qin Yuer's face was charming, and with a seductive gaze, she said, "Dead man, do you want to fight?" Luo Tian's face darkened. No matter how much he wanted it, no matter how much he couldn't bear it, he couldn't do anything beastly in front of a child. And Chen was only a child who wasn't even 8 years old. Immediately, Luo Tian's evil fire was extinguished by quite a bit. He felt bitter in his heart as he muttered, "It's really a pure success and a pure failure." And Chen had an innocent look on her face, her big eyes blinking as she looked at Luo Tian, and said, "Big brother Luo Tian, what are you talking about? Aren't you guys going to fight? This game must be very fun. I want to play too, hee hee." Luo Tian chuckled, and said, "We'll play this game together when you grow up. Right now, you should grow up quickly." Finished. Luo Tian looked at Chen and said, "Just you guys wait, there will be a time when Chen is not around, humph." The tent under his crotch shot up into the sky. It was still swelling. It was really uncomfortable, and he really couldn't hold it in anymore. But in the end, because of Chen innocent look, Luo Tian still endured it. Qin Yuer looked at Luo Tian with a serious face, and said, "When we meet the boss and she nods her head, we will definitely give it to you as soon as possible. Dead man, don't worry, even if I die in this life, I will still be your woman." Tang Tang nodded. And Chen imitated her and nodded her head. Very serious, Luo Tian's heart warmed, and he said with an evil smile, "I'll hold it in. In the future, there will be a big explosion." Chapter 7. The longer he suppressed it, the stronger it would be. Luo Tian couldn't possibly roll around in bed in front of Chen. But he couldn't stay in this house any longer because it was really dangerous. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to control himself and his beast nature would erupt. Since Qin Yuer had said so, it would be wrong for him to continue. Walking out of the courtyard, Luo Tian looked up at the starry sky and revealed a faint smile. His eyes were filled with longing as he muttered, "Schwerer, are you doing well in the distance? I miss you. I miss you so, so much." Then Luo Tian clenched his fists again. Thinking of Li Schwerer, he naturally thought of Morong Wanjian. This mountain was constantly pressing down on his heart, making it hard for him to breathe. Morong Wanjian was very strong. Ever since he came to Sky Sword City, Luo Tian knew that Morong Wanjian was very strong. Even if he had so much strength now, he wasn't confident of defeating him. Moreover, after Luo Tian killed Demon King Tianhun, the power of the stars, the imperial aura, and the power of the nation disappeared from his body. This was something that Luo Tian had expected. The power of the stars didn't belong to him. He guessed that this power should have been transmitted into his body by Li Schwerer through some kind of ability. As for the imperial aura and the power of the nation's fate, it was even more impossible for him to want it. Even if it didn't disappear, he would return it to Tangjiu as it was. However, with the disappearance of these two powers, his physical body had been greatly strengthened. His physical body's endurance had far surpassed that of an ordinary mystic sect expert. Even some mystic venerable realm experts' physical bodies couldn't compare to his. With the disappearance of the two powers, Luo Tian couldn't help but feel a little regretful. However, what shocked him was that after summoning the Sky Sword to kill Demon King Tianhun, a small golden sword appeared in his body. He could only see it, but couldn't sense it or control it. This puzzled him. According to the system's description, the level 5 leader system could summon the Sky Sword, but it could only be used once. However, the heavenly sword did not disappear. It was as if it was attracted by some kind of power, quietly staying in Luo Tian's body, motionless. Under the golden sword was the dragon egg that only needed a drop of essence blood to hatch. Could it be because of the dragon egg? Luo Tian didn't think about it. Everything in the world had its origin. Since the little golden sword had chosen him, there must be a reason. Perhaps one day, he wouldn't even need the leader system to fully control it. At that time, wouldn't he be able to kill gods, kill demons, and kill demons? As for the dragon egg, Luo Tian was also secretly excited. Just one more drop of blood essence, just half a month's time, and you'll be able to hatch. At that time, hee. Morong Wanjian only has the bloodline of a true dragon, but I even have a true dragon. Let's see what he can use to fight me, ha ha ha. So Luo Tian's body moved, and he walked into a small forest. Then, he said calmly, "Frenzied blade, didn't you obtain the tyrannical saber soul and can condense a phantom image? Can you come out for a moment?" "Huh? Why are you looking for me? Don't tell me you want me to watch you roll in bed with a group of women. I'm not interested in that. With your little ability, not to mention one night, I think you won't even be able to last for 2 hours. The women of the Demon Fox clan are born with brow bones, ordinary people won't be able to subdue them," Frenzied Blade said with a mocking tone. Luo Tian's face immediately darkened, and said, "Damn, you bastard, luckily nothing happened to me just now, or else you would have seen it all." For this, Luo Tian rejoiced. Frenzied Sword always felt uncomfortable being in his body. If he was always alone in his body when he was doing it, he would definitely be affected. He might even have erectile dysfunction for the rest of his life. If that happened, he would really be done for. He would only be playing with his balls. Tisk. "I'm not interested in looking at you. Back then, I had 18 women in one night, and all of them were knocked down by me. Not a single one of them was able to get up. It was majestic, and could be said to be unprecedented." Frenzied Blade bragged proudly, then laughed. "Brat, it seems that your luck with women is not bad. Do you want me to teach you the one pillar supporting the heavens?" "One pillar supporting the heavens? You must have eaten too much Viagra. Someone like you can have 18 women in one night? I think you're an old pervert who can ejaculate in a second. Is that how you die?" Ha ha ha. Luo Tian also laughed unscrupulously. One man and one woman. One after another, they mocked each other. Just like brothers. They could say anything, and the more they spoke, the happier they became. Finally, the more they spoke, the more ridiculous they became. All kinds of sharp movements on the bed, all kinds of postures, all kinds of women, all kinds of best positions to penetrate. Frenzied Blade was completely defeated. How could he be a match for Luo Tian? Luo Tian's otaku life in his previous life wasn't for nothing. He played games, read novels, and then had sex with inflatable dolls. Moreover, every time he did it, he would follow the Japanese action movies on his computer. He didn't know what kind of movements he was making. When it came to these, he was the master of the masters. Not to mention the profound sky continent, even in the entire Huanyu, no one was his match. Frenzied Blade was completely defeated, and said unwillingly, "Brat, why did you call me out? If there's nothing, then scram, I still have to cultivate." Luo Tian retracted his smile, and then took out the Tianhun God Pearl that had exploded from the Tianhun Demon Lord's body, and said, "This bead," without waiting for Luo Tian to finish speaking. Frenzied Blade directly refused. "Keep this thing for yourself, this is your life-saving talisman, injected into your primordial spirit, and even if your body is destroyed, you can still rebuild it." "I definitely won't want this thing, although I want to refine my body, this is not the way I want to do it." His voice was a little choked up as he spoke. Because Frenzied Blade was moved. Tianhun God Pearl, an ancient artifact. An existence that surpassed the divine artifact. Its use was simply too great. No matter what, he would not accept a true life-saving talisman. He really wanted his own body. He yearned for it very much, because he wanted to be wild, arrogant, and adventuring with Luo Tian in the real world. However, he definitely did not want to use a divine pearl to reforge his body. Frenzied Blade. "At most, I'll just get another one next time. It's really not a big deal to me. From Jade Mountain City to Heaven Sword City, how many times have you helped me? How many times have you helped me escape from death? If you don't accept a mere bead, then you don't see me as a brother," Luo Tian said in a very serious voice. "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, brother. Brother. There's finally someone who treats me, Frenzied Blade, as a brother. Kid, thank you for calling me brother. I'm very grateful, and at the same time I want to thank you for giving me the same stimulation. I definitely won't take the pearl." Frenzied Blade was so moved that his heart was in a mess. Without waiting for Luo Tian to speak, the shadow disappeared and directly returned to Luo Tian's body. Just as Luo Tian was about to speak. Suddenly, in the southeast, divine light shot into the sky. Frenzied Blade's face was shocked, and immediately shouted, "The treasure has appeared, the treasure from the ancient treasure trove. Chapter 8 has arrived." His fingers were injured, and his writing speed had decreased. However, if he said that he would do his best today, he would definitely deliver it. There are still 2 more chapters to be delivered tonight. If you still have monthly votes, please vote for the old cow. I am extremely grateful, thank you brothers. Divine light soared into the sky, it was especially dazzling in the night sky. Countless experts were woken up. At this moment, streams of light filled the sky, all of them rushing towards the southeast of Heaven Sword City. Inside Heaven Sword City, it was as white as the sun in the sky, just like during the day. Countless people walked out of their houses and looked at the divine light in the sky. Ordinary people did not know what it was, but some warriors suddenly cried out in alarm. Divine light! Divine light! A treasure has appeared, a treasure has appeared. The location of the Demon Ceiling Formation is the location of the Demon Ceiling Formation. For a moment, the entire Heaven Sword City was in an uproar as countless warriors rushed over with all their might. As a warrior, everyone wanted to obtain a divine treasure. Whether it was cultivation or battle, it would be of great help. It could even allow one to kill someone of a higher level. A divine artifact could really change a person's fate. Deep in the palace, Feng Lei, Xianxia, and Blind Lu were awakened. The 3 of them were severely injured and were sent flying by Demon Lord Tianhuan's attack. Their bodies were about to split open, but fortunately, Luo Tian used a healing technique on them in time to save their lives. At this moment, the 3 of them saw the divine light outside the window and their expressions immediately changed. A treasure has been unearthed. Feng Lei rubbed his bald head and laughed maniacally, of course we're going to snatch it. How can we miss out on such a thing? Furthermore, I'm afraid the boss has already gone. Holy sh*t. Then what are we waiting for? Brothers, let's go. Blind Lu grinned and immediately put on his clothes. Holding onto his walking stick, he got off the bed and was about to run into the courtyard. Xianxuan's entire body was wrapped in gauze, and there was a long bloody mark on the gauze. As his body moved, dark red blood seeped out from the gauze, and his face also looked a little pale. By Qi, Feng Lei was the most awesome. His bald head was wrapped up like a big dumpling, and his entire person was like an Indian. With one hand on his walking stick and the other on his chest, he said excitedly, Blind Lu, wait for me. Damn it, why are you running so fast? Without me, can you snatch the treasure? 3 people, 3 disabled people. Their faces were filled with excitement, completely ignoring the injuries on their bodies. After walking for a few minutes, he finally walked out of the room. Blind Lu stood where he was and grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth and laughing out loud. Xianxuan bumped her head against Blind Lu's body and urged him, why are you still standing there? Hurry up and leave, or it will be too late. Feng Lei bumped into them again. The 3 of them trembled slightly and almost fell to the ground. Feng Lei angrily shouted, what the hell are you 2 doing? Hurry up. If you're any later, forget about the treasure, we won't even be able to smell the fart of the treasure. Blind Lu said in a low voice, the dragon head is here. Huh? Their expressions changed. Especially Fatty, he didn't even dare to raise his head. Stop right there. Luo Tian shouted softly. He had already guessed that Feng Lei and the others would run out when they saw the divine light soaring into the sky. That was why he had waited for them in the courtyard, worried that they would act recklessly. They were able to survive the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch's attack. Their lives were saved. No matter how many times Luo Tian used his healing technique, he was unable to heal all the injuries on their bodies. Their injuries were too severe, even more severe than when they were at the Dao Chamber of Commerce's auction. They had been severely injured twice in a month. Their bodies had reached their limits. If they ran out and acted recklessly at this time, even the Zenith Heaven Golden Immortals wouldn't be able to save them. Boss, hee hee. Feng Lei laughed foolishly. Then, he pointed at the stars in the night sky and pretended not to know anything. He said, Brother Xianxuan, the stars tonight are really beautiful. Xianxuan immediately said, yes, they are very bright. I have never seen such beautiful stars. Blind Lu glared at them and said in a low voice, can't the 2 of you see clearly before you speak? The sky is completely dark. How can there be any stars? Huh? F***ck, blind Lu, will you die if you don't speak? Luo Tian's voice sank, and said very seriously, you guys are injured, so don't run around this time. If I find out that you guys left the palace and went outside to look for treasures, I will definitely teach you a lesson. Boss, look at the divine light soaring into the sky. There must be something good unearthed. Feng Lei pointed at the divine light in the southeast and said excitedly. I saw it a long time ago. The treasure has nothing to do with you guys, what's more, while they were talking, Luo Tian smiled mysteriously, and said, this treasure belongs to me. Huh? Boss is awesome. Boss is mighty. The three of them were shocked at the same time, their faces filled with shock. Luo Tian didn't even go, and the treasure was his, this was too awesome. Of course. The moment the divine light soared into the sky, Luo Tian wanted to rush out. However, but he was stopped by Frenzied Blade. Frenzied Blade's research on ancient scrolls could be said to be extremely familiar. He was very clear on what was needed to open the ancient treasure, and these two things were on Luo Tian. As long as Luo Tian did not go, no one would be able to take that thing away. Moreover, people would die. Luo Tian now knew why Demon Lord Tian Hun would enter the demon sealing formation. He was also looking for treasures, looking for ancient treasures, it was just that his luck was bad, and he was completely sealed by the demon sealing formation. In the 10,000 years that he had been in the demon sealing formation, he did not obtain the treasure he wanted, nor did he obtain anything. However, he did not dare to stay any longer, which was why he rushed out regardless of everything. The demon sealing formation was destroyed. Without the power of the formation, it was still extremely dangerous. There were all sorts of dangers hidden inside, and according to Frenzied Blade's words, when the treasure was unearthed, there would be a guardian beast guarding it. This guardian beast was most likely a demon beast from the ancient world. Rumble. Rumble. A series of ear-piercing explosions rang out. There was a sea of fire in the southeast. Countless streams of light flew out in an instant, and loud exclamations could be heard. Ancient demon beast, run, run quickly. Luo Tian tilted his head slightly and sneered. Frenzied Blade's guess was right. Where there are treasures, there will naturally be danger. This group of cowardly people, the so-called experts, wanting to obtain treasures is simply a fool's dream. Feng Lei and the other two fell into shock again. Boss, how do you know everything? What kind of treasure is it? Yes, I want to know too. The three of them were curious. Luo Tian shook his head and said, I don't know what kind of treasure it is, but I'm afraid that in this world, only I can open that door, and only I can obtain the treasure inside. You guys can sleep in peace. Anyway, there's no rush. Wait for you guys to recover, then we'll go together. Luo Tian was not in a hurry at all. Let those experts explore the path first, and hit their heads and bleed, Feng Lei laughed excitedly. Long live boss. Chapter 9. Chun Chun, don't follow him. Stay with him. That's right, you only know how to learn bad things from him. 1 against 2, damn, why are you guys so uncomfortable playing Fight the Landlord? Do you still want to play? Luo Tian said with a smile. And Chun Chun burrowed into his arms, causing Luo Tian to feel ticklish. F***ck. Humph. Damn you, what did you say? Stinky. Hooligan, you must admit defeat. Hurry up and take off your shorts. Seeing that the situation was bad, Luo Tian picked up his clothes and ran around. It was also at this time. Feng Lei, Xianxia, and Blind Lu walked into the courtyard happily. Seeing this situation, the three of them lowered their heads at the same time, pretending that they did not see anything. The expressions of the girls changed slightly, and they said angrily, I'll let you off today. The next time I see you, I'll break your third leg. Tang Tang could not help but whisper, Sister it's better not to break my third leg. If it's broken, won't we also do that? You only know how to think about love. Do you want me to ask that damn guy to come back and spank your little butt a few more times? Qin said with a smile. Tang Tang nodded first, then immediately shook her head like a rattledrum. No, I don't want to. Luo Tian quickly put on his clothes and looked at the three of them. What are you guys so happy about? Boss, we're all done. My body has recovered. Is it time to set off? Feng Lei said with a grin. Xianxia was also excited. Blind Lu took the broken arrow and was about to play it again. Luo Tian immediately stopped him and said, "It's about time. There haven't been any experts appearing recently. All of them are bleeding from their heads. I feel like laughing when I see it. Well, it's time for us to make a move." In this half a month, there were constantly experts entering the demon ceiling formation. There were constantly experts falling. Those experts who ran out all looked like they had gone crazy. Their faces were ferocious, and they did not dare to enter again. As for those ordinary martial artists, it was even more so. Before they could even get close, they couldn't withstand the pressure from the demon ceiling formation. The terrifying aura from the formation was unbearable. Gradually, there was one more forbidden ground in the Tianxian land. Not to mention the treasure, he didn't even see the face of the treasure. However, inside the demon ceiling formation, divine light still soared into the sky, not weakening in the slightest. Half a month had passed, and no one dared to enter the devil ceiling array anymore. Feng Lei and the other two patiently recuperated, and it took them a full half a month to recover. During this half a month, they felt like dying, but in order to search for treasures in the devil ceiling array, they followed Luo Tian's instructions and quickly recovered. And in this half a month, Luo Tian was not idle either. He was refining a large number of pills. Upgrade skill level. In addition, he would accompany Chen Chen and the others to play, eat, go shopping, and enjoy all the fun that he had never enjoyed in his previous life. Luo Tian asked, "Are you ready?" Feng Lei and the other two quickly nodded and said, "After half a month of preparation, my hands are itching." "Boss, is there really an ancient demon in the demon ceiling array? Then will their essence and blood?" Smack smack smack. Feng Lei licked his lips and couldn't wait. The ferocious beast in his body also showed its hunger and thirst. "Stinky bastard, where do you want to go? Hurry up and come back." Hey, Luo Tian was afraid that they would ask him to take off his clothes again, so he immediately said, "Let's go and search for treasures." Whoosh! Whoosh! A few streams of light shot out from the palace. After Luo Tian and the others left, an old Taoist came to the Black Tortoise sect in the palace. The sloppy old Taoist, with an ebony sword at his waist and a mouth full of yellow teeth, said, "Brother Bing, can I go in and look for someone?" The guard was stunned for a moment, then shouted mightily, "The palace is an important place, unrelated people are not allowed to enter. Old man, you should hurry up and leave. Don't stay here any longer, if our commander sees you, he will definitely chase you out." "Oh. Isn't this the Wu Nian Dao sovereign of the Huashan immortal sect? Why would he appear in the Heaven Sword City?" Suddenly, a voice seemed to come from beyond the sky. Before his voice fell, a Confucian scholar riding a green ox descended from the sky. His expression was cold as he looked at the sloppy old Taoist with a look of disdain on the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with disdain. The sloppy old Taoist didn't mind. He grinned, revealing his big yellow teeth, and said, "Why is Venerable Green Ox here? Your South Pole immortal sect seems to be 39 million kilometers away from here. Why did you come all the way to Heaven Sword City?" Without waiting for Venerable Green Ox to speak, a few more figures appeared in the sky. When the two of them saw this, their expressions changed. Immortal God Sect. Xinghai Immortal Sect. Of the two immortal sects, one has obtained Murong Wanjian of the True Dragon, while the other has obtained the female phoenix, Li Shui'er. What else do they want? Can't they let us drink some soup? Sir Green Bull was extremely displeased, but he did not dare to speak too loudly. He was extremely afraid of these two immortal sects. The two guards were so scared that they didn't dare to move. What was going on? Even the immortal sects had appeared, and it was 4 immortal sects. What were they trying to do? Were they here to destroy Heaven Sword City again? His body couldn't help but tremble, and his teeth chattered. Call Luo Tian out. Even if the immortal God sect has taken a fancy to him, he is qualified to become an outer disciple of the immortal God sect. Xianxia immortal sect has also taken a fancy to him. He is also an outer disciple. The two of them had a look of contempt. In their eyes, everyone in Heaven Sword City was an ordinary person. Immortal God Sect. The number one immortal sect in Tianxian continent. The immortal sect that Murong Wanjian was in. Chapter 10 delivered, his finger joints were in extreme pain, and he couldn't feel his right arm. It was very uncomfortable. The author had been sitting in front of the computer for more than 10 hours a day without moving at all. Brothers, please comfort this injured old bull. Use your recommendation tickets and monthly tickets to treat me. There are only a few more hours until the new week. Use your recommendation tickets. The Imperial Immortal Sect was ranked first. The Xianxia Immortal Sect was ranked second. As for the South Pole Immortal Sect and the Huashan Immortal Sect, they were second-rate immortal sects. However, these second-rate immortal sects were still more than 10,000 times stronger than the Cloud Ocean Sect. The immortal sects were where the true experts gathered in the profound sky continent. The Imperial God Emissary's face was cold and arrogant. He didn't put the South Pole Immortal Sect and the Huashan Immortal Sect in his eyes. He snorted and said, "You second-rate immortal sects should stay away from my Imperial Immortal Sect. You don't have the qualifications to fight with my Imperial Immortal Sect. That's right. You two should leave quickly. Don't stay and embarrass yourselves. You can't get it anyway." The Star Ocean Emissary was the same. He revealed a cold and arrogant smile and said, "Brother Tianlin, Murong Wanjian was intentionally given to you by the Xianxia Immortal Sect. Why don't you give him to me this time so that I can report back to my sect?" The Imperial God Emissary smiled faintly. He wasn't unhappy because the Star Ocean Emissary asked him to leave. He was unhappy because he compared Murong Wanjian to Luo Tian. He immediately revealed a look of disdain and said, "Murong Wanjian's cultivation is unparalleled. The only one who can compare to him is the female phoenix of the Star Ocean Sect. A mere Luo Tian from the Tang dynasty has no bloodline and is only at the profound ancestor realm. What qualifications does such an ordinary person have to compare to Murong Wanjian? He's just a piece of mud, while Murong Wanjian is the unattainable stars in the sky." Yes, yes, yes. Brother Tianlin is right. My words were a little inappropriate. Please forgive me. The Star Ocean Emissary smiled apologetically. The sloppy old Taoist Wu Yan grinned and said, "Since the two great immortal sects don't like him, why don't you give him to my Huashan Immortal Sect? I quite like this kid. He has character, dares to fight, and is not afraid of strong opponents. He'll be a good seedling." The Green Ox Lord immediately said, "The Imperial Immortal Sect and the Star Core Immortal Sect both have two incredible disciples. One is a true dragon, the other is a phoenix. Luo Tian, this kid, should stop fighting. How can he compare to them? Why don't you two great immortals give up? True Dragon and Phoenix, their names." Back then, the various immortal sects had almost started a war over the two of them. In the end, the Imperial Immortal Sect's Grand Sect Master came out of seclusion. It was unknown what he said to Murong Wanjian, but Murong Wanjian immediately agreed to become a disciple of the Imperial Immortal Sect. Moreover, he was directly promoted to a core disciple of the Imperial Immortal Sect. He received the full support of the Imperial Immortal Sect, and his cultivation rose like a rocket. As for the female Phoenix Li Shuer, she also caused a huge fight. However, she didn't cause as much of a commotion as Murong Wanjian. Moreover, she directly chose the Celestial Ocean Immortal School. This was related to the power of the female star Phoenix in her body. All these years, the various immortal sects fought openly and covertly. Any good seedling would be fought over with all their might. The news of the Heaven Sword City quickly spread. Luo Tian was also gradually valued by the various large immortal sections. When he killed Demon Monarch Tian Hun, many immortal sects immediately extended an olive branch. Today, the four major immortal sects had descended to bring him to their immortal sections. Humph. The Imperial God Emissary snorted coldly and said, "Venerable Green Ox, you sure know how to think. This brat can kill Demon Monarch Tian Hun, so he can be considered to have some potential. Since the higher-ups have ordered me to bring him back to the immortal sect, I naturally can't give him to you. Besides, your South Pole Immortal sect really doesn't have the qualifications to snatch people from us. And you, Dao Sovereign Wu Yin, the Huashan Immortal sect is about to be reduced to an ordinary sect. You don't even have the qualifications to become an immortal sect. You still came out to snatch disciples. What? You want to vent your anger at the immortal sect competition next year? Morong Wanjian fought 1 against 18 and you couldn't even win. Do you think you can win just because you have this brat? Don't be silly. Go back and wash up. No one would choose your Huashan Immortal sect. Very direct. He didn't give Venerable Green Ox and Wu Nian any face. Especially the Huashan Immortal sect, they were humiliated to the point that they were worthless. In the previous Immortal sect competition, Morong Wanjian defeated 18 disciples of the Huashan Immortal sect by himself and killed them one by one. As a result, the Huashan Immortal sect was unable to recover from the setback. It also caused the once glorious Immortal sect to face the predicament of being reduced to an ordinary sect. Venerable Green Ox's face sank, and he was a little unhappy. The sloppy old Taoist's face was full of smiles. His eyes were particularly deep, making it impossible for others to see what he was hiding. He chuckled and said, "The Imperial Immortal sect is indeed amazing. However, no matter how amazing you say it, it's useless. You still need the other party to agree. Not everyone will choose you like Morong Wanjian." That's right. No matter how amazing you are, you still need the other party to agree. Maybe they don't even like your Imperial Immortal sect. Venerable Green Ox immediately agreed. The Imperial God Emissary sneered and said, "Unless that brat is blind." As soon as his voice fell, the Imperial God Emissary's voice sank, and an invisible sound wave covered the entire palace. "Luo Tian, come out." The voice was very powerful. It was also very cold and arrogant. Venerable Tian Lin didn't put Luo Tian in his heart at all. He only came here for the mission given to him by the Immortal sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to the Heaven Sword City, and even more so, wouldn't take in someone like Luo Tian, who was just a country bumpkin who came out of luck. The Imperial Immortal sect was an orthodox immortal sect. All the disciples they recruited were bloodline disciples, and each of them had an extremely powerful family background. They were all people with gifted bloodlines, and had the qualifications to reach the peak of the mystic emperor realm. If it wasn't for killing demon monarch Tianhun, who would know about Luo Tian? The Imperial Immortal sect is indeed different. Are you recruiting disciples or looking for a fight? Venerable Green Ox said with disdain. What? You bull rider, you're not convinced? Even if I were a little more arrogant, that brat would still obediently scram out. Being chosen by my Imperial Immortal sect is his fortune from 18 lifetimes. Me calling him by his name is already his greatest honor. The Imperial God Emissary's face was filled with disdain, and he was even more unhappy in his heart. If not for the great clan elder telling me to come, I wouldn't even bother to come to this kind of damned place. What qualifications does a mere Luo Tian have to be chosen by the Imperial Immortal sect? The guards at the door had always been standing at the side in fear. They had never seen such a big scene before. The 4 great immortal sects were all in the Heaven Sword City, and all of them had their eyes on the prince consort. They were happy for Luo Tian. However, they were also a little unhappy, because the Imperial Immortal sect was too arrogant, and did not put Luo Tian in their eyes at all. One had to know that Luo Tian's position in the Heaven Sword City was unimaginably high. Immediately, one of the guards mustered up his courage and said, "Our prince consort does not live in the palace. I feel that if you want Prince Consort to become a disciple of your immortal sect, you better be more polite. Otherwise, the consequences might be serious. You're courting death. Do you have the right to speak here?" The Imperial God Emissary's gaze changed. With a light movement of his index finger, a beam of light directly cut off one of the guard's arms. He had some matters to attend to in the morning, so the updates were delivered in the afternoon and evening. 5 chapters today. The first chapter, everyone has a recommendation vote to vote for Old Bull, please, brothers. Who was he, the emissary of the Imperial Immortal sect? In his eyes, everyone in the Heaven Sword City was just an ordinary person. How could his words be doubted by an ordinary person? Without any hesitation, he shot out a finger sword and cut off one of the guard's arms. Blood gushed out crazily as he rolled on the ground in pain. Ordinary people want to talk to me? The Imperial God emissary did not even look at the guard. His insufferably arrogant gaze caused the other guard to slightly sink. He ran over to help the guard on the ground up, stuffed a few healing pills into his mouth, and gathered his courage to say, "You are the emissary of the immortal sect. If you are slightly dissatisfied with your words, you will cut off someone's arm. Our prince consort will definitely not choose an immortal sect like yours. Don't think too highly of yourself. In front of our prince consort, you are not even a dog fart." Fearless, he was already prepared to die. Seeing someone look down on Luo Tian like this, they felt extremely unhappy in their hearts. Luo Tian was the supreme hero in their hearts, no one could insult him, so what if it was the immortal sect? Alright. Good, not even a dog fart, right? The Imperial God emissary's face was filled with anger as he released a ball of heavy energy from his palm. It was also at this time. The sloppy old man chuckled and walked over, saying, "Imperial God emissary, why do you have to make things difficult for the two guards? You are the emissary of the immortal sect, you are here representing the Imperial Immortal Sect. If you kill two warriors who are not even at the profound spirit realm, you will be laughed at. What? Are you going to stop me?" The Imperial God emissary's gaze darkened, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of disdain. The sloppy old man smiled faintly, and said, "Saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. If you really want to kill them, then I can only overestimate myself and stop you." The Star Sea emissary immediately walked forward to stop the Imperial God emissary, and said, "Brother Tian Lin, why are you competing with two ordinary people? That brat will naturally make a judgment when he comes. The Imperial Immortal Sect is the #1 immortal sect, that brat is not an idiot." Humph. He wouldn't dare to choose the other immortal sects. The Imperial God emissary loosened his grip slightly. He coldly glanced at Dao Sovereign Wu Yan out of the corner of his eye and sneered, "Old Daoist Wu Yan, just you wait. I'll teach you a lesson in the immortal sect competition next year." Shortly after, with a sweep of his sleeve, he turned into a streak of light and disappeared from the Heaven Sword City. The emissary of the Star Ocean asked, "When will your prince consort return?" "We don't know." The guard was so scared that he broke out in cold sweat. He thought he was going to die. He was extremely scared, but he didn't regret it. If he could choose again, he would do the same thing again. The Star Ocean emissary's eyes darkened, and then he turned into a ball of flowing light and disappeared. Venerable Azure Bull rode on his Azure Bull and disappeared from the street. The slovenly old Taoist priest picked up the broken limb on the ground. His eyebrows twitched, and a dark green light appeared on his palm. He mumbled and said in a deep voice, "Close." The severed limb was reattached without any damage. The slovenly old Taoist smiled faintly and said, "Don't use too much strength these days. Take some healing pills and you should be fine." The guard immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. When he raised his head, the old Taoist had already disappeared. They did not leave the Heaven Sword City, but waited. Waiting for Luo Tian to return, the Immortal Sect had different missions. Their goal this time was to bring Luo Tian back to the Immortal Sect, so before they saw Luo Tian, they would definitely not return. This was related to the issue of contribution points. In the Immortal Sect, contribution points were extremely important. Inside the demon ceiling array, it was pitch black, and low roars could be heard constantly. How terrifying. "Follow my footsteps, don't take the wrong one," Luo Tian instructed, while he followed the steps that Frenzied Blade had specified. The ancient scroll had been deciphered, and there was a specific position on how to reach the lowest level. He couldn't take a single wrong step. Otherwise, the demon beasts hidden in the demon ceiling array would wreak havoc. At that time, even if they didn't die, they could only quickly escape like the other experts. Everyone walked step by step with incomparable caution. Thick breaths could be heard from the surroundings. Feng Lei looked around with an excited expression, revealing a hungry expression. Luo Tian said in a deep voice, "Damn fatty, if you dare to act recklessly, I won't let you off." Feng Lei scratched his head and laughed foolishly, "Young master, don't worry. I definitely won't act recklessly." "How could I act recklessly? I've been walking according to the steps." He really wanted to kill the demon beasts in the darkness. However, he was even more afraid that he would ruin Luo Tian's plan. More than an hour later. Stop. Luo Tian raised a hand and asked in his heart, Frenzied Blade, is this the place? This is a dead wall, there's nothing here. Could there be a mistake in the ancient scroll? Frenzied Blade pondered for a moment and said, Can you see if there are any grooves or keyholes on the wall? There are grooves, but they're very shallow, like some kind of pattern. They're all over the wall, like a huge portrait. It's too big to see clearly. Luo Tian looked up, but he couldn't see the end of the wall at all. He only felt that it was a portrait on the wall. As for who it was, he wasn't sure. Of course. This was also his guess, because he didn't dare to jump to conclusions without seeing the whole picture. Frenzied Blade was delighted and said, Then it should be right. Take out the apocalyptic blood. Luo Tian did as he was told and took out the apocalyptic blood from his interspatial ring. As soon as he took it out, the apocalyptic blood was sucked into the wall and crazily flowed. It was only a drop of essence blood, but it quickly flowed along the grooves like a spring. The scene gradually became clear, a weak red light flashed from the grooves, and the entire wall seemed to come to life. Luo Tian was extremely shocked. He looked up and said, It's really a portrait. The eyes are peaceful, as if there's a boundless power. So strong, so vigorous. Even the heavenly soul demon monarch doesn't have such power. Feng Lei and the others were even more shocked. The portrait was very tall, and a person was holding a giant axe with an extraordinary majestic expression. Above his head was a huge eye, the primordial eye. The eye stared at him as if he was an ant, but the person in the portrait didn't show any fear, as if he didn't care about the existence of the giant eye. Luo Tian couldn't understand. He described it to Frenzied Blade. Frenzied Blade was extremely excited and said, The primordial eye of the primordial god, this portrait is a primordial child. Quick, quick, look around to see if there are any keyholes. Behind the wall is very likely the primordial child's body. Luo Tian immediately said, Look around to see if there are any keyholes. Feng Lei's blood was boiling, as if the eye was staring at him. He said with a trembling voice, Boss, the eye seems to be moving. Suddenly, a killing intent spread out. Chapter 2. Killing intent spread out. It was extremely cold. It was as if it had risen from hell, causing one's heart to tremble. Luo Tian raised his gaze, looked at the primordial giant spirit god's eye on the ground, and then shouted, Everyone be careful. Buzz. Before he could finish his sentence, there were sounds of explosions around him. One after another, incomparably ferocious demon beasts walked out from the darkness. Their bodies were like steel, black and shiny, emitting an incomparable aura. With every step they took, the demon ceiling formation would tremble. Heh, I can't hold it in any longer. Feng Lei rubbed his bald head and laughed excitedly. Xianxia's sword moved, releasing the divine sword Dao Intent. His entire body was like a sharp Vajra sword, his aura was oppressive. Blind Lu was also prepared to transform into an ancient giant demon at any time. Luo Tian looked at the ancient demon beasts walking out, his face darkened, and said, Don't move, don't act rashly, these demon beasts might not be here for us. According to Frenzied Blade's instructions, they shouldn't wake up these demon beasts. The sudden awakening of these demon beasts must have something to do with the eye on the wall painting. However, Luo Tian was wrong. Those ancient demon beasts were really coming for them. When they were 10 meters away from them, their speed suddenly changed, and each demon beast was like a tank that charged out quickly. They were incomparably ferocious, and were determined to smash Luo Tian and the others into pieces. Ha ha ha, lowly humans, how dare you disturb my son? All of you, die. The divine eye actually spoke. The moment he spoke, a golden light shot out in all directions. Luo Tian raised his head to look, and his face was filled with shock. He instantly became excited in his heart, and thought to himself, Boss, another big boss. I knew there would definitely be a boss here, but I didn't expect it to be a divine eye. Battle mode. Kill him. Luo Tian bellowed, his fighting spirit immediately soared to the point of bursting. Seeing the boss, he was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and said in his heart, Kill him. Without any hesitation, Feng Lei transformed into his beast form. It was as if he had just crawled out of a pool of blood. His anger soared to the sky. Without waiting for those ancient demonic beasts to come close, he took the lead and rushed out. At this time, he had no scruples. Looking at the blood under the ancient demonic beast's steel-like skin, he was like a tiger shark that smelled blood in the deep sea. Xianxia's long sword moved, and his whole body instantly rushed out. The two tiger generals, one on the left and one on the right, were extremely sharp. Luo Tian laughed excitedly. Old rules, don't forget. Understood. Understood. The two of them said in unison. Blind Lu was not in a hurry to transform into an ancient demonic beast. Instead, he took out an arrow and started playing. His fingers moved gently, and the sound became very strange. It carried a formless sound wave demonic attack, and it spread out wave after wave in the demon ceiling formation. The speed of those ancient demonic beasts slowed down significantly. Rumble. Rumble. The two ancient demonic beasts rammed into each other, but Feng Lei resisted them with all his might. He grinned and said, "Is this all you've got? It's not enough. Break for me." His right fist moved. A scarlet force suddenly blasted out, and a punch landed on the head of the steel beast. The beast sank, and half of its body sank down. Feng Lei did not hesitate at all, and continuously punched out a few times. Following that, he raised it up heavily and threw it towards Luo Tian, saying, "Boss, catch." Luo Tian held the 7-star sword in his hand, and the sword moved. Level 5 Berserk. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. 32 times the strength was released, and the sword slashed down. In an instant, the steel beast was cut into 2 halves. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a huge beast. You've gained 30,000 experience, 3,000 profound chi. Huh? The ancient demonic beasts only have so little experience. Isn't this too much? Luo Tian was a little unhappy in his heart, but he was no longer worried. The lack of experience meant that these ancient demonic beasts would not be too strong. Feng Lei and Xianxia would definitely not be in danger. Boss. Catch. With a swing of Xianxuanyi's gigantic sword, a steel beast landed in front of Luo Tian. Luo Tian once again killed it with a single slash. It was very easy, however, just as Luo Tian wanted to rush into the group of demonic beasts to kill them, he suddenly realized that the body of the giant beast had disappeared, and the moment he killed it, it disappeared, as if it had turned into air. The most frightening thing was, Feng Lei and Xianxuanyi were gradually forced back. It was still the same 2 steel beasts, but this time, the strength of the beasts was twice as strong as before. Luo Tian's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "You two move aside, let me do it." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Devil Flame Core." Devil flames crazily surged out from his body, and within the devil flames, his speed increased. At this moment, Luo Tian's speed changed, and he released the power of the 9 dragons and 9 elephants in his heart. All the power in his body was channeled to his palms, and he said in a deep voice, "Heavenly Soul Palm." Huh? Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch's cultivation technique? Boss, you're too mighty, I'm really going to fall in love with you. The 3 of them looked at each other, and they were all extremely shocked. The devil flames released by Luo Tian's body and the palm technique he used were all from Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch. How could they not be shocked? Awesome, very awesome, Xianxuanyi laughed, and so did Blind Lu. They laughed with incomparable excitement. They had made the right choice. Rumble. The 2 steel beasts were directly blasted into pieces. Luo Tian was also shocked, and he thought to himself, deity-level cultivation techniques are indeed different. The power of this heavenly soul palm is too strong, it can shatter a person's soul. The system beeped. The experience was twice as much as before. Luo Tian's face changed, and he once again found that the pieces he blasted had disappeared. 2 more ferocious steel beasts rushed out from the darkness, and their strength was twice as strong as before. The 2 steel beasts were like rhinoceroses, and their mouths were long with mucus. Their bodies emitted a powerful light, and they rushed forward with a piercing sound. Behind them, there was a long string of energy waves, and they were extremely powerful. F***CK. Twice as strong after each kill, is he possessed? Luo Tian's heart sank, and he was not happy because of the increase in experience. Instead, he was worried. If they continued to kill like this, they would definitely die of exhaustion, and these beasts were getting stronger and stronger. If it came a few more times, even Luo Tian would not be able to withstand it. Wahaha, giant spirit divine, I laughed arrogantly. Human, accompany my son in death. His voice was filled with insufferably cold arrogance, releasing arrogance, complacency. This made Luo Tian extremely unhappy. Facing the eyes on the screen, he could not find a way to attack. Suddenly, Frenzied Blade's voice sounded, I have a way to kill him. Chapter 3, Brothers, if you still have monthly votes, please support Old Bull, I am extremely grateful. Outside the demon sealing array. A few figures flashed in the dark. Not long after. A man dressed in white and holding a feather fan walked out. His face was gloomy as he laughed coldly. Luo Tian, today, even if you have the ability to reach the heavens, you won't be able to escape death. Humph. Skyfeather City, young Master Tian Yu. During this period of time, he had been paying close attention to Luo Tian's movements. After Luo Tian entered the demon sealing array, he laughed. You are very famous now. You killed Demon Monarch Tianhun and made a name for yourself. That's great. Your rise will become my stepping stone. As long as I kill you, your qualification to enter the immortal sect will fall into my hands. Ha ha ha. Young Master Tianyu laughed sinisterly. Skyfeather City received the news. Several great immortal sects had their eyes on Luo Tian. And, according to the past rules, as long as anyone killed Luo Tian, they would be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the immortal sect. Morong Wanjian, the son of the true dragon, no one dared to kill him. Li Shuer had the incomparably mysterious soul palace behind her, so no one dared to touch her. Luo Tian, in the past 1,000 years, he was the easiest to pinch and also the easiest to kill. The various powers were all ready to make a move. All of a sudden, Luo Tian had become prey, and everyone wanted to kill him, of course. Luo Tian himself did not know, otherwise, he would definitely be overjoyed. Only by killing you will I be able to obtain the qualifications to enter the immortal sect. As long as I enter the immortal sect, my cultivation will definitely increase greatly. At that time, even if I trample Morong Wanjian to death, I might even be able to hug the beauty Li Shuer. Young Master Tian Yu laughed sinisterly in his heart. Immediately after. With a move of his hands, he said in a deep voice, set up the inescapable snare formation. This time, we must not kill him. At the Dao Merchant Auction House, he had some reservations. Luo Tian definitely did not have the strength to kill the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch. However, he believed that Luo Tian did not have that kind of strength either. It was very simple. Luo Tian was only at the Mystic King realm back then. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to kill the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch. As for that golden divine sword, it was definitely not controlled by Luo Tian. Only the true spirit of the great Tang dynasty would appear and kill the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch. It just so happened that everyone thought that Luo Tian had killed the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch. Young Master Tian, you seem to have seen through everything. If it wasn't for the qualifications to enter the immortal sect, he wouldn't have taken the risk. As long as he could enter the immortal sect, any risk would be worth it. Furthermore, this time, he had brought along 7 peak mystique venerable rank powerhouses. It could be said that all the powerhouses in Skyplume City had turned out in full force. Reporting to young lord. As long as that brat dares to come out, he will be killed instantly. Young Master Chanyu smiled excitedly. Good, very good. When the time comes, I'll bring his head to the envoy of the divine controlling immortal sect. I'll be qualified to enter the sect, ha ha ha, laugh. He laughed maniacally, as if he could already see the day he became a disciple of the immortal sect. In the demon sealing formation, Frenzied Sword's voice suddenly rang out. I know a way to kill him instantly. Kill him instantly. Boss, kill him instantly? Luo Tian was shocked at first, then immediately said, what method? Hurry up and tell me. I want to kill him. Look at how arrogant he is with one stinky eye. I'm so angry. The apocalyptic key. Huh? You're saying that the immemorial divine spirit eye is the keyhole, and I can just insert the apocalyptic key into it? Luo Tian immediately thought of this, and his heart instantly boiled. Frenzied Sword said, "That's right." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Luo Tian laughed maniacally, looked at the immemorial divine spirit eye, and said, "You're so arrogant in front of me, aren't you? You're so cocky in front of me, aren't you? Good, good, good. Watch how I kill you." You? Kill me? Humph, you think a mere human like you can kill me? You're overestimating yourself, the immemorial divine spirit, I said disdainfully. The immemorial god, I said disdainfully. In its eyes, Luo Tian's group was not even comparable to ants. They were much weaker than those mystique venerable ones from before. Kill him? That was impossible. However, when it saw Luo Tian take out something in his hand, its eyes suddenly darkened, and it let out a shrill roar. Kill, kill, kill them all. Haha. Are you scared now? Luo Tian played with the apocalyptic key in his hand. Looking at the giant eye's terrified expression, he was very excited and said arrogantly, "Weren't you very arrogant just now? Are you scared now? Show me how arrogant you can be again." Boss. A large wave of steel beasts has appeared. Feng Lei's expression changed. The large wave of steel beasts around them all had ancient power and became extremely ferocious. Moreover, under the control of the immemorial divine spirit eye, they madly pounced. Rumble. Rumble. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and released his killing intent. The void moved and instantly stabbed the apocalyptic key into the giant eye of the immemorial divine spirit. He roared, "Die!" TSK, the apocalyptic key was inserted. The eye trembled crazily. The person in the portrait seemed to be on fire and let out a deafening laugh. Thank you, thank you, thank you for releasing my soul." As soon as his voice fell, the giant in the portrait suddenly swung the giant axe in his hand and chopped down. Boom! Ah, a howl like a pig being slaughtered was heard. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing the immemorial divine spirit eye. Obtained 1 million experience points, 1 million mystical chi points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining the immemorial divine spirit eye. Huh? You only dropped one eye for me? F*CK, it's still a big boss. Can you not be so stingy? Luo Tian said unhappily. It was also at this moment. Kuang Dao's expression was shocked, and said, "This is a good thing, hurry up and fuse with it. This eye can see the spirit treasure of heaven and earth, it can see the 9 heavens above, and it can see the underworld below. Who knows how many supreme expert rankers want this eye, hurry up and fuse with it." The immemorial divine spirit only had one eye. This eye could see everything in the world. No one knew why it would land on the mural, or why it would land in a small plain like the profound sky continent. Moreover, on the wall was the son of the immemorial divine spirit. How could the son of the immemorial divine spirit use his own eyes to suppress his own son? Luo Tian was not in the mood to care about this. He only cared about killing the boss and dropping the equipment. As for why these awesome equipment would appear in the profound sky continent, that would be a problem with his luck. If his luck was good, he could drop everything in the world. Then, Luo Tian did not hesitate, the idea moved, and immediately said, "Fuse." A few seconds later. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for fusing with the immemorial divine spirit eye. Notice, the immemorial divine spirit eye can only be used once every 24 hours, consuming half of the profound chi, half under any circumstances. Huh? Isn't it just half of the profound chi? Luo Tian immediately released it, looking at the wall, his eyes lit up. There's something good behind it, something very good, ha ha ha. I'm rich, I'm rich. Chapter 4, please recommend it. We're rich. Brothers, we're going to be rich this time, haha. Luo Tian was extremely excited. Other than seeing the good stuff behind the painting, Luo Tian turned around and suddenly saw something very interesting. The corner of his mouth curled up and he sneered, "You're looking for death." Boss, who is it? No one, I'm talking about someone I've met once. Luo Tian smiled and did not expose them. He was not in the mood to care about that right now. This should be the time to take the treasures. Once the giant ancient eye died. The painting on the wall also gradually disappeared. The ancient beasts in the demon ceiling formation also disappeared instantly. The only thing that did not change was the divine light that soared into the sky. It was still incomparably dazzling. The key that was inserted into the giant ancient eye turned gently. Walala, the wall slowly opened, like a stone door, with an incomparably heavy power. Divine light shot out from the gap, golden and incomparably dazzling. In the dim demon ceiling formation, everyone could not open their eyes. Wow! What is it? It's so golden and shiny, it can't be all gold, right? Damn, can you be a little more promising? What's the use of gold? Could it be jewelry? Blind Lou, don't talk, talking to you will lower my IQ. That's right, boss, do you think it's a gold mountain? Definitely not, in my opinion, it's at least a magnetite mine, this is much more valuable than a gold mountain. Luo Tian wanted to die, he had the urge to die. Could it be that in these guys' eyes, the only valuable thing was gold? Could it not be an ancient divine object, or a peerless spiritual treasure born from heaven and earth, or some kind of incomparably powerful cultivation technique? Gold, too weak. The four of them stepped in together. Suddenly, Luo Tian's face darkened and became incomparably ugly. Feng Lei laughed heartily and said, I'm right, it's gold. If it wasn't gold, how could it release such a huge golden light? Boss, we've really struck it rich this time, ha ha ha. Blind Lou also had a smug look on his face as he said, Fatty, you're talking about a mountain of gold. I'm talking about gold. Xianyuani frowned and said, Blind man, you're wrong. This isn't gold, it's a golden corpse. Indeed. A golden corpse was lying on top of a huge rock. Its face, expression, and the huge axe beside it were all very similar to the person in the portrait. Could it be a corpse carved out of gold? Luo Tian wasn't the least bit interested. Even if he was given 10,000 gold mountains, he wouldn't be in the mood. Gold was also a currency in this world, but for a martial artist, it was useless. He might as well get 2 Xian weapons. Suddenly, Killing Blade, who had been silent all this time, suddenly became excited and said, Luo Tian, can you give this body to me? Huh? Physical body? Luo Tian's heart trembled, and said, Killing Blade, are you sure this is a physical body? No matter how I look at it, I feel like he's a statue carved out of a pile of gold. How could it be a physical body? Physical body. The physical body of the son of the primordial age. The legend is true. Rumor has it that the primordial god spirit is a god-devouring rat. He cultivated for 38 million years and became the #1 expert in the primordial age. His strongest sacred art is that primordial giant eye, and he has 3 sons. All 3 of his sons are peerless experts. The eldest son, Heavenly Supreme Lord, the second son, Crazy Heaven Supreme Lord, and the third son, Mighty Heaven Supreme Lord. All 3 of them inherited the bloodline of the primordial god spirit and possessed an indestructible golden body. Rumor has it that the third son, Mighty Heaven Supreme Lord, fell in love with a woman and was discovered by his father. A series of long and smelly stories about immortals and mortals. Luo Tian directly said, You're saying that this golden body is the body of the Mighty Heaven Supreme Lord? Killing Blade immediately replied, That's right. Very excited, very excited. Killing Blade had always wanted to refine his own body, but he was only a strand of primordial spirit, so it would be impossible for him to refine his own body without tens of thousands of years. When Luo Tian gave him the Heavenly Soul God Pearl, he was indeed tempted. But the Heavenly Soul God Pearl was Luo Tian's last possession talisman, so he definitely could not use it. When he confirmed that the golden body lying on the boulder was the body of the Mighty Heaven Supreme Lord, he was completely excited. Luo Tian did not hesitate at all, and said, What do you mean by giving or not? Do you still treat me as a brother? Whatever you want, as long as I have it, I will give it to you. Isn't it just a golden body? Why do you need to ask for my opinion? If you don't want it, I will probably sell it for gold. Then Luo Tian's voice sank and said, Fatty, move aside. I'll let you guys meet an old friend that you're all familiar with, but have never seen before. Feng Lei retreated a few steps, and said, Who is it? The 3 of them looked at Luo Tian. Luo Tian grinned, and said, Frenzied Blade, come out. A wave of power charged out, and a figure appeared in midair like a ghost. Luo Tian said, he is Bloodsucker Frenzied Blade, the #1 blade in the world. He has saved my life many times, and the reason why I was able to enter here was because he unlocked the secret of the ancient scroll. Feng Lei was stunned, and said, Boss, he's that 1,800 catty tyrant saber? No way? Blade spirit? That's not it either. A person who cultivated from a saber. Wow, that's too strong. Frenzied Blade looked like a middle-aged man with a domineering expression. He smiled and said, Greetings brothers, I need this body, I hope that you will agree. Luo Tian said in disdain, Agree your head, aren't you the #1 Frenzied Blade? Where did your arrogant personality go? If you continue like this, I will really look down on you. Frenzied Blade was simply too emotional. He was extremely grateful, even he himself could not express his gratitude. Feng Lei took the lead and said, We have no objections. You saved boss before, so you are my benefactor. Blind Lu, do you dare to have any objections? Feng Lei stared at Blind Lu. Blind Lu grinned and laughed, and said, Next time, if you treat me to drinks for 3 days and 3 nights, I have no objections. F***CK. It has to be 3 days and 3 nights. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. The 5 of them all laughed out loud in unison, laughing incomparably carefree. Luo Tian's heart felt warm, and thought, this feeling is really good. Brothers, laughing together, facing enemies together, killing enemies together, laughing proudly together, this feeling was really, really good. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists, and secretly swore in his heart that he would definitely not let anyone hurt his brothers. Fuse. A full 6 hours passed. The golden body suddenly moved, as if it had come to life. Frenzied Blade, the incomparably sharp Frenzied Blade, Chapter 5, Delivery. Brothers, I am an injured old bull, begging for monthly votes, recommendation votes, treatment. Outside the demon ceiling formation. Young Master Xianxia, why hasn't that kid appeared yet? He can't have died inside, right? It's already dark. If that kid really died inside, wouldn't we have waited for nothing? Just now, there was a series of noises from below. I reckon that they were eaten by the ancient beasts. Otherwise, why haven't they escaped yet? Could it be that they killed all the ancient beasts? That's impossible. I heard that the ancient beasts inside can't be killed at all. After killing them, they will revive, and their strength will increase exponentially. Even a Sage Realm expert can't survive inside. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many Sage Realm experts who took the risk to escape. Why don't we go down and take a look? Buzz. Just as they were talking, the divine light that shot into the sky suddenly retracted and completely disappeared. This sign indicated that someone had obtained the divine treasure. Young Master Xianxu's face darkened, his eyes filled with shock, and said, That country bumpkin really obtained the divine treasure in the demon ceiling formation? Even a Sage Realm expert can't stay inside for too long. How did he do it? The divine light has disappeared, the divine treasure has recognized its master. Young Master, this kid can't have gotten the divine treasure, right? Not only young Master Xianxia and the others. All the experts in the Tianxian continent were shocked. The divine light in the demon ceiling formation soared into the sky, attracting wave after wave of experts. However, no one could survive in the demon ceiling formation, let alone the divine treasure. They had never seen it before, and they didn't even know where the divine light came from. There were even rumors. There was no divine treasure in the demon ceiling formation at all. It was just that the demon ceiling formation had absorbed the profound chi of heaven and earth for 10,000 years and released the profound light. But now, no one denied the divine treasure in the demon ceiling formation. The divine light disappeared, and the divine treasure recognized its master. Those experts' hearts sank, and they all peered into the void. In the demon ceiling formation. Ha ha ha, Guangdao, have a body again. Guangdao was extremely excited, his face flushed red, and his expression was incomparably excited. For many years, he had been killed by a certain supreme expert, leaving only a wisp of primordial spirit in the bloodthirsty blade. The hatred in his heart was as strong as it could be. He thought that one day, he would cultivate a body and kill his way back. However, God sent him to this world, to Luo Tian's body. At first, he wanted to seize Luo Tian's body. Now that he thought about it, he was glad that he didn't forcibly seize Luo Tian's body. Otherwise, he would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Following Luo Tian made his blood boil. The Jade Mountain City didn't care about life and death, the Ghost Prison Mountain Range was bathed in blood, the Shady Mountain Corpse City went against the heavens, and the Goblin tribe's godly power reached the heavens. All of these were incomparably exciting to him. This kind of life was even more exciting than his previous life. He longed for a physical body so that he could accompany Luo Tian in his madness. He had been cultivating with all his might. However, using a wisp of primordial spirit to cultivate a physical body was a long and arduous process. It might take tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. He really couldn't wait any longer. When he saw the golden body of the mighty Sky Emperor, he saw a glimmer of hope. He was touched by Luo Tian's generosity. 6 hours, after 6 hours of fusion, he finally succeeded. This was a very long and arduous process. Frenzied Blade almost risked his primordial spirit being destroyed, but he finally succeeded. At that moment, he was so excited that tears were about to flow out. The golden body moved and the golden light on its body retracted. The divine light disappeared. Frenzied Blade stood up and gently clenched his hands. Feeling the endless power in his body, he became even more excited. He walked to Luo Tian's side and knelt down on one knee, saying heavily, "I, Frenzied Blade, have been arrogant all my life. I have never bowed to anyone, not even the supreme expert who killed me. Today, I, Frenzied Blade, must kneel to you and thank you for giving me the power of regeneration. Thank you." His voice was very heavy, like a rough middle-aged man, every word was as heavy as 1,000 pounds. After he finished speaking, Frenzied Blade cowed out heavily. Luo Tian couldn't stop him in time. He immediately squatted down and said, "Damn, Frenzied Blade, you really don't treat me as a brother. If it wasn't for you, I would have died many times. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't have been able to come here. All of this is because of your hard work." Luo Tian wanted to help Frenzied Blade up, but he didn't have enough strength. When he got closer, he realized that the power in Frenzied Blade's body was too strong, and it was a mess. Luo Tian was overjoyed. He said excitedly, "Your power, wow, it's so strong." Frenzied Blade smiled excitedly. "It's not that my power is strong, it's that the mighty Sky Emperor's body is strong. I didn't expect that I would succeed. Maybe it's because you released his soul, so it went so smoothly. Strong, incomparably strong." Frenzied Blade had reached the profound sage realm with the help of the mighty Sky Emperor's body, terrifying beyond compare. The two of them stood up. Luo Tian summoned the Bloodsucker Blade and said, "It's time for this Bloodsucker to return to its owner. I believe that it will be able to unleash even more power in your hands." With that, Luo Tian handed the Bloodsucker Blade over. Frenzied Blade didn't hesitate. His hands trembled as he received it. His eyes flashed as he gently caressed the blade. He muttered to himself, "Old friend, we meet again." Bloodsucker seemed to have heard Frenzied Blade's words and let out a series of cries. It was like two old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Although Frenzied Blade was in Luo Tian's body and so was Bloodsucker, it had been a long time since they met face to face like this. Then, Frenzied Blade's right hand moved, and a golden giant axe appeared in his hand. He handed it over to Luo Tian and said, "This is the mighty Sky Emperor's splitting heaven divine axe. Although its power is still sealed and it is unable to unleash the splitting heaven divine power, there are definitely not many profound weapons in the profound sky continent that can surpass it. You have always been using a sword when you transformed into the Devil Emperor, giving me the feeling that a sword and a blade are simply unable to unleash the power of your beheading strike and Panga divine slash. Indeed. Devil Emperor Xianxia's weapon should be an axe. Blades, swords, and other profound weapons were completely unable to unleash his attack power." Luo Tian did not hesitate and directly took it. Looking at the attributes of the splitting heaven divine axe, his face was filled with shock. The Bloodsucker blade weighs 1,800 kilograms, and this axe actually weighs 99,900 kilograms, too awesome. "Ha ha ha, return to Heaven Sword City." Luo Tian raised his arm and called out, and a group of 5 walked out of the demon sealing array. Just as they left the array, Luo Tian grinned and said, "Oh, we meet again." He had long since seen young Master Tian Yu and 7 peak mystique venerable rank experts guarding outside through the ancient god eye. When young Master Tian Yu saw Luo Tian come out, his face was filled with excitement, and said, "You've finally come out. Elders, kill." Frenzied Blade blocked in front and laughed arrogantly, saying, "Let me deal with these trash." Chapter 1, A New Day. Everyone has a recommendation vote for Old Bull. Thank you Brother Egg Fried Rice Without Onions for 10,000 book coins Piao Hong's tip. I forgot to thank you yesterday, so I'll make up for it today. Thank you all for your support, Old Bull is extremely grateful. Where did this country bumpkin pop out from? Today, all of you will die. Young Master Tian Yu had nothing to fear as he spoke with confidence. His face was filled with complacency, and he had never been so complacent before. He could already see the immortal sect's emissary waving at him. In his heart, he was wondering if he should join the same immortal sect as Murong Wanjian or follow the goddess in his heart, Li Shui'er. Frenzied Blade's eyes darkened as he released endless killing intent. The blood-sucking blade in his hand let out a soft hum as a scarlet blade aura shot out. Luo Tian stopped Frenzied Blade with his right hand and looked at young Master Tian Yu with interest. I really want to know why you want to kill me. Logically speaking, you should have seen my strength and wouldn't take the risk without a huge benefit. I really want to know. Indeed. At the Dao Merchant auction, he exploded with unparalleled strength. Half a month ago, he killed the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch. All the experts in the continent were afraid of him because even the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch was afraid of Sky Sword. It was impossible that young Master Tian Yu didn't know. Why did he send so many peak mystique venerable rank experts after knowing all this? There must be a reason behind it. Luo Tian smiled and continued, I'm about to die. Can you fulfill my dying wish? I really want to know why you want to kill me. Young Master Tian Yu smiled proudly and said, you still don't know? That's true. With your strength and the Tang dynasty's strength, it's reasonable that you don't know. You country bumpkin got lucky and was recognized by the immortal sect. You obtained the qualifications to become a disciple of the immortal sect. In a few days, there might even be an immortal sect emissary waiting for you in the Sky Sword City to bring you into the immortal sect. Speaking of this, young Master Tian Yu's eyes were filled with disdain. He felt that Luo Tian didn't have the qualifications to obtain all this. Luo Tian was stunned and muttered to himself, obtained the qualifications to become a disciple of the immortal sect. Why didn't I know about this? They didn't even ask for my opinion. These immortal sects are really impressive. Immediately, Luo Tian asked in confusion, I obtained the qualifications to become a disciple of the immortal sect. What does that have to do with you killing me? The relationship is very simple. According to the rules of the Tianxian continent, once an immortal sect specially recruits disciples, whoever kills this person will be qualified. Now you know whether this has anything to do with you or not. Young Master Tian Yu laughed sinisterly. Once I kill you, I'll gain the right to enter the divine controlling immortal sect. In a few years, I, young Master Tian Yu, will be able to dominate the world, ha ha ha, understood. Luo Tian murmured with excitement. Holy shit, I didn't know I could draw aggro like this. This is awesome. Now all the young geniuses of the continent want to kill me. I'll have to wait a bit longer to earn more invincible bloodline points, hee, Luo Tian smiled. His smile was incomparably wretched. Who would have thought that there would be such a rule? Based on his personality, he must have swaggered through the streets. The more people who came to kill him, the better. It would be best if there were thousands of them all at once, so that he could gather the remaining 2 bloodlines in an instant. Young Master Tian Yu's expression changed slightly as he said with disdain, you country bumpkin, what are you laughing at? You're about to die and you're still laughing, humph. Luo Tian's smile did not diminish. He swept his gaze around and sensed the murderous intent in the dark. He said, if I remember correctly, there were many powerhouses in Skyplume City who mocked me half a month ago. Now that you've delivered yourselves to my doorstep, I'm really happy. Thinking about the mockery of those powerhouses in the void, Luo Tian could not help but feel anger rising in his heart. He originally wanted to get the divine artifact of the demon sealing formation and then find them one by one and kill them one by one. He did not expect that these people would either run away or disappear without a trace. However, today, there were at least 2 people who had mocked him. In the darkness, 2 black shadows swayed slightly. Young Master Chanyu laughed coldly and said, "Luo Tian, you'll definitely die today. Grand Elder, do it." He could not be bothered to say more. 7 peak mystique venerable rank powerhouses burst into action, unleashing their peak mystique venerable rank powers at the same time. Furthermore, their coordination was excellent, sealing off all escape routes for Luo Tian and the other 4. In an instant, ultimate encirclement formation, there was no path to heaven and no door to hell. Feng Lei frowned. Xianyuani moved his sword, and Blind Lu's back had already begun to change. Luo Tian, on the other hand, looked indifferent. He glanced at Frenzied Sword beside him and said, "Master Frenzied, it's up to you now?" "Ha ha ha." Frenzied Sword laughed arrogantly. The blood-sucking Frenzied Sword in his hand moved, bringing with it a furious murderous intent. He shouted, "I'll let you see my power. See how ferocious I, Frenzied Sword, am." As soon as he finished speaking, Frenzied Sword's figure instantly disappeared. He leaped into the air and waved his sword. He shouted in a deep voice, "Massacre Realm, descend." Boom. The sky and earth changed colors. Everything around them turned scarlet. Blood flowed like a river, and millions of corpses lay on the ground. Everything around them was shrouded in a murderous aura. At this moment, everyone's heart sank. They felt extremely oppressed, as if they could not bear it. What an awesome cultivation method. Spatial technique? Dragon Head, this Frenzied Sword is too sharp. He created such a huge formation the moment he appeared. Is he trying to kill us? The 3 of them were shocked. However, Luo Tian laughed. Frenzied Sword was very powerful, very powerful. From the beginning, he knew that his Massacre Realm and his sky-piercing dragon-slaying art were extremely powerful. At that time, he only felt it in his heart, but now that he saw the descent of the Massacre Realm with his own eyes, it was really not an ordinary kind of power, excitement. Frenzied Sword was powerful. He was excited. Young Master Chanyu's expression changed drastically. Luo Tian looked at him and sneered. "Didn't you want to kill me? Come on, come and kill me." Luo Tian. "You country bumpkin, don't be so smug. I don't believe that 7 peak mystic venerable rank powerhouses can't kill you." Young Master Chanyu's expression was still arrogant. He shouted in a deep voice, "7 elders, kill him. Kill Luo Tian first. As long as we kill Luo Tian, I'll be a disciple of the celestial sect. At that time, let's see who dares to touch me. Kill." The 7 of them moved again. Luo Tian laughed and could not help but say, "Master Kuang, remember the old rules." "Ha ha ha, understood." Frenzied Sword was quite cooperative. Luo Tian was really afraid that he would not cooperate. This guy completely forgot everything when he was mad. These were 7 peak mystic venerable rank powerhouses. That was a huge wave of experience and celestial chi. He could not let them go. All of a sudden, the fury and killing intent of the Massacre Realm suddenly moved. A bloody Frenzied Sword descended from the sky and roared, 10,000 swords piercing the sky, die. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the entire Massacre Realm shrunk. The power of 10,000 swords crushed everything. Almost instantly, 7 bodies fell from the sky. All of them were in a half-dead state. Awesome, too awesome. It was a complete mess. Luo Tian smiled excitedly and said, "Now that's awesome." Chapter 2, Brothers, give me some more monthly votes. Thank you to Old Bull Fan, Moonfall, for supporting me with another 10,000 book coins. Thank you for accompanying me all this time. Thank you. With you brothers accompanying me, I'm really happy. I'm very touched. Thank you again. Boom. Boom. 7 half-dead bodies fell at Luo Tian's feet. Luo Tian was shocked. These were all peak mystique venerable rank fighters. Why were they like cabbages on the street? Of course, this was because Frenzied Sword was too strong. Humph. None of them can fight. As soon as Frenzied Sword finished speaking, the massacre realm was retracted. The blood-red barrier around them disappeared and turned back into a starry night sky. It was as if nothing had happened, except that there were 7 more bodies on the ground. Groaning bodies. Not even a second had passed. If not for Luo Tian's intentional reminder, Frenzied Sword would definitely have the ability to kill these 7 people instantly. This power was too strong, too strong. Luo Tian smiled ferociously and held his fists together. His knuckles cracked as he walked up to an old man and sneered, "If I remember correctly, you should be called Hun Tian, right? Spare me. Spare me." Before he could finish, Luo Tian released level 5 rage and punched him. He sneered, "Spare you? I said I would kill you all one by one. Didn't you laugh at me so happily? Laugh at me again." Boom. Under level 5 rage, he exploded their heads with one punch. All of their peak mystique venerable rank strength had been sucked dry by the massacre realm. Otherwise, Luo Tian would have to use some tricks to kill them. After all, the physical defense of a peak mystique venerable rank fighter was very strong. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing, the system notification sounded. Luo Tian ignored it. These people were not bosses, so naturally, they would not drop anything good. Then, he walked to the side of an old man who had his head buried in the mud. Luo Tian sneered and said, "Sha Yaoshenren, do you think I can't recognize you just because you're covering your face? I've memorized all of your auras. Spare me. I won't do it again. I won't do it again." Not waiting for him to finish, Luo Tian's fist came down. His face was extremely angry as he said, "It's fine if you don't come to help, but you're still mocking and ridiculing me. I hate dogs like you the most. Go to hell." Another punch to the head. There was no room for negotiation. The other 5 life mystique venerables were all terrified. The higher one's cultivation was, the more one feared death. They looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at the Grim Reaper with a scythe in his hand. They were so scared that they wet their pants. Luo Tian moved his right hand and took out the Big Dipper sword. "You didn't mock me, so I'll let you die a quick death." Against the enemy, Luo Tian would not hesitate or sympathize with someone who was about to die. These experts had all come to kill him. No matter how benevolent he was, he would not let them go. If Frenzied Blade had not obtained the mighty Sky Emperor's golden body and possessed the power of a saint, Luo Tian might have died here today. No matter how strong he was no match for 7 peak mystique venerable rank fighters. Therefore, they had to die. With a swing of his sword, 5 peak mystique venerable rank fighters were killed in an instant. The system notification sounded, and large waves of experience came crashing down. Luo Tian looked up at young Master Xianxia, who was so scared that he did not even dare to move. He smiled and said, "You're the only one left." Young Master Xianxu's face was extremely pale. His entire body was trembling, and his crotch was already wet. His lips trembled as he said, I am the young Master of Skyplume City. My father, the City Lord of Skyplume City is a saint. Why you can't kill me? You don't dare to kill me. Kill me. My father won't let you go. A Saint Realm expert? I'm so *King scared. Luo Tian walked forward step by step, revealing a frightened look. He walked to young Master Xianxu's side, and the corner of his mouth turned cold. He shouted in his mind and released a powerful force, throwing out a punch. Young Master Xianxu's body flew out. Luo Tian's figure moved. Without waiting for young Master Xianxu to land, he threw out another punch. Are you threatening me? If you have the guts, call your father over. Back then at the auction house, I wanted to kill you with a face full of arrogance and complacency. I didn't expect that after you escaped that time, you would still dare to send yourself to death today. I don't dare to kill you? Even if your father is here, I will still kill him. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw out another punch. He directly smashed young Master Xianxu's originally handsome face into pieces. Stepping on his body, Luo Tian fiercely spat out a mouthful of saliva, and said, I hate people who are more handsome than me the most, *CK. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian, kill young Master Xianxu. It was a pity that nothing good had dropped. Luo Tian did not mind, and said, "Return to the city." The demon sealing array was not far from the Heaven Sword City. The 5 of them arrived at the city gate in less than a moment. When the 2 city guards saw Luo Tian, they were filled with excitement and said in a heavy voice, "Prince Consort." The surrounding passers-by also revealed looks of respect. In the Heaven Sword City, Luo Tian was deeply popular, and everyone in the Heaven Sword City treated him as a god in their hearts. Luo Tian smiled politely, and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Unfortunately, it's not hard. Prince Consort, His Majesty has instructed us not to stay any longer after returning to the city. Immediately return to the palace, he said that there is something important." Tang Jiu quickly found out about what had happened at the entrance of the palace. Tang Jiu did not dare to be careless, and immediately sent the order to quickly return to the palace when he saw Luo Tian. Luo Tian's face changed slightly, his heart tightened slightly, and he thought to himself, could it be that something big has happened? Then, the 5 of them did not dare to stay any longer, and quickly rushed back to the palace. Holy sh*t. Luo Tian's face darkened. The Imperial Immortal Sect is amazing. Luo Tian was extremely indignant when he found out that his guards had their arms cut off by the Imperial God Envoy at the School of Black Tortoise, and anger rose in his heart. Tang Jiu's face darkened. He knew that this would be the result, and could not help but say, "Luo Tian, you must not be rash. The old ancestor sent me a sound transmission. The Imperial Immortal Sect is the #1 immortal sect in the profound sky continent. Its strength is unimaginable, and I heard that there are profound Emperor realm experts overseeing it. You must not act rashly. The Imperial Immortal Sect can bring you into a supreme domain." Those who could enter the Imperial Immortal Sect were all dragons among men. All of them were top geniuses. Luo Tian's expression recovered, and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do, I won't act rashly." Tang Jiu's heart relaxed, and said, "That's good, I reckon they already know that you have returned to the Heaven Sword City. Tomorrow I plan to invite the 4 Immortal Sect envoys in the name of the Great Tang. What do you think?" Immortal Sect envoys, if he could establish a relationship with them, even if the Great Tang stood for 1,000,000 years, no one would dare to touch them. If Luo Tian could join the Imperial Immortal Sect, that would be even better. However, there was one thing that Tang Jiu was very clear about: no matter what choice Luo Tian made, he would support him. Even if he did not choose any immortal sect, Tang Jiu would not say anything. Luo Tian nodded, "All right." His heart tightened, his eyes narrowed, and a crazy idea emerged in his mind. I wonder what good things will drop from killing the Immortal Sect envoys? The 3rd chapter has been delivered, begging for monthly votes. I have something to do at the last minute, and there are still 2 chapters to be delivered at night. Invite me? Humph. There are still some people in Sky Sword City who know their manners. However, even if they invite me, it's just adding glory to Tang Dynasty. It's actually for Tang Dynasty. The envoy of the Divine Ruler was full of disdain. When he found out that the Emperor of Tang Dynasty invited him, he sneered. However, he didn't refuse, nor did he accept the invitation from the new Prime Minister of Tang Dynasty, Ji Wenqing. He only said coldly, "Got it, I'll be there tonight." Ji Wenqing left the room in fear, his face full of respect. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. It wasn't that he was afraid, but that he couldn't withstand the pressure and aura of the envoy of the Divine Ruler. If he didn't have the cultivation of a Xianxia, he would have knelt before the envoy of the Divine Ruler. The other 3 places: Xinghai Celestial Sect, Huashan Celestial Sect, and South Pole Celestial Sect all received invitations. Other than the Xinghai Celestial Sect, who was slightly arrogant, the other 2 celestial sects treated him with respect. They were sincerely recruiting Luo Tian. Therefore, they maintained mutual respect in terms of etiquette. Is that so? Luo Tian's eyes turned cold as he listened to Ji Wenqing's description. He smiled and said, "Thank you, Lord Ji." Ji Wenqing was flattered and said, "You're welcome. This is what I should do. Prince Consort, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Luo Tian nodded. After Ji Wenqing left the hall, Feng Lei said unhappily, "This Divine Ruler Celestial Sect is so arrogant. Since they invited boss, they should show some sincerity. It's as if someone owes them money." Indeed. The Divine Ruler Celestial Sect was arrogant. the envoy of the divine ruler celestial sect was just as arrogant. He didn't put Sky Sword City in his eyes at all. Even if the emperor of Tang dynasty personally invited him, he didn't show any respect. On the contrary, he acted like he was superior. The divine ruler celestial sect is the #1 celestial sect in Xianxia continent. They have nurtured countless experts. A quarter of the experts in Xianxia continent came from the divine ruler celestial sect. Ever since Morong Wanjian mysteriously joined the divine ruler celestial sect, they have become even more powerful. In just a few years, they surpassed Xinghai celestial sect to become the #1 celestial sect. F***ck. So what if they're the #1 immortal sect? They can cripple someone's arms so casually. I'm not happy with their dogs at #1 immortal sect. Feng Lei cursed. After pausing for a few seconds, he smiled and said, "Boss, the Imperial Immortal Sect is the #1 sect. There must be countless experts there who will be of great help to you. Only the #1 sect is worthy of you." This Imperial Immortal envoy is indeed a little arrogant. The disciples of the Imperial Immortal sect should be different from him. The meaning of Feng Lei's words was simple. He wanted Luo Tian to become a disciple of the divine commanding immortal sect. Since it was the #1 immortal sect, there must be a lot of cultivation resources, which would be of great help to Luo Tian. This was the case for Feng Lei. No matter what, he would always consider Luo Tian's well-being first. The Xinghai immortal sect has been a little weaker in the past few years because Morong Wanjian was too strong and overshadowed the glory of the Xinghai immortal sect. In addition, the female phoenix Li Shuer is very low-key and rarely shows her face in the immortal sect. As a result, her influence is slightly less than that of the Imperial Immortal Sect. However, the disciples of the Xinghai Immortal Sect regard Li Shuer as a goddess. In the outside world, countless geniuses joined the Xinghai Immortal Sect because of her, Blind Luke continued. The Immortal Sect where sister-in-law is from? Boss, sister-in-law. Feng Lei couldn't help but laugh. When he thought of the way Li Shuer stared at him, his heart trembled. Luo Tian smiled gently. When he thought of Li Shuer, his heart was filled with longing. He looked at Blind Lu and asked, "How are the other two immortal sects?" Blind Lu continued, "The South Pole Immortal Sect is still okay. They are following the rules and developing steadily. As for the Huashan Immortal Sect, they are a little pitiful. A year ago, 18 of their most talented disciples were crippled by Morong Wanjian alone. After that, they were on the verge of falling from the Immortal Sect. It's best not to go to this Immortal Sect. I'm afraid they won't be able to bring out any good disciples in the Immortal Sect disciple competition next year. Boss, let's not consider the Huashan Immortal Sect." "Yes. It's already the worst Immortal Sect. It's useless to go. In my opinion, let's choose the Imperial Immortal Sect. The #1 Immortal Sect. Cultivation techniques, Xian weapons, and other aspects of cultivation are stronger than the other immortal sects. Let's choose this one." Everyone looked at Luo Tian. They were extremely unhappy with the arrogance of the Imperial Immortal Envoy. However, this was related to Luo Tian's future. Therefore, even if they were unhappy, they could only endure it and let Luo Tian choose the best immortal sect. Luo Tian was touched. He looked at each of them and said, "You guys want me to leave so badly. You have to know that once I become an immortal sect disciple, I will be separated from all of you. Moreover, I have never thought of joining any immortal sect." The immortal sect was very famous. It was the dream of any martial artist, it was the goal that countless people worked hard for. However, to Luo Tian, any sect was the same to him. His cultivation had never relied on any resources or the guidance of a grandmaster. He completely relied on killing monsters to level up. As long as there were monsters, he would have a way to level up. As for joining the immortal sect, he had never thought of leaving these brothers. Hearing Luo Tian's words, everyone was shocked. They all looked at Luo Tian with their mouths wide open, as if they couldn't understand Luo Tian at all. "Boss, are you crazy? It must be an illusion. How could anyone reject the immortal sect? Even burning incense for 18 lifetimes wouldn't be able to get it. Damn it, what are you thinking about? That's right, aren't you going to the Broken Sky City to steal the marriage in 2 years? If you don't have any status, how can you suppress Morong Wanjian? He is now a disciple that the immortal sect has focused on nurturing. If you want to surpass him, you have to surpass him in all aspects. Right. Everyone said in unison. Frenzied Blade, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly said, "Brat, you can't be thinking of blowing them up, right?" Huh? Of all the people present, only Frenzied Blade understood Luo Tian the best. This brat was not afraid of death at all, nor was he afraid of any consequences. He was completely like a madman. The more powerful the person, the more excited he would be. This time, it was the immortal sex envoy. There must be a lot of good stuff on him. Luo Tian grinned sinisterly, and said, "Master Kuang, you're too awesome. You've guessed everything I'm thinking, ha ha ha." Looking at everyone's shocked expressions, Luo Tian retracted his smile and said seriously, "Don't worry, I was just joking. I know what they think, they can turn me into ashes with a single finger. Why would I want to blow them up? I was just joking. As for joining the immortal sect, we'll talk about it tonight." Luo Tian was looking forward to the banquet at night. Chapter 4. Night fell. National Banquet Hall of the Imperial Palace. The nobles, the civil officials, and the generals. All of them were at the peak of the great Tang dynasty. Luo Tian appeared very early. Behind him stood Feng Lei, Xian Yuani, and the others. In their words, "We will stand behind you and increase your aura." Luo Tian had no choice but to let them stand. Venerable Green Ox was the first to arrive, followed by Wu Yan. Both of them brought small gifts. Venerable Green Ox bowed slightly to Tang Jiao and said, "This is my South Pole Immortal Sex Longevity Pill. It can increase one's lifespan by 100 years. A pill, the legendary longevity pill, one pill could extend one's lifespan by 100 years. If this pill were to be auctioned on the market, it would be worth at least 500 million profound stones." Everyone was in an uproar. They began to discuss in low voices. The immortal sect is indeed extraordinary. The first thing they do is to give out a longevity pill. This is a heaven-ranked pill. It's truly amazing. No wonder so many young geniuses want to enter the immortal sect. Even I want to go now. It's just that with my cultivation, hee hee. Tang Jiao stood up to welcome him, not daring to be the slightest bit negligent. Although it was said to be a banquet for the 4 great immortal sex envoys, he was very clear that this was to increase Luo Tian's confidence. He wanted the 4 great immortal sex envoys to know that Luo Tian was not some country bumpkin or poor brat. His identity was very noble, a member of the great Tang dynasty's royal family. Although the great Tang dynasty's royal family was nothing to the immortal sect, this was all Tang Jiao could do. "Thank you, great immortal." Tang Jiao personally received it, and then said politely, "Immortal Master, please take a seat." Venerable Green Ox smiled politely and bowed slightly. Then, he glanced at Luo Tian and smiled politely at Luo Tian. A sharp light flashed past his eyes, and his heart couldn't help but sink as he thought to himself, "Dan Tian shattered? How is this possible?" With a glance, he could tell that Luo Tian's Dan Tian had traces of shattering. And it was a wound that could not be healed. It should be some kind of strong medicinal pill that would be hard to heal in this lifetime. This made him extremely shocked. In the profound sky continent, martial artists were revered. Any martial artist who wanted to condense the profound chi of heaven and earth would have to absorb it through their dantian. If their dantian was shattered, it would mean that they would not be able to absorb the profound chi, making it even more impossible for them to break through their cultivation. How did Luo Tian do it? Venerable Azure Ox could not understand no matter how he thought about it. His expectations for Luo Tian were greatly reduced. When he thought about the longevity pill he had just given away, he laughed in self-mockery. "Looks like I've come for nothing this time. I refuse to believe that this kid can kill the Tianhun demon lord no matter what. He must have used some external force." Immediately after, Wu Yan grinned, revealing his yellow teeth. He said, "I left in a hurry and didn't have time to bring anything back. This is the transmission token of the Huashan Immortal Sect. If the Tang Empire is in trouble, just crush it and the Huashan Immortal Sect will send someone to help." Walala, this. You're too polite. This is equivalent to allying with the Great Tang. Everyone was shocked again. Venerable Azure Ox laughed in his heart and said, "Ha ha ha. Wu Nian, you idiot. You actually handed over such a precious thing. You've suffered a great loss this time. I won't fight with you over this kid. Take him away if you want." Wu Nian smiled wretchedly and bowed to Venerable Azure Ox. "This old Taoist thanks you in advance." Venerable Azure Ox laughed and said, "You're welcome, you're welcome." However, he was laughing in his heart. This Taoist probably doesn't know that this kid's dantian is broken. Such a person doesn't have the qualifications to enter the immortal sect. Even if he enters the immortal sect, it will only be a waste of the immortal sect's resources. No matter how many resources are given to him, it's useless. Wu Nian also glanced at Luo Tian and smiled faintly. He did not use his power to pry into his body, but directly sat down. If someone was prying into his body, no matter how weak Luo Tian was, he would still be able to sense it. Looking at Venerable Azure Ox's expression, Luo Tian said to himself, "It seems that he knows about my dantian being broken." Time passed minute by minute. According to the agreed time, more than 2 hours had passed. The emissary of the Star Sea Immortal sect finally arrived. He walked into the Great Hall and did not give any explanation, nor did he show any courtesy. He directly looked at Luo Tian and his expression changed. He could not help but sneer, "Dantian broken trash. I really don't know why the Great Elder wants me to recruit such a disciple. What a waste of time." Then the Star Ocean emissary shouted outside, "Brother Tian Lin, you'd better not come. This kid is a complete piece of trash. His dantian is broken and he can't cultivate at all. It's a waste of the Celestial Gate's resources to have such a piece of trash here." It was also at this time. It wasn't that he didn't believe the words of the Star Sea emissary, but he had to personally verify it. He walked into the Great Hall. Looking at the people around him, he couldn't help but have an angry look on his face. He coldly shouted, "You really think too highly of yourself. What qualifications do these mortals have to sit with me? You want to borrow the glory of my immortal sect?" Everyone's face darkened. Tang Jiao smiled and went up to him. He said politely, "Welcome, immortal masters. You are the emperor of the Tang Empire?" The divine emissary said coldly. Tang Jiao's face was full of respect as he said, "Yes." The divine emissary continued, "Seeing that you know some etiquette, I can't be bothered to argue with you. My immortal sect coming to your Sky Sword City is an honor for your Tang Empire. For this honor, shouldn't you offer some high-grade Xian stones?" "Huh?" Everyone's expression changed again. The first 2 emissaries had come to give gifts. This immortal sect was good. Tang Jiao did not hesitate at all. As long as he could increase Luo Tian's confidence, he was willing to pay any price. He immediately said to a guard, "Quickly go to the treasury and take out 3,000 high-grade Xian stones." "Yes." Without waiting for the guard to immediately, the divine emissary snorted disdainfully and said, "Only 3,000? Do you think I'm a beggar?" Tang Jiao immediately apologized and said, "Sky Sword City went through a great battle and the treasury was used up. Currently, there's only this much. I know that Immortal Master doesn't like it. Immortal Master, please tell me the number and I'll immediately get someone to gather it." There was nothing in the treasury. 3,000 high-grade Xian stones was already the limit. Even Sky Sword City would not be able to gather it. The divine emissary coldly glanced at him and said with a condescending look, "Seeing that you know your etiquette, then ask for less. Gather 50,000 within 2 days. These Xian stones are also for that brat with a shattered dantian. A trash like him has no right to enter the immortal sect. Do you know what your 50,000 Xian stones are for?" While speaking, the divine emissary looked at Luo Tian with contempt. His eyes full of contempt, Luo Tian stood up and laughed. He pointed at the divine emissary's nose and scolded, "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Didn't your mother tell you to keep a low profile in front of me, Luo Tian?" The divine emissary's eyes turned sinister as he angrily scolded, "Brat, are you courting death?" Luo Tian was not afraid in the slightest. He was extremely unhappy in his heart and directly scolded, "Motherf asterisk cur, are you forcing me to explode?" The 5th chapter has been delivered. Urgent monthly votes, please support, brothers, please support. His anger soared to the sky. He had seen shameless people before, but he had never seen such a shameless fellow. The number one in the Immortal God sect was very arrogant, right? The envoy of the Imperial God was very awesome, right? He opened his mouth and asked for 50,000 high-grade profound stone. He really treated this place as a profound stone mine. Luo Tian was furious. Tang Jiu had lowered his voice because he wanted to give him more options. He didn't expect that his Dantian's shattering would cause the 4 Immortal Sect envoys to look down on him, especially the Imperial God Emissary and the Star Ocean Immortal Sect's Emissary. The two of them showed their disdain on their faces. The Star Sea envoy directly refused. He had the right to refuse. This was a very normal thing. Although Luo Tian was angry in his heart, he still endured it. Who would have thought that such a shameless envoy of the Imperial God would come? This made Luo Tian unable to endure it any longer. Furious, he immediately jumped up and pointed at the envoy of the Imperial God's nose as he arrogantly said, "The Imperial God sect is amazing, right? With a dog-like emissary like you, I don't think it's any better. The moment you come up, you become a beggar. How laughable, is your immortal sect like this? It's so funny. Arrogant, incomparably arrogant. To dare say such a thing in front of the envoy of the Imperial God sect, there were probably not many people in this world who would dare to do such a thing. Moreover, there was even less of a martial artist of the younger generation. Luo Tian's personality had always been that if you respect me, I will respect you 10 times. If you treat me well, I will treat you 100 times better. If you treat me badly, then I am sorry, but I will not give you any face. If you anger me, then I will directly kill you." The envoy of the Imperial God's face turned sinister as he burned with rage. His eyes narrowed as he stared at Luo Tian, releasing a powerful pressure that bombarded Luo Tian's sea of consciousness. He coldly snorted, "You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, you are courting death." Buzz. Luo Tian's sea of consciousness sank. The strong pressure almost caused his body to bend, making it hard for him to breathe. It was very uncomfortable. This made him even more unhappy. He roared in his heart, level 5 berserk. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. He released 32 times his elemental energy, and a powerful force surged out from his sea of consciousness, resisting it slightly. His complexion recovered, and he said coldly, "What's wrong? I've touched your sore spot, you beggar." Shortly after, Luo Tian turned and ignored the emissary from the celestial sect of stars. He looked at the venerable Azure Ox and Wu Nian and said, "I'll go with whoever kills him." Ha ha ha, the Star Ocean emissary was the first to laugh out loud. "A piece of trash with a shattered dantian. You sure know how to talk. Even if a piece of trash like you were to pay 1,000,000 profound stones, no immortal sect would accept you. Which immortal sect would accept a trash with a shattered dantian? If this matter were to spread out, the other immortal sects would definitely laugh their heads off. Ha ha ha, indeed. If news of his dantian shattering spread, he would be ridiculed by the world." Luo Tian's eyebrows trembled, and the corners of his eyes slightly narrowed. A cold light flashed through his eyes. He was already very unhappy that the Star Sea emissary kept calling him a piece of trash. At this moment, he restrained himself and didn't say anything. He just wanted to see if anyone would offend the world's #1 immortal sect because of him. He just wanted to know. From the beginning, he had never planned to join the immortal sect. Cultivation was not the same for him as other warriors. He only needed experience. A shattered dantian could not cultivate? Luo Tian chuckled in his heart. He did not directly expose his strength, but instead returned the choice to their hands. Venerable Azure Ox's face darkened as he looked elsewhere. Obviously, he did not want to offend the divine controlling immortal sect because of a shattered dantian. Luo Tian. One must know that the divine controlling immortal sect was the #1 immortal sect in the world. If he offended such a giant, he was afraid that everyone in the South Pole immortal sect would blame him. Not even one. Luo Tian glanced at Venerable Azure Ox and said in his heart. Then, his gaze fell on Wu Niandao Master. Wu Niandao Master's face was expressionless, as if he was thinking, but also as if he was drowsy. No one could tell what he was thinking. Luo Tian did not think about it. He sneered in his heart, "Not a single one of them is sincere. Who would offend the number one immortal sect in the world for him? Who would be stupid to this extent? Ha ha, dog, who would be stupid enough to offend the divine controlling immortal sect for a piece of trash with a shattered dantian? Even if your dantian was intact, no one would be stupid enough to stand up for you. Kid, now you can die. The divine controlling envoy was very proud. He had already expected this situation. With a shattered dantian and unable to cultivate, recruiting such a warrior would only be a joke to all the immortal sects. Who would offend the divine controlling immortal sect for such a piece of trash? Absolutely not. Luo Tian did not have any hope for them. He grinned and sneered. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Wu Niandao Master, who had been drowsy, walked out unknowingly. He directly landed between Luo Tian and the divine controlling envoy. Wu Niandao Master revealed a harmless smile and said, "Senior brother Tian Lin, please give me some face. Can we forget about today's matter? If senior brother agrees, the Huashan immortal sect will owe you a favor. We will do our best in the future." A favor, it was very important. A favor was equivalent to a promise. In the world of the strong, favors were very important, and the favor that Wu Niandao Master said was from the Huashan immortal sect. This was even more important. The divine controlling envoy's face darkened. His eyes seemed to spit fire as he said angrily, "Old Daoist Wu Nian, are you standing up for a piece of trash? Favor? Who do you think you are? And what does your Huashan immortal sect count for? Your Huashan immortal sect might not even be an immortal sect next year. Why are you talking about favors with me? What kind of favor do you have?" the divine protector shouted arrogantly. Wu Niandao Master's face was still calm. He said, "Senior brother Tian Lin, please give me some face. Just take it that I am begging you." "Give you face? What face do you have?" "Wu Niandao Master, you better get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite," the divine controlling envoy said arrogantly. He did not care about Wu Niandao Master at all. The Huashan immortal sect was now a tiger that had fallen from grace. They would never be able to rise again. Wu Niandao Master did not move. He smiled and said, "Senior brother, must you kill him?" The divine controlling envoy said coldly, "I must kill him. This piece of trash dares to humiliate my divine controlling immortal sect. He deserves to die." Wu Niandao Master nodded and said, "Then I will overestimate myself this time." After that, Wu Niandao Master's aura suddenly changed. In an instant, his body released an earth-shattering power, forming a thick shield in front of him. On the shield was the shadow of a Dao Master. "You must be tired of living. You dare to fight me, old Daoist Wu Niandao Master? You are courting death." The divine controlling immortal sect's aura changed completely. Luo Tian had a despicable expression on his face as he walked over with a grin. He glanced at Wu Nian holy man and said, "Master, you can go to one side and rest. Leave this dog to me." Chapter 1. Thank you to a person for a lifetime for your 10,000 book coins Piao Hong support. Thank you all for your support. My recommendation ticket is terrible. Brothers who still have recommendation tickets, please support me. Luo Tian only wanted a nod, he was just saying that. In fact, he knew very well in his heart that no one would stand up against the immortal sect because of him. This was something only a fool would do. When he saw Wu Niandao Master stand up, his heart was a little touched. Not for anything else. Just because he was willing to stand in front of him and support him. One must know that he was facing the immortal sect. The number one immortal sect in the Xianxia continent was extremely powerful, a height that the Huashan immortal sect could not even reach. No one had expected it. Wu Niandao Master would stand up, and even Venerable Green Ox sent a message to Wu Nian, "This kid's dantian is broken, don't force yourself. It's not worth it at all." Wu Niandao Master acted as if he didn't hear it. He still stood up, other than Feng Lei and the others who came out with joy on their faces, almost everyone's face secretly changed. Luo Tian was very happy that someone was willing to stand up for him. But, in the face of the immortal sect emissary, how could Luo Tian let him go? That's the immortal sect emissary. It's a big wave of experience, a big wave of profound chi value. Maybe it will even explode. Luo Tian was secretly excited. He took a step forward and said, "Master, thank you for standing up for me. I think you are the most handsome among these people. Don't worry, I won't let you down." And they, hee. Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. Wu Yandao master smiled slyly, as if he had seen through Luo Tian. Huh? Luo Tian was stunned and said with some surprise, "You can't have seen through me, right?" Wu Yandao master did not speak, but retreated to the side, and directly became sleepy again. However, his eyes never left Luo Tian, and his fists were ready to go under his sloppy robe. Haha, senior brother Tian Lin, this trash is really not ordinary. He actually jumped out at this time. He really can't wait to die. The Star Sea emissary laughed. The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up. He sneered and said in a low voice, "Another trash." The divine ruler emissary burst into laughter. "No matter what, even if the heavenly emperor himself comes today, you will still die by my hands. No one can stop me. Brother Tian Lin. This kind of trash can be crushed with one finger. Even the injured saint in the depths of the palace can't stop it." The emissary of the Star Sea had a mocking look on his face. He really didn't understand why Luo Tian would stand up. This was simply courting death. Another sentence. Luo Tian snorted coldly again and raised his eyes slightly. Suddenly, a voice sounded in Luo Tian's mind. "Ready." At the same time, Luo Tian looked up and grinned. It was the smile of the Grim Reaper. All of a sudden, Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Level 5 Berserk. 9 dragons and 9 elephants, the power of the 3rd stage. Heavenly Soul Palm, boom." With a roar, Luo Tian released the power in his body in an instant. Looking at the divine ruler emissary, his figure blurred and he shouted in a deep voice, "Shadow Shift. Buzz. Die for me." Out of the blue. No one would have thought that Luo Tian would suddenly make a move. Moreover, his strength was extremely terrifying. The face of the divine ruler sex emissary changed slightly as he coldly snorted, "Humph, you overestimate yourself. How dare you be so arrogant with such little strength? That's right. A piece of trash like you wants to turn the sky upside down." The Star Sea emissary said again. Before he could finish, Luo Tian's palms were like thunder as they struck out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 2 palms directly struck the Star Sea emissary's chest. His face was gloomy and cold as he cursed, shout again for me to see, trash your sister." Rage surged. Luo Tian's target turned out to be the Star Sea emissary. No one had expected that. The Star Sea emissary himself did not expect that he did not take Luo Tian seriously. As a result, his defense was relaxed, his chest was strained, and his internal organs were slightly shaken. The anger in his heart also burst out in an instant. "Damn trash, go to hell." The surging power was released. In a flash, a bloody giant saber slashed down with an unparalleled domineering aura. Luo Tian's figure moved, and he said in a deep voice, "Wind Shadow Step, Stage 5. Whoosh." He disappeared in an instant. The frenzied blade forced the Star Sea emissary to retreat, and the power in his body was completely suppressed. The moment he retreated 3 steps, his back suddenly became cold, his hair stood on end, and his back was oozing with cold sweat. I don't know when, Luo Tian had already arrived behind him. His fists were like thunder, and he once again struck out heavily. "Trash? Your whole family is trash. You don't even know that you are about to die." When the Star Sea emissary said trash for the first time, Luo Tian was extremely upset. He endured it. At least he had to give some face to Li Shuer. After all, they were in the same sect. But, this guy could not stop at all. Luo Tian's anger accumulated in his heart, and he was extremely upset. At that moment, Luo Tian and Frenzied Blade communicated with each other and instantly launched a sneak attack, boom. Both fists struck down heavily. The Star Sea emissary's body suddenly rushed forward. His back was painful, and his face was a little pale. The 2 consecutive attacks made him extremely annoyed. "Shift!" Luo Tian shouted in a deep voice, and his body disappeared again. Shift changed his physical form again, and he once again landed in front of the Star Sea emissary like lightning. He released all his power without restraint and roared, "Shout again!" Bang! His palms struck out again, directly attacking the original position. Boom! Puff! Under his chest, his blood was boiling, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body floated out of the hall like a kite with a broken string. However, this was not an acceptance. Luo Tian's body kept changing in the air. He completely grasped the landing spot of the Star Sea Emissary. Before he landed, he attacked again and directly blasted the Star Sea Emissary's body into the air. He stomped heavily, his whole body flew into the air, showing the domineering aura of a king. His fists poured down like a rainstorm. Shout again! Shout again for me! Trash! Extremely furious, Luo Tian punched with both fists, and each punch carried the strongest power in his body. Facing the celestial sect emissary, he did not dare to give him any chance to breathe. As long as he let him breathe a little, he would be the one to die. Bang! 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 Punch after punch, falling from a height of more than 10 meters, Luo Tian had at least punched tens of thousands of times. The Star Sea emissary's face became paler and paler, and his chest was directly smashed into meat paste. Everyone's heart sank again and again. They were completely shocked by Luo Tian's ferocious nature, domineering, incomparably domineering. Die for me! Luo Tian clenched his fists and smashed down like a hammer, directly penetrating the Star Sea emissary's chest. The Star Sea emissary instantly stopped breathing, and the system notification sounded. Luo Tian did not care, but pointed at the celestial sect emissary with a bloody finger. Chapter 2, Please recommend me again. Shock, unparalleled shock, there was not a single sound in the entire hall. One could even hear a pin drop. Luo Tian, he actually killed the emissary of the Xianxia celestial sect. And it was a sneak attack. His killing method could be said to be extremely arrogant and gorgeous. He did not give the emissary any chance to breathe, not even once. The chain of actions could be said to be gorgeous. If this was in the game world, it would definitely be a perfect combo. What light speed skill release, it was simply too weak, valiant, it was so valiant that words could not describe it. If it was not for the sudden attack, Luo Tian would not be a match for the emissary of the Xianxia celestial sect. If it was not for the wild blade slash that forced the emissary of the Xianxia celestial sect to retreat, Luo Tian would not have been able to kill him. All of this. It was all in the grasp of time. It could be said to be accurate to the millisecond. At this moment, Luo Tian stood beside the emissary of the Xianxia celestial sect. He stretched out his bloody finger and pointed at the emissary of the imperial god not far away. The corner of his mouth curled up as he sneered, "You're very arrogant, aren't you?" His voice broke the silence. Venerable Green Ox was the first to click his tongue and say, "Madman, madman, you're completely a madman. You actually killed the emissary of the Xianxia celestial sect. You're in big trouble." Just as he finished speaking, Venerable Green Ox immediately summoned his Green Ox and said to Wu Yan, hurry up and leave. If you get involved with this kid again, your Huashan immortal sect will really be destroyed. With that, Venerable Green Ox rode on the back of the ox and instantly disappeared into the horizon. Xianxia celestial sect, other than the imperial god sect, the strongest immortal sect almost ruled the entire sea. On the immortal sea, they had unparalleled power. Even the imperial god sect did not dare to act recklessly. Then again, the two immortal sects formed an alliance because of the marriage between Morong Wanjian and Li Shuer. These years, they had been in a stalemate and almost became brothers. Luo Tian actually killed the emissary of the Xianxia celestial sect. This, without a doubt, he had offended the two immortal sects. He was really tired of living. No matter how angry he was, he couldn't kill people. It had reached a point of no return. Wu Yandao Master's face was filled with shock, but he did not leave. His two eyes were fixed on Luo Tian. He kept looking, trying to see through him, but he realized that the more he looked, the more he could not see through him. It was as if there was a cloud of fog around him. His dantian was shattered, and he was able to kill an emissary of the Star Ocean with only the strength of a second-level profound ancestor. This was a heaven-defying kill. How could this be? Wu Yan holy man could not figure it out, he could not figure it out. In his mind, he carefully analyzed the matter regarding Luo Tian in Heaven Sword City yesterday. In the end, his heart moved slightly, and his eyes became more determined. Boss is mighty. Boss is so domineering. Boss, I want to play a song for you. Ha ha ha, Feng Lei and the others were extremely excited. They were the only ones who were truly excited. The other civil and military officials all looked gloomy. Their bodies were trembling. They did not expect Luo Tian to kill the emissary of the Xinghai Celestial sect. Wasn't this pushing the Tang Empire into a bottomless abyss? Once the Xinghai Celestial sect was angry, they could probably destroy the Tang Empire's 10,000 years of foundation. Tang Jiu's eyes moved, and he laughed excitedly. Good kill. Who dares to say that he's trash? A profound ancestor killed the emissary of the Xinghai Celestial sect. Who dares to say that he's trash with a shattered dantian? Is your sect really going to give up on such a genius? He wanted the emissary to bring Luo Tian to the divine reigning sect. If so, the Xinghai Celestial sect would not do anything even if they wanted to. After all, the divine reigning sect was the #1 sect in the world. Because of this, Luo Tian gained a backer. The emissary's face was extremely gloomy, and his heart was faintly shaken. He was extremely angry, but there was a trace of fear in his heart. He knew the cultivation of the emissary of the Xinghai Celestial sect, but he was killed by Luo Tian. He could not figure it out. Looking at Luo Tian's arrogant expression and the disdain in Luo Tian's eyes, he was very unhappy. But he did not explode. He just snorted coldly and said with disdain in his eyes, "You killed the emissary of the Xinghai Celestial sect. You will regret everything you've done today. You and the Tang Empire will pay a heavy price for this, the price of destruction." Luo Tian's expression was still arrogant. He sneered and said, "Do you still want to be arrogant?" At this moment, Dao Master Wu Yan suddenly stood up and said with a faint smile, "Brother Tianlin, he's a disciple of the Huashan Immortal sect. Tell the Xinghai Celestial sect that if they have any problems, they can come to the Huashan Immortal sect. We'll take them all." Arrogant, very arrogant, Wu Yan holy man was different from his usual self. His eyes suddenly released a sharp light, and his words were also full of arrogance. Luo Tian was stunned and thought, "I haven't promised you yet." Although he didn't say anything, Luo Tian felt grateful in his heart. Dao Master Wu Yan was afraid that the Xinghai Celestial sect would attack the Tang Empire, so he said that and put everything on the Huashan Immortal sect. This made the Tang Empire's officials and generals feel relieved. But this also tied Luo Tian and the Huashan Immortal sect together. Dao Master Wu Yan was gambling. It was a big gamble. It could be said that he was gambling with the fate of the Huashan Immortal sect. He was betting everything on Luo Tian. His heart was also trembling. It was the first time for him to make such a big gamble. And this time, he had to face the pressure of the Imperial God sect and the Xinghai Celestial sect. He also had to face the pressure of the Huashan Immortal sect. He was afraid that no one would understand what he was doing. Within the Immortal sect, the sect master, the elders, and even his master, the Supreme Elder, might blame him and punish him. This matter was related to the fate of the Huashan Immortal sect. He was too hasty. But he couldn't hold back, because, if he guessed correctly, Luo Tian would really bring a different future to the Huashan Immortal sect. "All right. Old Taoist Wu Yan, since you've said so, that's good. Your Huashan Immortal sect is about to face the sanctions of my Imperial God sect and the Xinghai Celestial sect. You want to protect this brat, right? I want to see how your Huashan Immortal sect is going to survive." The Imperial God envoy shouted in a deep voice. Then his figure changed, and his entire body disappeared into the horizon. A voice sounded, "Brat, just you wait. Your death is not far away." Luo Tian pointed to the sky and cursed, "If you have the guts, don't leave. See if I'll beat the shit out of you." The Imperial God envoy disappeared. Luo Tian's body sank, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face instantly turned pale as a dead ash. To be able to kill the Star Sea emissary, one had to rely on one breath. Although the Star Sea emissary did not make a move, the pressure he released was constantly crushing Luo Tian. If he was not injured, he would definitely not let the Imperial God envoy walk out of the hall. His body trembled slightly. Wu Nian's figure blurred, and instantly supported Luo Tian, saying, "Follow me back to the Huashan Immortal Sect." Luo Tian gasped for breath. "Forget it, I don't want to implicate you guys. Besides, I don't plan to join any immortal sections. Thank you, I will definitely repay you with all my might in the future." Wu Nian was not surprised, but laughed, and said, "My Huashan Immortal Sect has an ancient battlefield, there are many, many demon beasts inside. The third chapter has been delivered." Old Cow looked at the comments, basically reading every comment. He knew that many brothers were unhappy. Other people's fans and readers quietly waited for the update. They would update one chapter a day and not scold the author. I would update at least 5 chapters a day and still be scolded. Other people's fans and readers were worried about the author. When they were tired, they would advise him to rest more. They could vote a few hundred monthly votes a day. Even if my joints were inflamed, I would still desperately urge him. I would want to die from the monthly votes. Other people's fans. They were all other people's fans, the evil ones were other people's fans. Old Cow was also a human, asking for care, asking for love. Speaking from the bottom of my heart, these people who scolded Old Cow for being slow in updating said that my brothers were all subscribing brothers. As the saying goes, beating is a sign of affection, scolding is a sign of love. But can't you guys love me in a different way? 55555. There were 2 more chapters in the evening, and they would be out before 10 o'clock. Next volume, Immortal Sect Struggle. Line up. Line up. No one is allowed to cut in line. F***ck, don't think that you can cut the queue just because you're a woman. So what if you're pretty? Even if you're pretty, you still have to queue. It was a very, very long queue. It stretched from the foot of the mountain all the way to the mountainside where Immortal Chi lingered. There was no end in sight, everyone's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. During this month, the Huashan Immortal Sect would be recruiting disciples every year. All the peerless geniuses within a radius of 10 million kilometers would flock here. There were even some who didn't mind traveling for several months or even a year just to get here. Immortal Sect, it was a place that every martial artist yearned for. To any martial artist, it was a holy land that could bring you different things, a holy land that could allow your cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds, a holy land that could allow you to touch the heavens. The Huashan Immortal Sect was once glorious. The disciples he recruited were all elites among elites. Every one of them was 1 in a million. And now, none of these martial artists were outstanding characters. In the area where talent was tested, the elders had gloomy expressions as they shook their heads and shook their heads again and again. A month had almost passed, and out of the tens of thousands of martial artists, there were less than 100 qualified disciples. And those qualified disciples had just reached the standard line. Even if they were trained, it would be difficult for them to have any great achievements. They feared that they would lose in next year's Immortal Sect disciple competition. The Huashan Immortal School was in dire straits. In the words of the game, he was on the verge of losing a level. Morong Wanjian single-handedly crippled the 18 disciples that he had focused on nurturing. From then on, the Huashan Immortal School fell into an ice cave. The true dragon bloodline was incomparably powerful. He was so strong that the Huashan Immortal School was caught unprepared. When he saw the 18 disciples being blasted off the stage, the sect master, Emperor Xianxia, felt his heart turn to ashes. For the past year or so, the Huashan Immortal School had been searching for disciples with innate bloodlines everywhere. However, they did not find any good seedlings. This would immediately attract the competition of other immortal sections. In the past year, they had not recruited a single disciple with innate bloodlines. Not long ago, the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch in the Heaven Sword City's Demon Sealing Array was killed by an ordinary youth. Emperor Xianxia immediately sent Thoughtless to invite them. But everything that happened in the Heaven Sword City gave him a headache. Luo Tian stood in the center of the hall with a calm expression, not saying a word. The surrounding elders all looked at him coldly. Their expressions were filled with anger. They did not flare up because they were giving face to Wu Nian Dao Master. You should have left as soon as possible. He killed the Star Ocean emissary, and as a disciple of the immortal sect, you should have saved him. This way, the Star Ocean Immortal sect would owe us a favor, and we might even be able to establish a relationship with the Star Ocean Immortal sect. This way, we will have less pressure in the disciple competition next year. But you, what do you want me to say to you? Not only did you not save him, but you even brought him back to the immortal sect. What I don't understand is that you actually used the Mount Hua Immortal sect as a wager. Not only did you offend the Star Ocean Immortal sect, but you also offended the immortal reigning immortal sect. You're right, Great Elder. He can't stay here. Otherwise, the Huashan Immortal sect will definitely be killed. Although the Xianxia Immortal sect is ranked second, they are no weaker than the Imperial Immortal sect. Our Huashan Immortal sect is currently in a precarious situation. How are we going to defend ourselves? In the main hall, the elders of the Huashan Immortal sect began to discuss among themselves. The result of the discussion was very consistent. They could not let Luo Tian stay. Wu Yan did not speak. He looked at Yunji Tianzuan, waiting for his reply. No matter what the other elders said, as long as the sect leader nodded, everything would not be a problem. Yunji Tianzuan frowned. Wu Yan had brought huge trouble to the Huashan Immortal sect. Luo Tian was that trouble. Once Luo Tian stayed, the Xianxia Immortal sect would definitely pressure him, and so would the Imperial Immortal sect. Yunji Tianzuan's eyes moved slightly as he looked at Luo Tian. His heart was shocked. Dan Tian is broken, how can he cultivate? Sigh, Yunji Tianzuan sighed softly. His gaze was firm as he said, Wu Yan, send him back to the Heaven Sword City. You know that his Dan Tian is broken. Even if he stays in the Huashan Immortal sect, we won't be able to give him much help. Sect leader is right. This kid must not stay here. Wu Yan, I say you are really old and confused. The trash with broken Dan Tian brought back to the immortal sect and offended the two immortal sects because of him. How did you do it? I really don't know what you are thinking. Sect leader has already spoken. Hurry up and bring him down the mountain. If we delay any longer, I'm afraid the people from the Xianxia Immortal sect will come. We can't afford to offend the Xianxia sect. Luo Tian's face was still calm. He still hadn't said a word since he arrived at the main hall. On the way, Wu Yan had told him that the situation might be like this, and he had already made plans for it. Wu Yan also swore that he would definitely let him stay. Wu Yan's eyes moved slightly as he calmly said, Elders, sect leader, can you give him a chance to stay? He will definitely not let you down. Can't you think about it in reverse? His Dan Tian was broken but he was able to kill the Star Sea emissary. Isn't this a miracle? There are really too many things on him that we can't see through or understand. Wu Yan begs everyone to give him a chance to prove it. No. Yes, no. It's because he killed the Star Sea emissary that he can't stay. Wu Yan, you caused this. Xianxia Immortal sect, you should go and apologize. Don't drag the Huashan Immortal sect down. Everyone unanimously objected. The Huashan Immortal sect was now like a small wooden boat in the sea that could be overturned by a wave at any time. They couldn't afford to offend the Xianxia Immortal sect, which was why they acted this way. Celestial Master Yunji said, he has caused too much trouble. Our Huashan Immortal sect can't afford it. You should let him go down the mountain. Give him 10 high-grade Xian stones. Consider it his travel expenses. Wu Yan closed his eyes slightly. After 3 seconds of silence, he opened his eyes with a glimmer of light. A black wooden token appeared in his hand. Huashan Immortal Token. Wu Yan, what are you doing? Everyone was shocked. The Huashan Immortal Token was created by the first sect leader of Huashan. Back then, Wu Yan's ancestor had made outstanding contributions to the Huashan Immortal sect and received a Huashan Immortal Token as a reward. As long as this token was taken out, the current sect leader would have to satisfy the holder's request. He bet everything on Luo Tian. Wu Yan's face was very calm as he said, Sect leader, I hope you can let him stay. As for the Xianxia Immortal sect and Immortal sect, I will personally apologize. Yunji's face darkened as he said, Wu Yan, why are you doing this? Is this kid really worth it? Yes. Chapter 4, Thank you for your concern, brothers. Old Niao is touched. Thank you. Except for Wu Nian, no one in the hall was optimistic about Luo Tian. Everyone wanted Luo Tian to leave. Because the Star Sea Immortal sect was too powerful. Secondly, if the Dan Tian was broken and accepted, it would only be ridiculed by other immortal sects. The Huashan Immortal sect could not afford to lose face. But in order to make Luo Tian stay, Wu Nian did not hesitate to take out the Huashan divine token left by his ancestors. One must know that this token was worth more than 100,000 high-grade profound stones. How many people in the outside world wanted it? With this token, one could even become a Huashan Immortal sect. However, in order to make a Luo Tian with a broken Dan Tian and unable to cultivate, Wu Nian stayed, which shocked everyone. The Huashan divine token had supreme power. Yunji saw it and was shocked. His expression was very complicated. He said again, Wu Nian, think about it carefully. Immediately, Yunji looked at Luo Tian and said, you may have something extraordinary, otherwise you would not have been able to kill the Star Sea emissary, but the Huashan Immortal sect is really not suitable for you. We also have no way to cultivate a person with a broken Dan Tian and unable to cultivate. Please leave on your own. Luo Tian continued to not speak. His heart was full of anger. He was really unhappy. However, he had promised Wu Nian, so he endured it and continued to be mute, silent. Without any hesitation, Wu Nian said, Sect Master, there is no need to think about it. I have already thought about it on the way here. Please agree. Wu Nian is very grateful. Then, Wu Nian knelt on one knee and held up the Huashan divine token above his head. The faces of the elders in the hall changed dramatically again. Wu Nian, what do you want to do? He is a scourge. Keeping him will only put the Huashan Immortal sect in a desperate situation. Now we really can't withstand any storm. Just consider it as me begging you to think for the Huashan Immortal sect. The third elder is right. Just consider it for the Huashan Immortal sect. You want to push our Huashan Immortal sect into the bottomless abyss. Everyone tried their best to persuade him. Wu Nian was unmoved and still insisted on keeping Luo Tian. Once the divine order was issued, no one could change it unless they wanted to rebel against the Grandmaster. Emperor Yunji's face fell into pain, walked down the hall, took the divine order in thoughtless hand, and said, okay, I promise you. Wu Nian immediately said, thank you. Sect Master. You mustn't agree. This kid can't be left alive. He's a scourge. If we leave him behind, our Huashan Immortal sect will be finished. Who can resist the immortal sect of the Xianxia Immortal sect? There's also the Divine Dominator Immortal sect, which has a marriage relationship with the immortal sect of the Xianxia Immortal sect. The two immortal sects are pressuring Hua Mountain together. Who will be responsible? This brat should be handed over to the immortal sect of the Xianxia Immortal sect as an explanation. You're right. Luo Tian frowned and opened his mouth to speak. Thoughtless glanced at him. Luo Tian swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. However, he was extremely unhappy in his heart. He thought to himself, we're both from the immortal sect. What's there to explain? If you're so afraid of death, then don't create an immortal sect. You might as well just let it go. One could not have too many misgivings on the path of martial arts. If you had too many misgivings, it would only cause you to fall into miscellaneous matters and make it difficult for you to move forward. This was a huge taboo for any martial artist. Of course. If not for Wu Nian's insistence, if not for him standing up in the Heaven Sword City, and even fighting against the Divine Protector for him, Luo Tian would not have followed him to the Huashan Immortal sect. In addition, there was another very important reason. There was a forbidden area in the Huashan Immortal sect. The forbidden area was an ancient battlefield with countless ancient beasts, which was too tempting for Luo Tian. He needed a large amount of experience to level up now, and ordinary demon beasts were no longer able to satisfy him. It was because of these two reasons that Luo Tian came to the Huashan Immortal sect. Being looked down upon by the elders in the hall, he endured it. As long as he looked up to himself, it was fine. As for some unpleasant words, he would just have to endure it. One day, they would be ashamed of what they said today. Luo Tian had his own bottom line, as long as he did not touch it, everything would be fine. At this moment, he endured. Emperor Yunji did not say much. He took the Huashan divine token and said faintly, "Wu Nian, go and explain the matter of the Star Sea Immortal sect. The sooner the better. It would be best if we could do it today." Wu Nian stood up and said, "Wu Nian obeys." Then, Wu Nian looked at Luo Tian, waiting for Emperor Yunji's reply. Emperor Yunji said, "I will let him stay. Don't worry about that." Wu Nian's heart relaxed, and said, "Thank you, sect master, then I will go." Following that, Wu Nian walked to Luo Tian's side and patted him on the shoulder. He smiled lightly, revealing his yellow teeth, and said, "Brat, don't disappoint me. I have bet everything on you." After saying that, Wu Nian calmly walked out. Luo Tian's heart tightened, and wanted to stop him. This time, going to the Star Sea Immortal sect was a disaster. This matter was caused by him, so he shouldn't let others be the scapegoat. He wanted to stop him, but at this moment, a thought entered Luo Tian's mind, "Don't say anything, I believe I'm not wrong about you. Rise up, you must bring the Huashan Immortal sect to a new peak." Luo Tian gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and secretly said, "If the Star Sea Immortal sect dares to touch a single hair on your head, other than Li Shuer, I will let his entire sect be buried with you." In less than half a minute, Wu Nian disappeared into the horizon. The hall became abnormally oppressive. Luo Tian's expression was still calm. Emperor Yunji said, "Men, arrange a place for him to stay in Dugufeng." "Yes, sir." A disciple walked into the hall and made an inviting gesture to Luo Tian, saying, "Junior brother, please follow me." "Sect master, you won't really leave him behind, right?" "Absolutely not. This brat will bring disaster to the Huashan Immortal sect. The pubis is broken, and we are unable to cultivate. Our Huashan Immortal sect has not fallen to the point of accepting such a disciple. We cannot afford to lose face like this. Sect master, I beg you to expel him from the Immortal sect." After Luo Tian left, all the elders requested Emperor Yunji to expel Luo Tian. Daoist Master Yunji held the Huashan divine token in his hand. He could not change this matter. Suddenly, the great elder, primordial Dao sovereign, walked up and said, "Sect master, Wu Nian told you to keep that brat, but we can make him retreat and let him participate in this examination. If he doesn't pass the examination, we have 10,000 reasons to expel him from the mountain." "Huh? What a brilliant plan. Ha ha ha, great elder, this is a good move. If he doesn't pass the examination, even if he says it, he doesn't have the qualifications to stay. This is also a rule set by the ancestor, and it doesn't conflict with the Huashan divine token at all." Everyone laughed. Their hearts also relaxed, as if they had unloaded a burden of tens of thousands of kilograms. At this time an elder asked worriedly, "What if he passes the examination?" "Impossible. I just noticed him. His pubis is broken, and he can't pass the first round. Plus, he doesn't have any bloodline talent, and he can't pass the second round, so he has no chance of passing the examination." Elder Primordial laughed confidently. "Hi, really hi. Tomorrow, this brat will be expelled, the 5th chapter has been delivered, there are still monthly votes brothers, this old cow is asking for support, today is really miserable, there will be an explosion at the end of the month, let my hand rest for 2 more days. Dugufeng." It was a dilapidated courtyard filled with weeds. It was a half-collapsed wooden house. It looked like an abandoned wooden house in the deep mountains. It was very desolate. "Junior brother, the Immortal sect has been recruiting new disciples recently, and the place is already full. Please make do with it for now, and when those disciples who did not pass the examination give up their rooms, I will immediately arrange for you." The disciple who led him to Dugufeng said. Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "It's fine, this place is pretty good." "Pretty good? Hee hee. The Huashan Immortal sect was in such a state, how could there be no empty rooms?" This was probably specially arranged by the elders in the hall. Luo Tian did not mind. He came to the Huashan Immortal sect with a purpose, as for the place to stay, it did not matter. Seeing that Luo Tian did not level up, and Wu's heart relaxed. He had only brought Luo Tian to this house after receiving a secret message from the great elder. In fact, there were many empty houses in the Huashan immortal sect, probably to make things difficult for Luo Tian and make him retreat. He had heard everything that was said in the main hall. Luo Tian gave him a very special feeling. His dantian was broken, but he could still cultivate, and his cultivation could still reach the mysterious ancestor realm. This was indeed very special. And then there was arrogance. However, in his heart, Luo Tian was a little too arrogant. He actually killed the Star Sea emissary. Even a fool would not do such a thing. If Luo Tian became a disciple of the Huashan immortal sect, he would definitely be suppressed by the Star Sea immortal sect. His life was already not good, and now it was even more difficult. Thinking of this, Enwu still hoped that Luo Tian could lead the Huashan immortal sect. They could not afford to offend the Star Sea immortal sect. However, he did not reveal this hope, and smiled faintly. "Junior brother, if you need anything in the future, just tell me. I will do my best to help you." Luo Tian laughed. "Thank you, may I ask what senior brother's name is?" Enwu said, "Enwu." Luo Tian cupped his fists and asked, "Senior martial brother Enwu, may I ask what this place is called?" Luo Tian walked to Duga Peak and felt that the profound chi here was much thinner than the other peaks. Moreover, the surroundings were filled with weeds. Although it was called a peak, it was actually just a small hill. There were pitifully few things with spiritual energy. It was very strange. Logically speaking, the surrounding mountain peaks were all rich in Xianxia, but this small hill's Xianxia was thin. There was no reason. And Wu said, "This is Dugu Peak." "Dugu Feng?" Luo Tian's eyes were slightly startled. A trace of light flashed in his eyes, but he didn't ask anything. And Wu didn't stay for long. "Junior brother, rest well. I'm going to get busy. Senior brother, please." After Enwu left, Luo Tian had nothing to do, so he began to clear the weeds in the yard. As he did so, he thought, "Dugu Feng, according to Thoughtless, this should be the peak of the ancient battlefield, right? The Xianxia on this mountain peak has been completely absorbed and is very thin. Was it absorbed by the ancient battlefield underground? Sigh, thinking about the problem is really killing me. It seems that I'm not destined to be the kind of protagonist who can figure everything out by using my brain." Luo Tian laughed at himself. Compared to using his brain, he preferred to use his hands because it was refreshing. After cleaning the yard inside and out, it was already evening. No one brought him food. He didn't know where to eat. There was no one around, so he couldn't even ask. Luo Tian smiled bitterly and said to himself, "Unequal treatment. Forget it, I'll endure it." The night was silent. The next morning, Enwu came early in the morning. "Junior brother, the sect master asked you to go over. He said that he has something to discuss with you." Enwu said. Luo Tian said, "Lead the way." Half an hour later, in the main hall, it was still the same elders as yesterday. Their eyes were colder than yesterday, as if they couldn't stand the sight of him. Everyone was unhappy with Luo Tian, and everyone wanted Luo Tian to get out of the mountain gate. Dao Master Wu Nian was not here, so their expressions were even more obvious. Yunji coughed lightly and said, "Dugu Feng, are you used to living here?" Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's not bad. There are mountains and rivers, and I can see the night scenery while lying in bed. This kind of house would cost tens of thousands of square meters in my previous place." Yunji smiled and said, "It seems that you rested well yesterday. You must have thought a lot. Do you think that with your broken dantian, you can't cultivate and can stay here? Our Huashan immortal sect really can't help you. I think you should leave on your own." Luo Tian didn't hesitate and said, "My broken dantian is my own business. As for how I cultivate, it has nothing to do with you. Moreover, I didn't ask you to help me come to Huashan immortal sect. If not for Dao Master Wu Nian begging me, I really wouldn't come here. However, since I promised him, I will stay here, so I won't leave. You can give up." There was a hint of arrogance in his words. This was also caused by the suppressed anger in his heart. If not for Dao Master Wu Nian, he would really leave. He didn't hesitate to take out his family's heirloom, the Huashan divine token, for him. Luo Tian was very grateful. Of course. Now, even if Dao Master Wu Nian wasn't here, Luo Tian wouldn't leave. If he wanted to do something, he would go all the way. No one could stop him. Many elders were unhappy. Yunji was the same. He said, "Why do you have to do this?" Great Elder Primordial Origin Dao Master said directly, "Kid, you killed the emissary of the Star Sea. If you stay here, you will only bring our Huashan immortal sect into a desperate situation. I will give you 20 high-grade magnetite. Leave quickly." "That's right. I really don't know what you want to do here. With a broken Dantian, don't even think about cultivating. Even if you can cultivate, with your talent, you can forget about getting any cultivation resources in Huashan Immortal Sect, let alone immortal arts. Sect Master, just chase him away." The elders rebuked. Luo Tian's face was calm, but his heart was suppressing a ball of anger. He raised his voice and said, "I said I won't leave. Sect Master, you have received the Huashan Divine Token, so you should fulfill your promise." Yunji's face darkened. The faces of the elders were even more ugly. No one dared to ignore the Huashan Divine Token. The Great Elder glanced at Yunji. Yunji nodded his head and said, "You are right. The Huashan Divine Token was left behind by the ancestors, so I should fulfill my promise. However, the rules of Huashan were also left behind by the ancestors. Luo Tian, you can stay in Huashan Immortal Sect, but you have to pass the test. If you pass the test, I can only chase you down the mountain in accordance with the rules set by the ancestors of Huashan." Many of the elders smiled faintly. They smiled very proudly. In their eyes, Luo Tian was a fiend. They felt that he couldn't stay in the mountain gate. Similarly, it was impossible for Luo Tian to pass the test. Luo Tian chuckled and said to himself, "As expected." Then, Luo Tian revealed a playful smile, swept his gaze across the entire crowd, and said, "All right, I will participate in the test." These 2 days, he had something to do in the morning, so he could only update in the afternoon. If he didn't explode, everyone wouldn't vote for him. If he could get 50 monthly votes today, he would explode with 10 chapters tomorrow. The difference was not much, only 26 votes. Agreed, the faces of all the elders were filled with pride. They were afraid that Luo Tian would not agree. If he did not agree, they would not be able to do anything to him. After all, the Huashan Divine Token was there. If he went against his promise, how could the Huashan Immortal School establish itself in the world? Emperor Yunji's heart relaxed. He smiled in his heart and said, "Since you have agreed, then participate in the examination today. Great Elder, I will leave this matter to you. You must strictly abide by the sect's rules. If he succeeds in the examination, you cannot treat him with prejudice." Primordius clasped his hands together and said, "Yes, sir." Then, Primordius Holy Lord walked to Luo Tian's side. With a light flip of his right hand, a black cloud appeared beneath Luo Tian's feet, and said, "Let's go." Luo Tian was startled. Before he could react, the two of them had already flown out of the Great Hall. The elders in the Great Hall laughed complacently as a huge weight was lifted from their hearts. "This brat is going to roll down the mountain today. Ha ha ha. We're finally going to chase this brat down the mountain. If this drags on any longer, I'm afraid no one will be able to stop the people from the Star Sea Immortal Sect. Let's go and take a look. Let's see how we failed this time, ha ha ha, let's go." With that, another 8 streaks of light flew out of the Great Hall, all of them rushing towards the Outer Sect. Outer Sect Training Grounds. It was incomparably huge, even larger than the entire Jade Mountain City. The plaza was filled with people. These people were either Outer Sect disciples of the Huashan Immortal School or disciples participating in the examination. It was extremely lively. "Everyone, look. Immortals, they're immortals. Look at the immortal clouds beneath their feet. I heard that only the supreme expert who cultivates immortal arts can refine this kind of immortal cloud. If I were to refine it one day and go home to see Shaoli, she would definitely be mesmerized to death." Great Elder? Third Elder, Fourth Elder. The 9 Great Elders of the Inner Sect have all moved out. Did something big happen? The face of the Outer Sect Elder in charge of the examination, Su Shan, changed slightly. He put down the work in his hands and anxiously went up to them. He slightly kowtowed and said, Disciple Sushan greets the elders. Primordius waved his hand and said, Let him take the test first. Yes, sir. Sushan glanced to Luo Tian, and did not dare to say anything. However, it was inevitable that some people in the crowd would criticize him. From time to time, someone would say, We've been waiting in line for 3 days. This brat cut the line as soon as he arrived. Exactly. Didn't the Huashan Immortal sect always talk about fair treatment? Even if you want to get in through the back door, you shouldn't do it like this, right? The second elder, the Tianyuan holy man's face darkened and he shouted, He's a little special. He'll be done very quickly and won't take up too much of our time. Some sharp-eyed outer sect disciples immediately recognized Luo Tian. Before Luo Tian arrived at the Huashan Immortal sect, Luo Tian's name was already known to all the Huashan disciples. Seeing Luo Tian, the faces of the outer sect disciples turned ugly. Someone couldn't help but say, What's the point of testing a disaster like him? Just chase him down the mountain. Staying in the Huashan Immortal sect will only bring us trouble. He even dared to kill the emissary of the Star Sea. Is his brain filled with *T? Everyone was shocked. The elders smiled and looked at the disciple who spoke with admiration. The elders didn't stop him. Such voices grew louder and louder. His dantian is shattered. This kind of trash has no right to take the test. What's the point of testing? Get out of the mountain. Trash, this is the immortal sect, not your grandma's house. Get out of here. What's the point of testing? You can't pass the first test with a shattered dantian. That's right. Staying here will only bring shame to the Huashan Immortal sect. Voices of mockery rose and fell. None of the elders stopped them. They even laughed coldly at Luo Tian. The martial artists who were waiting in line for the test also looked at him with disdain. He's taking the test with a shattered dantian. Is this kid crazy? What's going on? Why are we letting this kind of trash take the test? Luo Tian wasn't anxious. His face was calm as he followed behind Sushan without saying a word. Sushan walked to a huge crystal pillar and said, Place your hand on the pillar and activate your dantian to release your celestial qi. The crystal pillar was a spiritual pillar used to test the limits of one's dantian. It was found by the ancestors of the Huashan Immortal sect and was used to test a disciple's talent. Luo Tian walked forward and followed Sushan's instructions. He placed his hand on the pillar and activated his dantian. I urge again. Damn, I can't. His dantian was shattered and there was no celestial qi at all. No matter how hard Luo Tian tried, it was useless. He couldn't detect it at all. The crystal pillar also did not emit any light, not even as big as a spark. Sushan's expression changed slightly, and he reminded, Use your mind to stimulate your dantian. Try again. Don't worry, no one here is rushing you. Luo Tian smiled kindly and placed his hand on the pillar again. The result was the same. How could he activate his celestial qi with a shattered dantian? Ha ha ha, there's no spark at all. I'm the one laughing. Looks like this kid is really a trash with a shattered dantian. Trash, get out of here. This isn't a place for you. Go back to your grandma's house. I've never seen such a useless person. I'm dying of laughter. Everyone was laughing at Luo Tian. Primeval Chaos Holy Man walked up with a cold expression. He asked in a deep voice, Do you still want to continue the test? You failed the first test. Look at how many people are laughing at you. Why do you have to do this? My words are still valid. Take 20 high-grade mystical stones and leave the Huashan Immortal sect. Luo Tian didn't look at Primeval Chaos Holy Man, nor did he look at the faces of those who were laughing at him. To him, these people were just a slap away from him. One slap was enough to make their faces swollen. Luo Tian sneered in his heart, Laugh as much as you want. There will be a time when you won't be able to laugh. Luo Tian smiled respectfully at Sushan and said, Elder, please take me to the next test. Sushan was slightly stunned. He glanced at Primeval Chaos Holy Man and saw the anger in the Great Elder's eyes. He whispered, You should take 20 mystical stones and leave. It's really not suitable for you to cultivate here. Luo Tian said, "It's fine, I will definitely stay. Don't worry." Huh? Su Shan looked at Luo Tian's confident smile, and for some reason, a strange feeling welled up in his heart. He felt that this brat was not simple. Immediately, he brought Luo Tian to another place. This brat still hasn't given up? Pubes is broken, what's the point of continuing the test? What kind of innate talent does he have with that country bumpkin appearance of his? Su Shan brought Luo Tian to the front of a house and said, "Bring me the divine mirror." A disciple carefully handed over a mirror. The mirror was filled with an ancient aura. It was a divine mirror used to detect the innate talent. Dripping blood on it would immediately reveal what the innate talent was. Luo Tian squeezed out a drop of blood essence and dripped it on it. The blood was slowly absorbed. The second chapter has been delivered. Currently, he was only 17 votes away from 50 votes. Brothers, he was only 17 votes away. Tomorrow, old cow will go crazy. All the disciples on the training ground held their breaths and stretched their necks. They stared intently at the divine mirror as the blood essence was slowly being absorbed. It didn't matter if the dantian was damaged or even broken. As long as one had an amazing bloodline, they could still stay. Primeval Chaos Holy Man and Heavenly Origin Holy Man both walked in. Looking at Luo Tian's confident look, their hearts were in their throats again. Does this kid really have some kind of bloodline? We must not let him stay. The elders' faces were also dark. Tens of thousands of eyes were focused on the divine mirror. The blood essence gradually disappeared. Su Shan's gaze did not move, afraid that he would miss a detail. The moment the blood essence disappeared, nothing appeared on the divine mirror. It was no different from ordinary blood. He could not help but say, "Ordinary bloodline, no talent. Ordinary bloodline, no talent." This voice rushed out in all directions like a raging tide. Ha ha ha. I was right. How could this kid have some kind of bloodline? It's impossible. His dantian is broken and he has no bloodline. He's already eliminated. Kid, scram down the mountain. This is not a place for trash like you. Hurry up and scram. Don't embarrass yourself here. The Huashan Immortal sect can't afford to lose face like this. If the other sects find out, they will definitely mock us. I really don't know why Elder Wu Yan brought such a trash up the mountain. Ridicule with all their might, and scrupulous ridicule. They had nothing to worry about now. His dantian was broken and he had no bloodline. Just these two tests alone were enough to sentence Luo Tian to death. There was no way he could join the Huashan Immortal sect. Primeval Chaos Holy Man and the other inner sect elders were completely relieved. They all smiled happily as if they had solved a huge problem. To them, as long as Luo Tian left the Huashan Immortal sect, they would solve a bigger problem than the sky. They were afraid of the Xianxia Immortal sect. They were afraid that the Xianxia Immortal sect would come to find them. If that really happened, even if they handed Luo Tian over, they would not have a good ending. Now that he had failed 2 rounds in a row, he had no reason or qualification to stay. What else do you have to say now? According to the sect rules left behind by the ancestors, you have been eliminated. Now go down the mountain. As for those 20 upper-grade black stones, you can forget about it. I gave you a chance to leave, but you didn't know how to cherish it. Now you are being laughed at by everyone. Why do you have to do this? Scram. You're not welcome here. You're a disaster if you stay here. Elder Wu Yan must have been deceived by this kid. Otherwise, how could he bring him up the mountain? The crowd of outer court disciples once again mocked and ridiculed. Not a single elder spoke up to stop him. Of course. Luo Tian was not a member of the Huashan Immortal sect, so they naturally would not stop him. Luo Tian smiled faintly and did not leave. Instead, he looked at Primordial Chaos Immortal sect and said, "Great Elder, since you are talking about the sect rules set by the ancestors, you should know that there is a rule in the sect that disciples with special talents can be recruited as an exception. In the sect rules, special talents refer to a series of 18 special talents, such as alchemy talent, engraving talent, refining talent, spiritual beast taming talent, etc. Great Elder, am I right?" He was neither fast nor slow, neither servile nor overbearing. Luo Tian was still confident. The smile on his face was full of confidence. He completely ignored the ridicule around him. They were just a group of clowns. Why bother? Primordial Chaos Immortal Sect's face darkened. He said in a deep voice, I just arrived at the Huashan Immortal Sect yesterday. How do you know the sect rule? Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, how I know is not the key. The key is whether you know this sect rule or not. If you know, then I can request a special talent test. Sect rule? Luo Tian did not know at all, but he was very clear about this. Because, on the way here, Wu Yan had already guessed what would happen today, so he had already told Luo Tian to follow this sect rule. In the Heaven Sword City, Luo Tian had refined the improved Profound Explosion pill and countless healing pills. Some of the healing pills had been personally seen by Wu Yan, and they were extremely perfect. Even the alchemy masters of the immortal sects could not compare to them. It was also because of this that he allowed Luo Tian to stay in the Huashan Immortal Sect in this way. Luo Tian sighed in his heart, I promised you. If it were anywhere else, I would have already gotten angry. Wu Yan had done enough for him. Luo Tian had promised him that he would not disappoint him. Is there such a sect rule? Why don't I know about it? How does this kid know about our Huashan Immortal Sect's rules? Discussions broke out around him. Primordial Chaos Holy Man was also at a loss. There were many rules in the Huashan Immortal Sect, and he was not sure if there was such a rule. Su Shan cupped his fists and said carefully, reporting to Great Elder, the 58th rule of the Huashan Immortal Sect is the one he said. The special talent is also what he said. Only these can meet the recruitment criteria after passing the assessment. Primordial Chaos Holy Man looked at Su Shan coldly, then sneered and said, Luo Tian, you still don't give up. Your unyielding heart is indeed worthy of learning, but you should also insist on something that is possible. Do you think you can do it? If your dantian is broken, can you refine pills? Can you refine weapons? Can you inscribe formations? You can't do any of these, so why bother dragging it out? Leave early, if you drag it out any longer, you'll lose face. Didn't you hear the mocking laughter? What's the point of staying any longer? Dantian broken to refine pills, forging Xian weapon, inscribing formations, wasn't this a joke? It was impossible. Even a 3-year-old child knew this. They couldn't understand why Luo Tian was still persisting. Tianyuan Holy Man sneered and said, Great Elder, since he wants to take the assessment, let him. I don't believe he can change anything. A salted fish wants to overturn the heavens? I haven't seen it before. Luo Tian grinned and said, I don't know if a salted fish can overturn the heavens. I only know that you won't be able to speak later. With that, he turned to look at Primordial Chaos Holy Man and continued, I heard it very clearly. Most of the people here are mocking me, so I have to prove something. As for the meaning of your words, does a slap in the face count? Luo Tian's expression became arrogant, and his eyes were full of arrogance. Primordial Chaos Holy Man's face darkened and said, There has never been such a case of special talent recruitment. How do you want to take the assessment? Luo Tian said, Send out a pill refiner, blacksmith, carver, healer that you think is good. Send them all out and compete one by one. Won't you be able to test my special talent? Challenging so many at once, arrogant, extremely arrogant. All of a sudden, the elders' faces became extremely ugly. This brat was too arrogant. The 3rd chapter has been delivered, I'm still short of 11 votes. Brothers, give it your all. Whether or not I can get 10 chapters tomorrow depends on you. Too arrogant. He was challenging the Huashan Immortal Sect. All the elders and outer sect disciples were furious. This kid is too arrogant. I really want to kill him. His dantian is shattered and he has no bloodline talent. What is he trying to do? He is already a laughingstock and he wants to continue. Does he have any shame? Grand Elder, don't agree to it. This kind of trash should be chased down the mountain. Everyone was furious, they thought that Luo Tian was being unreasonable. How could someone whose dantian was shattered and who could not even use Xianxia know how to refine pills? How could he forge Xian weapons? How could he know how to carve arrays? No one would believe it. Luo Tian's face was calm as he looked at Primordial Chaos Dao Master. Primordial Chaos Holy Man glared at Luo Tian fiercely and his aura changed. Anger rose in his heart and he said in a deep voice, Luo Tian, do you think you can win? You are just an ordinary person. We are the Huashan Immortal Sect, an orthodox immortal sect. Do you think we are some poor village? Inside the immortal sect, the alchemists and blacksmiths were all at the Grandmaster level. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter the immortal sect. The attainments of these Grandmasters could be said to have reached the highest level. Each of them had lived for hundreds of years and were Grandmasters who had studied for hundreds of years. Luo Tian actually challenged them. This was an insult to the Huashan Immortal Sect. This made everyone unhappy. Extremely unhappy, Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, why? Are you afraid? Are you scared? I am just a country bumpkin. I want to challenge the alchemists, blacksmiths, and healers of the Huashan Immortal Sect. And I have the right to do so. Don't forget, you are the one who asked me to take the test. Arrogant, extremely arrogant. They were unhappy. When had Luo Tian ever been happy, since that was the case? There was no need for him to have any scruples. Primordial Chaos Holy Man was trembling with anger. If it weren't for Wu Nian Holy Man, and if he hadn't said that he would let Luo Tian take the test, he would have struck him with his palm and said in a deep voice, good, good, good. He said good 3 times in a row. With a ferocious expression, he continued, you want to compete, right? I'll satisfy you. 6th Elder. You are in charge of the pills within the sect. You are also the #1 pill refiner within the sect. I know that there is no need for you to personally deal with this lad. However, I want him to give up and know the prowess of our Huashan Immortal Sect. He was really angry. Primordial Chaos Dao Master was furious. The 6th Elder, the Heavenly Spirit Holy Man, walked out with a look of disdain on his face. He looked at Luo Tian with a disdainful smile and said, Great Elder, competing with this kind of trash will only raise his own status. Any disciple of the Elixir Hall is stronger than him. Shortly after, a disciple walked up, clasped his hands, and said respectfully, Great Elder, there's no need for my master to deal with this kind of trash. I'll do it. Wu Xiaoyang walked out. Senior Wu, rank 9 pill refiner. The #1 pill refiner in the outer sect has long been taken in by the 6th Elder. He's only waiting for the inner sect assessment in 3 months. If he goes out, this lad will definitely be finished. Senior Wu is a disciple of an elixir family and has the bloodline talent of the Snow Lotus, which has an additional effect on pill refinement. The pills that he refines can bring out 90% of the medicinal effect of the spiritual herbs. Primordial Chaos Dao Master smiled. He had some understanding of Wu Xiaoyang and thought that it would be inappropriate to send out the Heavenly Spirit Holy Man. This would cause him to lose face. After all, winning against a trash with a broken dantian was a shameful thing for him. Immediately, Primordial Chaos Dao Master said, Alright, I'll send you to accept the challenge. If you perform well this time, you won't need to participate in the inner sect assessment in 3 months. You will directly become an inner sect disciple. Wu Xiaoyang was extremely excited and said excitedly, I will not disappoint you, Great Elder. Luo Tian shook his head and smiled, do you want to change to someone else? Otherwise, you will say that my special talent is not strong enough. What if you go back on your word? Primordial Chaos Dao Master snorted and said, Don't worry, as long as you win against him in alchemy, you will pass. Wu Xiaoyang smiled coldly and walked forward to look at Luo Tian, saying, Brat, I will make you lose miserably. Luo Tian did not even look at him and directly ignored him. Wu Xiaoyang's face darkened and his heart was filled with anger. He thought to himself, You dog, you want to refine pills? I think you have never even seen a pill before. Just wait and see how I humiliate you. I will let you know how powerful I, Wu Xiaoyang, am. In less than half an hour, the outer sect disciples set up the arena and placed several types of spiritual herbs. Senior Wu, defeat him. Senior Wu, don't give him any face. He is thick-skinned anyway. Senior Wu, I love you. Quickly defeat this brat and kick him out of the sect. The Heavenly Spirit Elder walked to Wu Xiaoyang's side and said with a faint smile, Use your full strength, let the great elder and the others see, you must perform well. While they were talking, the heavenly spirit elder moved his sleeve and a small bottle was stuffed into Wu Xiaoyang's hands. He said to the heavenly spirit elder, when refining pills later, pour the spirit liquid into the pill furnace. It will increase the medicinal properties of the pills by 10%. This kind of spirit liquid was extremely precious. Even the heavenly spirit elder himself rarely used it. However, in order to embarrass Luo Tian and let his disciple shine, he didn't care at all. Wu Xiaoyang's brows twitched as he sent a sound transmission. Thank you, master, I will definitely not let you down. Then Wu Xiaoyang walked forward, sneered in disdain, and said, please? Luo Tian said, these spirit grass can be refined into dozens of pills. What kind of pills do you want to refine? There were only 7 types of spirit grass on the table. How could he refine dozens of pills? Wu Xiaoyang could not help but ridicule. What a country bumpkin. These spiritual grasses can only be used to refine 16 types of pills. You don't even know how to refine pills. As long as you kneel down and kowtow and admit defeat, I won't let you lose too badly. Luo Tian laughed, then looked at Elder Han Yuan and said, Great Elder, you should tell me what pill I want to refine, this idiot. He doesn't know anything. Who are you calling an idiot? You, why? Didn't you hear me? Then I'll repeat myself, you're an idiot. I really don't know how you reached the 9th level of pill refining, Luo Tian said disdainfully. Elder Huan Yuan's face darkened as he looked at the heavenly spirit holy man. The heavenly spirit holy man was also extremely angry, and shouted, just refine a first-grade spirit pill. First-grade spirit pill? Luo Tian was stunned. Wu Xiaoyang immediately mocked, why, are you afraid? Luo Tian laughed, I'm afraid you can't afford to lose. Wu Xiaoyang laughed and said, kid, how about we make a bet? If you lose, you'll crawl under my legs like a dog. If I lose, I'll do the same. Luo Tian said, you're already a dog, I'll never satisfy your request, but since you want to bet, I'll naturally accompany you. If you lose, I'll give you 3 slaps. Okay. I'll bet with you. Wu Xiaoyang shouted angrily and thought to himself, kid, just you wait, crawl under my legs. Who doesn't know that my spirit grass pill can't even be compared to the medicine hall's big senior? Just you wait. Chapter 4. There's one more chapter tonight, brothers, you're awesome, just 3 votes away from 50. In addition, I would like to thank Sister Jiang Shaodai for her 10,000 book coins. Old Cow would like to thank you. Recently, there has been a group of beautiful girls in the group. Brothers who haven't joined the group yet, please hurry up. Group number 528-5308. Competing with Wu Xiaoyang in refining profound spirit pills, even the outer sect alchemist elder would find it difficult to refine better profound spirit pills than him. Now that 1/5 of the outer sect's profound spirit pills were refined by Wu Xiaoyang, this kid is going to suffer a great loss. This kid probably doesn't know that Wu Xiaoyang has the blood of the snow lotus, which has an additional effect on refining Xianling pills. The Xianling pills refined by him will definitely reach the microscopic realm. Everyone began to discuss in low voices. Their voices were very soft. Luo Tian did not hear any of this. The heavenly spirit holy man's mouth twitched, revealing a cold smile. As Wu Xiaoyang's master, he naturally knew what kind of pill his disciple was best at. The Xianling pill. There were probably less than 5 pill refiners in the entire Mount Hua immortal sect who could refine better pills than Wu Xiaoyang. Furthermore, he had the additional spiritual liquid in his hands, it would be difficult for him to not win. This time, Luo Tian would lose, and he would lose terribly. There was no comparison at all, following which, the heavenly spirit holy man smiled proudly. Great Elder, please rest assured. This kid will definitely lose thoroughly. When that happens, he will have no reason to stay. The primordial chaos holy man smiled with satisfaction and said, Junior Heavenly Spirit, if you do well this time, you will have made a contribution. I will report this to the sect leader, and I believe he will reward you. The Heavenly Spirit holy man was delighted and immediately complimented him. It's all thanks to the Great Elder. I'm just the icing on the cake. Ha ha ha. The primordial chaos holy man laughed. Luo Tian made an inviting gesture and said, You go first. Wu Xiaoyang smiled disdainfully and walked forward. He exhaled lightly and closed his eyes slightly. He discarded all distracting thoughts in his mind and reached the microscopic realm. Following which, his eyes suddenly opened. A black cauldron appeared in his hand. A ball of natal fire rose above his palm. His celestial chi burst forth and the flames rose. At this moment, Wu Xiaoyang quickly picked out the spiritual herbs to refine the Xianling pill. The timing of each herb was extremely appropriate, with no more than a second off. His thoughts followed closely. The profound chi on his palm erupted even more ferociously, directly enveloping the entire cauldron. Wu Xiaoyang frowned, and a snow lotus pattern rose from his body, infusing it with the profound chi nurtured by heaven and earth. Snow lotus bloodline. Haha. Senior brother Wu truly deserves to be called an alchemy aristocratic family. This brat doesn't need to refine, I know he's going to lose. Who can beat senior brother Wu in the profound spirit pill? The outer sect disciples were all excited. The martial artists who were participating in the Huashan Immortal School's assessment were also slightly shaken. This was the Immortal sect, a mere outer disciple was already a 9th rank alchemist. Furthermore, he possessed a spiritual grass-type bloodline. The flames were getting more and more intense. Wu Xiaoyang's forehead was also slightly covered in cold sweat. His eyes moved as he looked at Luo Tian, only to find that Luo Tian was not looking at him at all. Instead, Luo Tian was lowering his head to study the spirit grass on the table. He sneered in his heart and said to himself, "Brat, you'll crawl under my crotch." Boom, the flames on his palm spewed out. At this moment, his left hand moved and poured the spiritual liquid that his master gave him into the cauldron. Buzz, the aroma spread in all directions. The surrounding area was filled with the aroma of Xianxia and the spirit grass. The medicinal properties of the spirit grass had already been unleashed to its peak state. Done. Wu Xiaoyang shouted in a deep voice. The Xianxia flames on his palm suddenly stopped. A light smoke rose from the cauldron and the aroma was completely absorbed into the pill. Wu Xiaoyang laughed excitedly and said, "It's done." Clap, clap, clap. The heavenly spirit holy man was the first to clap and said, "Good, good, this can be said to be the perfect way to cultivate the pill. The speed is twice as fast as a 9th rank alchemist. The medicinal properties of the spirit grass have also been unleashed to its peak. This pill is almost perfect." Even the heavenly spirit holy man could not help but praise. Clap, 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 there was a round of applause in the square. Everyone was clapping and cheering. The primordial chaos holy man also revealed a satisfied smile. He was extremely satisfied with Wu Xiaoyang's performance. Not bad, not bad. Junior brother Tianling, your disciple will definitely have great prospects in the future. To be able to cultivate an ordinary spirit-intensifying pill to its peak state, it's really rare. Yes, the most ordinary pill is also the most difficult pill to cultivate. The spirit-intensifying pill seems simple, but to cultivate it well, one must have extremely high attainments in alchemy. It's obvious that senior brother Tianling's disciple is very good. Senior brother Wu, good job. Ha ha ha. I want to see how this kid can compare to senior brother Wu. Kid, admit defeat. Quickly crawl under senior brother Wu's crotch and get out of the Mount Hua Immortal sect. This is not a place for trash like you. In an instant, the square was in an uproar. The mocking laughter became even more unbridled. Wu Xiaoyang's face was full of pride. He took out the pill from the cauldron and said, "Kid, you want to compete with me? You don't even have the right to compete with me. This pill is a realm that you will never be able to reach in your lifetime." He was very proud and arrogant. From his point of view, Luo Tian did not know how to cultivate pills at all. Even if he knew how to cultivate pills, it was impossible for him to surpass him. This spirit-intensifying pill was the best pill that he had refined in the past few decades. Luo Tian did not even look at Wu Xiaoyang. He still lowered his head and studied the spiritual grass on the table. Sometimes he was deep in thought, sometimes he muttered a few words that no one could understand. From beginning to end, he did not look at Wu Xiaoyang. Su Shan reminded softly, "Little brother, it's your turn." Huh? Luo Tian raised his head, looked at Wu Xiaoyang, and said, "He's done?" "Yes. Now it's your turn." Su Shan said again. Luo Tian smiled politely, looked at Primordial Chaos Holy Man, and said, Great Elder, who has the final say in the quality of our pills? What if my pill is better, but you say mine is not good, then wouldn't I be blind? Primordial Chaos Holy Man's face darkened, and said, Who do you think will be the judge? Luo Tian smiled and said, It's up to this elder. Luo Tian looked at Su Shan. Su Shan was stunned and looked at the Great Elder. Heavenly Spirit Holy Man was a little unhappy, and said, What right does he have to be the judge? His alchemy skills are only at the 8th level, not even comparable to my disciple. He has no right to be the judge. Primordial Chaos Holy Man was too lazy to talk nonsense with Luo Tian, and said, It's up to you, let's see how big of a splash you can make. Thank you, Great Elder. After that, Luo Tian stepped forward, took out the Azure Dragon Cauldron, and moved his right hand gently. Xianxia spewed out in a colorless flame. Luo Tian only chose one of the main spiritual grass to refine the spirit-intensifying pill, and his eyebrows moved, displaying the alchemy skills that Xiaoyan practiced. In an instant, the cauldron moved, and a series of explosions sounded. Everyone laughed. Ha ha ha, the cauldron exploded. Luo Tian sneered, and his right hand fell gently. A black pill lay quietly in the cauldron, and said, It's done. It took less than 10 seconds. At this moment, everyone looked at him. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Brothers are very fierce. Thank you everyone. Tomorrow 10 chapters. There are also monthly tickets. Please continue to support. Let me remind all the brothers, to join the group, please bring your own stepping stones. Undefeated level up, Luo Tian, old cow. These words are all fine. 10 seconds, to complete the refinement of the spirit-intensifying pill. This speed was indescribably fast. Was this a joke? Had the herbs melted in the cauldron? Had the medicinal properties taken effect? 10 seconds? What could be done in 10 seconds? 10 seconds was not even enough to heat up the cauldron. Furthermore, the cauldron in Luo Tian's hands exploded. This was obviously the sound of a cauldron exploding, a sign of failure. How could he have succeeded? Kid, are you joking? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. I just want to laugh. I just want to laugh when I see him. I really can't stop. How can there be such a joke? This is too funny. Who are you trying to fool by refining the spirit-intensifying pill in 10 seconds? He thinks he's here to cause trouble. Great Elder, such a person should be expelled from the mountain immediately. If he continues to stay, it will affect the reputation of the Huashan Immortal sect. No one believed it. Even the Heavenly Spirit Holy Man could not refine the spirit-intensifying pill in 10 seconds. This had never happened before in the history of the Huashan Immortal sect. It was simply impossible. The Hunyuan Holy Man's face was full of anger. He scolded, Luo Tian, I've given you a chance again and again, but you keep on messing around. My patience is limited. Get out of the mountain now. If you dare to hide for even half a second, don't blame Huashan for being impolite. He thought that Luo Tian was messing around. Almost everyone thought that Luo Tian was messing around. To refine the spirit-intensifying pill in 10 seconds, anyone who knew a little about alchemy would know that this was impossible. The Heavenly Spirit Holy Man laughed disdainfully. This kid keeps on messing around. He should be taught a lesson. Wu Xiaoyang laughed and pointed at Luo Tian's face. He could not stop laughing. Trash, you think you can refine the pill in 10 seconds? Do you know what alchemy is? You think you can just put the herbs in the cauldron? You're really trash. Competing with you is an insult to me. Luo Tian was expressionless and did not say anything. At this moment, Su Shan walked up to Luo Tian with furrowed brows. He reminded him softly, little brother, don't do anything rash. This is the Huashan Immortal sect. If you do anything rash, before he could finish, Su Shan's expression froze. His eyes widened as he stared at the black pill in the furnace in Luo Tian's hand. His body trembled, and his lips trembled. How is this possible? He actually succeeded. Walala, Su Shan's voice wasn't loud, but many people still heard it. The voices immediately fell silent. Primordial Chaos Holy Man narrowed his eyes and instantly landed beside Luo Tian. He looked at the black elixir in the cauldron and then raised his eyes to look at Luo Tian. His heart was moved. His face was calm, but his heart was in a mess. Junior Tianling, come and see if this is the spirit Xianling elixir. The heavenly spirit holy man was shocked. He moved his body and landed beside Luo Tian. When he saw the elixir in the cauldron, the shock in his heart was unparalleled. However, his expression was very ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, This is impossible. It's definitely impossible. Immediately, the heavenly spirit holy man's voice trembled. He tried to suppress the shock in his heart and said disdainfully, Kid, refining elixirs is about the control of the fire and the medicinal properties. Do you think it's done quickly? If it's too fast, it won't be able to release the medicinal properties of the herbs. Your elixir probably doesn't even have 10% of its medicinal properties. Wu Xiaoyang's ugly expression changed slightly. He immediately handed his elixir to the heavenly spirit holy man and said, Kid, this isn't a competition of speed. It's a competition of medicinal properties. Whether or not this elixir was refined by you is another matter. Who knows if you prepared the spirit Xianling elixir beforehand and placed it in the cauldron? Luo Tian continued to ignore Wu Xiaoyang. He looked at the great elder and said, Isn't it up to this elder to judge? We've already agreed. This is too disrespectful. If you don't even have morals, what's the point of refining elixirs? Go home and drink milk. Who are you talking about? Wu Xiaoyang was furious. Luo Tian looked at him coldly and said, I'm talking about you. You. Wu Xiaoyang was so angry that he was speechless. He gritted his teeth and said, Later, crawl under my crotch like a dog. Haha, the Hunyuan holy man's eyes flashed and said, Let Elder Su appraise the elixir. The heavenly spirit holy man was unhappy. He was the top pill refiner in the Mount Hua immortal sect. He was actually asking an outer sect elder, whose pill refinement skills were inferior to his disciples, to appraise the elixir. This made him extremely unhappy. However, he did not express his displeasure. Su Shan took the elixir from Wu Xiaoyang's hands. He closed his eyes and his expression was extremely calm. He then released his consciousness and slowly entered the elixir. He said gently, The Tianqian grass has released 9.5% of its medicinal properties. The soul bath flower has released 9.5% of its medicinal properties. 9.5% of its medicinal properties has reached the subtle level. 9.5%. It's just a little bit away from the perfect level. Senior Wu will win for sure. I'm just waiting to see this kid crawl under Senior Wu's crotch. Senior Wu, you must humiliate this arrogant country bumpkin. Wu Xiaoyang laughed proudly. He looked at Luo Tian and said, Kid, it's your turn. No one had any objections to Su Shan's evaluation. The heavenly spirit holy man was the same. Because what he said was the truth. Luo Tian handed over the elixir and said, Elder, please feel it. Su Shan's expression was calm. After receiving the elixir, he felt it. After a few seconds, he did not feel anything. He frowned and looked at Luo Tian. He did not know what Luo Tian was doing. This was not a pill. However, in his heart, he still followed Luo Tian's instructions. He focused his mind and his consciousness flowed quietly in his elixir field. Suddenly, his consciousness suddenly felt an explosive force rush out. The force was like a volcano and the force was shocking. Su Shan's eyes widened and his body trembled in shock. The Tianqian grass has released 120% of its medicinal properties. The elixir has released more than 120% of its power. It's clear, it's rich, there's not a trace of impurity. Perfect level elixir, it was too shocking. At that moment, it was as if his little universe was about to explode. Luo Tian grinned and said, Elder, compared to his medicinal pills, isn't the medicinal pills I refined a little better? Su Shan did not hesitate and said, It's not just better, it's better by several levels. There's no comparison at all. Hearing this, Luo Tian laughed sinisterly. Almost in an instant, he rushed out and slapped Wu Xiaoyang's face 3 times. His strength was fierce, his speed was fast, and his actions were extremely handsome, no one could react. Today's 10 chapters, the first chapter has been delivered, he is only 11 votes away from the first place. Brothers, prepare your firepower and destroy him. Slap, slap, slap. 3 loud slaps rang out. The sound was extremely ear-piercing. No one could react in time. Even the Hunyuan holy man could not react in time. Wu Xiaoyang only felt a piercing pain on his face. Then, the pain numbed him. Finally, his face turned red and swollen. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He could not feel his left cheek at all. I will kill you. Wu Xiaoyang was furious. Not being slapped in the face in front of everyone was a great insult, he could not tolerate it any longer. As he prepared to strike, he realized that Luo Tian had returned to his original position. He said with a look of disdain, "Tisk, you must accept your loss. Can't you afford to lose? You agreed that if I won, I would give you 3 slaps. I have to satisfy your special hobby. Heavenly Spirit Elder, I was right." He agreed to the bet in front of so many people. You all heard it. Luo Tian's expression was very proud, very proud. These 3 slaps were not only on Wu Xiaoyang's face, but also on the faces of those who mocked him. It was very satisfying, very satisfying. They could not say anything and their expressions were as ugly as they could be. The Heavenly Spirit Holy Man's expression was ferocious. His eyes were almost spitting fire. He stared at Luo Tian and then released his aura. He pushed Su Shan to one side and shouted, "Get lost. Do you know how to identify pills? How can such a pill be perfect? You don't even know the basic formula of the spiritual pill. How can it be perfect?" Very unhappy, the Heavenly Spirit Holy Man was very unhappy. He took the pill and sensed it carefully. Like Su Shan, he did not feel anything. The anger in his eyes intensified. But at this moment, impotence, what replaced it was shock, unparalleled shock. Even if he tried his best to hide it, he still couldn't hide it. Under his robe, he clenched his fists and trembled slightly. He thought to himself, impossible, absolutely impossible. It's impossible for this to be a spirit-intensifying pill. The Xianxia contained in this pill is even richer than a 9th-grade pill. How could it be a spirit-intensifying pill? Luo Tian revealed a look of disdain as he said, "It's not that the more spiritual herbs you put in, the more Xianxia there will be. It's time to change this old concept. The heavenly profound grass itself is a kind of spiritual herb that absorbs the Xianxia of heaven and earth. It takes 8 years for it to mature, and in these 8 years, the Xianxia it absorbs will not be lost at all. Combining it with other spiritual herbs will only divert the Xianxia in its body and consume it. This is completely unnecessary. Alchemy Grandmaster? You don't even know this little bit of common sense, sigh," Luo Tian said with a faint smile. The Heavenly Spirit Holy Man's expression was extremely ugly. It was even uglier than Wu Xiaoyang, who had been slapped 3 times. Furthermore, he was rendered speechless by Luo Tian's words. This was the reason why he was so upset. Wu Xiaoyang walked forward and said angrily, "Master, even if what this brat said is true, it's impossible to release all the medicinal properties in such a short period of time. He must have cheated. I don't believe it at all. He must have prepared such a spirit-intensifying pill beforehand. He must have spent a lot of money to buy this spirit-intensifying pill." He did not believe that Luo Tian could cultivate a perfect spirit-intensifying pill. Almost no one present believed it. The Heavenly Spirit Holy Man's gaze darkened as he looked at Luo Tian. His 2 eyes carried a powerful force. He wanted to see through Luo Tian, but he could not understand anything. Luo Tian looked at Wu Xiaoyang and said, "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with the 3 slaps just now? You want another 3 slaps? You really have such a special hobby, ha ha ha. You dog, if you have the guts, compete with me again. This time I will let you know how powerful I am." Wu Xiaoyang said angrily. His eyes were filled with a strong killing intent. He had lost face in front of everyone in the outer sect. He must wash away this humiliation. Luo Tian looked at Elder Hunyuan and said, "I won the round just now, right?" Elder Hunyuan did not answer. Instead, he said, "Are you afraid? Do you really want to see him get slapped in the face by me again? Great Elder, aren't you too cruel?" Luo Tian said with a smile. Wu Xiaoyang shouted angrily, "Brat, I'll play with you this time. Whoever loses will chop off his hand on the spot and roll down the mountain from here." Damn. You're a masochist, aren't you suffering too much? However, since you want to challenge me, I'll definitely satisfy your request. I've never been afraid of challenges. Luo Tian shouted madly as a boundless aura gushed out from his body. He then added, "Please." Wu Xiaoyang's eyes narrowed and said, "To prevent you from cheating again, this time we will cultivate a level 9 pill, the Longyang pill." Luo Tian showed an indifferent expression and said, "I'm fine with it." At this time, Hunyuan Holy Man was stunned and said, "Because we did not see clearly in the previous round, we did not see if you cheated. Therefore, the previous round is invalid. I will personally supervise this round." Heavenly Spirit Holy Man laughed coldly and said, "Brat, I want to see how you will cultivate the Longyang pill this time." Luo Tian was unhappy and cursed in his heart, "Damn it, is this how you guys behave? Good, this time I will slap all of your faces until they are swollen." Hunyuan Holy Man's words made him very unhappy. "You want me to leave, right? I will stay. I will let all of you see how mighty I, Luo Tian, am, immediately." Luo Tian walked towards the arena. Wu Xiaoyang was the same. This time he did not choose the spiritual herbs first, but let Luo Tian choose first. However, Luo Tian still ignored him and quickly picked the spiritual herbs. Fierce sunflower, dragon cliff grass, heart-melting grass. They were all Fierce Sun spiritual herbs. Not one, but all of them. He picked out all of the Fierce Sunflower and other spiritual herbs on the table. There were more than 10 of each kind. Is he crazy? Can he control so many strong spirit grasses? This brat must be crazy. Haha. Looking at the spiritual herbs he chose, I know he will lose. Wu Xiaoyang also revealed a disdainful sneer and thought to himself, this brat definitely doesn't know that refining the Longyang pill requires a type of extreme spiritual herb. Otherwise, it will be impossible to refine it and it will definitely explode. Immediately, while he was picking the spiritual herbs, Luo Tian had already begun to activate the Azure Dragon Cauldron to refine at an extremely fast speed. Yellow flames erupted from the cauldron, and a strong aura of extreme yang continuously erupted. It was extremely difficult to control. Luo Tian shouted in his heart, "Level 5 Berserk." 32 times the attribute strength was released. Following that, Luo Tian directly consumed 800,000 profound chi points, and then roared, "Condense for me." Boom! The cauldron let out a buzzing sound. Luo Tian walked forward and handed the pill directly to the Heavenly Spirit Holy Man. Without waiting for Wu Xiaoyang to complete the refining, he smiled coldly and arrogantly said, "May I ask, can I chop off his hand now?" Today, the second chapter of the 10 chapters had been delivered. Begging for monthly votes. Too fast, this speed, this technique, it was unimaginably fast. Grade 9 Longyang Elixir, the highest Yang Elixir. It was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even a Grandmaster alchemist could fail easily. This was because when the Yang spiritual herbs were placed together, it was difficult to control. It had to be mediated by an extreme spiritual herb. This way, the success rate would increase, but the medicinal properties would be weakened. But this was the only way to increase the success rate. Luo Tian, the spiritual herbs he chose were all Yang spiritual herbs, and there were more than 10 of each type. In the eyes of any alchemist, this was bound to fail. Even if the furnace did not explode, it would not succeed. Because no alchemist had ever been able to completely control the extreme Yang profound qi. Even the slightest bit of leakage would result in failure. No one wanted to do what Luo Tian did. He was a complete madman, a madman like a demon. But he succeeded. Completely controlled, everyone was shocked, and no one could say a word. The Heavenly Spirit Holy Man's expression was ugly. His disciple had just started, but Luo Tian had already completed it. This was a difference between heaven and earth. But He still did not believe that Luo Tian could successfully cultivate the Longyang elixir. He took the elixir into the furnace and sensed it. Thick. It's rather thick. This kind of power is filled with endless rage, as if it could explode at any time. The Yang celestial qi is able to bring out the medicinal properties of the spiritual herbs to the fullest. There's no need for any extreme in spiritual herbs to mediate. Stunned, the heavenly spirit holy man was completely dumbfounded. He had never seen such a perfect Longyang elixir. This elixir had reached a level of perfection. It was unbelievable. Even if he could hold it in, he could not help but be shocked. With a trembling voice, he said, "This elixir has surpassed perfection." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Xiaoyang's expression changed. He lost his composure and the black furnace in his hands exploded. Boom! The furnace had exploded. Wu Xiaoyang's face was incomparably pale and ugly. He stared at Luo Tian with incomparable hatred. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Longyang pill was developed by my Wu family's ancestors. I know its refining method better than anyone else. It's absolutely impossible to refine it with so many Yang spiritual herbs. It's absolutely impossible. The reason why he chose to refine the Longyang pill was because he was confident that he could defeat Luo Tian. This was because this was an elixir created by his ancestors. He was familiar with every step of the process. Compared to the spirit intensification elixir, he was more familiar with the Longyang elixir. He had gone mad. Wu Xiaoyang shouted crazily, "Brat, you can't beat me, you damn trash, how can you beat me? I am the true successor of the 9-yang pill, how can a country bumpkin like you know how to refine the 9-yang pill? Master, don't be fooled by him. This trash must be cheating, he must be cheating. He can't beat me, I won't accept this." The heavenly spirit holy man's eyes never left Luo Tian. He was very clear that Luo Tian did not cheat. Because of this, he scolded in a deep voice, "Xiaoyang, that's enough." Luo Tian's gaze turned ferocious. When he heard the word trash, the anger in his heart burst forth. He shouted eerily, "May I chop off his hand now? Trash, how dare you?" Wu Xiaoyang roared angrily. The heavenly spirit holy man's face was filled with pain. He said bitterly, "Xiaoyang, you must accept your loss." The Hunyuan holy man's face was also extremely ugly. He turned his gaze elsewhere. "Humph. A trash like him with a shattered elixir field wants to chop off my hand? All right. Luo Tian, if you have the ability, come and chop it off. I want to see what a trash like you can do." Wu Xiaoyang laughed eerily. Other than being a rank 9 alchemist, he was also a level 3 mystic ancestor. Luo Tian was only a level 2 mystic ancestor. There was no way he could be a match for him. Indeed, the difference in strength between each level was extremely huge. It was impossible to surpass him. Furthermore, Wu Xiaoyang was from an orthodox family. The martial arts that he cultivated were extremely profound. After cultivating in the Huashan immortal sect for many years, he had learned many profound techniques. Therefore, he was not afraid of Luo Tian, who was a level 3 mystic ancestor. He even became extremely arrogant. He pointed at Luo Tian's nose and scolded, "Trash, if you have the guts, come and chop off my hand. A shattered elixir field can be used to refine pills? Who are you trying to fool? You must be cheating, humph. You want to chop off my hand? Let's see if you have the ability." Luo Tian sneered. He touched the back of his head and laughed in a deep voice, "My bad temper." As soon as he finished, Luo Tian's speed suddenly increased, and he immediately released form displacement shadow. His entire person disappeared in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, he had already landed beside Wu Xiaoyang. Looking at his arrogant expression that he had yet to retract, Luo Tian coldly said, "I like to suppress those who are not willing to submit." Luo Tian, stop. Senior brother Wu, be careful. Everyone's hearts were in their mouths. All of this happened too suddenly. They completely did not think that Luo Tian would suddenly attack. Furthermore, his speed was so fast that it dazzled their eyes. Luo Tian used his palm as a blade and fiercely chopped down on Wu Xiaoyang's arm. He shouted angrily, "Break for me." Crack. The crisp sound of bones breaking rang out. Ah, a sound that sounded like a pig being slaughtered rang out, exploding in the middle of the training grounds. Wu Xiaoyang instantly fell to the ground, rolling on the ground in pain. His face was incomparably pale as he stared fixedly at Luo Tian. He said fiercely, "I won't let you off. I'll let you die and tear your body into 10,000 pieces." Luo Tian laughed coldly, and directly stepped on Wu Xiaoyang's bone fracture wound. Ah! Ah! Wu Xiaoyang was in so much pain that he was hovering between life and death. He no longer had the slightest bit of arrogance and complacency. Luo Tian exerted force on his feet and squatted down. His voice was very low, as if it was a voice that rose from hell, and said, "If I hadn't promised Master Wu Nian that I wouldn't kill any disciple of the Huashan Immortal Sect, you would already be one of the 4. Finished." Without turning his head, Luo Tian walked in front of the Primordius Holy Man and said, "Great Elder, can I be considered to have passed?" "Passed? Humph." Elder Tian Yuan took a step forward and said, "The sect rules don't state that a special talent can be used as an exception. You only won in pill refining. Just this special talent alone isn't enough to join the Huashan Immortal Sect. This is not the countryside, this is the Huashan Immortal Sect. Not just anyone can enter." The Primordius Holy Man did not speak. Luo Tian looked at the Tianyuan Holy Man and laughed coldly, saying, "All right, then call out all your blacksmiths, healers, and formation engravers. I'll beat them all." F***CK. Very unhappy, Chapter 3. Brat, you're too arrogant. Refining Hall, Lu Feng is here to accept the challenge. Healing Hall, Ningqing is here to accept the challenge. Engraving Array Hall, Zhao Chen is here to accept the challenge. One by one, people jumped out. These people were all elites of the hall, and all of them were experts among experts. For a moment, Luo Tian had angered the entire Huashan Immortal Sect. A trash with a shattered dantian dared to be so arrogant, and it was even in the Immortal Sect. How could the disciples of the Immortal Sect tolerate this? Immediately, the martial arts practice field shouted in unison, "Kill him. A mere country bumpkin wants to show off in the Huashan Immortal Sect. Senior brothers, we must teach him a lesson. Let him know how high the sky is, how deep the earth is, and how powerful the Huashan Immortal Sect is." Everyone was unhappy. Luo Tian seemed to have angered everyone. Seeing that the surrounding disciples were united against a common enemy, Luo Tian laughed excitedly. His expression was still arrogant as he coldly said, "Angered everyone? All of you are unhappy with me, right? I am also unhappy with you guys. I want to see who in your Huashan Immortal Sect can stop me." Then, Luo Tian's eyes darkened as he stared at Primordius Dao Sovereign and said, "Great Elder, are you sure you want to send these people to fight?" Primordius Dao Sovereign swept his gaze across the surrounding people. He had some understanding of them. Although these people were outer sect disciples, they were all extremely talented. They all possessed innate bloodline and had extremely high attainments in their own skills. Elder Tianyuan nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "Senior brother, he won't be able to beat them all by himself. No matter how good his alchemy skills are, it's impossible for him to be too good at forging profound weapons. Furthermore, there's also the inscription of formations and healing techniques. I can't do it. This brat is an all-rounder. As long as he loses in one aspect, he will immediately be chased down the mountain. We can't let him stay in the Huashan Immortal School any longer. If junior brother Wu Nian doesn't explain clearly and the Star Sea Immortal Sect comes to find us, then our Huashan Immortal School will suffer." Primordius Dao Sovereign's face turned cold. He nodded slightly and said, "Send them out. Luo Tian, this is your last chance. If you lose, you must leave the mountain. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." He was thinking the same thing as Elder Tian Yuan. Luo Tian's alchemy skills were indeed very strong. If it was any other time, he might really be able to keep him. However, offending a giant like the Celestial Star Ocean was a huge disaster, a ticking time bomb that could explode at any moment. The Mount Hua Immortal School couldn't afford it, and they couldn't offend the Celestial Star Ocean for a disciple who was only good at alchemy. Furthermore, Luo Tian was a martial artist with a shattered dantian. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and sneered, since First Elder has said so, I naturally have no way out. Let's do as you say and let them begin. There was no hesitation. If you don't like it, just do it. Luo Tian was never afraid of anyone or anything. He was like this when facing the Dragon King, the Heavenly Soul Demon Monarch, and the envoys of the immortal sect of Xinghai. If you make me unhappy, then sorry, I will make you even more unhappy. Luo Tian was in a bad mood. He was now suppressing a ball of anger. Originally, he wanted to endure it and let it go, but he didn't expect these people to make things difficult for him again. Since that was the case. If you don't give them a few tight slaps, how can this be? Primordial Chaos Holy Man asked in a deep voice, are you sure you want them to start at the same time? Luo Tian said arrogantly, hurry up and start, don't waste time, I'm still hungry. Primordial Chaos Holy Man's face darkened as he shouted, all of you have heard it clearly, Luo Tian does not put you in his eyes at all. You are now representing the Mount Hua Immortal School, so you must not let the Immortal School be humiliated. Take out your strongest strength, and whoever wins against him will immediately be promoted to an inner disciple. Those disciples clenched their fists and said in unison, we will definitely not disappoint the Great Elder. Immediately after, without saying anything else, he returned to his seat. The entire square was in an uproar. Haha. This brat suddenly challenged the outer sect's talented disciples. Let's see how he dies. Refining Hall's senior brother Lu has reached the peak of the 9th stage. He is only a little bit away from the weapon refining Grand Master, and the profound weapon that he has refined is also above the peak of the 9th stage. Engraving Array Hall's senior brother Zhao is the awesome one. His ancestor had business dealings with the Goblin clan and obtained the Goblin clan's engraving array technique. His array is the powerful one. There are so many people in the profound sky continent who are good at engraving. I'm afraid this brat has never even seen an array before. And Taming Hall's senior brother Wang. There was a lot of chatter. Every outer sect disciple was excited for the senior brothers who came out to fight. Su Shan stood at the side, looked at Luo Tian, and sent a sound transmission, little brother, why are you doing this? Forget it, so as to not lose the competition. Once you lose, even if you go down the mountain, I'm afraid there will be people who will harm you. Luo Tian looked at Su Shan and smiled faintly, and said without hesitation, Elder, don't worry, I will win. Then he walked directly in front of Healing Hall's Ningqing and said, there's no need to find a test subject, there's the best test subject here. Just now, I broke the bones in his arm, can you heal it? Ningqing laughed complacently, and said, give me 2 hours, I will immediately heal him until he is as good as new. 2 hours? Luo Tian sneered in disdain, and said, then go rest at the side. Following that, Luo Tian looked at Wu Xiaoyang, who was in so much pain that his face was pale, and cast a healing technique on him. The holy white light wrapped around Wu Xiaoyang's arm, and the broken bones quickly recovered. They quickly recovered, and healed at an astonishing speed. The pain lessened, and Wu Xiaoyang's face gradually became rosy. In the blink of an eye, his arm was completely healed, everyone was stunned. Ning Cheng's face was extremely ugly, he looked at Luo Tian as if he was looking at a ghost. Wu Xiaoyang's face turned cold, and he shouted coldly, trash, don't think that I will let you go just because you cured me. Just you wait. Before he could finish his words, Luo Tian struck down with his palm again, I didn't say that I was going to cure you, I was just treating you as a lab rat. Ah, with another pig-like howl, Wu Xiaoyang directly rolled on the ground in pain. He no longer dared to show the slightest bit of arrogance. He did not even dare to look at Luo Tian. He just kept shouting, Senior Apprentice Brother Ning, save me, save me. Ningqing couldn't even take a step forward. As long as he used the healing technique, the gap between him and Luo Tian would immediately be revealed. This feeling was too uncomfortable. However, Luo Tian didn't even look at them, and directly walked in front of Zhao Chen, who was inscribing the array, and said softly, do you know how to inscribe the ancient dragon-slaying great array? Zhao Chen was dumbfounded. The Goblin clan's secret array was a secret, how could he know, however? Luo Tian quickly formed a seal with both hands, and in a short span of 10 minutes, He had carved out a small-scale ancient dragon-slaying great array. With a move of his right hand, he shouted in a deep voice, "Ancient door, open for me." Chapter 4, 10 chapters exploded today, the old cow begged for a monthly vote. Door of the ancients, open for me. Boom. A stone door opened above the array, and the ancient power poured down. It was only for an instant. The array was filled with incomparably brutal power, and the ground was scorched black. Luo Tian glanced at Zhao Chen, and said, "You go rest at the side too." Awesome, a complete mess of awesome. Zhao Chen didn't even start forming seals, and he lost. There was no comparison at all. The ancient dragon-slaying array, the goblin race's secret technique, how was this possible? His expression was distorted, and his thoughts were also distorted. When he looked up, Luo Tian had already left, and he could only see his back. Suddenly, in Zhao Chen's eyes, Luo Tian's back was too tall, so tall that he couldn't even touch it. On the martial arts field, silence, not a single sound could be heard. Everyone was so shocked by Luo Tian that they couldn't make a single sound, and even forgot to breathe. It was as if everything was an illusion. How could this be? What on earth had happened, Mom? I want to go home. Luo Tian was really too crazy, too domineering. In just 10 minutes, he defeated the Healing Hall and the Inscribing Hall. The two of them didn't even start to do anything, and they lost. They didn't even know how they lost. And they lost to the point where they couldn't even say a word. This feeling was like an absolute crushing. They weren't on the same level at all. The gap was too big, too big. The expressions of the elders became more and more unsightly. They lost in alchemy, lost in healing, and lost in inscribing arrays. Every time they lost, it was as if their old faces were slapped by Luo Tian. What was the background of the person they tried so hard to chase down the mountain? What kind of person was he? They couldn't understand at all, couldn't understand, and couldn't say a word. At this moment, Luo Tian walked to the side of Lu Feng, who was forging the profound weapon. He took a glance at the forging process and said, "The forging of the profound weapon must be done with one's own thoughts. Using your thoughts to outline the profound weapon, you must turn it into a vessel. Finally, you must inject all of your profound chi into it and let it absorb it crazily. At this time, your thoughts must be in sync with the profound weapon's breathing. Only this kind of profound weapon can be forged with a soul." After saying that, Luo Tian left again. Lu Feng stopped what he was doing and retreated to the side. He was very reluctant, but his eyes were full of admiration. I lost. Another talented outer sect disciple had lost. It was Lu Feng, a rank 9 blacksmith. Everyone's heart sank. This kid is 2F*CK, where did he come from? I'm about to cry. I want to go home. I can't bear to look at it anymore. Luo Tian once again walked in front of the beast-taming hall's disciple and looked at the tall and ferocious demonic beast in front of him. The disciple was still using his mental power to communicate with the demonic beast and continuously casting spells. Get out of the way. Luo Tian walked forward and cast a light of enticement. Ding. Congratulations, player, enticement successful. The demonic beast had become his war pet. The disciple who had tamed the demonic beast even had the heart to die. How the hell could he compare to this? He felt like he was a clown. He wasn't qualified at all. Everyone's hearts were struck by another heavy blow. At this moment, it was as if the air had been sucked out, and breathing became extremely difficult. Oh my God! What exactly happened? I'm going crazy, I'm really going crazy. This kid, this. I'm going to be incoherent. Uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. Especially the person who had mocked Luo Tian just now. His face felt red and swollen, as if he had been slapped a few times. That kind of feeling was not even as good as Wu Xiaoyang's hand being cut off. Primordius Holy Man's face changed. Tian Yuan Holy Man's face also changed. The faces of the 9 supreme elders of the inner sanctum all changed. It became very ugly. They did not expect Luo Tian to be so domineering, so arrogant, so savage, and they could not find any words to refute him. They could only watch him be domineering, arrogant, and savage. He challenged them one by one, and in less than half an hour. The disciples who had been sent out were all defeated. Everyone accepted their loss wholeheartedly, and no one dared to show the slightest bit of ridicule. In their hearts, other than respect for Luo Tian, there was only worship. He was really too cool, so cool that it was a mess. Luo Tian walked to the center, and his gaze swept across the crowd. He vented the anger in his heart and roared towards the sky, "Damn it, who else? I just want to ask, who else?" His voice was very deep, it exploded above the square, and the tens of thousands of disciples in the square could not make a sound. They were all shocked by Luo Tian. He was simply a monster. An omnipotent monster, no one could stop him, and his sharpness was incomparably dazzling, causing every disciple to feel a trace of fear. After a long time, Primordius Holy Man exhaled heavily, and his eyes looked towards the sky. He closed them slightly, and then said, "You have passed the test. From today onwards, you are an outer disciple of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Great Elder, you can't. This kid is a scourge, we can't let him stay. Yeah, we can't afford to offend the Xianxia Immortal Sect. We can't let him become a disciple of Huashan just because he has some special talent. He is just a piece of trash with a shattered dantian and can't cultivate. We can't push Huashan into a bottomless abyss because of a piece of trash like him." "Yeah, Great Elder." The surrounding elders lamented bitterly. Luo Tian's face darkened again, and he shouted, "A bunch of cowardly trash. How dare you? Kid, I dare you to say that again." A few elders immediately glared and scolded. Luo Tian was not afraid at all as he said, "I say that you are a bunch of cowardly trash. I really don't know how you guys cultivated. Cultivation requires cultivation of the heart. Each and every one of you is afraid of the Xianxia Immortal Sect. How can you guys strengthen the Huashan Immortal Sect?" In the Immortal Sect competition, 18 disciples were crippled by Murong Wanjian alone, and since then, they have been unable to recover. Haven't you guys found the reason for this from yourselves? 1,000 years ago, the Huashan Immortal Sect was also glorious. Your ancestor, the Huashan Supreme God, laughed his entire life. May I ask, has he ever been afraid of anyone? Has he ever taken a step back? You call me trash? A piece of trash with a shattered dantian? Alright. I'll show you what a piece of trash is. After he finished speaking, Luo Tian walked step by step towards the crystal pillar that tested the potential of the dantian, and placed his hand on it. What is he trying to do? His dantian is shattered, so he can't use profound chi at all. Could it be that he still wants to try? Isn't the result the same? Luo Tian's brows twitched, his eyes swept across the entire audience, and shouted, "All of you, look carefully. Level 5 Berserk. 5 million profound chi, charge." Chapter 5, Those brothers who still have monthly votes, don't waste them. Give them all to Old Cow will have more energy to write. Thank you. Since he was arrogant, then he would be arrogant to death, laughing at my broken dantian, right? Fine, I will use my broken dantian to slap your faces. Luo Tian roared into the sky, 5 million Xianqi points, charge. Under the control of Luo Tian's mind, the Xianqi value instantly decreased by 5 million points. Then, a gust of wind suddenly rolled up under his feet, shaking the sand away. His robes trembled, and his entire body emitted an unimaginable power. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Luo Tian's body continued to emit deafening sounds of thunder. The Xianqi in his body continued to flow into his arm, and the Xianqi in his palm continued to rush into the crystal pillar. Buzz. A buzzing sound erupted from the crystal pillar. Just like the sound of energy filling a section, the bottom half of the crystal pillar lit up. Buzz. Another half of it lit up. Buzz. Buzz. The entire crystal pillar was divided into sections, just like the energy fillers in science fiction novels, filling up section by section. However, the crystal pillar's energy filler was too powerful. Buzz. Buzz. It's blue. It's already blue. It's already reached the Dantian Sea realm. If it's the assessment standard, it's already met the standard. It's still rising, and the light is still changing. Oh my god, what is going to happen? My heart can't take it anymore. How did he do it? How can a broken dantian trigger Xianxia? This is absolutely impossible. The martial arts field was in an uproar. All of them were shocked by Luo Tian. At the same time, their faces turned into pig liver that had been left out for a long time. It was incomparably ugly, purple with a hint of black. It was even more uncomfortable than being slapped 100 times. Those mocking laughter had just sounded in the square. It even reverberated in the air above the square. Now that he thought about it, how ridiculous he was. He was just like a clown. Uncomfortable, extremely uncomfortable. Primordial Dao Sovereign's face was also turning green. Luo Tian's words made him angry, but at the same time, he also felt ashamed. What had the Huashan Immortal sect done all these years? They hid when they encountered trouble. He didn't even dare to participate in this year's Immortal sect disciple competition. Too cowardly. Luo Tian's words were like a clap of thunder that resounded within his body. Seeing the light from the crystal pillar constantly changing and surging upwards, a glimmer of hope welled up in his heart. However, he immediately shook his head and thought to himself, why would I think that way? How can a martial artist with a shattered dantian save the Huashan Immortal School? That's absolutely impossible. I'm really thinking too much. The faces of the other 8 elders were also very ugly. At this moment, the entire training field became Luo Tian's stage. The surroundings were completely silent. It was so quiet that it made people panic. Some people didn't even dare to continue watching. Their hearts couldn't take it anymore. Purple. The crystal pillar has reached purple. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen a purple dantian. Another round of shock. Luo Tian's eyes widened as he looked at the expressions of the surrounding disciples. He shouted angrily, so what if you're a strong enemy? So what if you're number 1 or number 2? Immortal sect? People live in this world with a single breath. If you don't accept it, then do it. There's no way back in the path of martial cultivation. If you retreat once, then retreat again and again. If this continues, how can you strengthen yourself, live? You have to live freely. If I can't beat you, I'll use all means to kill you. In the face of any problem, any difficulty, no matter how strong the enemy is, don't give in. Your heart to become stronger will be affected. His voice echoed in the air above the square. Luo Tian's expression suddenly changed. He had only digested a fifth of the 5 million Xianxia points. Seeing that the surrounding Huashan disciples were still thinking about his words, he was furious and roared, explode. Bang! 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 Purple, dark purple, black, gold, dark gold, and finally the colorless light at the top. Rumble. The top of the crystal pillar suddenly exploded. Unable to withstand the Xianxia that rushed into Luo Tian's body, it directly exploded. One had to know that this crystal pillar was brought back from the outer realm by the Huashan Patriarch. Its hardness was comparable to a divine artifact. Yet, it was forcibly broken by Luo Tian's Xianxia. The entire city was in an uproar. Some were so emotional that tears even gushed out. People kept rubbing their eyes and muttering, illusion, it must be an illusion. It can't be real, it can't be real. Luo Tian's appearance had completely overturned their understanding of martial artists. Their thoughts were distorted and they couldn't change at all. Boom. The Xianxia at the top of the crystal pillar rushed into the sky with 7 colors. It rushed into the clouds at the speed of light, shocking all living creatures within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers. At this moment, thousands of beasts roared. Thunder rumbled in the 9 heavens, and the depths of the earth shook violently. Luo Tian, his body carried an aura that looked down on the world. It was ridiculously powerful. Phew, after a long time. Luo Tian gently exhaled. His forehead was covered in fine sweat. Using up 5 million Xianxia points in one go was really not an ordinary kind of injury. However, this feeling was really, really good. Looking at the shocked faces of the surrounding Huashan disciples, Luo Tian's heart boiled. He had only used 5 million Xianxia points to shock them to this extent. What if he fused with the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird bloodlines? Wouldn't his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys be shattered? Luo Tian walked unhurriedly in front of Primordial Chaos Holy Man and said, Great Elder, Second Elder, Elders, let me ask you one question. Do I have the qualifications now? Have I passed the test? Primordial Chaos Holy Man looked at Luo Tian. The other 8 elders were also looking at Luo Tian. Each of them wanted to see through Luo Tian and see what kind of power he was hiding. However, they couldn't see anything clearly. It was still a broken dantian. It was still a body with an ordinary bloodline. There was nothing special about it. Primordial Chaos Holy Man pursed his lips. His lips were dry and cracked. He wanted to say something, but he forgot for a moment. Agree to him. Agree to him. If such an awesome person can't even pass the test, I will refuse to take the test today. Me too. This kid is simply too awesome. I have never seen someone as awesome as him. Great Elder, agree to him. Let him stay. Everyone on the martial arts field was convinced by Luo Tian's strength. They were shocked by him. Primordial Chaos Holy Man's heart heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at the second elder. Elder Tianyuan's face was also gloomy. He couldn't say a word. All the elders were the same. They couldn't say a word. Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, "What? Do you still want me to show off my innate bloodline?" Chapter 6, just one more monthly vote away from surpassing the one in front, please support. Luo Tian's words caused the surroundings to quiet down once again. Primordial Tao Sovereign looked at Luo Tian very seriously, and then looked at Luo Tian in disbelief, and said, "You still have innate bloodline? Guess?" Luo Tian laughed and said, looking at the serious Primordial Tao Sovereign, he said, "Don't take it seriously, I was just joking, how could I have innate bloodline? If I had innate bloodline, I would have detected it a long time ago, haha." Primordial Tao Sovereign's face darkened as he rolled his eyes at Luo Tian. "Bastard, how dare you fool the Great Elder?" An elder jumped out and shouted. Primordial Tao Sovereign was not angry, and said in a deep voice, "Luo Tian, you have passed the examination, you are now an outer sect disciple, as for which hall you will be a disciple, I will have to go back and discuss with the sect master, and also see which hall is willing to accept you." Finished. Primordial Tao Sovereign once again looked at Luo Tian seriously. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, he said, "Mount Hua Immortal School is not as weak as you think, nor is it as unbearable as you think. The disciples you will be facing today are all outer sect disciples, their energy is not focused on cultivation, you should take care of yourself in the outer sect." Finished. Primordial Tao Sovereign said slightly, "Return to Mount Hua's main hall." A cloud of immortals rose up. The 9 elders floated into the air and disappeared in an instant. The plaza was in an uproar again. They were all looking at Luo Tian with all kinds of expressions. Some were filled with admiration, some were filled with disdain, some were filled with envy, and of course, there were also many people who hated Luo Tian. The most unexpected thing was, the lines that had been queuing for days and nights had gradually decreased, and the warriors who had come to take the examination had all sneaked away. "Aya, my stomach hurts. No, I don't think I can take the exam today. My aunt is here. It hurts, it hurts. About that, my aunt's aunt is here. The one who just left was my aunt. I'm sorry, I have to take care of my aunt. I want to go home and farm. Cultivation is not suitable for me at all." The long line suddenly, there was not a single person left. Only the outer sect disciples of the Huashan Immortal School remained. They all looked at each other, completely unable to understand what was going on. Just a moment ago, he had been desperately trying to squeeze his way in. But now, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He wished he could grow a few more legs so he could lead the Huashan Immortal sect. It was as if he was afraid that someone would stop him. This was not important, the key point was that the warriors who had passed the assessment had all used various excuses to leave Mount Hua. After more than half a month of hard work, there were less than 100 people left, and most of them were martial artists who had not yet taken the assessment. How could this be? Everything was fine just now, how did it become like this all of a sudden? Humph. It's all because of him. He killed the emissary of the Star Ocean and shamelessly stayed in the Huashan Immortal sect. Who would dare to come? I think it's not just them, even us disciples of the Huashan Immortal sect would leave quietly. That's right, the Star Sea Immortal sect is so powerful, we can't afford to offend them. If we stay, we can only suffer. We might even lose our lives. Obviously, the reason why these disciples left was because of Luo Tian's existence. Everyone knew how powerful the Star Sea Immortal sect was. Offending such a powerhouse would definitely not lead a good life. All of them knew very well that the Huashan Immortal sect could not even protect themselves. If they stayed, they might even lose their lives. Rather than that, it was better to leave. Luo Tian's face darkened. Su Shan walked up and smiled faintly. Don't lower yourself to their level. They are telling the truth. Because of you, I'm afraid the Huashan Immortal sect will not be able to recruit many disciples this year, let alone those who are slightly more talented. If the Huashan Immortal sect does not participate in the Immortal Sect Disciple Challenge next year, I'm afraid they will be removed from the list. Sigh, then, Su Shan sighed softly. Luo Tian did not care much and asked, Elder, can't the huge Huashan Immortal sect send out a better disciple? If they don't even participate this year, it will be an even greater blow to the Huashan Immortal sect. Su Shan lowered his voice and said, the inner sect has suffered heavy losses, and the outer sect has not been able to recruit any better disciples, causing the Huashan Immortal sect to be in a state of shortage. In order to nurture new disciples, this year's sect leader directly ordered the disciples who will participate in next year's Immortal Sect Challenge to go into seclusion, so much so that they have to give up this year's competition and focus on next year's competition. If they lose again, the Huashan Immortal sect will really become an ordinary sect. Seclusion? Luo Tian was startled. He did not know much about cultivation, but he knew very well that cultivation was not something that could be forced out. Then, Luo Tian thought of Feng Lei and the others and could not help but laugh as he muttered to himself, if only I could bring Feng Lei and the others here. At that time, we would be able to participate in the Immortal Sect Challenge and heavily injure the elite disciples of the various sections. Before Luo Tian left, he had specially begged Wu Yan, but to no avail. Feng Lei and the others also voluntarily gave up. However, Luo Tian, Feng Lei, and the others had agreed that 2 years later, on the day of Li Shuer's wedding, they would meet in Broken Sky City. This was a promise between them. Thinking of this, Luo Tian could not help but smile and muttered, Fatty, Xian Yuan, blind, are you guys alright? Pure, big brother Luo Tian misses you. Yes, he missed it a lot. However, he was also very relieved. And Chen Chen and the others had the protection of the frenzied blade. With an additional Sage Realm expert overseeing the Heaven Sword City, those who wanted to cause trouble would have to think twice. With the frenzied blade here, no one would dare to cause trouble. Tang Jiu was also doing his best to develop and expand. The Great Tang dynasty was steadily improving. Hua Mountain Great Hall. Yunji frowned. After listening to Elder Han Yuan, he sighed and said, it seems like this is the will of the heavens. Elders, what do you think about Luo Tian keeping you here? Is there any reason for the outer sect to accept him as a disciple? Sect leader. This child really cannot be left alive, Yunji frowned and said, since he has passed the examination, then he is a disciple of the Huashan Immortal sect. In the future, don't say anything else. The Huashan Immortal sect must be united. Heavenly Spirit Holy Man said, the outer sect medicine hall no longer has the resources to add new disciples. My refining hall is the same. Beast taming hall is the same. All of them rejected. No one wanted to accept Luo Tian as their disciple for any reason. No one was willing to provoke this scourge. Luo Tian had become their disciple. Once the Star Sea Immortal sect came looking for them, the first to bear the brunt would be their hall. This kid definitely could not be accepted. Empyrean Cloudfade's brows tightened again. Han Yuan, who had been silent all this time, said, Sect leader, why don't we let him develop on his own? Maybe after a long time, he will feel that he is not welcome and will leave on his own. Let's observe carefully. Great Elder is right. Yunji's expression was calm, and said, then let's leave it at that. Outer sect. Su Shan's residence. Luo Tian could not help but ask, Elder, do you know where to enter the ancient battlefield of the Huashan Immortal sect? Chapter 7. ancient battlefield? Su Shan's expression instantly changed. He immediately pulled Luo Tian and whispered, "You didn't come to Huashan Immortal Sect for that, did you?" Luo Tian pondered for half a second and didn't deny it. "I came for that." He didn't want to lie to Su Shan. In Huashan Immortal Sect, other than Master Wu Nian who left, only Su Shan valued him. In the morning at the martial arts arena, Luo Tian really wanted to fuse the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird bloodlines. He wanted to display his greater strength, but he didn't do so in the end. The reason was simple. When you stood tall enough, you would realize that you couldn't see the person next to you. If he displayed the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird bloodlines, it would definitely cause a commotion. It would definitely be 10,000 times more sensational than breaking through the crystal pillar with 5 million Xianxia. The entire Xianxia continent would tremble for him. The appearance of a true dragon's son in 10,000 years would make humans extremely excited. Morong Wanjian, a dragon among men. Bright and dazzling, all the humans on the continent were paying attention to him. If Luo Tian fused the Azure Dragon and Vermilion Bird bloodlines at the same time, it would definitely cause a sensation. But it would also attract endless killing intent. No one would allow such a person to exist in other forces. The Imperial Immortal Sect would immediately send people to kill him. The same went for the Xinghai Immortal Sect. They wouldn't let Huashan Immortal Sect rise again. Plus, the current Huashan Immortal Sect didn't have enough power to protect him. It wasn't that Luo Tian was afraid. It was just that he didn't want to fuse at this time. The Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger bloodlines were prepared for Murong Wanjian. That was the time to fuse. If he wanted to step on him, he must step on him to death. Humans feared fame and pigs feared being fat. Luo Tian only wanted to keep a low profile and prepare for the wedding in Duantian City 2 years later. This was a preparation that he couldn't afford to lose. Su Shan was shocked and said to himself, "I knew that Elder Wu Nian would not bring an ordinary person up the mountain for no reason, and you must be extremely powerful to be able to kill the emissary of Star Sea. Before that, you must be qualified to choose any celestial sect, the Royal God sect or the Star Sea sect. Elder Wu Nian must have promised you something to take you up the mountain." Good analysis. He was the one who told me about the primordial battlefield. He was also the one who told me about the rules of the Huashan Immortal Sect. Everything I did today, other than breaking through the crystal pillar, was all predicted by Master Wu Nian. Luo Tian did not intend to hide anything. He asked again, "Elder, the ancient station is very important to me. Do you know where its entrance is?" When Luo Tian entered the Huashan Immortal Sect, he only had one thing on his mind: level up. 2 years was really not a lot of time. The amount of experience he needed to level up right now was just too much. Within 2 years, he had to enter a higher realm. Otherwise, how could he fight against Murong Wanjian? Su Shan smiled faintly and said, "I know. Every disciple of the Huashan Immortal Sect knows about it, but no one can enter. Furthermore, no one dares to enter. Inside are all ancient mystical beasts. They are extremely powerful and unbeatable. Even a peak mystique venerable rank powerhouse would find it difficult to fight against them." One could imagine how powerful the mystical beasts in the ancient world were. Hearing Su Shan's words, Luo Tian became even more excited. The stronger the mystical beasts, the more experience he would gain, and the faster he would level up. He was secretly delighted and said, "Looks like Master Wu Nian didn't lie to me. Haha. I really came to the right place this time. Do you have a way to go in?" Luo Tian suppressed his excitement and asked. Su Shan was shocked and said, "How could I have a way? Logically speaking, Master Wu Nian should have told you the way to go in. Didn't he tell you?" "No. Not at all. He only told me that there was a forbidden area in the Huashan Immortal Sect. The forbidden area was the primordial battlefield. He didn't say anything else. I thought I could just go in. I didn't expect to be fooled by him." Luo Tian laughed bitterly. He suddenly felt like he had been tricked. If he could not enter, then coming to the Huashan Immortal Sect would really be a waste of time. He might as well find a mountain range where mystical beasts roamed and slowly level up. "Elder, has no one gone in?" If no one went in, how would they know that it's the primordial battlefield? Someone must have gone in before to know the situation inside. Just tell me, I really have an urgent matter. Luo Tian asked earnestly. Su Shan's face darkened. After half a minute, he relaxed and said, when the Huashan immortal sect was at its peak, someone opened the primordial battlefield. 10 mystic emperors went in, but only one came out alive. It was from that day onwards that the Huashan immortal sect slowly declined. That senior who left alive only lived for a year before dying. He warned the disciples to never open the primordial battlefield again. He must not let the disciples go in and risk their lives. The creatures inside are the most ferocious mystical beasts on this continent. If they were released, the Huashan immortal sect would be destroyed. From that time onwards, no one dared to mention the primordial battlefield. Rumors. At this point, Su Shan's face darkened. He was struggling in his heart. In the end, he said, rumors say that the 4 cardinal blood and the heavenly dragon pearl can open the primordial battlefield. As for whether it's true or not, no one knows. 4 cardinal blood? What's the 4 cardinal blood? He had never heard of this term before. Su Shan said, the southern elf blood, the northern barbarian beast blood, the western demon blood, and the eastern deep-sea titan blood. Every drop of blood must be the blood essence of the leader of each race. Only with the power of the 4 cardinal blood essences can the giant door of the primordial battlefield be activated. Just the 4 cardinal blood alone is not enough. We have to find the heavenly dragon pearl of the celestial race. Only then can we open it. Brat, just give up on that idea. These things can't be found at all. We don't even know where some places are. The Titan clan of the Eastern Deep Sea had already disappeared during the Great War of the Races 10,000 years ago, let alone the most mysterious Heavenly Palace God clan of the profound Sky Continent. It's impossible to open the primordial battlefield, Lin Feng said. Luo Tian left Su Shan's residence. His eyes were lifeless as he walked back to Dugu Peak. He cursed in his heart, Wu Yen, you cowardly Taoist, you tricked me here. I'm going to die because of you. Where do you want me to find these things? It's impossible to find them. And it's the leader's blood essence. That kind of high and mighty leader treats every drop of blood essence as his life. Who would give it to me? What the F***ck? This time, I've really been tricked to the point where even my underwear is wrong. Luo Tian muttered unhappily in his heart. However, Su Shan also gave him a ray of hope. It was not impossible to find these things. Every immortal sect had a merit hall. That was the place to distribute missions and exchange things. Some things could be exchanged. It was rumored that the Huashan immortal sect kept a few items from the last time they opened the primordial battlefield. Luo Tian muttered to himself, I'll take a look tomorrow. Suddenly, his body shook. Luo Tian's brows suddenly tightened, and he thought to himself, is the dragon egg about to hatch? The 8th chapter was delivered, he was only 7 votes away from the first place. A fresh and tender chrysanthemum was right in front of him. How could he not blow him up? There was a commotion in his body, the dragon egg began to tremble violently. It was as if it was about to hatch. Luo Tian did not dare to be careless. He hurriedly walked back into the house and spread out his idea, clearly sensing everything within a few miles of Dugu Feng. After confirming that there was no one around, he took out the dragon egg. According to the system prompt, Luo Tian had dripped the last drop of blood essence on it half a month ago. The incubation level had also reached 100,001,0000, but it did not hatch. It was still lying there quietly as usual. Luo Tian was very puzzled. He couldn't find any other reason for this thing, he could only wait quietly. He was thinking, could it be that the dragon egg had released a force like a meat grinder in the ghost forbidden land that affected the killer ink dragon, causing the incubation time to be pushed back? He really couldn't understand this thing. However, he was also very much looking forward to it. He believed that the dragon egg would hatch sooner or later. Seeing that he was still trembling violently on the ground, Luo Tian's heart was in his throat. He stared at him motionlessly and said excitedly, is it going to hatch? Is it going to hatch? Is it really going to hatch? He was excited. If it was a divine dragon in the world of China, how cool would that be, riding a huge dragon, holding a divine sword, wearing a divine armor, arriving at Duantian City, pointing at Murong Wanjian's nose and scolding, "Brat, you dare to touch my woman, do you believe that I won't beat the shit out of you at any time?" This scene was too explosive. Thinking about it, Luo Tian felt extremely excited. He also silently prayed in his heart, "Hurry up and hatch it. If it hatches the dragon god of China, then it will be awesome." However, just as he finished praying, the dragon egg calmed down again. There was no reaction at all. It was just an egg. It was a very, very big egg, and there was no change at all. This made Luo Tian extremely unhappy, and he couldn't help but curse, F***ck, what the F***ck are you doing? Are you playing with me like this? It's time to hatch. Do you believe that I won't fry you into a poached egg on that day? The dragon egg rolled a bit. As if it was afraid, it immediately rolled back and gently bumped into Luo Tian's foot, as if it was trying to act cute. Luo Tian rolled his eyes and said in astonishment, "It seems like you can understand what I'm saying?" The dragon egg started rolling again. Luo Tian smiled happily and said, "Why were you so scared just now? Are you going to hatch? You've already absorbed 10,000 points of essence blood, and it's time for you to hatch. How are you going to make my master feel?" The dragon egg remained motionless. Luo Tian sighed and couldn't help but frown as he asked, "You were moving around just now because of what I said about wanting to find the 4 cardinal blood?" The dragon egg started rolling again. The extent of the rolling was a bit greater than before, as if it was very excited. Luo Tian was taken aback. "Danger?" The dragon egg did not move. Luo Tian asked again, "You need blood from the 4 directions?" The dragon egg remained motionless. Luo Tian asked again, and said, "Heavenly Palace Divine Race?" The dragon egg started to roll violently again. Rays of red light rose from within the egg, and the white eggshell turned blood red. It was extremely excited. Luo Tian could not help but be shocked, and asked again, "Do you need something from the Heavenly Palace Divine Race to hatch?" It rolled again. It was also at this moment the system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for triggering the SSS level quest. Head to the Heavenly Palace Divine Race. Mission 1, head to the Heavenly Palace Divine Race. Mission 2? Mission 3? Mission reward, level up, profound chi value of 30 million, reward, Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword, reward item, Divine Dragon Soul. What the F***ck? SSS level super quest, this F***ker actually triggered such a heaven-defying quest. I'm so moved that I'm about to cry, it's too shocking. So the reason why the dragon egg did not hatch was because there was still a quest that had not been triggered, and it's fortunate that I came to the Huashan Immortal School, and asked about the method to open the ancient battlefield, otherwise, how could I have triggered the SSS level quest? Luo Tian was so excited that he was in a mess. He had been playing games for many years. In his previous life, not to mention an SSS level super quest, even an S-level quest was hard to come by. An SSS level quest only existed in Legends. He had never triggered it before. He never thought that Luo Tian would trigger it on a dragon egg. How could he not be excited? Moreover, the mission reward was directly prompted by a level. How much experience was that? Not to mention the profound chi value. The reward was directly a holy artifact, Heavenly Dragon Divine Sword, and there was even a Divine Dragon Soul. They were all awesome items. Luo Tian was excited just thinking about it. He immediately hugged the dragon egg and kissed it fiercely, and laughed, "Not bad, not bad, it seems like you were right not to hatch, ha ha ha." Happy, however, the dragon egg was trembling non-stop. It was as if it was afraid that Luo Tian would kiss it again. Heavenly Palace Divine Race. Big brother will definitely go. Luo Tian said excitedly in his heart. Right now, he felt more and more that there was a Chinese divine dragon inside the dragon egg. That kind of divine dragon was the most awesome existence, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Murong Wanjian, your son of the true dragon is amazing, right? The son of the true dragon is my son, ha ha ha. The night passed without a word. Actually, Luo Tian said a lot of things in the night, but they were all sleep talk. He was really too happy. early morning. Luo Tian shamelessly ran over to Su Shan's place to get breakfast. After eating breakfast, Luo Tian went straight to the achievement hall. The achievement hall was a bit like the place where quests were issued in the game. Luo Tian could hear all sorts of shouts from afar. Level C quest, still missing a cure. Senior brother from the healing hall, give me one. There are 70 contribution points as a reward. 10 contribution points to buy 5 iron thread spirit grass. Level B quest, 300 contribution points. Senior brother from the Mystique Venerable Realm, please help. All sorts of shouts. Luo Tian stood in a daze from afar. This was too similar to the game in his previous life. At this moment, he couldn't tell if he was in another world or in a game. Hurricane Team. Everyone look, it's the Hurricane Team's senior brother. Last month, they completed 3 level A quests. Their team's contribution points have already reached the highest in the outer sect. It seems that even if they don't participate in the inner sect assessment this year, they can still use their contribution points to exchange. Yeah, their contribution points are enough to exchange. Contribution points were equivalent to currency. However, in Huashan Immortal Sect, contribution points were worth much more than currency. Here, as long as you had enough contribution points, you could exchange for anything. Even the position of an elder could be exchanged, as long as you had enough contribution points. Luo Tian walked up. Immediately, a few cold gazes were cast at him. The 9th chapter has been delivered, 6 more votes and I'll catch up. Brothers, please fire support and kill him, there's still a 10th chapter tonight. Luo Tian's appearance caused the surroundings to suddenly fall silent, everyone had a different look in their eyes. The atmosphere had also changed. He's the one who made us unable to recruit a single disciple with a talented bloodline. Look at him, that smug look on his face. I don't like him. He killed the Star Ocean emissary and hid in our Huashan Immortal Sect. He's a ticking time bomb. Who knows when the people from the Star Ocean Immortal Sect will come, our Huashan Immortal Sect will be in trouble. Yesterday, he challenged all the outer sect halls by himself. Other than the Martial Hall, he defeated all of them in an absolute manner. He's quite awesome. I don't know why such an awesome person would come to our Huashan Immortal Sect, and he's an outer sect disciple. Hehe, I heard that no hall has accepted him yet. Who would want to take in a scourge? It's not that I want to say this, but no hall will accept him while he's in the Huashan Immortal Sect. Many disciples said one after another. There was fear, disdain, and a small portion of respect and admiration. Xiaochen was a small portion of people who admired him. Yesterday, when he returned to the Array Engraving Hall, he tried his best to recommend him to his master. However, before he could finish speaking, he was directly rejected. Xiaochen went up to him and said with a smile, "Junior brother Luo, are you here to accept a mission?" If others smiled at him, he would naturally treat them with respect. Luo Tian smiled and said, "Yes, I'm here to take a look. I'm bored anyway." Suddenly, a young man from the Hurricane Squad walked out and said with disdain, "You're that trash with a shattered dantian? Get out of the Merit Hall. There's no mission for you to accept here. Don't even think about getting any merit points in the outer sect." Luo Tian ignored him. He didn't take him seriously at all. Xiaochen was a little unhappy and couldn't help but say, "Senior brother Zhou, we're all brothers of the same sect. You don't have to be like this. How can you survive in the outer sect without merit points?" Zhou Feng snorted and said, "You've embarrassed the Huashan Immortal Sect. I really don't know what's the use of trash like you. I've already said that alchemy, refining, and engraving are all unorthodox methods. The only truth in this world's eyes is power. Yesterday, we didn't let our Martial Hall disciples step out. Otherwise, this trash would have long been lying on the ground like a dead dog." His face was filled with disdain. In the Huashan Immortal Sect, the Martial Arts Hall was the first hall. They had many disciples and were the strongest, so they occupied the most cultivation resources. Basically, the other halls were established for the sake of the Martial Hall. Those disciples who were in seclusion this year and would be participating in next year's Immortal Sect competition all came from the Martial Hall. Regardless of whether it was the inner sect or the outer sect, the Martial Hall's disciples were extremely arrogant and did not put the other hall's disciples in their eyes. Zhao Chen's expression changed. Luo Tian smiled coldly and said, "No matter where I go, there are always some annoying flies. Some people are just cheap. If you don't fuck their mother, they won't know that you are their father. For this kind of people, hee, brat. Who are you talking about? Do you have the guts to say that again?" Zhou Feng was enraged. He pointed at Luo Tian's nose and scolded. Luo Tian didn't care about that at all. With a move of his body, his power suddenly erupted. With a move of his fists, he shouted in a deep voice, "Raging lava." Both fists turned scarlet red. The power was released like steam. Zhou Feng never thought that Luo Tian would dare to make a move at the entrance of the Merit Palace. He was caught off guard and his expression changed. Both of his fists sunk heavily as he shouted, "Primeval shield." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. A chi shield appeared on Zhou Feng's body. It was also at this moment that Luo Tian's fists directly smashed forward. Bam! Rumble. Zhou Feng staggered back, his face pale, the blood below his chest churned, and a blood sword shot out. His face turned sinister, and his anger soared to the heavens. "Brat, you are courting death." There are a lot of people who said that to me. Everyone said that I was courting death, but I'm still alive and well. Luo Tian laughed disdainfully. It was also at this moment. The corner of Zhou Feng's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He was enraged to the extreme, and with a move of his right hand, a treasured sword that was shining with green light appeared. "Junior brother Zhou. Stop." 5 men dressed in tight clothes walked over. The leader was a middle-aged man, his robes fluttering without any wind, emitting a terrifying aura. He first glanced at Luo Tian, squinted his eyes, and then stopped. "Zhou Feng, junior brother Zhou, this is the Merit Palace, don't be reckless." "Senior brother, who's right? If we meet this brat outside, senior brother will definitely teach him a lesson for you." Following that, a disciple walked to Zhou Feng's side and said, "Yunling, Yuni is here, don't make things difficult for eldest senior brother." Zhou Feng immediately trembled, he kept his sword, stared at Luo Tian and coldly snorted, and said, "Brat, consider yourself lucky today." Luo Tian laughed in disdain, "Tisk, you're the one who's lucky." Zhao Chen also quickly walked to Luo Tian's side and said, "Junior brother Luo, don't compete with them, they are disciples of the martial hall, we can't play with them, let's go, I'll bring you to meet a few people, don't you want to do a mission? I'll bring you in." Luo Tian didn't want to cause any trouble. He had also promised Wu Yin. However, as long as he touched his bottom line, he would kill him without hesitation. In his entire life, he hated people who acted cheap in front of him. Towards this kind of person, there was only one word, fuck. Zhao Chen led Luo Tian forward in a hurry, with a smile on his face, he warned in a low voice, "Junior brother Luo, don't stare at other people's faces later, they don't like people staring at their faces." "Huh?" Luo Tian was slightly startled, he did not know who Zhao Chen was going to bring him to see. "Yunling, junior sister Yunyi," Zhao Chen shouted. 2 girls dressed in light blue turned around, the corners of their mouths curled up as they smiled. When they smiled, their eyes narrowed into crescent moons. They were very beautiful and cute. The most important thing was, the 2 of them looked exactly the same. Without a doubt, they were twins. They were twin sisters from the outer sect. They looked beautiful, wore sexy clothes, and were especially charming when they smiled. Wherever they went, they would cause trouble. Luo Tian was slightly startled, he looked at the girl on the right, then looked at the girl on the left, but he stared at their faces like an idiot and said loudly, "Similar, too similar, completely the same." He had seen twins before, and identical twins were basically the same. But Luo Tian had never seen twins who looked so similar. He really couldn't find any differences, even their smiling expressions were the same. Zhao Chen kept reminding him, "Junior brother Luo, don't look at their faces, don't look, if you keep looking, they will get angry." Luo Tian still stared at them, and laughed, "Being good-looking is for people to see, this pair of sisters is too beautiful." Yunling was angry. Yuni was the same. Zhao Chen was stunned, and muttered, "Someone is going to be unlucky." The 10th chapter has been delivered, are there any more monthly votes? 10 chapters were released today, and the monthly votes were not as many as yesterday. The old cow was about to cry to death. Yunling and Yuni hated it when others looked at their faces. Why did they hate it? No one knew, but in any case, the two of them were considered special existences in the outer sect. They were good-looking and liked to smile, and when they smiled, their eyes would turn into crescent moons. Logically speaking, daughters should be beautiful, but they hated it when others stared at their faces. No matter who it was. Even the elders were the same. Luo Tian's eyes were red. He looked at Yunling, then looked at Yunyi. He wanted to see if there was anything different about the twins, just like in the game of everyone is looking for trouble. A little serious. But in the end, Luo Tian still admitted defeat. He couldn't find it at all. Xiaochen laughed bitterly. He had reminded them a few times, but there was no response. He was clear that every new disciple would be like this when they saw Yunling, unable to take their eyes off her. Ha ha ha, there's a good show to watch. The sisters are going to go crazy. This kid is going to be unlucky. Yunling's face was filled with anger as she walked to Luo Tian's side and asked, "Is it nice to see?" Luo Tian nodded his head, and said, "It's pretty good, it's just that I'm a little worse than my wife." Yunyi's face darkened, and immediately said, "Left hammer." Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. Suddenly, a heavy hammer appeared in her delicate hand. She smashed it down on Luo Tian's head almost instantly. There was a trace of terrifying lightning power on the hammer. It was very ferocious. Yunling also made her move in an instant, and shouted, "Right hammer." The same power, the same warhammer, just like forging iron, the left hammer moved, and the right hammer followed closely behind. In the outer sect of the Mount Hua Immortal sect, countless disciples had cried and screamed under the twin hammers. In their hearts, these two sisters were definitely not to be trifled with. They had the Gemini bloodline, and were of the same heart and strength. Even their will, sea of consciousness, and mental state were the same. Complete synchronization. The combined power of two people was even stronger than that of 4 people. Moreover, the two of them were extremely powerful in the outer sect. Luo Tian's gaze darkened. He did not dodge, and instead shouted, "Golden bell cover." Buzz, a golden air shield that looked like a giant bell appeared on his body, flickering in and out of existence. Clang! Clang! It was as if a temple bell had been rung, producing a deafening sound. This cultivation technique seemed to be very suitable for Yunling. Just like the Yuni sisters' warhammer attacks, the two attacks were completely blocked. Moreover, the golden bell canopy was still on Luo Tian's body, so it only trembled slightly. Everyone was shocked once again. She was even more worried about Luo Tian. This brat actually went to block it. This is even worse. When the beautiful sisters get angry, even the elders can't stop them. This is going to be tough. Xiaochen didn't expect Luo Tian's reaction to be so fast. Before he could warn him, Luo Tian had already blocked the sisters' attack. Xiaochen's expression turned ugly as he sighed, "Junior brother Luo, you should have just been hit by them. Why did you have to block their attacks?" The force of 10,000 caddies. Left hammer. Boom. The force of 10,000 caddies. Right hammer. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. The sisters said in unison. Suddenly, a ball of energy stripes shot out from the battlefield. With a wave of their arms, the strength of the two suddenly increased, and they once again aimed at Luo Tian and bombarded him. Luo Tian was startled. Huh? Interesting. Perfect, I'll also test how much power my golden bell canopy can withstand. Then, Luo Tian giggled, and said, "Sister, give me a little more strength, 10,000 caddies is really not enough." As soon as he finished. The moment their warhammers fell, Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Level 1 Berserk." Buzz. When the double stats were released, the golden bell canopy buzzed loudly. The patterns on the golden bell became clear. The Buddhist secret sex runes were densely packed and looked like some kind of scripture carved on it. The defensive power instantly increased. Clang, clang, another 2 deafening bell sounds rang out, the golden bell canopy trembled slightly, and the moment it was about to shatter, it once again condensed. Yunling and Yuni looked at each other. Both of their eyebrows twitched as they shouted at the same time, 50,000 caddies of strength, left hammer, right hammer. His strength had increased by 5 times. All of a sudden, strong energy stripes erupted from their bodies. They were clearly visible, as if they were real. His speed was fast. The thunder and lightning wreaked havoc on their warhammers without restraint. The surrounding disciples quickly retreated, looking at Luo Tian with a look of schadenfreude. This brat definitely won't be able to block it. 50,000 caddies of strength. With the addition of the power of thunder and lightning, the air shield on that brat's body will definitely be shattered. Luo Tian smiled slightly, and said calmly, 50,000 caddies of strength, it's still not enough. If you can't break my air shield today, I'll have to look at your beautiful, delicate faces every day. Ha ha ha. While they were talking, Luo Tian had a teasing smile on his face. At the same time, Luo Tian's voice moved, and he shouted in his heart, Level 3 Berserk. 8 times the attribute was released. Previous chapter next chapter boom. Previous chapter next chapter boom. 2 heavy hammers fell. The golden bell shield on Luo Tian's body was almost shattered, but in that instant, it was able to withstand it and condense once again. Luo Tian's forehead was covered in sweat as he laughed out loud. It's still not enough, it still hasn't broken the shield, ha ha ha. Yun Ling and Yunyi looked at each other again. His face was filled with anger. The girl was very angry. The consequences were very serious. The two of them moved their arms, which were twice as thick as usual. Their originally small arms erupted with endless power. Not only did the two of them possess the Gemini bloodline talent, they were also born with divine strength. This pair of warhammers was also passed down from their ancestors. 100,000 caddies of strength. Left hammer. 100,000 caddies of strength. Right hammer. The two of them moved. The figure suddenly laughed. In a split second, 2 beautiful figures descended from the sky and shouted in unison, 200,000 caddies of strength, vertical strike. Boom. Luo Tian raised his head slightly, and just happened to see the small pants under their clothes. It was white, and there was even a little white rabbit embroidered on it. Their 2 slender legs were filled with temptation, and only he would think of this at this time. Sister. It's white. And 2 little bunnies, ha ha ha. The faces of the 2 girls flushed red. In an instant, the 2 of them seemed to have turned into one person. The twin hammers also turned into a huge warhammer, descending from the sky and smashing down vertically. At this moment, Luo Tian's fist sank, and he shouted in a heavy voice, Level 5 Berserk, come out. Buzz. 32 times the attribute's strength was released. The golden bell shield on Luo Tian's body seemed to have materialized, as if it was a simple and unadorned giant bell that was supporting his body. Boom. Thank you to the Alliance leader for your support, the old cow is extremely grateful, thank you brothers for your support, and thank you all for your rewards, monthly votes, and recommendation votes. With your support, the old cow is extremely grateful. Previous chapter next chapter boom. 1. The strongest attack, the strongest defense. When the 2 forces collided, the shockwave that erupted caused many of the surrounding disciples to be shaken out. The 2 warhammers were firmly locked above Luo Tian's head. Under the warhammers, a golden shield was trembling as it held on. It kept spinning, condensing, and condensing again. Buzz. Suddenly, the golden bell cover let out a bell-ringing sound, and a thick force shot out, directly forcing the sisters to retreat. Huh? Luo Tian was also shocked in his heart, and thought to himself, it seems that this golden bell cover can still attack when it is trained to a certain extent, and the recoil just now seems to have been absorbed from their warhammers. It is indeed not simple. The sisters' figures floated down from the sky. His face was slightly red. His breathing also became hurried as he stared at Luo Tian with his 4 eyes. Luo Tian smiled mischievously, put away the golden bell cover on his body, and said with a smile, in the future, I can openly look at your faces, don't be angry, hee hee, humph. Humph. The 2 girls snorted coldly at the same time, and looked at Luo Tian angrily. This expression was quite cute. They did not refute Luo Tian's words. This caused a series of jeers from the surrounding disciples. Senior sister, I also want to look at you guys every day. I also want to try it. Even if you beat me to death, I will hold on until I die. Senior sister, he is first-rate. Hooligan, from the day I entered the Huashan Immortal sect, my heart did not belong to me. It has already been stolen by you guys. TSK, I entered the Huashan Immortal sect for senior sister. The surroundings were in an uproar. They were incomparably envious of Luo Tian. They didn't expect that resisting the joint attack of two people could actually meet the special requirements. He could actually brazenly look at their faces. What a wonderful thing this was. Who knew how many people were hiding in the dark to peek at them? This was simply a crime. Yunling swept her gaze across the place, and wherever her gaze landed, she immediately shut her mouth, not even daring to raise her eyes. Yuni was the same. Their abilities were truly powerful. Furthermore, they did not use any techniques just now. It was purely an attack of strength. It was very powerful and had already surpassed their own cultivation. Even an ordinary Mystique Venerable rank powerhouse would not be able to release such powerful pure strength like theirs. Luo Tian could only block it. The reason was that the Golden Bell Shield was the nemesis of pure strength. In gaming terms, the physical defense of the Golden Bell Shield was extremely high and difficult to break. Coupled with Luo Tian's level 5 Berserk attribute strength increase, the two of them naturally couldn't break through. Luo Tian was also extremely shocked when he saw the 200,000 genes of power falling down. He thought to himself, these two aren't pretty girls at all. They're two valiant women. Junior sister. Who's bullying you? I'll cripple him immediately. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and they automatically opened up a path. A middle-aged man walked over to Yunling and Yunyi. He smiled politely and said, Junior sister, who bullied you? At the same time, Zhou Feng's eyes darkened. He stared at Luo Tian and said coldly, it's you again, trash. Luo Tian's eyes twitched. He said eerily, if you say trash again, I'll turn you into a dead dog. He's the one who bullied you? Without waiting for Zhou Feng to speak, the middle-aged man stood up and stared calmly at Luo Tian. An arrogant aura was released from his body. A wave of pressure rushed into Luo Tian's consciousness. He snorted and said, kneel down and apologize. Wang. His consciousness shook violently. Luo Tian was instantly enraged. He hated it when people used pressure to crush him. This feeling was extremely unpleasant, his body shook slightly and his eyes were filled with anger. When he was about to speak, Yunling stared coldly at the middle-aged man and said, insolence, we sisters don't need you to care about us. Don't be a busybody. He's our friend. If you dare to be rude again, don't blame us for being rude. She called him by his name. According to seniority, they should call him senior brother. But they didn't, the middle-aged man was called Insolence. He was the eldest senior brother of the Martial Hall and also the captain of the Hurricane team. He had the highest merit points in the outer sect. Last year, he had the qualifications to enter the inner sect. However, because Yunling and Yunyi failed the test, he automatically gave up on entering the inner sect. He said that he wanted to enter the inner sect with the two of them. This caused a commotion at that time. Even the elders of the inner sect were alarmed. Yunyi directly walked to Luo Tian's side and held onto his arm. She stared at Insolence and said, retract your pressure. Humph. Eh? Luo Tian was stunned. Before he could react, Yunling also walked up and held onto his other arm. She looked at Insolence and said, please don't bother us in the future. The two of us don't like you at all. We, the two of them looked at Luo Tian at the same time. They calmed down and said, the two of us like him. Please respect yourself in the future. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Happiness came so suddenly. Wasn't this too fast? Wasn't it just using the Golden Bell cover to block their attacks? There was no need to repay them with their bodies, right? This was the first time they met, and it was already like this. The speed of development was too fast, even my little heart couldn't take it anymore. Kid. Don't think too much about it. We are just annoyed with him. We don't like you. Yunling's idea sent a sound transmission. Luo Tian was startled again, and thought to himself, damn, you're using me as a shield. Then I'll have to reap some benefits. Immediately. Luo Tian cleared his throat and said, "From today onwards, the two of them are my, Luo Tian's, women. If anyone dares to touch them, I'll kill them. Good wife. Kiss me. Baji." Without waiting for Yunling to reject, Luo Tian immediately kissed Yunling's cheek. Yunling was stunned. In that instant, Luo Tian turned his head and kissed Yunyi's cheek. The two girls were instantly stunned. The anger in his heart churned, and churned, wishing that he could immediately chop Luo Tian into minced meat. Luo Tian's idea sent a sound transmission: if you're acting, then act more realistically, you have to calm down, don't act recklessly, or else this show will be for nothing. I'm doing this for your own good, my first kiss, sigh. It's gone just like that, my heart is broken, you guys have to compensate me in the future. Luo Tian looked very wronged and hurt. In his heart, he was laughing as lowly as he could. Ha ha ha, if he didn't take advantage of it, he would be a bastard. The two girls' anger surged once again, but they did not flare up. At this moment, the sound of countless hearts shattering could be heard, and some people even cried bitterly. Zhang was furious, an endless killing intent emerged from his body. Zhang was enraged. All the outer sect disciples knew that he liked Yunling, Yunyi, and her sister. Even in his dreams, he wanted to get the two of them into bed. Yunling, Yunyi said such words in front of so many people, causing Zhang to look extremely ugly, not giving him any face at all. But, in order to show his gentlemanly demeanor in front of them, he suppressed the anger in his heart. He was also clear. Yunling and her sister were only using Luo Tian as a shield. It was impossible for them to like a trash with a shattered dantian, and a disciple that no hall would take in. Everyone knew Luo Tian was the scourge of the Huashan immortal sect, and who knew how many people wanted to chase him down the mountain. What happened yesterday was very clear, and even the inner sect elders hated Luo Tian, and wanted nothing more than to chase him down the mountain. Who would like such a disciple? It was too late to hide. Thinking of this, Zhang endured it. However, Luo Tian's words caused his anger to surge, and instantly rushed to his head. Seeing Luo Tian kiss left and right, the killing intent in his heart was released uncontrollably. He had liked this pair of sisters for a few years, but not to mention kissing them, he had never even touched their hands. Seeing Luo Tian being so arrogant, he immediately could not endure it anymore. His expression changed, his gaze darkened, and the surging power in his body rushed out, directly staring at Luo Tian and shouting, "Brat, I think you are tired of living, you dare to touch my woman." Angry. Completely angry. Many of the surrounding disciples revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Marshall Hall's great senior brother, one of the top 10 outer sect experts, this brat is going to suffer. Hee. Of all people to provoke, he had to provoke Zhang. He is simply courting death. That's right, do you really think that we don't dare to look at Yunling and her sisters' faces? It's all because we are afraid of Zhang. This brat actually kissed them in front of senior brother Zhang. This time senior brother Zhang will definitely be furious. Sigh. If you don't seek death, you won't die. Everyone laughed. Yunling looked at Luo Tian with interest. Didn't you say that we're your women? Since we are your women, are you going to protect us? I'm so scared now. Look at senior martial brother Zhang's face. He looks like he wants to eat me. I'm really scared. Yoni directly burrowed into Luo Tian's embrace and giggled, "Hubby, quickly go. F***CK. You two bad guys." He had tricked them earlier, and now it was their turn to stab him in the back. In that case. Luo Tian smirked. His left hand and right hand moved, directly touching their buttocks and heavily slapping them. Pa. He laughed and said, "Don't worry, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to bully you." Feeling the pain in their butts, the two of them bounced up and glared at Luo Tian. They even had the heart to eat Luo Tian. However, in the eyes of outsiders, they were flirting. This made Zhang even angrier. Moving his fists, a series of explosions immediately erupted around his body. His speed changed, and he directly rushed out. He was like a furious god of death. The air became oppressive. Luo Tian's heart sank. He thought to himself, what powerful strength. This strength is too strong. Very strong, Xianxia's cultivation should be at the peak of Mystic Ancestor. However, the strength he unleashed was not at the peak of Mystic Ancestor. It had completely surpassed it, and this strength was extremely terrifying. He had been cultivating in the Huashan Immortal sect for many years. He was an orthodox disciple of the Immortal sect. The cultivation method he cultivated was also incomparable to the outside world. His strength was pure, and his cultivation method was orthodox. Even a mystic venerable rank powerhouse would not be able to deal with him. Facing the Immortal sect. Those mystic venerable rank powerhouses were not worth mentioning. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and a faint force rose from within his body. Yunling and Yunyi also felt that things were getting out of hand. It was beyond their expectations. Their expressions immediately changed, and they said in a low voice, "Senior Marshal Brother Zhang, this is the achievement hall. Do you still want to kill people? Using force here is against the sect rules." As they spoke, Yunyi said in a low voice, "Why? Aren't you leaving? You're not his match. He's angry now. He'll kill you." Luo Tian was only a mystic ancestor rank 2. The difference in strength was too great. He did not have a gifted bloodline. Xianxia had the Lion King's bloodline. Among the bloodlines, the Lion King's bloodline was considered a high-grade bloodline. When the bloodline power was unleashed, even a peak mystic venerable rank powerhouse could be killed. In their opinion, Luo Tian was not Xianxia's match at all. Zhou Feng was very pleased. He mocked, "Senior Marshal Brother, kill him. How dare you? Senior Marshal Brother Zhang, please stop." The two women stood in front of Luo Tian, their faces filled with anxiety. Xianxia was furious. The power he released had a hint of the Lion King's aura. It was obvious that he had released his bloodline power. He was determined to kill Luo Tian with one strike. Luo Tian's eyebrows twitched, and his fists sank. He shouted in his heart, "Level 5 rage. 9 dragons 9 elephants, stage 2. Boom, the power in his body was also released without restraint. He said in a deep voice, "Get out of the way first. F***CK. This kid wants to fight head-on. He's dead for sure. Ha ha ha, someone who even dares to kill the emissary of the Star Ocean must be brainless. Instead of running, he's going to fight head-on. If he's not courting death, what is?" All of a sudden, a deep voice was heard. "Both of you, stop right there." As soon as the voice fell, a figure landed. Wind blew under his feet, and gravel rolled out. He released a surge of immortal energy, opened his hands, and shouted in a deep voice, "Stop right there." Bang, bang, Xianxia was forced back 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. His expression changed slightly. Luo Tian was pushed back 20 steps. His face was pale, and he was shocked. He said in shock, "What kind of power is this? Why is it so strong?" Shock, it was too shocking. Luo Tian was someone who had fought against Saint Stage powerhouses. Even the Dragon King's power was not as strong. There was no comparison at all. The person in the middle was Su Shan. Su Shan's cultivation was only at level 8 Mystique Venerable rank. He had not even entered the Saint Stage, but he was much stronger than the Saint Stage powerhouses outside. Is this the legendary immortal energy? The power cultivated in the Celestial sect, Luo Tian was extremely shocked. He felt that his knowledge of Mystique Venerables and Profound Sages was rubbish. The Mystique Venerables and Profound Sages in the Celestial sect were completely different. Their power completely surpassed the powerhouses outside. It was like one was a master, and the other was a mediocre martial artist. There was no comparison at all. Su Shan's expression darkened, and he shouted, "If you want to fight, fight on the life and death arena. If you dare to fight in the Hall of Merit again, don't blame me for being rude." At the same time, Su Shan said telepathically, "Luo Tian, you're not his match yet. Don't mess around." Xianxia's expression changed. He did not give Su Shan any face and snorted. "Kid, you're lucky today. But don't worry, you'll die in my hands sooner or later. Just wait and see." Luo Tian was furious. He pointed at Xianxia's face and said, "You want to kill me, right? I'll give you a chance." Chapter 3, brothers who still have monthly votes, please support me. Thank you. Luo Tian was instantly enraged. First it was pressure, now it was a threat. These two things that he hated the most had appeared. How could he not be angry? He pointed at Zhang Kuang's face and said, "You want to kill me? Come to the life and death arena." Walala, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at a dead man. Su Shan's face also darkened. Zhang Kuang laughed coldly. He did not look at Luo Tian, but first looked at the Yunling sisters, then turned to look at Luo Tian, and said, "You're in a hurry to die, right? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. Half a month later, I'll see you on the life and death arena, we'll fight to the death." Everyone looked at Luo Tian grinned, and without hesitation, he agreed, "Fine. I want to see who will become a dead dog. Then. You still have 15 days to live, enjoy it, trash." Zhang Kuang waved his sleeves, and said, "Let's go." Su Shan immediately walked forward, and said, "You brat, didn't I tell you that you're not his opponent? Why did you agree? His cultivation is much higher than yours, no matter how strong you are, it will be difficult to win against him. Furthermore, he has the Lion King bloodline, once this bloodline explodes, his strength will increase by several times, how are you going to fight him?" Yunling and Yunyi looked at Luo Tian at the same time. They felt that they owed him. If not for them, they would not have angered Zhang Kuang, and this series of events would not have happened. Half a month, Luo Tian was only a level 2 mystic ancestor, and Zhang Kuang was already a level 8 mystic ancestor. The difference in their cultivation was like heaven and earth. How could they fight? Without even fighting, Luo Tian would lose. Yunling frowned, and said softly, "I'm sorry." Yunyi continued, "Why don't you leave the mountain, since you haven't joined any halls, and there are many people in Huashan Immortal Sect who are unhappy with you, why don't you leave? If you stay, I'm afraid," she did not continue. Her expression was ugly. They just wanted to get rid of Zhang Kuang, but they didn't expect things to turn out this way. Luo Tian smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, there's still half a month. My cultivation isn't enough right now, but I can still break through. If I find a good place in half a month, I can rise a few levels." Luo Tian did not take Zhang Kuang seriously. He had even killed a Mystique Venerable rank fighter before, so how could he not kill a mere Mystique level 8 Mystique Grandmaster? However, when he saw that Zhang Kuang only retreated 10 steps under the impact of Su Shan's immortal force, he looked very embarrassed. In fact, he didn't use his full strength at all. Moreover, his bloodline power hadn't completely erupted. One could imagine how strong he was. Luo Tian didn't use his full strength either. But in terms of strength, Luo Tian was no match for Zhang Kuang. The more he thought about it, the more he realized why the immortal sects were called immortal sects. They weren't called immortal sects just because they were strong, but because they were really different. Their cultivation methods and the power they cultivated were all different. Furthermore, most of the disciples in the immortal sects had innate bloodline. Luo Tian now knew why Murong Wanjian, who had the true dragon bloodline, was being watched by everyone. His innate bloodline was far stronger than he had imagined, and his heart tightened. He was considering, should he fuse one of the Azure Dragon bloodline and the Vermilion Bird bloodline? F***CK. Isn't it just a Zhang Kuang? If I can't even deal with such a person, how can I go to Broken Sky City in the future? How can I face Murong Wanjian? Luo Tian immediately gave up on fusing the bloodline. The 4 divine beasts bloodline was something he had prepared for Murong Wanjian. If he couldn't even overcome this difficulty, how could he talk about defeating Murong Wanjian? His mind settled. Luo Tian thought to himself, I have to find a place to raise my level. Level 8 Mystique Grandmaster, right? Immediately after, Luo Tian smiled faintly, and said, don't worry about me, I will definitely raise my cultivation in half a month. Half a month, time was too short. Su Shan was startled, and said, what kind of joke are you playing? How are you going to raise your cultivation in half a month? Furthermore, your pubes is broken, even if I wanted to impart some immortal power to you, I would be powerless. Yunling said, yeah, you should listen to my sister and leave quickly. Yunyi quickly nodded. Luo Tian didn't know what to say. Thinking about the immortal power that Su Shan had mentioned just now, he couldn't help but ask, Elder, what kind of power is the immortal power? Why is it so strong? I didn't feel any immortal power from Zhongquang's body. Luo Tian didn't understand, Su Shan said, the so-called immortal power is the energy absorbed from the heaven and earth in the celestial sect. This energy is refined into immortal power through the pubes. Why is it called the celestial sect? It is because all the celestial sects have an energy that is stronger than profound qi. We call this energy immortal qi. Martial artists see the celestial sect as a holy land for this reason. Immortal qi can only be found in the celestial sect. Zhongquang has been in the Huashan immortal sect for 13 years. His strength can be ranked in the top 10 of the outer disciples. In the past, he has never released immortal power. It's not that he doesn't cultivate, but that he doesn't want to release the immortal power in his body when facing an opponent. You have to know that this immortal power is extremely precious. Thinking about the power that Zhongquang had released just now, Su Shan faintly said, his cultivation has increased by another step. I'm afraid that within half a month, he will break through to level 9 Mystique Grandmaster. Luo Tian, you should think of a way to avoid this challenge. Once you enter the life and death arena, he will really kill you. Yunling and Yunyi nodded. I can't absorb immortal power because my Dantian is bad? Luo Tian muttered. His heart ached, and he thought to himself, the disadvantages of a broken Dantian are finally showing. Is there no way to replace it? Luo Tian frowned, he was different from other martial artists. His Xianxia was obtained through hunting. Normal martial artists absorbed the Xianxia of heaven and earth by comprehending it. Now that he was in the immortal sect, his Dantian was broken, so he couldn't absorb this power. How could he obtain immortal power? Sir System. Help me, can you give me a hint? Luo Tian shouted in his heart. He knew that it was pointless to shout. He was just a little annoyed. Everyone else could cultivate, but he couldn't. Yunling, Yunyi, what happened just now? A woman walked out and looked at the sisters. Beside the woman was a man. Looking at their attire, they should be a couple. Yunling puffed up her cheeks and said in a low voice, Senior sister, we met Zhongquang just now. The woman was startled, and said, did he bully you? Yunyi shook her head, and said, no, but he was tricked by us. He agreed to challenge us on the life and death arena in half a month. Senior sister, what should we do? We don't want to, do you have any ideas? Him? Why did he agree to the life and death arena? Zhongquang is one of the top 10 disciples in the outer sect. He has never revealed his true strength before. How could he be so reckless? The man frowned. This is going to be difficult. Zhongquang is not easy to deal with. Yunling bit her lips, and said, how about me and my sister, not waiting for him to finish? Luo Tian directly said, no. The couple also directly said, no. End of chapter 396. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.